Chapter 51 Namek's Second Round of Wishes. Boom! The endless qi in his body began to erupt. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that an unprecedented power was spreading continuously. The qi even unconsciously wrapped his body completely in it. All right. Guest, it's over. Your potential is extremely strong. In order to consider your body, I only temporarily guided a part of it. A soft voice came from the mouth of the Namekian elder. Jiang Chen finally came back to his senses from the powerful aura he was feeling at the moment. Thank you, great elder. Jiang Chen bowed slightly to express his gratitude. No need to thank me. Guest, I have asked the second elder and others to prepare the Dragon Balls again, you can use them at any time. The elder shook his head, and then his soft voice sounded again. Thank you, elder. Jiang Chen thanked him again, and then said goodbye to the elder. Walked out of the room. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to turn on the detector. Ding! The value began to jump rapidly. In just a moment, the value in front of Jiang Chen jumped to a level that surprised him. 15,000 points. Looking at the value, even though he had expected it, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited at this moment. Don't think that after the Namek chapter of Dragon Ball, more than 10,000 points of combat power are almost nothing, not even cannon fodder, but that was after the Namek chapter, and in today's era, it has not yet been opened. 10,000 points of combat power can already be called a top-level strongman in the universe. 15,000 points is enough to surpass most of the top warriors. Except for Frisia's army, there are only a handful of people in the outside world who can find such combat power. For Jiang Chen, what is more important is that he has surpassed the limit of scions. Generally, even the top scions have only 8,000 to 10,000 points. If they can exceed 10,000 points, they have basically surpassed the limit. This is equivalent to opening a certain limitation of the body, and the road ahead will undoubtedly be smoother. In addition, at this moment, he still has the ability to maintain his sanity in the giant ape transformation. 15,000 points of combat power can almost be regarded as 100,000 combat power. Although there are certain defects, such strength is definitely the top existence in the universe. Congratulations! During this period of time, we will have a fight again in a few days. Zeno came over with a soft congratulation. Thank you. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. He did not refuse Zeno's invitation to fight. Even if Zeno was stronger than him, it was still the same. Although he was a lander, he was also a scion, and he could feel the desire for battle in his blood. Let's go, the second elder has been waiting for a long time. I'll go first. Zeno nodded softly, then called Jiang Chen, and his figure took off directly. Jiang Chen hurriedly followed. A moment later, the two landed at a residential area. Second elder! Second elder! Zeno and Jiang Chen greeted each other. Guest, the Dragon Ball is ready. Do you need to use it now? The second elder looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Yes, second elder. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Please wait. The second elder spoke, and then came to the 7 huge Dragon Balls. Using the Namek language to summon the dragon. Boom! Boom! In the sky, thick dark clouds instantly filled the entire sky. Then, 7 huge Dragon Balls instantly burst out with extremely strong light, which rushed straight into the sky, breaking through the clouds in an instant, and a huge green dragon appeared in the sky. Tell me your wish, I can fulfill any wish, and you can use 3. The words of the dragon Porunga sounded, and the second elder's eyes immediately looked at Jiang Chen. Second elder, my first wish and second wish are to destroy all the detectors on Raditz and bring him to Namek. Facing the eyes of the second elder, Jiang Chen said his wish without any hesitation. Compared to the Earth Dragon, the Namek Dragon is undoubtedly much stricter, with almost no ability to find loopholes and no way to add prefixes, so he can only use 2 wishes to bring Raditz over. As for whether these 2 wishes are too wasteful. Just kidding, in the Dragon Ball world, you are still afraid of wasting wishes, that's simply nonsense. Earth Dragon Balls are once a year, Namek Dragon Balls are once every 6 months, and there are also Hillier Planet Dragon Balls and Super Dragon Balls. As long as you are strong enough, it is too easy to get wishes. Using 2 wishes to bring back Raditz, Zhang Chen didn't feel any pain at all. Hometown Guala Lipi Sixi. The strange Namek language sounded. The next moment, the voice of the dragon Porunga came out. This is very simple. The dragon's eyes lit up red at this moment. At the same time, Salta Planet. 3 figures had just completed the task and were sitting together eating. But at this moment, the situation of the 3 people was obviously different from the original. Although Vegeta is still the leader, the one behind is not Nappa, but Raditz. Nearly 2 years have passed, and Raditz's changes can be said to be extremely huge. First of all, its strength. Raditz, who had reached more than 400 points under Zhang Chen's training, has officially exceeded 1000 points in the past 2 years, while Nappa's combat power is only more than 700 points, and there is still a little distance from 800 points. Let's go, it's time to set off. The next place is a high-level planet. Nappa, if you are still such a waste, you will die there next time. Vegeta stood up and snorted coldly. Yes, yes, Prince Vegeta. Nappa quickly stood up, with a panic on his face. Laddies stood up silently. Since the destruction of planet Vegeta, he seemed to be particularly silent. But just as he stood up, bang bang! The detector on his body shattered instantly. The sudden explosion startled the 3 of them. Laddies was also startled, but soon his expression showed a hint of joy. Who is it? Vegeta snorted coldly. But there was no time to react. The next moment, swish! A ray of light instantly enveloped Raditz. In the stunned eyes of Vegeta and Nappa, Raditz's figure disappeared instantly. Vegeta! Nappa rubbed his eyes subconsciously, and his sight could not help but look at Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta's face changed, and his figure instantly soared into the sky and began to look around. However, no matter how he looked, he could not find any trace of Raditz. Chapter 52 Raditz Who Doubts His Life. Your wish has come true, please tell me your 3rd wish. The voice of the dragon Porunga sounded. A white light covered, and the next moment, Raditz's figure appeared directly in front of him. Aspera, is it really you? When the white light dissipated, Raditz looked around blankly, and soon he noticed Zhang Chen in front of him. His eyes lit up, and he spoke with excitement. It's me, Raditz. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded. You are not dead. At this moment, Raditz's cold face seemed to be excited. I'm lucky to have escaped. Radies, wait a minute, I'll take you to see Aunt Jin later. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded, then spoke softly to Raditz. Mom, it's okay too. Radies was even more excited when he heard Zhang Chen's words. When planet Vegeta was destroyed, his heart was extremely heavy and sad, but he just didn't show it. At this moment, not only was Zhang Chen okay, but his mother was also okay. Subconsciously, he wanted to speak, but he stopped when he heard Zhang Chen's words. He looked in front of Zhang Chen. Soon he noticed the huge Porunga in the sky, and his eyes converged, and Raditz's pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. Second Elder, my 3rd wish is to obtain the practice method of Yadrit's instant teleportation. Can I get it? Zhang Chen pondered for a moment, then spoke. Okay. The 2nd Elder nodded. He quickly repeated it in Namekian language. I'm sorry, this wish cannot be fulfilled. Divine skills can only be performed in places with divine aura. The practice of teleportation cannot be transmitted. The voice of the dragon Porunga sounded. Zhang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. But he was mentally prepared for this. In the entire Dragon Ball, apart from the special Yadrit people and the followers of King Kai, only Gaku, Cell, Bu, and Vegeta can teleport. Gaku and Vegeta both learned it on Yadrit and didn't try to teach others. Cell's was obviously not suitable. According to the plot, it was forced to make the protagonist offline. If you have to explain it, it's because Cell has Gaku cells. As for Bu, he is a prehistoric demon, and his level is not worse than that of a god. It's not surprising that he learned it by watching Gaku perform it. If he wants to get it from the dragon, I'm afraid only the super dragon can. Second Elder. My third wish will be changed to the coordinates of Yadrit. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Chen changed his third wish. This wish is very simple. As the second elder repeated, the voice of the dragon Porunga sounded. The next moment, a red light shone on Zhang Chen. A piece of coordinate information appeared directly in his mind. That was the coordinates of Yadrit. The wish has been fulfilled. The voice of the dragon Porunga sounded. As the words fell, the thick dark clouds dissipated, and Porunga's figure turned into 7 rays of light and fell down again. Hey! Zhang Chen opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. He couldn't help but smile. Obtaining the coordinates of Yadrit meant that he could go to Yadrit at any time. You should know that Yadrit not only has instant teleportation, but also has various magical secrets. Of course, at this moment it should be said to be divine skills. Zhang Chen couldn't help but get excited when he thought about the power of the divine skill. Let's go. Antjen, the food should be ready. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Chen smiled and said to Raditz. Oh, okay, okay. Raditz came back to his senses, looked at the distance again, and nodded quickly. After that, Zhang Chen said goodbye to the second elder and others, and took Raditz into the air. In the air, the two figures were flying. Raditz looked tangled. He hesitated several times, which made Zhang Chen laugh. Raditz, if you have anything to ask, just ask directly. Zhang Chen spoke with a smile. Aspera, what was that just now? Can he really make any wish come true? Raditz couldn't help but speak. No. That's the dragon, he can make some wishes come true within a certain limit. Zhang Chen shook his head and spoke with a smile. Really? When he heard Zhang Chen say no, Raditz couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but soon after hearing the following words, his eyes lit up. Raditz, you probably can't use it. Namek probably won't help you. Looking at Raditz's excited expression, Zhang Chen couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water on him. He can use it because he doesn't have an evil aura on him. Raditz obviously can't be used. The Namekians can't allow it either. Why? Raditz suddenly became anxious. You have an evil aura. Namekians are a peace-loving race and will never agree to it. And don't think of Namekians. I'll remind you that many Namekians have a combat power of over 5,000, and the strongest one has a combat power of 18,000. Zhang Chen spoke speechlessly. 18,000? Are you kidding? How could Namekians have that? Raditz's eyes widened instantly, and he couldn't help but blurt out. 18,000? What kind of number is that? King Vegeta only has a little over 10,000, and his father is only close to 10,000. How could a mere Namekian reach 18,000? Nothing is impossible. We're here. Zhang Chen shook his head, spoke, and then his figure fell directly. Raditz hurriedly followed. In the house, it seemed that someone was sensed to be coming. Jine opened the door. She subconsciously wanted to speak, but when she saw the person outside the door clearly, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Raditz. As Jin's words rang out, a figure rushed out and hugged Raditz. Raditz subconsciously wanted to struggle, but soon he relaxed. Mom. Raditz spoke softly. There was a hint of tenderness on his face. After all, he was only a teenager now, not the beginning of the story. Especially after getting along with Zhang Chen before, Radit's temperament gradually calmed down. Even after living with Vegeta for another 2 years, there was not much change. Zhang Chen smiled and did not disturb the two. His figure quietly walked into his room. Time passed slowly. The arrival of Raditz made Jin's smile more obvious. As for Raditz, after entering Namek, he was in shock. First, the Dragon Porunga, then the Namekian combat power, and then the mother. But this is not the end. Zhang Chen's combat power is as high as 15,000, which makes him completely confused. Chapter 53 Raditz Who Doubts His Life, Part 2. Gudong. How much? At this moment, Raditz's voice was stuttering, and he looked at Zhang Chen in shock. You will know after you take a look. Zhang Chen threw the detector in his hand. Raditz took it hurriedly. Then he started to operate it in a hurry. He almost dropped the detector to the ground because of panic. It was not until a long time that he put the detector on his head. Ding! The detector was put on. Raditz quickly turned it on. Ding! As soon as the detector was turned on, the values on the entire detector began to jump wildly. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. At this moment, Raditz's eyes widened, staring at the last frozen value in front of him in amazement. His words were no longer stuttering, but trembling. Even though Zhang Chen had told him before that his combat power had reached 15,000, Raditz was still deeply shocked by the value in front of him. As mentioned before, the strongest person in the entire Vegeta planet only had a combat power of more than 10,000 points, and his father, the legendary warrior of the Bardock Scion, had only nearly 10,000 points. At this moment, Zhang Chen had reached 15,000, completely surpassing all the Scions on the Vegeta planet before. He originally thought that after nearly 2 years of practice, his strength had increased from 400 points to 1,000 points, which was already incredible. You know, even the elite Nappa is no match for him now. He is only slightly worse than Prince Vegeta. But who is Prince Vegeta? He is a recognized genius of the Scions, and his combat power at birth has surpassed all Scions. Now he has reached a combat power that some senior warriors may not be able to reach. Aspera, you have become a Super Scion. No, is it the Super Scion in the legend of the Super Scion? Suddenly, Lottie Raditz seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly exclaimed. How is it possible? Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard Raditz's exclamation, and then he reacted and laughed. No. Then you. Raditz was a little stunned, and looked at Zhang Chen with doubt. Don't think too much, this is just the result of practice. In addition, I received help from the great elder of Namek. Zhang Chen spoke slowly, without much concealment. Listening to Zhang Chen's words, Raditz couldn't help but widen his eyes. Before the incident with the dragon, he had already felt that Namek was unusual, but he didn't expect that there were so many unusual things. Not only did he have a profound practice method, but he could also develop potential and improve combat effectiveness. At this moment, Raditz couldn't hold back. Zhang Chen could increase to 15,000 points, and Raditz felt that he didn't need too much, 10,000 points would be enough, and if it didn't work, 7,000 or 8,000 points would be fine. Don't think too much, just practice well first. I will teach you how to practice Qi during this period of time. As for potential development, let's talk about it after you complete the Qi practice. Looking at the admiring Raditz, Zhang Chen said with a smile. Okay. Aspera, let's start now. Raditz nodded quickly, without any refusal. Even though he was a little impatient, Zhang Chen had said before that only after completing the practice could the potential be improved, and Raditz would naturally not change anything. After Raditz responded, Zhang Chen then began to teach Raditz how to practice. Another day passed in a blink of an eye. The countdown came to an end. His landing time was about to end. The second landing has ended. Returning. Please wait. Countdown. 1987. A familiar mechanical voice sounded in his mind. The countdown entered the final end. Buzz. A ray of light that only Zhang Chen could see fell from the sky at this moment, instantly enveloping his body. Zhang Chen felt his head sink, and then a sense of weightlessness came over him. After a moment, his eyes were dazed, and when he appeared again, he found that the world around him had turned into a white world again. The first login has ended. Data matching in progress. Matching completed. A mechanical voice sounded. The next moment, rays of light quickly gathered in front of Zhang Chen, and then a card with an illusion appeared. Name, Aspera. Identity, Scion. Combat power, 15,000 points. Ding, the mission card has been updated. It has been detected that the attacker has completed the initial main mission, and the world rewards are being distributed. The mechanical voices sounded one after another, and at the same time, lines of text appeared in front of Zhang Chen, accompanied by the card that he was very familiar with. Everything around him was white, and his figure returned to the space where he had landed before. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations on winning the title of World Raider. Rewards, character matching. Note, using character matching, the main body will gradually integrate everything on the card character. The mechanical sound spread again. And the moment the sound fell. Buzz. The golden card instantly bloomed with a soft light, gradually wrapping Zhang Chen's figure in it. A warm feeling then continued to spread. At the same time, a piece of information immediately flooded into his mind. Let Zhang Chen understand the current situation. With the completion of the main task, he officially became a world raider at this moment. Unlike before, he could only be considered an apprentice before, and the abilities he possessed were only temporary. But now he is already a formal existence. Compared to the apprentice, the biggest advantage of a formal existence is that you can completely obtain the login character's abilities. Although the integration takes a period of time for world matching, one is temporary and the other is permanent. It is no longer a conceptual existence. In addition, the world conqueror has another permission, which is to enter other worlds. As long as you have the login permission, you can enter other worlds and bring all your strength with you. Unlike before you were just an apprentice, before you became a world conqueror, you could not log in even if you got the permission, unless the character in the first world had died. Although this point seems to be of little use at present, it will be extremely useful in the future. Especially you can bring all your strength with you. Its effect is even more unimaginable. Even at this moment, Zhang Chen's eyes were slightly bright with excitement. The fusion time will not take long, which is equal to the world matching. Chapter 54 Character Fusion, Aspera. Zhang Chen's body was excited, and at this moment the soft light of the card was still constantly penetrating into his body, subtly changing his physique, making his body change towards the body of Aspera in the Dragon Ball world. I don't know how long it took. I don't know how long it lasted. In the white world, Zhang Chen finally felt the warmth in his body gradually subside. Then he felt a squeezing sensation on his pants. Zhang Chen's heart moved. The next moment, the back of his pants was torn open, and a furry tail was exposed. Although his appearance did not change much, his body became more sturdy than before. The swollen muscles made people clearly understand the violent power contained in them. In fact, it was true. At this moment, Zhang Chen could clearly feel the huge power contained in his body and cells. With a thought. The next moment, his figure soared into the air. With a slight raise of his right hand, a gas bomb was formed instantly. Powerful, unimaginably powerful. Although this moment was not as strong as when he just landed, it was far stronger than his body in the main world before. It gave him the feeling that he had just opened the card before. No, even stronger. As if thinking of something, Zhang Chen instantly looked at the list in front of him. Name, Zhang Chen. Identity, First Level World Raider. Combat Power, 220 points, Assessment Method for Landing in the World. The data list is presented, and Zhang Chen's eyes light up when he looks at this list. 220 points of combat power, indeed stronger than after his first landing. After the first landing, his combat power was only more than 190 points, but now it has reached 220 points. More importantly, this is only the current situation. As Aspera's power is constantly absorbed by him, his strength can continue to rise, and it will continue until his second landing in Aspera's peak strength, and this period of time will not be too long, maybe it will be enough before his third landing begins. Imagine Aspera's 15,000 combat power, Zhang Chen can't help but get excited. Even if he doesn't know the division of the power system in this world, he can see from Naruto and Pirates that 15,000 combat power, even if it is not higher than the 7th level, is definitely at the 5th or 6th level. Level 5 or 6, that's level 5 or 6. Even in the entire Daxia Federation, level 5 or 6 experts are already considered experts. Not to say that they can walk sideways, but almost. To put it bluntly, even if the main character of his Dragon Ball world has died this time, he can still be calm in the main world. It can be said that this time, he has truly completed the transition. How can he not be excited and excited? For a long time. Hey! Took a deep breath and then exhaled a breath of turbid air. Zhang Chen then moved his mind. The next moment, his figure was gradually wrapped in a ball of light. When the light spread, his figure immediately disappeared in the white world. Outside world. The center of the 8th middle school in Shaoxan City. Zhang Chen suddenly heard a series of noisy sounds, and his eyes opened involuntarily. The familiar and powerful feeling remained as he opened his eyes. The smile on his face became more intense. At this moment, in the center of the plain, rays of light fell. Figures also appeared one after another. Most of the bodies were relieved at this moment, and many of them were dejected. The result is needless to say. Obviously, if the first landing was still lucky, then the second landing, almost more than 90% of the people had already started the main task, and even many people started the task of the second main task. Compared with the task of the first main task, the task of the second main task is more difficult. Even if there is some foundation, it is inevitable that some people will be eliminated. At this moment, many people lowered their heads, gritted their teeth, and clenched their fists tightly. Some people walked out of the center of the plain with loneliness. Some people even cried out in an instant. Zhang Chen shook his head and prepared to pack up and leave. He couldn't wait to feel his own strength. But before he left, a familiar voice sounded next to him. Chenzi. Ha ha ha, I passed. I really passed. The white light dissipated, and Yu Yang's figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, he couldn't wait to find Zhang Chen, and his voice rang out with excitement. Congratulations! Zhang Chen smiled and said. Ha ha ha, Chenzi, you don't know, I almost finished, fortunately I was smart. And just like you said, I really met Luffy's grandfather, he turned out to be Vice Admiral Garp, and now he is taking us to the Navy headquarters. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Yu Yang nodded, looked around, and then spoke excitedly in a low voice. It seems that you are lucky, you have to work hard next. The world of fruits can reach the 4th level. Zhang Chen's heart moved, and then nodded and spoke. Don't worry, I have even quit masturbating now, no one can stop me from becoming a marquis. Yu Yang patted his chest and spoke, his voice sonorous and powerful. How long he can persist, only God knows. Zhang Chen and Yu Yang were talking. Others were also talking. Some people sighed, some didn't care, and some were sad. But no one paid any attention. This world is cruel. If you can't get it, you are destined to no longer be a member of the same world. Even Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh slightly. While he was sighing, his eyebrows couldn't help but lift, because at this moment a familiar voice came over. "Thank you." Lin Xiun came over and spoke softly. As he walked in, Yu Yang couldn't help but shut his mouth. It seems that the fan seems to be good. Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the other party's white pupils. "Thanks to you this time. Classmate Zhang Chen, my father wants to treat you to a meal." Lin Xiun spoke nervously. "No, it's just a deal. Let's go, why? Zhang Chen shook his head and then called Yu Yang. "Okay." Yu Yang nodded quickly and followed. Watching Zhang Chen leave, Lin Xiun couldn't help but stamp her feet, but in the end she didn't have the courage to chase him. And Zhang Chen, who was far away, didn't care about this matter after talking to Yu Yang. Instead, they talked about other things. Women are not as fragrant as Dragon Ball. Zhang Chen is not interested in these things now. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to think about the next landing and the world strategy. 55 Chapter 55 Crushing from the Dragon Ball World. 55. Chenzi, aren't you a human when you land? How can there be a tail? And why do I feel like I have seen this thing somewhere? At the entrance of the plain center, the two walked. After Yu Yang teased Zhang Chen, he fixed his eyes on Zhang Chen's tail and spoke in confusion. "It's a human. How did you learn the basic knowledge? There are not only humans like us in the countless dimensional worlds. What's the big deal about having an extra tail? There are also extra heads." Zhang Chen said unhappily. "Ha ha ha. I forgot all of a sudden." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Yu Yang couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. He really didn't learn much basic knowledge. If Zhang Chen hadn't told him, he wouldn't have remembered such a thing. This changed the topic. Yu Yang didn't think about the familiarity anymore. Instead, he started talking about what he encountered this time. Compared to Zhang Chen, Yu Yang's one-piece landing was undoubtedly much simpler. Just hanging out with Luffy and his three brothers. Occasionally fighting with pirates, gangsters, and hooligans. The most dangerous thing was just the arson at the terminal. But this kind of incident was nothing compared to the destruction of planet Vegeta and the pursuit of Frisia's army that Zhang Chen encountered. Of course, Zhang Chen didn't disturb Yu Yang's interest. The two of them talked and walked towards the classroom. But they had just reached the door of the classroom. The two hadn't bought in yet. An angry voice sounded behind them. "Zhang Chen, stop right there." The sudden voice stopped Zhang Chen and Yu Yang in their tracks, and attracted everyone's attention. "Lu Qingxia." Yu Yang turned to look at Lu Qingxia behind him, and his voice with a frown sounded. "Zhang Chen, you bastard, are you upset that I'm in contact with your Wang Tingfeng? I told you that he and I are just ordinary friends. I didn't expect you to be such a person." Lu Qingxia ignored Yu Yang at this moment, but looked at Zhang Chen with anger and endless disappointment. "Student Lu Qingxia, I don't know what you mean. First of all, what's going on between you and Wang Tingfeng? It has nothing to do with me. What else? I don't think I did anything wrong." Zhang Chen stopped and frowned. He had never thought that this person could actually come close to him. "What's wrong, Zhang Chen? You dare not admit that the information you gave me was false. You caused me to fail the main task. Do you know what this means? Give me back my place in the school." When Lu Qingxia heard Zhang Chen's words, she became more and more angry and felt very wronged. She did nothing wrong, why was she treated like this? That is, she did not agree to Zhang Chen's request. How could Zhang Chen treat her like this? Tears rolled in her eyes at this moment. This look immediately made the people around point fingers. Among these pointing fingers, a figure stood up. "Zhang Chen, you are a bastard. You actually framed Lu Qingxia, are you still a human being?" The yellow-haired boy spoke angrily. Xie Hao, this has nothing to do with you. Zhang Chen glanced at the yellow-haired boy who had come forward again, and his face turned cold. Humph, this really has nothing to do with me, but I just can't stand you framing your classmates. Why, is that not okay? Boom! A violent breath burst out from the yellow-haired boy, and his muscles expanded rapidly, and a beastly breath was spreading. The figure also moved instantly, and directly bombarded Zhang Chen. After being teased by Zhang Chen one after another, Xie Hao was already impatient to regain his face. This time he had completed the main task and even successfully advanced to the first level. He could already imagine Zhang Chen begging for mercy. However, his pride only lasted for a moment. The next moment, he felt as if his chest was hit by a heavy truck. Boom! In the sight, as the eyes converged, Xie Hao's body, like an iron tower, flew out horizontally, falling far away. It rushed hundreds of meters before stopping. Gudong! Watching this scene, when the figure fell, some people couldn't help swallowing, looking at Zhang Chen with shock. At this moment, Zhang Chen didn't care about these. His figure walked towards Lu Qingxia step by step. Bang! Bang bang! Facing Zhang Chen's approach, Lu Qingxia subconsciously retreated. You, what are you going to do? Lu Qingxia's words were trembling. Lu Qingxia, I'll say it again, who are you and what you want to do? It has nothing to do with me, please don't bother me. As for the previous, I didn't frame you, and there is no need to frame you. You should know how precious the landing qualification of a ninja village world is. If I am willing, it is enough to exchange for hundreds of thousands of star coins. Excuse me, do you deserve to frame you? Zhang Chen stopped and spoke in a low voice. Every word he said, even without any breath, Lu Qingxia felt that her body was trembling. He couldn't help but feel ashamed in his heart. Zhang Chen didn't give him face at all. You! Zhang Chen, you must give me an explanation. It's you who harmed me. You said that the Hidden Cloud Village is the strongest ninja village in Konoha 48 years later, but I died soon after I landed in the Hidden Cloud Village. You dare to say that this has nothing to do with you. Lu Qingxia's body was trembling, but at this moment, she was still unwilling in her heart and couldn't help but speak with anger. Hat. Explanation. Then I'll give you an explanation. Zhang Chen sneered. Boom! Lu Qingxia's pupils widened, and the next moment her figure flew out. The sudden change startled everyone. Many people widened their eyes, and Yu Yang couldn't help but open his mouth. Zhang Chen took a step and walked over again. Lu Qingxia, who fell not far away, had a look of fear on her face, and her figure kept retreating. You, what are you going to do? This is a school. Lu Qingxia couldn't help but retreat, with a look of fear. Although Zhang Chen didn't use qi in this attack, it almost broke her bones. What was more trembling was her heart. She never thought that Zhang Chen would attack her directly like this. Shock, unbelievable, and terrified. For a moment, countless emotions spread. Explanation, how about this explanation, Lu Qingxia, don't treat everyone as fools. From today on, you'd better disappear in front of me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I can be so restrained next time. Zhang Chen spoke coldly, then turned and went directly to the classroom. No longer paying attention. And watched Zhang Chen leave. Voices rang out around. Many people began to point fingers at Lu Qingxia. No one is a fool. At first, everyone may not know what's going on. With Zhang Chen's words later, they roughly understood what was going on. At this moment, everyone's attitude towards Lu Qingxia naturally changed. Facing the gazes, Lu Qingxia only felt a burning sensation on her face. Of course, in addition to these gazes, there was another gaze not far away. Luo Qingzhu originally came only to reallocate classes. But she didn't expect to encounter this scene. Of course, she wouldn't care too much about this kind of thing. Young people are always a little impulsive, as long as they can be controlled, it's okay. But the key issue is Zhang Chen's current situation. That swaying tail. It made her pupils shrink instantly. This is the end of the plot. There is no plot of the same age in the follow-up. This is indeed unpleasant, but it cannot be changed after it is written, so I can only end it. As for the combat power, whether the combat power of Dragon Ball is 15,000 or 150,000, it is impossible to reach the 7th level. The 7th level is a qualitative change. In my setting, the general 7th level is the top existence, at least it must have a combat power of over 100 million. The strength of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels is not strong. Below 120 combat power, the strength of the Hokage is likely to be the Super Shadow level. The 4th, 5th, and 6th are relatively stronger. The combat power of 120 to over 100 million is considered, and the combat power of the 7th level is over 100 million. Chapter 56 A New Week. All godfathers and godmothers, please follow and read, and ask for data. Today is Monday. It is extremely important to follow the reading today. It is related to the recommendation next week. Please, all godfathers and godmothers who raise books, click on the book and turn to the end, please. In addition, I'm asking for monthly tickets and recommendations for the new week. It would be even better if I could give $1. $1 per person is fine, not too much. The main thing is to have more people to push the list, and impact the new book list, please, begging. Now the new book list is 37, the fan data is have to count as the new book list, otherwise it should have been in the top 15, or even the top 10, but it doesn't matter, we can continue to push. I want to see the top 10 scenery, if possible, I will update 10,000 a day a month before it is put on the shelves. Chapter 57 Zhang Xi's Return. In the classroom, compared with before, the students at this moment there is no doubt that there are fewer people again. Obviously, many people were eliminated in this second round of landing. As the first 2 rounds of the world strategy, it can be said that the elimination rate is the highest. Even if the main task is not opened in the first round, the main task will definitely be opened in the second round. Due to the will of the world, most of the first main tasks are basically death tasks. Failure to log in also means death. There will be no other possibilities. This is the case with Lu Qingxia and other students. The only difference is that the probability of death in the main task is different. As the two approached, many people's eyes could not help but be cast on them, especially Zhang Chen. Many people paid attention to the movement outside the classroom just now. It is possible that they did not know before, but this time many people knew. Everyone looked at Zhang Chen with strange eyes. They did not expect that Zhang Chen would give away the opportunity to log into the 4th level world. That is the 4th level world. There were no more than 3 people who could have this opportunity, and the entire Shaoxin City No. 8 middle school did not even reach 10 people. Chenzi, you wouldn't really give that 4th order world to Lu Qingxia, would you? As soon as the figure sat down, a classmate on the other side spoke with curiosity. Xiao Qinzi, why are you so curious? Yu Yang glanced at Zhang Chen and then spoke unhappily. I'm just curious. Curious? The classmate next to him laughed and said. Zhang Chen shook his head and was about to speak. A figure walked in at the door. When the figure appeared, the classroom suddenly became quiet. Okay, congratulations to all the students for successfully passing the main task. From now on, everyone should have become a zero-order world strategist. This will be your first step. Luo Qingzu's voice sounded. In the classroom, one figure after another was excited. World strategists, from this moment on, they are already world strategists. Even if they can't do anything later, even if the landing fails directly, they are still world raiders, and they have extraordinary powers. In the future, they may not be able to enter a school or a higher education institution, but it will definitely not be too easy to find a decent job. And if they can gain more in the world, they will have a great chance of entering the school. Once they enter the school, it will be a huge change in their life, and it can even be said to be a class leap. For this, everyone can't help but be full of hope. Time slowly passed. This class, Luo Qingzu mainly talked about the world raiders and the subsequent learning process. It's different from the previous life. The high school in this world. Before landing in the world, there will generally be systematic teaching, such as survival, practical ability, and various skills, the purpose of which is to enable world raiders to survive better in other worlds. This is also the reason why Zhang Chen's combat effectiveness is higher than that of ordinary people. After entering the world and landing, the school is more like a landing device, with at most some assistance and experience teaching, and it will be relatively free overall. The course ended quickly. The school gave us a holiday in the afternoon. It was a total of 7.5 days. The course will be reopened after 7.5 days. As for the third login, we need to wait for a month. Generally speaking, the second login takes half a month, the third one takes a month, the fourth one takes 3 months, then 6 months, and a year. After the 7th login, the login time is unified to 1 year. Let's go. Go back. If my dad knows this time, he will be very happy. The bell rang, and Yu Yang's voice with a smile rang. At this moment, he was still excited about completing the main task. Let's go. Zhang Chen nodded, packed up his things, and stood up. But just as the two of them walked out of the classroom, Zhang Chen's phone rang. After a pause, he took out his phone and found that it was Zhang Xi calling. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen answered the call directly. Brother, I'm going to pass the exam. As soon as the call was connected, his sister's excited and nervous voice came from the other side. It's done. How about you? Zhang Chen nodded and asked curiously. Hey, you don't even look at who I am. Of course there is no problem. Brother, the information you gave is really correct. Although Orochimaru is a little perverted, his teaching ability is really amazing. I feel like I'm almost at the 2nd level. Zhang Xi's excited voice came from the other side of the phone. Until a moment later, Zhang Xi's excitement were suppressed. At the same time, he gave Zhang Chen a message. That is, Zhang Xi is going to come back. He has already set off today. It is likely that he will be able to arrive home in the evening. The phone was hung up. Xiao Xi also passed. Isn't she only 14 years old? How did she start the world strategy? Yu Yang spoke with surprise, and his head leaned forward. Yes. The opportunity given by Daxia Academy. Zhang Chen nodded and spoke with a smile. Tisk tisk, he is indeed a special recruit, and he is so much earlier than us. Yu Yang couldn't help but tisk his lips and said with emotion. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head. The two of them left the school and headed home. And in the school, the teacher's office, Luo Qingzu looked at the video in front of her, her beautiful eyes flickering. Could it really be him? Initial landing, initial mission card. Luo Qingzu muttered to herself, and in front of her was the video of the previous dimensional invasion. Or to be more precise, it was the figure of Zhang Chen fighting the big snake. Luo Qingzu's eyes kept fixed on Zhang Chen's swaying tail. The previous scene sounded in her mind. He couldn't help but fluctuate. If the person in the video was really Zhang Chen, he couldn't imagine how strong Zhang Chen was, and what kind of world it would be. In the general world, the mission card obtained by the initial landing only exists for the characters in the landing world. It is impossible to obtain other things. If it is true, it means that Zhang Chen's strength has surpassed the 3rd level when he first landed. The 3rd level, that's the 3rd level. Many world conquerors may not be able to reach the 3rd level after completing the world strategy. not to mention surpassing the third level. The fourth level is a huge threshold for most world conquerors. Most people cannot cross it in their entire lives. At this moment, someone has already crossed it during the initial landing. If it is true, this time it may cause a huge shock to the entire Daxia Federation. Random landing. Muttering to himself, Luo Qingzu's eyes kept flashing. Chapter 58 Information given to sister from the Naruto world. Zhang Chen didn't know what Luo Qingzu was thinking at the moment. As for the problem of his exposure, he was not too worried. His current strength is not what it was before. As long as time passes, his combat power can be restored to 15,000 combat power. With the artificial moon and giant ape transformation, his combat power is 150,000 combat power. 150,000 combat power. Even if he doesn't know what level it corresponds to in this world, it is at least a 5th level, or even a 6th level existence. Such an existence, even if not the strongest in the entire Daxia Federation today, is definitely a top-level strongman. There is no need to worry too much. What's more, if only the strength is exposed, there will not be any big problems. The Daxia Federation is too big to accommodate enough geniuses. Especially now that the dimension is invaded, the entire Daxia Federation is more urgently in need of geniuses. Zhang Chen and Yu Yang went home separately. Took the bus. Zhang Chen returned to his home quickly. What is surprising is that his parents are at home today. When Zhang Chen told them that they had passed the main task, the smiles on the faces of the old couple could not be suppressed. Okay. Xiao Xi also called us before and told us that she had passed the main task, and now Xiao Chen, you have passed it too. This is a great happy event for our Zhang family. Let's go, let's have a good meal today. It just so happens that your sister will be home soon, let's go pick her up first. Zhang Huaqing's voice sounded with excitement, and her face couldn't help but blush. Today, in order to wait for the news of their daughter and son, the couple specially asked for a day off. And the result is undoubtedly good. Not only did their daughter officially pass the main task, but their son also passed it. For a couple from an ordinary family, there is nothing more exciting than this. Facing the excitement of his father and mother, Zhang Chen smiled and nodded, and did not refuse. He could understand the excitement of the two. Passing the main task is more meaningful than being admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University in the previous life. It is almost a real class transition. Especially because they actually didn't have much hope for Zhang Chen before. During this period of time, his son has changed a lot, and it is even harder to hide his excitement. The family went out. Soon, he went to the station to pick up his sister Zhang Xi. Brother. Dad, Mom. Seeing Zhang Chen and his group, Zhang Xi ran over excitedly. When he saw the change in Zhang Xi's appearance, Zhang Chen's eyes couldn't help but flash slightly. At this moment, the most obvious thing about Zhang Xi's appearance is his eyes. From the ordinary eyes before, it has obviously changed to eyes similar to those of the Hyaga family. Even if the Byakugan is not turned on, you can feel the obvious difference. Let's go to Tiandu Hotel and book a big table. Yang Liwa said with a smile. Really? Hearing his mother's words, Zhang Xi's eyes lit up. Of course it's true, let's go. Yang Liwa said with a smile, and his smile has not been restrained until now. For parents, it is more important than anything else for their children to strive for success. It was obvious that both of his children were very ambitious. Great! Zhang Xi cheered, and then the group got in the car and headed for Tiandu Hotel. In Tiandu Hotel, the family feasted excitedly. Even the father and mother, who had always been frugal, were not bothered by these things at this moment, and were really happy. After drinking enough after the meal, everyone left Tiandu Hotel and headed back home. By the way, in a few days, we are going to hold a banquet and invite relatives to come over for a meal. Zioxi, Xiao Chen, what do you think? As if she had thought of something, Yang Luo looked at her two children and asked. Sure. Mom, you guys make the decision. Zhang Xi pouted and was about to refuse, but was interrupted by Zhang Chen. He knew very well that his parents wanted to show off in front of their relatives. In this case, Zhang Chen would naturally not refuse. Okay. Zhang Xi pouted, but still nodded and agreed. Hearing the words of their children, Zhang Huaqing and Yang Luo breathed a sigh of relief, and their smiles became more intense. In the back row, after Zhang Xi agreed, his attention was quickly diverted, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Zhang Chen's furry tail with a shining light, which was really strange. Brother, what world did you land in? You even have a tail. Zhang Xi spoke with curiosity. A world called Dragon Ball. The world level should be much higher than the world of your ninja village. Zhang Chen smiled and said. Higher than the ninja village world. Is it level 5? Zhang Xi's eyes lit up and he spoke with surprise. Brother, you are really amazing. You can complete the main task in a level 5 world. After being surprised, Zhang Xi couldn't help but speak with admiration. Not bad luck. By the way, Xiao Xi, how is your landing? Tell me, I'll give you some reference. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded, and then seemed to think of something, and couldn't help but speak curiously. At this moment, he was really curious about the landing situation of his sister's world. There was obviously no sign of the caged bird on his sister's forehead, which made him even more curious. After all, although he gave a solution, it might not be able to solve it. The reason why he was not worried was that the main world had a way to solve it. At most, the caged bird could be solved in the main world. Hee, brother, you don't know that the world of the ninja village is really magical. Also, Orochimaru is simply a pervert, and there is also the Hyuga family. Hearing Zhang Chen's question, Zhang Xi suddenly became interested and talked about it non-stop. Zhang Chen listened carefully. The parents in front were smiling. Until they arrived home. Zhang Chen finally understood the landing situation of his sister. It seems that you are really lucky. Orochimaru actually helped you, but you should be careful. Orochimaru is not so easy to get along with, and now you have no way out. It is impossible for you to appear in Konoha village again. Zhang Chen said with emotion. He didn't expect that Orochimaru actually helped Zhang Xi with all his strength. And the plot has changed. Orochimaru, who was supposed to defect from the village, actually stayed. Don't worry, I have the dimensional skill Soul Fire taught by my teacher. Zhang Xi said with a smile. How about this, next time you log in, you can release some information to Orochimaru appropriately. But you also need to improve your strength as soon as possible. You can try to let Orochimaru give you the Longdi Cave contract. It is best to enter the Longdi Cave to practice the Sage mode. That is a very powerful ability. Once you master it, you will be truly infallible. Zhang Chen thought about it and then spoke. Although his sister has dimensional skills, Zhang Chen thought about it and decided to do double insurance. Orochimaru is an obvious scientific research lunatic. If he can give more directions, he will undoubtedly pay less attention to his sister. Of course, all this still depends on strength. Otherwise, giving more directions will have a counterproductive effect. Sage technique, what is that? Zhang Xi spoke with doubt. You will know this when the time comes. Let me put it this way, it should be considered one of the top powers in the world of Ninja Village. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and then spoke. Chapter 59 New Dimension arrives. With Zhang Xi's return, the family was happy in the next few days. Even when it was a family gathering, everyone seemed particularly happy. Nothing bloody happened. Zhang Chen and Zhang Xi also relaxed for several days. During these few days, Zhang Chen told Zhang Xi a lot about the Naruto world. Zhang Xi also gave Zhang Chen a good introduction to the affairs of higher education institutions. This world is different from the previous life. In the previous life, elementary school, junior high school, and university were continuous teaching in a step-by-step manner. Entering university is not so much about providing a better future as delaying employment and consuming excess social savings. In this world, the academy is a real existence that can create a future. When entering high school from junior high school, people with strong enough talents will be selected to enter the world strategy candidate, and some basic survival skills and strategy techniques will be taught in high school, and the initial world landing will be successfully carried out. Once completed, you will be qualified to enter the academy. Once entering the academy, it will be another world. The most important thing is the more detailed world raider instruction. The second is the login qualification. Yes, it is the login qualification. It is impossible for a world raider to conquer only one world. After completing the binding world, if you want to move forward, then you need to obtain the login qualification of other worlds. If you fail, you also need to choose a new world. This login qualification is in the hands of the school. The higher the level of the school, the more powerful the login world it controls. If you cannot enter a higher school, it not only means that you have almost lost the qualification to log into other worlds, but also means that they only have one chance to try and fail. Once the bound character dies or the world reaches its limit, their way forward will inevitably be blocked. Zhang Chen is not too worried about the blocked way forward. After all, the Dragon Ball world is big enough, plus his profit, there is almost no big problem. And whether death in the Dragon Ball world really means login failure, he still has to question it now. After all, there is a chance to revive in the Dragon Ball world. As long as it is not destroyed by the god of destruction or wiped out by the king of all, it is not considered true death in theory. Of course, the specific details cannot be determined at this moment, and Zhang Chen cannot try rashly. After all, if it fails, it is really a failure. But there is no room for regret. It seems that it is better to go to a higher education institution. After whispering, Zhang Chen made a decision in his heart. If not for anything else, just for the opportunity to log in, he had to consider this. After all, the Dragon Ball world is very strong, but it is definitely not the strongest. And its limitations are also very large. If he wants to make up for the shortcomings of Dragon Ball and go to a higher level, then he had better be able to enter a higher education institution. Only in this way can he obtain the right to log into other worlds. Of course. When the time comes, brother, you will apply for Daxia Academy, and don't go to Magic City Academy. Hearing Zhang Chen's muttering, Zhang Xi's eyes lit up, and then he quickly spoke. Motu Academy. Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Xi with a strange expression. Yes, the Magic City Academy is full of lunatics. If you go there, you will definitely not have a good time. Jiangnan Academy is a little worse than Northwest Academy. Your best choice is Daxia Academy. Zhang Xi nodded and spoke with gritted teeth. Did the people from the beat you? Looking at his sister gritting her teeth, Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows and spoke with surprise. You were beaten. How could this lady be? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhang Xi couldn't help but jump up and shouted. You didn't get beaten, why are you so resentful? Zhang Chen spoke speechlessly. Humph, it's because the Magic City Academy beat our Daxia Academy in the last joint school exam. Senior Sister Lu had one arm broken. Senior Sister Lu is such a beautiful woman, but they can still do that to her. Zhang Xi spoke with indignation. You. Zhang Chen looked at his sister strangely. He always felt a little strange. Brother, just listen to me. It's absolutely right to join Daxia Academy. I can ask the teacher to apply for an extra world for you to log in. Then you will have 2 worlds. You can definitely soar into the sky and beat all those guys from the Magic City. Zhang Xi didn't notice Zhang Chen's gaze, and continued to speak with a fierce voice. Zhang Chen smiled and subconsciously wanted to answer. But at this moment, his eyebrows raised and his eyes instantly looked into the distance. "What is this?" he whispered with some confusion. "Brother, brother." Zhang Xi was originally very excited and even began to imagine that her brother was invincible. These days, she has seen the strength of her eldest brother. She has absolute confidence. But as she was talking, she found that Zhang Chen's eyes were looking into the distance. A dissatisfied voice sounded. "It seems that a new dimension has arrived." At the moment when Zhang Xi's dissatisfied voice sounded, Zhang Chen's voice suddenly sounded. "A new dimension has arrived." Zhang Xi was also stunned for a moment. "Yes." Zhang Chen nodded. Quick, let's go immediately, this is a rare opportunity." Hearing Zhang Chen nod, Zhang Xi's eyes suddenly lit up, and even gold coins appeared in his eyes, and his attention was instantly diverted. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Then he grabbed his sister and rushed out directly. At the same time, Daxia Federation, Daxia Capital, Ministry of Education. When the wave swept away, the shrill alarm sound instantly rang out in this most important institution of the Daxia Federation. "Alarm, alarm, a first-level advent is about to begin. The target point is being determined." The target point has been determined. Shaoxin City, Jiangnan Prefecture. The intensity of the advent is being assessed. Assessment completed. The current level of advent is generally 1 and 2. It is a double advent. Contacting the local garrison. Detect the dimensional advent in Jiangnan Prefecture. The intensity of the advent is being assessed. A series of mechanical sounds echoed in the Ministry of Education of Daxia Prefecture. Countless people were running back and forth in a hurry. Shaoxin City Lord's Mansion. What? Another second-level advent? Xiang Kuowuzi stood up, with a look of shock on his face. Yes, Lord City Lord, the news from the Ministry of Education is that there are 2 descents, one of which is a second-level descent, but the level is lower than the last time. It seems to be only the initial stage of the second level, and the other is only the first level. The head of the guard Wu Hao reported respectfully. Second level initial stage, and first level. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Xiang Kuowu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There was no way. The previous descent really scared him. If there was another second level peak descent, he was not sure if he could stop it. As for the one who was looking forward to continuing to attack, who knows if that person is still there? Notify them immediately. Start the action. Xiang Kuowu took a deep breath, and then the words were quickly issued. Thank you all for your support. Wow! Nearly 30 people gave me rewards, and there were also a lot of monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. I am really grateful. This one is an extra update. There is no way to update more during the new book period. I can only repay everyone after it is put on the shelves. Let's do this. Whether I can enter the top 10 or not, I will update 10,000 a day after it is put on the shelves, and no less than 20,000 on the first day. If I can enter the top 10 of the new book list, I will start with 12,000 a day, and no less than 40,000 on the first day. Chapter 60 Dual Dimensions, Zhang Xi vs Zabuza. At the same time, in the southeast and northwest of Zikan District, Shaoxin City, invisible ripples spread directly, completely covering these 2 areas. One after another, illusory pictures began to interweave continuously. As the scenes appeared, the entire Zikan district was instantly in chaos, but fortunately, the city lord's mansion of Shaoxin City reacted very quickly. One after another, the city guards were quickly dispatched and began to quickly evacuate the people in these 2 places. In the air, the figure of Xiang Kuowu and the 2 deans also arrived quietly. Lord City Lord, have you confirmed it? Dean Li spoke in a low voice, and his eyes could not help but look at Xiang Kuo-wu. Dean Zhang next to him was also like this. There was no way that the previous wave of arrivals really made them feel scared. If the situation is not right, it is better to ask for help as soon as possible. But not every time you have such good luck. It has been confirmed, there will be no accidents this time. The number of the beings that descended in both places is very small, and the level is not high. The strongest one is only the primary level of the second level. Xiang Kuo-wu nodded. That's good. Dean Zhang and Dean Li both breathed a sigh of relief. You two, I will deal with the second level later, and you two can help deal with the first level. Xiang Kuo-wu nodded, and then greeted the two to speak. Okay. The two looked at each other, and then nodded without hesitation. The first level of the arrival is still not a big problem for them. While the two were talking, at this moment, ripples spread in the dimension, and the rules and laws around it began to be reversed, and the power from the real world began to be blocked. Just like the invasion of the dimension, once the dimension descends, the laws and rules of reality will be blocked. Except for the extraordinary power, other powers can no longer be carried out in it. This is also the main reason why the dimension descents and the invasion of the dimension are extremely dangerous. But fortunately, the current blue star is no longer the same as before. With more and more world raiders, it is also easy to deal with these things. Pictures began to appear in the sky. Laws and rules are infiltrating. The three of them were waiting quietly. The people below were evacuating quickly. But at this moment, boom! A breath suddenly broke out in the distance. The three of them were startled, and they turned their heads subconsciously, only to find that two figures had appeared in front of them. When they saw the two people clearly, the pupils of the three of them couldn't help but shrink violently. Especially Xiang Kuo-wu. His eyes were instantly fixed on the tail behind Zhang Chen. Brother, you can actually fly. So fast. Zhang Xi's excited voice sounded. Flying is a privilege only for second-level strong men. Although Zhang Xi knew that his brother was very strong, he did not expect that his brother could actually fly. At this moment, her face flushed. What is this? Zhang Chen ignored his sister and looked at the picture in the sky in the distance, his eyebrows slightly raised. Familiar scene, familiar everything. It made him instantly guess what dimension was descending this time. The eye-catching bridge and the two looming figures were enough to explain the problem. Wave Country, Zabuza. A whisper. Brother, what did you say? Zhang Xi was stunned for a moment and spoke with curiosity. Xiao Xi, this time it should be the world of the ninja village, and the ninjas from the hidden mist appear. Why don't you try it? Listening to his sister's words, Zhang Chen looked at Zhang Xi and spoke abruptly. Ninja village world. Mist ninja. Zhang Xi's eyes widened instantly. Yes, do you dare? Zhang Chen nodded. Humph, brother, if you underestimate me, there is nothing I dare not do. Zhang Xi snorted coldly. And his figure looked at the distant dimension with a hint of eagerness. That, you two, this time you come ice the second level. Dean Zhang looked at the two, especially at Zhang Xi who was being carried by Zhang Chen, and could not help but frown and speak. It was obvious that Zhang Xi had not reached the second level, and it was almost impossible to deal with the second level without reaching the second level, so he had to speak. Yes, both of you, let's solve it ourselves this time. Dean Li also spoke quickly. The arrival of a dimension is also a good opportunity, and he doesn't want to waste it. Are you the one before? In contrast, Xiang Kuo-wu took a deep breath, then looked at Zhang Chen and spoke with a hint of hesitation. Yes. Lord City Lord, I wonder if you can trouble me to give this dimension to my younger sister. Zhang Chen nodded slightly, without denying, but made a request. At this moment, he no longer needed to worry about being exposed, and naturally there was no need to hide. In contrast, this time was a rare opportunity for his younger sister to exercise, and he didn't want to miss it. Okay. Xiang Kuo's pupils shrank for a moment, and he was a little shocked, but he took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. Lord City Lord. Dean Zhang and Dean Li looked at Xiang Kuo. Dean Zhang, Dean Li, do you remember the one from last time? Xiang Kuo said softly. Last time. The two were a little confused, but soon they also noticed Zhang Chen's tail, and their pupils shrank violently. Then the two nodded and didn't say anything else. After talking to the three people, Zhang Chen's eyes immediately looked at another place of descent. What puzzled him was that he was not familiar with this place of descent. But he was only confused for a moment. Soon he calmed down. There are too many dimensional worlds, and each world is too big. Naturally, there will be some that he is not familiar with. It is impossible for him to be familiar with everyone. It's not like he moved the computer from his previous life here. There are always things he doesn't know. You too, you should be official world conquerors. I wonder which school you are from. Dean Li pondered for a moment, but still looked at Zhang Chen and the others with curiosity. Hehe, my brother hasn't graduated yet. And Dean Li, don't you recognize me? Hearing the words, Zhang Xi spoke with a smile. Who are you? Dean Li's pupils shrank a little at first, but he quickly reacted. Are you Zhang Xi? Dean Li spoke with surprise. He was naturally familiar with Zhang Xi, because that was the first special student of Daxia Academy in the past 30 years of their Sheoxin City No. 1 middle school. It was just that he didn't react for a while. It's me, Dean Li. By the way, this is my brother, and he is currently a student of Sheoxin City No. 8 middle school. Zhang Xi smiled and nodded, and then spoke with a bad taste. A student of No. 8 middle school. Dean Li was stunned for a moment. You are a student of our school. Dean Zhang's eyes widened and he spoke with heavy breathing. At this moment, even Xiang Kuo next to him was shocked. All eyes converged. Chapter 61 Two Dimensions, Zhang Xi vs Zabuletin Zhan Xia. Dean Zhang and Dean Li both widened their eyes at this moment. Neither of them thought that the two people in front of them were actually related to their school. One was a top genius who had been specially recruited by Daxia Academy, and the other was actually a student of the current 8th middle school. Dean Zhang in particular couldn't help but breathe heavily at this moment. He was still a student, but he could reach the second level. Dean Zhang couldn't imagine how broad Zhang Chen's prospects were. This is almost 100% of the existence of a higher education institution. And it's not an ordinary higher education institution quota. In the past, those who could enter higher education institutions were all geniuses, and they had strong achievements in world strategy. There were also those who reached the second level, but what kind of existence was that? Even in the Jiangnan prefecture, they were considered top existences. Their Sheoxin City 8th middle school actually had such a top existence. Dean Zhang's face was a little flushed. He took a step and was about to speak. But at this moment, boom! Boom boom! The huge roar instantly shook the whole world, and then the sky and the earth began to shake. It started. Zhang Chen whispered, and his eyes looked into the distance. The moment his words fell, the expressions of the other people also tightened. Dean Zhang and Dean Li didn't care about anything else, and their eyes quickly looked into the distance. Boom! A huge roar echoed in the distance, and the whole scene began to change rapidly. Compared to the previous one, the speed of the dimension's arrival this time was undoubtedly faster. From the beginning to now, it has been less than 2 hours, and the dimension has arrived. Ahead, houses disappeared one by one, replaced by completely changed mountains, trees, rivers, and a river that runs through the environment. A figure appeared quietly on the bridge. It was a figure of about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a strange mask. The long black hair gradually appeared, and even if the face could not be seen, it seemed that people could be sure that it was a girl. Brother, is it her? Looking at the gradually emerging figure, Zhang Xi's eyes lit up and her voice sounded with excitement. Yes, but you have to be careful, there should be another one. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Okay. Then I'll go deal with him first. Zhang Xi nodded, and as Zhang Chen let go, her figure fell directly downwards. Lord City Lord, the two deans, let's deal with that first, and leave this to us. Zhang Chen opened his mouth and gestured to the three people beside him about the dimensional descent in the distance. Okay. The three looked at each other and nodded. In the end, no one raised any opinions. Then the three disappeared quickly. Zhang Chen looked at the distance again, and after finding that he really couldn't determine which world it was, he gave up exploring and fixed his eyes on the bottom. He was basically sure of the existence of the descent this time. Zabuza, Mizuno Tsuki Haku. Mizuno Tsuki Haku's strength is okay, most likely at the level of elite Chunin, and there is still a big gap from Jonin. With the strength of his younger sister, he should be able to deal with it. But Zabuza has to be careful. The other party is an elite Jonin after all, and has reached the second level in terms of strength. His sister may not be an opponent, so he still has to pay attention. Eyes converged. The battle below has already broken out. Shiro Mizuno Tsuki, the operator of Ice Release, and Zhang Xi, who is using basic ninjutsu and Byakugan to fight. Shiro Mizuno Tsuki is undoubtedly very strong, and the newly debuted Naruto and Sasuke are almost beaten. However, it is obvious that it was only against Naruto and Sasuke, two new ninjas who just graduated from school, and the battle against Zhang Xi is a completely different situation. Zhang Xi's strength has been carefully taught by Orochimaru, and with the upgraded Byakugan, Shiro Mizuno Tsuki fell into a disadvantage in just a moment. If Zhang Xi's combat experience was not a little weak, the battle would have ended quickly. Looking at this scene, Zhang Chen nodded with satisfaction. But soon, his brows could not help but lift. The sight instantly looked into the distance. The figure was about to move. But after thinking about it, he still held back. And in the distance, 8 diagrams. 64 palms. Zhang Xi shouted softly, and the next moment the arm with chakra attached instantly hit an ice crystal. In the ice crystal, a pretty figure changed her face, but it was too late to react. The figure flew out horizontally. Bright red blood flew in the air. Zhang Xi was a little out of breath, but he still stepped on his right foot and rushed towards Mizuno Tsuki Haku in an instant. However, at this moment, thick fog began to permeate the entire surroundings. A cold and murderous voice resounded in the fog. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, clavicle, kidneys, and heart, 8 vital points of the human body, you let me attack that place. The voice came from all directions, and a strong sense of oppression instantly acted on Zhang Xi's body, causing Zhang Xi's figure to stop abruptly, and his face turned pale instantly. Then, I accept the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The voice came again, and Zabuza's figure appeared quietly, and the beheading sword slashed directly at Zhang Xi. Move! Move! Zhang Xi's pretty face was covered with sweat, and her body tried her best to move, but the terrifying murderous aura made her body seem to be stiff. The next moment, the beheading sword was about to whistle down and split her body in two. Return to the sky. Finally, at the moment when the beheading sword fell, Zhang Xi's figure moved. Boom! The beheading sword slashed at the return to the sky. Under absolute defense, the beheading sword was bounced away, and Zhang Xi's figure also withdrew from the return to the sky, and her figure staggered back. So strong! Zhang Xi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, with a solemn expression. Although it was only a moment. But Zhang Xi still felt a terrifying pressure. Her Byakugan clearly saw Zabuza's arrival, but her body just couldn't react. Too fast. Is this a Jonin? Zhang Xi muttered to herself, and her mind couldn't help but think of Orochimaru again. If she remembered correctly, her brother told her that Orochimaru was at the cage level. The cage level is obviously definitely stronger than the Jonin. If the Jonin is so strong, how strong should the cage level be? Very good defense. But how long can you defend? Next time, it's the heart. Zabuza spoke in a cold voice. The next moment his figure disappeared instantly. Facing Zabuza's disappearance, Zhang Xi quickly began to lock with Byakugan. Right! She shouted softly, and her action started instantly. Gossip! Boom! However, Zhang Xi had to change his strategy just after the words fell. Hushin! A light shout. Boom! The beheading sword collided with Hushin again. Zabuza's figure disappeared again. The two figures kept colliding. Gradually, Zhang Xi began to stabilize from the embarrassment. The use of the Byakugan became stronger and stronger. The evolved Byakugan has extremely powerful insight. Zabuza's every move could be clearly captured. Her body gradually adapted to the suppression of murderous aura. For a while, Zabuza even had some difficulty in defeating Zhang Xi. But at this moment, a series of ice crystals began to spread, and Mizuno Tsuki Haku quietly launched an attack. Not good. Zhang Xi was originally immersed in the improvement of his own strength, but he instantly felt the crisis coming, and his face could not help but change. But it was too late. Mizuno Tsuki Haku and Zabuza quietly completed the encirclement. Zhang Xi gritted his teeth and prepared to resist. At this moment, there was no way. But the next moment... Boom! The beheading sword was instantly frozen. A figure quietly appeared beside Zhang Xi. Brother! Zhang Xi's voice sounded with surprise. I'll help you solve this. Zhang Chen spoke, and the next moment, in Zabuza's widened pupils, a stream of energy bombs gathered in Zhang Chen's hand. Boom! The energy bomb impacted, and Zabuza's figure was instantly covered. He disappeared from the spot in just a moment. At the same time, a huge shock wave directly destroyed the bridge of Wave Country in the distance. Buzz! A stream of light rushed from a distance and instantly sank into Zhang Chen's mind. A brand new piece of information appeared. It was a picture of Naruto, exactly the picture of Wave Country, and even the picture of Naruto exploding the 9 tails. Chapter 62. It's on the shelves, it's on the shelves, it's on the shelves, you can take a look, it's on the shelves, it's on the shelves, it's on the shelves. It's important to say it 3 times. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be on the shelves at 12 o'clock in the morning. Let's not talk about other things first, let's talk about the update problem first. I promised everyone before that the author will definitely finish it, with at least 20,000 words on the first day, and then 10,000 words per day for a month. The results and status will continue to explode in the future, which is absolutely awesome. Well, after talking about the update, let's talk about this book. The main world of this book is an original world. At the beginning, a lot of content in the main world was written. The purpose is actually to make the book be judged as original, so that the recommended data requirements are lower. Unfortunately, it was directly judged as a fan work last week, and the data was reduced by 60%. The new book list was directly driven from more than 40 to more than 100. Thanks to everyone, it killed it back later. Now it is stable in the top 30 of the new book list. If the data does not decrease by 60%, it can basically maintain above the top 15, and the top 10 is basically settled. Of course, this is the rule of Dian Niang, and there is no way. I can only try my best to write a good book. The next story will be more exciting. The world will also gradually unfold. The Dragon Ball world is very large, and the dimension of the main world is also large enough. There is enough stage for the author to display, please rest assured. Please support the author. As for additional chapters, the helmsman will add 1 chapter, and the alliance leader will add 3 chapters. The number of words per chapter starts from 4,000. It should be quite impressive. As for the monthly tickets, since the number of words is basically 2 chapters, it is 300 monthly tickets for 1 additional chapter. It is the last day of this month, and I also ask for monthly tickets. I will soon reach 1000. I only need 30 or 40 chapters. 1000 monthly tickets can get 100 yuan in the lottery. Please. Chapter 63 New World, The Level of Dragon Ball World, please order first. It has been a few days since the fusion of the character cards. Zhang Chen's strength is no longer 200, but has reached 2000. Facing Zabuza, who is just an ordinary elite Jonin, it is naturally very easy to solve it. After reading the intelligence information in his mind, Zhang Chen's eyes immediately looked at the battle place of Zhang Xi not far away. Just facing Mizuno Tsuki Haku, Zhang Xi's battle was also solved very quickly. In a moment, Mizuno Tsuki Haku was killed by Zhang Xi. Brother! Zhang Xi came over excitedly, her eyes still shining at this moment. Just after killing Mizuno Tsuki Haku, she got some intelligence information again. Even if these intelligence were only sporadic, Zhang Xi felt that they were very useful. It seems that we have gained a lot. Let's go. Let's leave first, this place will soon return to normal. Looking at Zhang Xi with a smile on his face, Zhang Chen nodded, then grabbed Zhang Xi, and his figure flew into the air. And just as the two of them flew into the air, the entire surrounding scene began to break, and the invisible space fluctuations began to sweep across the entire surroundings. The original scene near the country of waves quickly retreated, the bridge disappeared, the river disappeared, the jungle disappeared, and all that was left around was the messy ground, and broken houses and buildings. Dimensional Advent. It is different from the invasion of dimensions. Although both will affect the laws and rules around them, once the dimensional advent ends, everything will return to normal, and even if the dimensional invasion is resolved, that dimension will remain on the blue planet forever. When Zhang Chen and the others flew completely into the sky, the scene has been completely restored. Not only here, the first level advent in the distance has also ended. With 3 second level masters, it is not difficult to resolve a first level advent. Zhang Chen took a look, and then did not wait for Xiang Kuowu and others, but flew directly to his home. After a moment after, when the 3 people appeared, looking at everything empty, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Old Zhang, come on, show me who that student is. This time your number 8 middle school is really rich. As if he thought of something, Dean Li spoke quickly. Congratulations, Dean Zhang. Xiang Kuowu also expressed his greetings. Dean Zhang couldn't help but smile, and his whole expression was also excited. Even he didn't expect that there would be such a pie in the sky. Of course, he didn't stop. Quickly started to investigate. After a while, when the information appeared, the 3 people couldn't help but widen their eyes. Are you kidding? He just logged in. Dean Li widened his eyes, with an expression of disbelief. It's only the second login at present. Xiang Kuowu couldn't help but mutter to himself. Of course, Dean Zhang at this moment was not much better. At this moment, the 3 of them were shocked. Although they all knew that Zhang Chen was a student of Sheoxin City No. 8 Middle School, they seemed to be a student in the 2nd or even 3rd year of high school who had completed 3 or even 5 logins. They did not expect that Zhang Chen was only a beginner who had completed the 2nd login. Of course, Zhang Chen did not know the shock of the 3 of them at this moment. He took Zhang Xi back home quickly. Brother, do you know what I found? As soon as she returned home, Zhang Xi couldn't wait to speak. At this moment, her little face was flushed with excitement. What happened? Zhang Chen spoke with surprise. Hehe, you definitely don't know that I found the destiny protagonist of the ninja village world. I can guarantee that one of the 2 ninjas named Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke is the destiny protagonist. 2 parents died, one was a demon fox, and one's own brother killed his parents. This is almost 80 to 90%. As long as I am prepared, I may be able to soar to the sky. Zhang Xi's eyes flickered and he spoke with great interest. With the login to the dimension, the main world is very clear about some things. For example, the destiny protagonist of the world, such as the characteristics of the destiny protagonist. The information obtained by killing Mizuno Tsuki Haku made Zhang Xi directly notice the two figures. She was even sure of it. And this is undoubtedly exciting. After all, the destiny protagonist also represents endless opportunities. How many world strategists rely on the destiny protagonist to soar to the sky? Yai Fei Chongtian, just forget it, don't get close to them blindly. Listening to Zhang Xi's excited words, Zhang Chen spoke unhappily. Just kidding. Get close to Naruto and Sasuke. Given his sister's situation, something will happen 100%. These two are the focus of the Six Paths Sage. What's wrong? Hearing his brother's words, Zhang Xi was stunned and spoke subconsciously in confusion. Those two are not simple. There is no good thing about getting close to them. You should do it according to my way now. First improve the purity of the Byakugan, and then it would be best if you can learn the fairy technique. Finally, you can go to the land of fire, where there is a space channel leading to the moon, and there is a clan called Otsutsuki on it. When you are strong enough, you can ask Orochimaru to help you get the cells of Otsutsuki Tonari on it for fusion. Zhang Chen shook his head and spoke softly. To the moon. Otsutsuki. Zhang Xi was at a loss. Even though she had lived in the world of the ninja village for 3 years, these terms were still unfamiliar to her. Just follow my method. I guarantee you can reach the 4th level. Zhang Chen did not explain anything. This thing is not easy to explain. As for the plan, with Otsutsuki, it is for the follow-up consideration of his sister. Although he has a better plan, it is also good to obtain the reincarnation eye in the early stage. Okay. Zhang Xi nodded slightly, although her heart was full of doubts. But since she was a child, her brother's words were not wrong, and this time she chose to listen. Just when Zhang Chen and the others solved the dimensional advent of Shao Xin City. At the same time, Daxia Capital. Ministry of Education. Alarm, alarm. Get the login permission for the new world. Detected as the previous random login world. World level assessment in progress. Assessment successful. It is a 5th level funny world. It is initially estimated to be a derivative world of the mythical journey to the west. On the huge screen, pictures appeared one after another. It was a boy wearing a martial arts uniform, holding a golden hoop, stepping on the somersault cloud, and the boy's continuous fighting scenes. Are you kidding? There is a 5th level funny world. Mythical derivative world. Is there really a mythical world? Hiss. In the Ministry of Education, a series of conversations came, with a hint of confusion, wonder, and shock in their expressions. Swish. A figure appeared. 5th level world. The old man looked at the LCD screen and spoke with surprise. Yes, it is currently identified as a 5th level, and it is very likely to be a super large 5th level. This world is too big, it seems to be even bigger than the 6th level world, but only a part of it is currently presented. A middle-aged man next to him spoke respectfully. Only a part of it is so big, are you sure this is not a real mythical world? The old man's pupils contracted, and then he looked at the middle-aged man and spoke with concentration. Myth. This is the existence that the entire Daxia Federation has been pursuing for hundreds of years. Since all kinds of dimensions can evolve the world, there is no reason that myths cannot evolve the world. Especially under the premise that mythical worlds have appeared in other federations, Daxia is also in urgent need of mythical evolution worlds. After all, compared with other dimensional evolution worlds, most of the mythical evolution worlds start with 6th-order existences, and there are even rumors that 7th-order mythical worlds have appeared. Only such existence can allow the Daxia Federation to take its strength to the next level. It has been confirmed that this world is not a mythical world system, but obviously just a derivative system. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was very clear about what the old man was expecting. He was also excited at the beginning, but soon he was sure that it was not. Although a lot of mythological systems have been lost, some fragments, plus other mythological systems, can basically determine whether it is a mythological world. What a pity! The old man shook his head and sighed. Of course, Zhang Chen and Zhang Xi didn't know about the conversation at the Ministry of Education at this moment. After returning home, Zhang Chen and Zhang Xi talked about some things again. Time passed gradually. On the 6th day, Zhang Xi returned to school. On the 7th day, Zhang Chen also returned to school. As soon as he arrived at school, Zhang Chen felt that the class was obviously much more lively. "Chenzi, do you know?" When he came to his seat, Yu Yang couldn't wait to put his head over and spoke mysteriously. "What's wrong?" Zhang Chen spoke in surprise. "Hey, you don't know, it is said that our school has a genius, who has reached the 2nd level just after landing. You know, the previous dimensional advent in Zikan district was solved by that genius, and our school will be prosperous this time." Yu Yang spoke excitedly. Yes, it is said that the last advent was solved by that person. No wonder I felt strange that there was such a small extraordinary person in the previous video. He must have used the character card. It's amazing, the character card is so powerful. A figure next to him also came over and spoke excitedly. Listening to the two people's words, Zhang Chen's expression couldn't help but be a little weird. And in his weirdness, at the door of the classroom, Luo Qingzhu walked out. As Luo Qingzhu walked in, the class subconsciously became quiet. "Student Zhang Chen, come out for a moment." Luo Qingzhu spoke. Instantly, figures in the class all looked at Zhang Chen. "Okay, Mr. Luo." Zhang Chen's heart moved, and then he nodded, and then he stood up and left his seat, walking out of the classroom. Gazes gathered. Many people were noisy and confused. Why, do you think Zhang Chen's tail looks familiar?" The boy next to him looked at Zhang Chen's tail and couldn't help muttering to himself. "Yet, I seem to have seen it somewhere." "No, the previous video." Yu Yang nodded, and then reacted, his eyes widened instantly. "Video? What video?" The boy next to him was still at a loss. But Yu Yang had already opened the video at this moment. Soon the boy next to him opened his mouth wide. On the other side, Zhang Chen was called to the principal's office. This undoubtedly attracted the extremely enthusiastic attitude of Dean Zhang. "Student Zhang Chen, thank you so much for this time. And the last time. This is a small reward from the school and Shaoxin base city. I hope you will continue to work hard." Dean Zhang said with a smile on his face. "Thank you, Principal. I will continue to work hard." Looking at the 50,000 star yuan in the account, Zhang Chen smiled and said, 50,000 star yuan has a strong purchasing power in the entire Blue Star. The combined income of my parents working hard is less than 2,000 star yuan a month. Although it is not too difficult to get star yuan now that my strength has improved, no one will mind if they can get it by accident. Haha, good. Student Zhang Chen, you will definitely become the pride of our Shaoxin city this year. In addition, Zhang Chen, if you have any requests, you can always ask, the school will do its best to meet your needs. Dean Zhang nodded with a smile, and then spoke again. Thank you, Principal. Zhang Chen spoke. After a few polite words, they left the principal's office. I didn't expect that you actually have a better choice. Leaving the office, Luo Qingzhu couldn't help but sighed. After learning that Zhang Chen gave the opportunity to Lu Qingzia, Luo Qingzhu couldn't help shaking his head. But I didn't expect that Zhang Chen actually had a better choice. Teacher Luo, this is just good luck. Zhang Chen smiled and spoke. There is no such thing as luck, and luck is also a kind of ability. Ordinary people, even in the advanced world, may not have it. To be successful, after all, the higher world has greater opportunities and greater dangers. Luo Qingzue shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. Then he seemed to think of something and added another sentence. Let's go, you go back to the classroom first, if you have any requirements, you can tell me, and work hard to become a second-level world strategist in the first year of high school. The words made Zhang Chen slightly stunned. But before he could speak, Luo Qingzue had left. Zhang Chen returned to the classroom with deep thought. And with his return, the whole classroom undoubtedly set off a lot of waves. At this moment, many people already knew what was going on. For a while, Zhang Chen was surrounded by classmates. Figures were asking excitedly. It made Zhang Chen feel a headache. But fortunately, the class bell rang soon, and everyone stopped. But in the following days, there were always people around Zhang Chen. But fortunately, the impact was not great. Zhang Chen also reluctantly adapted. And in this situation, a month is coming to an end soon. The third landing is about to begin. During this month, the teaching has changed, and it has begun to teach the world strategists more detailed information. After all, those who can still stay now have basically become zero-level world strategists. It is already a qualified world strategist. The teaching naturally needs to change. In this regard, Zhang Chen did not take it lightly. Some world strategists' experience is very useful even for him. First update, 4,000 words, asking for monthly tickets, the author wants to rush the new book monthly ticket list. Chapter 64 Radit's Growth, New Wishes, First Order Request. 1 month. It was spent quietly in the school teaching. It didn't cause much waves. Although his affairs caused some sensation, they soon subsided. For Zhang Chen, this month not only learned some knowledge of world strategy, but more importantly, with the passage of time, the ability of world strategy character matching has been completed. He has completely acquired the ability of Aspera in Dragon Ball. Not only the body, chi, but even everything has been thoroughly mastered. At this moment, his combat power has officially reached 15,000 points. This is 15,000 points of combat power. Zhang Chen even has a feeling that he has the power to destroy everything at this moment. Fortunately, character matching. He can also perfectly control this power. Otherwise, even he doesn't know what will happen. If he moves casually, the sky will fall and the earth will collapse, which is a joke. Fortunately, none of this happened. The only ones who are a little scalp-tingling are Zhang Chen's parents. As the character matching and fusion gradually deepen, Zhang Chen's scion characteristics gradually return, and his food needs become more and more terrifying. If Zhang Chen hadn't got 100,000 star yuan, I'm afraid that his family would have been bankrupted by him during this period. However, the 100,000 star yuan was originally intended to buy a house. Now it can only be stranded. It has become his food expenditure. There is no way, although the world strategist has subsidies, the subsidies are generally not paid until the next month. Now with Zhang Chen's appetite, the family can't support it. Of course. Although the scalp is tingling, Zhang Huaqing and Yang Lihua are not unhappy at all, but have been excited. And in this kind of quiet, a month has come to an end. Along with the subsidy distribution, a new login was also opened. All students get ready. Login is about to begin. Please do not leave the login platform. Report again. All students get ready. Login is about to begin. Please do not leave the login platform. The principal's voice sounded in the broadcast. Along with these familiar voices, a ray of light directly enveloped Zhang Chen, and at the same time a sense of weightlessness spread out, and consciousness began to rise rapidly. In a trance, the clear air around him once again surrounded his nose. Opened his eyes. The familiar house and familiar objects came into view again. The third login went softly. The next moment Jiang Chen looked forward. And the moment he looked, countless golden characters began to flash, gradually forming rows of golden handwriting. Name, Aspera, Jiang Chen. World, unknown. Identity, Scion. Main mission 2, kill Frisia. Mission success, get an extra login quota. Mission failure, deprive yourself of 90% of combat power. Current reserved time, 3,650 days. The golden text appeared and then broke. Will the third login time be 10 years? Jiang Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air and thought about it. Compared to the first and second logins, I don't know if it's because the main mission has been completed once. The time he can stay in this world has increased by more than 3 times from 3 years and more than 1,000 days to 10 years and more than 3,600 days. Compared to the previous 2 times, the time he can have this time is undoubtedly longer. It also means there are more things he can do. With his eyes flashing, Jiang Chen's mind was full of thoughts. He didn't spend a month in the real world in vain. He had already thought about the next opportunity. With his familiarity with Dragon Ball. In 10 years, Jiang Chen was absolutely confident that he could make his strength reach the limit of the Scion's normal state, not to mention transforming into a Super Scion. If he was lucky enough, it wouldn't be a big problem to become a Super Scion. Thoughts were reorganized. After a while, Jiang Chen walked out of the room. He went to the plain not far away. When Jiang Chen arrived, Rades had been waiting there for a long time. Let's start. Do you see that waterfall? Follow me. Jiang Chen pointed to the waterfall not far away. The figure flew over. Rades quickly followed. Soon the two landed at the waterfall. Watch this. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, raised a finger with his right hand, and the qi in his body surged out in an instant. With a light stroke, the waterfall was directly split apart. Control the qi in your body, do this, remember not to destroy the entire waterfall. Jiang Chen began to teach Rades seriously. However, it was obvious that Rades' talent was much worse than his. For 3 consecutive months, Rades destroyed the waterfall hundreds of times, but it was still difficult to find the trick. He even became a little impatient. Fortunately, with Jiang Chen here, every time Rades got angry, Jiang Chen could suppress it. Gradually, Rades' mentality began to calm down. The biggest change brought about by the calm mentality was the speed of Rades' strength growth. Rades, who had already reached a combat power of 1000, began to rapidly improve his combat power again in just 3 months. Now, his combat power has officially exceeded 1500, reaching his combat power value in the next 10 years. Of course, while Rades' combat power has improved, Jiang Chen's improvement is undoubtedly more obvious. I don't know whether it is the Great Elder who developed his potential, or the number of S cells in his body has been increasing with the passage of time. In just 3 months, his combat power has increased from 15,000 points to 18,000 points, and his strength is no less than that of Zeno before. And even now, Zeno's strength is not much stronger than Jiang Chen, with only less than 1000 combat power. The battle with Zeno has gone from blindly crushing him to now having a back and forth. It can be predicted that Jiang Chen will be able to completely surpass Zeno in less than a month. Of course, his target now is no longer Zeno, but everyone in Frisia's army. Time slipped away quietly. The practice is monotonous and hurried. Rades' practice is still going on, and Jiang Chen's practice is also continuing. Although the practice method of Namek is not as good as that of Earth or Yadrit, it is also the most outstanding practice method in the entire universe. It was a great help to Jiang Chen. It can be said that it laid a good foundation. It will be of great help to his future practice. As time went by, Zhang Chen felt the great effect more and more clearly. The night gradually passed. Time passed again. 180 days soon came to an end again. Zhang Chen also activated the Dragon Ball again. To be honest, Zhang Chen was a little embarrassed to use the Dragon Ball in succession. But he wanted to complete his idea, so he still had to use the Dragon Ball this time. One day later, thick dark clouds gathered, 7 rays of light rushed into the sky, and the huge body of the dragon Porunga appeared in the sky in an instant. Tell me your wish, I can fulfill any wish, and you can use 3. The voice of the dragon Porunga sounded. The second elder's eyes also looked at Zhang Chen. My first wish is to hope that I can gain the ability to survive in space. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and spoke slowly. As this was the 3rd time to use the Dragon Ball, Zhang Chen had already had an idea about his own wish. Compared to others, the biggest flaw of scions is that they can no longer survive in space. In order to avoid accidents, he must solve this problem. As he spoke, the second elder nodded, and the next moment, Namek's words fell. The voice of the dragon Porunga sounded again. Yes. But this wish requires you to improve your dimensional level. The voice of the dragon Porunga sounded, and a red light flashed in his eyes, instantly shining on Zhang Chen's body. With the red light shining, Zhang Chen clearly felt that his body, no, even his soul, had quietly undergone some changes. I don't know how long it took. I don't know how long it lasted, and the red light faded. Zhang Chen only felt that his body suddenly became much lighter, and this feeling even spread to his soul. The wish has been fulfilled, please tell me your second wish. The voice of the dragon Porunga sounded again. Please give us a large spaceship. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, then spoke. When he came here, he took a small spaceship, while Jinia and Raditz relied on the dragon to teleport. This time, they wanted to leave, but there was no way. The Namekians now do not have advanced technological capabilities, so they can only rely on the dragon to make wishes. This is very simple. Porunga's voice sounded, and the next moment a huge spaceship appeared in the open space in the distance. The second wish has been fulfilled, please tell me your third wish. No need. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, still shook his head, and spoke softly to the second elder. Now he really has no new wishes to make. In this case, there is no need for him to continue to use it. It is better to leave that wish for the Namekians to prepare, so as to avoid any accidents. Okay. The second elder looked at Zhang Chen in surprise, then smiled and nodded. Accompanied by the sound of the Namek language, the dark clouds began to dissipate. The rich light fell again. Thank you, second elder. Zhang Chen bowed and expressed his gratitude again. This time he was indeed a little embarrassed, having used the Dragon Ball 3 times in a row. No need to thank me, guest, we are honored to help you. The second elder smiled and said. Then Zhang Chen said goodbye to the second elder. The figure returned to his home not far away. In the following time, Zhang Chen continued to practice with Raditz. Time passed slowly. Like a fleeting moment. A year had passed in the blink of an eye. On a wide plain on Namek. Boom! 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 The huge roaring sound was constantly colliding, and the powerful aura spread all around. The surrounding ground seemed unable to withstand the power that penetrated from the two people in the air, and began to gradually collapse. I don't know how long it took. I don't know how long it lasted. Boom! In the air, the two figures collided again. Then a figure flew backwards. As the figure flew, another figure gradually appeared in the air, it was Zhang Chen. At this moment, Zhang Chen's aura was strong. If there was a detector to detect, it would be found that his combat power had reached 23,000 at this moment. In 1 year, his combat power increased by nearly 5,000 points, which can be said to be extremely exaggerated. You know, even at this time, he is only 8 years old. The combat power of 23,000 points at the age of 8 is probably only inferior to Broly's legendary Super Saiyan in the entire Saiyan history. Are you Saiyans so terrifying? In the distance, Zeno climbed out of the rock, and even he couldn't help but speak at this moment. In the past year or so, he almost watched Zhang Chen's strength from being far inferior to him to now completely surpassing him. Zeno, isn't the Great Elder going to improve your potential? Once improved, your strength will definitely exceed mine. Zhang Chen smiled and said. It's different. My potential can't be improved too much, and the Elder's health is already very bad. I don't want to damage the Elder's body again. Zeno couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Listening to Zeno's words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but remain silent. This thing, he couldn't say it. Other races are fine, but Namekians are different. They love peace and are close to nature. From the extremely harsh environment of Namek, they didn't think of using Dragon Balls to improve it, but used their own hands to change it. It's enough to see one or two. The Elder's physical problem may have countless ways to solve it, but neither the Elder nor the Namekians will solve it, because it is part of nature. This is why Zhang Chen didn't choose to use wishes to help Namek before. The Namekians don't need it, and there is no need. Zeno, we're going to leave in a few days. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Chen shook his head and changed the subject. Are we leaving? Zeno was stunned for a moment and spoke with doubts. Yes, I have been bothering Namek for quite some time. It is time to leave. Zhang Chen said with a smile. He spent a year on Namek, on the one hand, to practice, and on the other hand, to use the Dragon Balls. Now that everything has been completed, it is time to leave. After all, compared to staying on Namek, whether going to Earth or Yardrat will be of great help to his practice. In comparison, Namek is not much help. I understand. I wish you a safe journey. Zeno nodded slightly. Thank you, and thank you for your teaching during this period. Zhang Chen nodded and expressed his gratitude. Although Zeno's practice of Qi is not as good as that of Earth or Yardrat, it is undeniable that Zeno has laid a very good foundation for Zhang Chen. It will undoubtedly be much smoother for him to complete the practice of Qi next. Just like Sun Wukong, who was taught by Sun Wuhan. No need to thank me, I'm just following the orders of the Great Elder. Zeno shook his head. You still need to thank me. Without you, I don't know how to practice Qi. Zhang Chen smiled and talked with Zeno again for a while, and then he stood up and flew back to his residence. When Zhang Chen arrived, Jine had packed her things. The only thing missing was Raditz. But soon, in about a quarter of an hour, Raditz flew back from the distant sky. Second update. Chapter 65 Frisia's Army, Chu Yi Who Doubts His Life. Please subscribe first. Raditz, why are you so slow? Jine complained, and the smile on her face never disappeared. Raditz opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he closed his mouth. Zhang Chen smiled and looked at Raditz. More than a year has passed, and Raditz has finally mastered the practice of basic Qi. His strength has also increased rapidly because of his peaceful mentality over the past year. 3 months ago, his combat power officially exceeded 3,000, and now it has reached more than 3,000 combat power. At Raditz's age, even the elite warriors among the famous Saiyans rarely reach such a level. At the current growth rate, there is a great possibility that he will directly exceed 10,000 combat power in the future. If it were planet Vegeta, such strength would be enough to cause a sensation. But it is obvious that Raditz at this moment is not too proud and complacent. There is no way, Zhang Chen is a living example. At this moment, Zhang Chen's combat power has reached 23,000. And Zhang Chen is less than 8 years old. In comparison, his combat power of more than 3,000 as a teenager is almost completely insignificant. Antjen, Raditz, let's go. Zhang Chen smiled at Raditz, then called out, and took off. Jin and Raditz followed. They went to the Great Elder first. They said goodbye. During the farewell, Zhang Chen and his companions got an unexpected surprise. That was the Great Elder, who, after some hesitation, chose to help Raditz develop his potential. Although Raditz's potential was obviously smaller, this potential development only increased Raditz's combat power from 3,100 points to 11,000 points, not to mention compared with Sun Gohan, even compared with Krillin, it was much inferior. But it was a huge surprise for Zhang Chen and his companions. Especially Raditz. 10,000 points. This is 10,000 points of combat power. Only King Vegeta had this combat power in the Vegeta planet. He had never dared to think of a result, but now he already had it. Guest, I can feel that your heart is moving towards justice. I hope my decision is not wrong. The elder spoke softly, and his eyes looked at Raditz. Thank you. Raditz's face flushed a little. Hearing the elder's words, he still restrained himself a little, and spoke with a tangled figure. Thank you, elder. Zhang Chen also expressed his gratitude. This time was indeed beyond his expectations. Raditz is different from him. He definitely has evil energy. Even if he is not as good as Vegeta and Nappa, he will not be much less. After all, he has destroyed many planets. Theoretically, it is impossible for the elder to develop Raditz's potential, so he did not mention it. But he did not expect that when he left, the other party actually gave it. No need to thank me. Dear guests, we will meet again if we are lucky. The elder said with a smile. Then Zhang Chen and the other two said goodbye. After the three left. In the room, Zeno's voice came in. Elder, how are you? Zeno said with concern. Don't worry, Zeno, come over too. The elder said with a smile. This. Zeno was still a little hesitant. Don't worry, nothing will happen, and Namek still needs more people. The elder smiled and said. Zeno walked over hesitantly. Soon Zeno's breath began to rise. Of course, Zhang Chen didn't know about this at the moment. The three figures left the elder's place and headed for the spaceship. In the air, Raditz was still excited and excited. The figure was even more eager to try. Zhang Chen shook his head with a smile and didn't disturb Raditz's interest. More than 10,000 combat power is indeed exciting enough for ordinary science. He can fully understand Raditz's emotions. The three figures took off. Soon they arrived at the spaceship. As the spaceship obtained by the wish of the dragon Porunga, it is undoubtedly extremely large, and its scale is no less than that of Frisia's huge spaceship. It is not too difficult to operate. Very soon, the huge spaceship took off from Namek and rushed directly into the universe. Boom! The air broke through the air. The green planet gradually faded away, and what came to greet was the vast starry sky. Okay. Next, it's a long journey. It takes 3 months to reach the Earth from Namek. During this time, Raditz, you should consolidate your improved strength. Zhang Chen spoke slowly. Compared to the original work, the large spaceship that Shenlong made a wish on was not the fastest one. It was incomparable with the extremely developed spaceship of Namek, and the speed of arrival was obviously much slower. But this was not a big problem. Zhang Chen and others were not in a hurry. It was just right to use this time to continue practicing. Okay. Facing Zhang Chen's words, Raditz nodded without hesitation and agreed. In the starry sky, Zhang Chen and Raditz continued to practice. Time passed by every minute and every second. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. In the past month, Raditz has not only consolidated his strength, but also improved on his original foundation. It seems that his potential has been further released. His combat power has reached 13,000 points, officially catching up with Krillin after he went to Namek for development. Zhang Chen's strength has also improved significantly. His combat power has reached 25,000 points. although the improvement seems to be similar to Raditz. However, the main reason is that Raditz is still in the process of releasing his potential this month. It is obviously impossible for the subsequent growth to continue so fast, while Zhang Chen's growth is still in a steady rise. The nature is completely different. Boom! Boom! In the training room, two figures kept colliding. After a while, the two separated. Raditz was a little out of breath. The previous excitement had completely disappeared in this month. More than 10,000 points of combat power are indeed strong enough, but compared with Zhang Chen, it seems to be nothing. Boom! The two figures collided again. Then they separated. Okay. Next, we will arrive at Planet Sam soon. We will stop here today. Zhang Chen spoke. Raditz nodded. He did not refuse. After more than a month of space travel, Planet Sam was the planet they chose to rest. This is a planet located at the edge of the universe, at the center of the Earth and Namek. Compared with other extremely underdeveloped planets at the edge of the universe, the development level of Planet Sam is quite good, and it is even considered a high-level planet in the evaluation. However, due to the distance, Planet Sam is not in the target of Frisia's army. After all, this planet is very close to the edge of the North Galaxy, and is very close to the West Galaxy, and is not within the control of Frisia's army. Just this time, for some unknown reason, a team of Frisia's army arrived at Planet Sam. Damn it, where did that wild monkey go? At a space center on the Planet Sam, Chu Yi walked out with annoyance, his face was even uglier. For more than a year, nearly 2 years, he couldn't even track down the wild monkey. Fortunately, King Frisia had a more important task. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. Lord Chu Yi, that damn wild monkey might have died, you worry too much. Yes, there are many strong people in this universe, and that damn wild monkey is just a low-level warrior with only a few dozen points of combat power. Yes, yes. The subordinates next to him spoke up quickly. Stop talking nonsense, have the people from Lord Gula come. If they haven't come yet, we will have to delay a lot of time here. Chu Yi spoke angrily. He couldn't be happy about the compliment from his subordinates at this moment. Although King Frisia didn't punish him in the end, it was obvious that this incident must have left a bad impression on King Frisia, which was not what he wanted. Master Chu Yi, the news from Master Gula will arrive in half a month at most. An alien next to him spoke respectfully. Half a month. I know. It seems that we have to wait for more than 10 days on this damn planet. Chu Yi couldn't help but speak. The aliens looked at each other and didn't dare to interrupt at this moment. Just as Chu Yi and others arrived at Planet Sam, Zhang Chen's spaceship also landed at the location of Planet Sam. This is Planet Sam, so prosperous. Looking at the crowd on Planet Sam, Jine's eyes lit up all of a sudden. It is obvious that no matter whether they are scions or not, as long as they are women, their resistance to prosperous areas is almost zero. Zhang Chen was a little amused. But he still took Jine and Raditz to stroll around Planet Sam. Jinia was not polite and started his big shopping trip. This, for Kakarot. And this. How about this one from Aspera? And Raditz, this one, this one. Jine spoke excitedly, her figure moving constantly. Fortunately, Zhang Chen still had some universal currency in his hand. Otherwise, it would not be able to withstand Jinia's sweep. On the street, Jinia was excitedly shopping, and Zhang Chen and Raditz followed behind with a wry smile. Until a moment later, Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance in an instant. What's wrong? Raditz seemed to notice Zhang Chen's gaze and spoke with surprise. The sight followed his gaze involuntarily. Soon Raditz noticed a group of people in the distance. His pupils shrank instantly. It's Chu Yi. Raditz's face changed, and he couldn't help but blurt out the words. As a former member of Vegeta's team, he was naturally very familiar with Chu Yi. After all, Chu Yi and Vegeta obviously didn't get along. It was even more familiar. At the moment when Raditz spoke, Chu Yi also quickly noticed Zhang Chen and his three companions. At first, he was slightly stunned, but soon Chu Yi noticed Raditz. Ha ha ha, it seems that we are lucky to meet Vegeta's followers. Let's go, it just so happens that I'm very angry now, so I'll take Raditz to vent my anger first. Chu Yi spoke with an excited voice, and his figure walked directly towards Zhang Chen and the other two. What's wrong? In the distance, Jin seemed to have noticed something strange, and the figure stopped and spoke with surprise. Aunt Jin, we are in some trouble. Let's leave here first. Zhang Chen looked around and spoke in a deep voice. Okay, okay. Jin was startled, but nodded quickly. Then the three of them soared into the air. Boom! The chi broke through the air, and Raditz, with his mother, rushed directly into the sky. Want to run? It's too late. Chu Yi sneered and said, and the next moment his figure also soared into the air and rushed into the sky. The surrounding scenery quickly receded. The bustling streets disappeared. Gradually came to a huge plain. The figures of Zhang Chen and Raditz stopped. Run, why don't you run? I didn't expect that the group of wild monkeys on planet Vegeta would have so many fish that slipped through the net. Just in time to help King Frieza clean it up. Chu Yi and his men caught up and surrounded the three of them in an instant, and then Chu Yi's teasing voice sounded. At this moment, he was full of excitement, as if he had seen the scene of the Scion wild monkeys in front of him being blasted into ashes by him. Raditz, you try first. Zhang Chen spoke calmly, looking at Raditz. It was not the beginning of the plot yet. Chu Yi's strength had not reached 18,000 points, but only 15,000 points. Raditz now had a combat power of 13,000 points. With the control of Qi, 2,000 points of combat power was not insurmountable, so Raditz could have a try. Okay. Raditz was a little nervous, but he nodded and agreed. When did you Scion wild monkeys dare to be so arrogant? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Chu Yi's smugness gradually turned into a hint of anger, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. What did you say? Listening to Chu Yi's continuous wild monkeys, Raditz also showed a hint of anger. Why, you don't accept it, let me tell you, my combat power is 15,000 points, Raditz, you have only 1,000 points of combat power, what can you use to fight me? Even if you turn into that ugly gorilla, it's not enough. Don't say that I won't give you a chance, 20 breaths, hurry up and turn into that ugly gorilla. Chu Yi sneered and spoke, his expression was full of sarcasm. With 15,000 combat power, let alone Raditz, he could easily beat Vegeta. Vegeta was only stronger than him when he transformed into a giant ape, but the giant ape's shortcomings were too great. He was not worried at all. The third update. Chapter 66 Vegeta, Raditz is so strong? Please subscribe first. Even Vegeta was like this, and Vegeta's two subordinates, Raditz and Nappa, Chu Yi didn't care even more. After all, one had only a few hundred combat power points, and the other was only close to 1,000 combat power points. Although nearly 2 years had passed, Raditz would definitely improve, but even if he improved, could it exceed 1,000? Even if it reached 1,000, the strength of the giant ape could not match him. At this moment, Chu Yi's eyes were full of teasing. His expression was even more provocative. Raditz, it's up to you. He seems to look down on us. Zhang Chen chuckled and looked at Raditz. Leave it to me, Aspera. Raditz snorted coldly, and the next moment he moved instantly. Chu Yi's expression was still proud. But the next moment his pupils shrank instantly. So fast! A surprised voice sounded. The next moment his body reacted almost instinctively. Bang! Fists and the palms collided, and the terrifying aura instantly shook the sky. Chu Yi felt a huge force attacking his right arm, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back because he didn't have time to mobilize too much strength. How could it be? Chu Yi was surprised and stunned. Even if he didn't use all his strength, Raditz shouldn't be his opponent. With this blow, Raditz should have been thrown backwards. But the result was that he retreated. In a hurry, he seemed to think of something and quickly adjusted the detector. Soon. Ding! The detector jumped quickly. Along with the jumping of the value, Chu Yi's pupils showed shock again. At this moment, his previous pride and teasing disappeared at once. What did he see? 13,000 points. Raditz's battle actually had 13,000 points. Impossible, how could a bunch of damn wild monkeys like you have a combat power of 13,000 points? No, there must be something wrong with this combat power detector. How is it possible? Chu Yi's voice was a little out of control. It's not that he was not calm, but the current combat power really scared him. 13,000 points of combat power. Even if this combat power is not as good as his, it is very close to him. More importantly, in his understanding, Raditz's combat power was only close to 1,000 points. How could it suddenly reach 13,000? However, Chu Yi lost his composure, but Raditz did not. His figure moved again. In an instant, he rushed directly to Chu Yi. The battle broke out again. Although Namek's training method cannot significantly increase strength, it can use its own strength far more than ordinary aliens. Chu Yi has 15,000 combat power points, but can only exert 12,000 to 13,000 points at most, while Raditz can perfectly exert 13,000 points. For a while, Chu Yi was even completely suppressed. Boom! 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 Two figures in the air kept colliding. Chu Yi's figure was staggering. The horror on his face became more and more intense. Go! Take them down! The aliens under Chu Yi looked at this scene, and their expressions were also shocked. But soon these people reacted. Their eyes couldn't help but look at Zhang Chen and Jinna, and under the light shout of an alien. More than a dozen aliens directly surrounded Zhang Chen and Jinna. Aspera. Jinna couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Don't worry, Aunt Jin, Raditz will be fine. Wait for me. Zhang Chen said with a smile. As the words fell, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. A few flashes. The next moment, more than a dozen cosmic people were killed instantly without any resistance. In the air, more than a dozen bodies fell down. Zhang Chen clapped his hands and returned to Jin's side. More than a dozen cosmic people, the strongest combat power is only 7,000 or 8,000, for Zhang Chen, whose combat power is now more than 20,000, it is too easy. Aspera. Jin widened her eyes, looking at the figures falling in the distance with shock, and then looked at Aspera in front of her. Even though Jin had known that Zhang Chen was very strong now, he didn't expect him to be so strong. Those were all soldiers of Frisia's army. As Bardak's wife, Jin knew very well how powerful these soldiers of Frisia's army were. Even if it was her husband, it would not be so easy to solve it. Aunt Jin, wait a little longer, Raditz should be solved soon. Facing Jin's shock, Zhang Chen smiled, and then a soft voice sounded. And it seemed to verify his words. In the distance. Boom! A terrifying roar sounded. In the air, the energy bombs of two figures collided. Chu Yi's face was ugly, and he didn't have time to make new moves. His pupils widened. Not good. The thought just rose in his mind. The next moment, Radai suddenly appeared. A zero-distance gas bomb rushed directly into his face. Boom! Boom boom! Chu Yi's figure fell directly like a cannonball, and the ground collapsed quickly, and the land within a radius of thousands of meters was constantly collapsing. The powerful force almost tore the surroundings to pieces. Tens of thousands of points of combat power burst out, which undoubtedly reached the limit for a planet. Even if it was not aimed at the core of the Earth, it caused great turbulence on the entire planet. In mid-air, Raditz was a little out of breath. But there was only excitement on his face. He actually won. That was Chu Yi, an elite warrior of Frisia's army. His status was even higher than that of Prince Vegeta now. But he won. But just as he was excited, a beam of light shot directly from the side. Raditz was startled. The figure subconsciously disappeared on the spot. And just as he disappeared, puff! In the distance, a figure in a state of extreme embarrassment and covered with scars suddenly widened his eyes and looked down at his chest in a daze. There, a beam of light directly pierced his heart. Confused, shocked. Emotions filled his cheeks, and the next moment his figure fell directly and powerlessly downwards. However, just at the moment of falling, an energy bomb instantly engulfed his body. Aspera, you! The energy bomb engulfed Chu Yi, and Raditz reacted, frowning and looking at Zhang Chen. Raditz, now is not the time to be complacent. If he wants to blow up the entire planet, do you want to die with him? Looking at Raditz, Zhang Chen spoke with a hint of speechlessness. He could see that this thing was obviously a tradition of the Sun family. There are always moths. Just now, Chu Yi's energy was obviously very abnormal. He might really want to destroy the entire planet. Although Zhang Chen already has the ability to survive in space, in order to avoid some trouble, he still took action to deal with this guy first. Raditz opened his mouth, and the emotions that had just risen were suppressed at once. Let's go. We should leave here. Frisia should have known about us. Zhang Chen spoke softly, and his figure flew directly to the distance. Raditz hurriedly followed. The figures of the three people disappeared quickly. Soon, at the location of Planet Sam, a spaceship soared into the sky and quickly disappeared in the starry sky. In order to avoid trouble, Zhang Chen did not choose to go directly to the Earth, but decided to take a detour. Whether it is Namek or the Earth, this is not the time to be exposed. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. The spaceship disappeared. At the same time, in the middle of the North Milky Way, in a huge spaceship, Frisia also got the news very quickly. Oh wow, that group of wild monkeys are not dead yet. 13,000 points of combat power is really surprising. Frisia's voice sounded with a joking voice. King Frisia, I have sent people to chase those damn wild monkeys. Sabo knelt on one knee beside him, with a heavy sweat oozing out of his forehead. Although Frisia smiled, he only felt horror. With 13,000 points of combat power, that group of trash can't be solved. Mr. Sabo, you and Mr. Dodoria should go together. I don't want any more accidents. By the way, bring that Raditz back to me, and the other wild monkeys will no longer be necessary. Frisia's voice sounded again with a cold smile. Yes, King Frisia. Sabo responded hurriedly. Oh, by the way, go find my respected Prince Vegeta. His subordinates have 13,000 combat power. Isn't the combat power of a Scion Prince too low? As if he thought of something, Frisia's voice with a smile sounded again. Yes, King Frisia. Sabo responded respectfully. Soon, Frisia's army, Sabo and Dodoria quickly set out to pursue Zhang Chen and his party. At the same time, Vegeta and Nappa, who were in another part of the North Galaxy, also got the news quickly. You must be kidding me. How could that guy Raditz be possible? Nappa widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. This moment completely shocked him. 13,000 combat power. What a joke! How could this be possible? How much combat power does King Vegeta have? How much combat power does Bardock have? How could Raditz have 13,000 combat power? Besides, it's still now. How old is Raditz? He's younger than him. Shut up, Nappa. Vegeta looked at Nappa instantly and spoke with a cold voice. The sudden words and the sudden momentum made Nappa tremble and he quickly shut his mouth. "Let's go, we're going to the planet Delilta now." Vegeta spoke in a low voice. "But Prince Vegeta, that's a high-level planet, Nappa's face changed and he spoke hurriedly. "High-level planets are not something they can get involved in now. You don't want to?" Vegeta turned his head instantly, with endless fierceness on his young face. I. Nappa spoke subconsciously, but he couldn't say anything at this moment. "Humph. Waste." Vegeta snorted coldly, and the next moment he threw away the food in his hand, and his figure soared into the sky. Nappa quickly followed. But no one noticed at this moment. Vegeta's two palms were clenched tightly. Boom! Soon, the two spaceships rushed directly into the sky. Quickly disappeared in the starry sky. An unexpected encounter changed the fate of each other. Chu Yi, who was supposed to live to the beginning of the plot, died on planet Sam. It would take a long time before he would try to conquer the higher Vegeta of the planet, after being stimulated by Raditz, has now begun to conquer. The plot of Dragon Ball has quietly changed. But not many people know about it yet. These changes have not caused too much deviation in time and space. Overall, it is still moving towards the established trajectory. Time is quietly passing. At this moment, Zhang Chen and his party are heading in another direction. Originally, the direction of the Earth was the eastern part of the western part of the northern galaxy. At this moment, the direction they are heading is the northern part of the western galaxy, and they are even heading towards the western galaxy. The purpose is naturally to attract the attention of the Frisia core to the western galaxy, rather than going to the Earth. In order to prevent Frisia from finding anyone, Zhang Chen even deliberately leaked his whereabouts. In this case, in just 1 month, Zhang Chen and his party encountered another Frisia core again. Of course, the strength of this Frisia core is not strong, and the combat power of the strongest leader is only over 10,000. Zhang Chen did not make any move. Raditz was quickly dealt with. What surprised Zhang Chen was that he got a message from this Frisia army, that is, Frisia sent Dodoria and Sabo to capture them. Or to be more precise, they were sent to capture Raditz. Zhang Chen was naturally familiar with these two people, as they were the two top combat forces under Frisia besides the Jinya force. Sabo's strength can reach up to 27,000, and Dodoria's combat power is 22,000. This strength is considered strong in the entire universe. With the obvious defects of the giant ape transformation, it is easy to take down Raditz. Frisia obviously also attaches enough importance to it. It is obvious that Frisia did not consider the existence of Zhang Chen. After a month, Zhang Chen's strength has officially reached 27,000. With Zhang Chen's use of Qi, it is completely enough to fight Sabo and Dodoria at the same time. However, Zhang Chen thought about it and did not choose to wait. Instead, he drove the spaceship directly into the western galaxy. Then he entered the western border of the northern galaxy through the western galaxy. Zhang Chen knew very well that he could not be Frisia's opponent at this moment, and it was not a wise choice to continue to stay entangled with Frisia's army. Even if he could defeat Sabo, what could Dodoria do? Frisia would only focus more on them, which was not the situation he wanted to see now. In comparison, it is better to run first. 4 updates, 16,000 words have been completed, and there is at least one more update, 4,000 words, which will be presented before 1 o'clock tomorrow. I beg for support and monthly tickets. The author wants to rush to the new book monthly ticket list. If there are more updates, the helmsman will update 1, the leader will update 3, and the monthly ticket will be 300 plus 1. 67 Chapter 67 God, the Earth is going to be in trouble, hurry up and find Piccolo. 67. Boom. In the spaceship, an alien flew out directly. Sabo's face looked particularly ugly. Where are the people? That's what you told me it was locked on. Sabo's voice sounded with annoyance. Lord Sabo, Lord Dodoria, we have indeed locked on. But they seem to have entered the Western Galaxy, which is Lord Gura's territory. We dare not enter. An alien spoke cautiously, fearing to anger the two people in front of him. Western Galaxy. Sabo was stunned for a moment and spoke subconsciously. Yes, they have indeed entered the Western Galaxy. An alien nodded and reported quickly. And listening to the voice, Sabo and Dodoria looked at each other, and a solemn expression appeared in their expressions. The Western Galaxy is not within their sphere of influence. Even if King Frisia's power is further expanded, he has no intention of getting involved in the Western Galaxy. The reason, as elite warriors under King Frisia, Sabo and Dodoria naturally know why. Sabo, what should we do now? Dodoria looked at Sabo and spoke with hesitation. Report to King Frisia. This is no longer something we can intervene in. Sabo hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Dodoria hesitated, but nodded. The fight between King Kula and King Frisia is not something that small shrimps like them can participate in. The two made a decision. The news soon spread back to Frisia's spaceship. Oh, these dishonest wild monkeys actually escaped to the Western Galaxy. Frisia's cold laughter sounded. The aliens lowered their heads involuntarily. Then contact my respected brother for me. Frisia spoke with a smile. Yes, King Frisia. An alien responded respectfully. Soon the communication equipment in the spaceship was turned on. A figure appeared on the communication device. My dear brother, why do you think of your brother? Gula's voice sounded. Oh, my respected brother, a few bugs seem to have run into your territory. Can you help me catch them? Frisia looking at the figure in the communication, the smile became more intense. Bugs? Gula was surprised on the other side of the communication. Yes, a few scion wild monkeys. Oh, my respected brother, this should be no problem. Frisia's laughing voice sounded. Scion wild monkeys? Sure. Gula nodded slightly and did not refuse. In the center of the distant Western Galaxy. In a huge spaceship. Frisia, what a waste, a group of scion wild monkeys actually have a fish that slipped through the net. Nez. Gula muttered to himself and then spoke. Swish. A figure appeared, it was Nez, one of the most elite warriors in the Gula Corps. Nez, pass on my order, search for scions in the Western Galaxy. Gula spoke. Yes. Nez was surprised, but he responded quickly. Soon the Gula Corps began to move out and search for Zhang Chen and his group. It was obvious that they were destined to be disappointed. Zhang Chen and his party only passed the border of the Western Galaxy. In less than a month, they entered the Northern Galaxy again. This time, they bypassed the surveillance of Frisia's army. Zhang Chen and his party did not stop and flew directly to the Earth. From the Western Galaxy to the Northern Galaxy, the distance to the Earth is undoubtedly much farther. It took almost 3 months for the party to completely enter the solar system. Next to the huge star, a blue planet gradually came into view. We're here. Went softly, looking at the blue planet in front of him, Zhang Chen's heart couldn't help but rise a little. But soon suppressed. Is this the Earth? It's so beautiful. Jine also saw the blue planet, and her eyes lit up. Is Kakarot on this planet? Raditz couldn't help but speak, even if it was hidden, Zhang Chen could see Raditz's expectation. Yes. We should land in 15 minutes. Zhang Chen nodded. While everyone was talking, the spaceship fell directly towards the Earth like a meteor. At the same time, the temple of the God of Heaven. The God of Heaven Piccolo was just patrolling the lower world as usual. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt something and his face changed drastically. Not good. What a terrifying aura. How could it be? The face of the god of heaven Piccolo turned pale instantly, and a trace of fear appeared in his pupils. Because at this moment he felt two extremely terrifying auras, as if the world was about to collapse. And there was also an aura with an extremely evil aura, which was even more intense than that of the demon god Piccolo. The evil Piccolo only killed a few people at most, but Raditz destroyed several planets, and the evil aura could not be compared at all. Lord God of Heaven! Popo beside him looked at the panicked God of Heaven and couldn't help but speak. It was just that dark face, and no expression could be seen. Not good, an extremely evil enemy has arrived on Earth from the universe. The Earth is about to encounter an unprecedented crisis. Bobo. Sweat seeped out of God Piccolo's forehead. God. Bobo spoke quickly. Go down immediately, find the place where Demon Piccolo is sealed, and bring him here. Sweat seeped out of God Piccolo's forehead, and he seemed to have thought of something. He gritted his teeth and looked at Bobo next to him, speaking in a deep voice. God Piccolo felt that he was no match for even the weakest of the three auras. Not to mention the two strongest ones. He felt that the whole world was about to collapse. Not to mention the power of the earth, even compared to the power of God Piccolo, it was like a firefly in a bright moon, and could not be compared at all. The only thing he could think of was Demon Piccolo. If he could merge with Demon Piccolo, maybe there is still a chance. Even if the fusion is dominated by the will of Demon God Piccolo, he can't care about so much at this moment. After all, Demon God Piccolo just wants to rule the earth at most. No one knows what the purpose of these three terrifying existences from the universe is, and he must be fully prepared. But, God! Popo couldn't help but speak, and his figure hesitated. Popo, go quickly, it may be too late if it's a little later. God Piccolo couldn't help but speak. Yes. Hearing the words of God Piccolo, Popo didn't dare to delay any longer. After responding, he took his flying carpet and went down quickly. I hope it won't come to that step. God Piccolo muttered to himself, sweat was coming out on his forehead, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. To be honest, letting Demon God Piccolo rule the earth is also what he doesn't want to see. Of course, Zhang Chen and the others didn't know at this moment that the God Piccolo was frightened by the three of them and even thought of a way to merge with the Demon God Piccolo. 15 minutes passed quickly. The huge spaceship landed directly on the west coast of the Earth. In order to avoid trouble, Zhang Chen did not land in a crowded place, but landed on a plain. The huge hatch opened. The three figures flew out. Is this the Earth? It's really beautiful. Aspera, do you know where Kakarot is? Jin's eyes lit up as she looked at the surrounding scenery, but soon she seemed to think of something and looked at Zhang Chen with doubt. Raditz also looked over at this moment. Don't worry, Aunt Jin, we will be able to find Kakarot soon. Let's go find someone first. With him, it shouldn't be a problem to find Kakarot. Zhang Chen smiled and looked at the towering building in the distance. If nothing goes wrong, it should be the Karan Tower. And above the Karan Tower is the temple. In this world, apart from the dragon, I'm afraid no one is better than the gods at finding people. And he has something to ask the gods. Aspera, do you know anyone here? Jin spoke with surprise. Not familiar, but there is also a name Qian here, and coincidentally he is the god of this planet. I think there is no one more suitable than him to find Kakarot. Zhang Chen smiled and said. Namek, god. Radi's expression showed a hint of surprise. Having lived on Namek for more than half a year, Raditz is no stranger to name Qians. As for the gods, as a scion who conquers the universe, although Raditz has not conquered many planets yet, he also knows something about gods. It's just that he didn't expect that the planet where his brother is located not only has name Qians, but also name Qians are gods. Yes. Let's go visit that god first. Zhang Chen nodded, and his figure soared into the air. Jin and Raditz hurriedly followed. With the speed of the three people, even considering Jin, it would take less than a few minutes to reach the bottom of Karan Tower. Jiang Chen and his two companions did not stop when they arrived at the bottom of the Kalan Tower, but flew up all at once. Who is it? A stream of energy broke through the air, and the warriors who had been guarding for generations seemed to have sensed something. They walked out of the thatched hut in an instant, but saw nothing. Within a few dozen seconds, the three had already rushed through the Kalan Tower and into the clouds. When passing by the immortal Kalan, Jiang Chen took a look, but only a glance. The immortal beans are very important. But this is not urgent at the moment, and can be obtained later. Of course, Jiang Chen and his two companions were just passing by, but the pupils of the immortal Kalan could not help but shrink violently, and there was a touch of horror on the fat cat face. Of course, Jiang Chen and his two companions did not know that the immortal Kalan was horrified at this moment. The figure quickly rushed through the thunder and lightning clouds. Directly entered the sky above. And in the sky, the floating temple also came into view. We're here. With a whisper, Jiang Chen led the two of them directly to the temple. Is this the temple? Jin looked around curiously. And Raditz couldn't help but look at a figure in the distance. It's really Namek. Raditz whispered. What's the matter with you guys coming to Earth? God Piccolo was startled. He could hear Raditz's whispers clearly. He approached carefully and spoke nervously. At this moment, he was really nervous. Bobo hadn't come back yet, but the other party had already arrived. At this moment, if the other party wanted to do something, he really had no power to resist. God, don't be nervous. We didn't have any bad intentions in coming to Earth this time. It's just that a few years ago, my younger brother fell to Earth, and now I want to find him back. Looking at the nervous God Piccolo, Jiang Chen smiled and spoke. Brother fell to Earth. God Piccolo was stunned. Yes, I wonder if I can trouble the god. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He was not interested in scaring the god Piccolo, so he told the truth. Of course you can. But it may take some time. Can you tell me when it is most likely to arrive on Earth? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the god Piccolo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, nodded slightly and agreed directly. For him, the most worrying thing is that Jiang Chen and others in front of him have ideas about the Earth. Since it is not some requests, he naturally doesn't mind agreeing. Thank you very much. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile, and then looked at Jin. As for the time, it should be more than a year ago. Nearly 2 years. Jin pondered for a moment, and then spoke with a touch of excitement. More than a year, nearly 2 years. Wait a moment, 3 of you. The god Piccolo nodded, then walked to the edge of the temple and began to explore the next level. As a god, he would check the lower world from time to time, but he would not care about every meteorite. When Kakarot arrived on Earth, his combat power was only 2 points, so the god Piccolo naturally didn't care about it and just treated it as an ordinary meteorite. Now if he wants to find it, he has to carefully explore it according to the time. That guy, can he really find Kakarot? Looking at the actions of God Piccolo, Raditz thought with doubt. There should be no problem. The dimension of God is different from ours, and the abilities it possesses are also very special. Jiang Chen smiled and said. He was not worried about whether God could find Kakarot. In the Dragon Ball world, gods are a very special existence. Their strength may not be very strong, but the abilities they possess are extraordinary. Even the lowest ranking gods have extraordinary abilities. Listening to Jiang Chen's words, Raditz looked at God Piccolo curiously. Time passed slowly while waiting. More than an hour passed in a blink of an eye. Just when Raditz wanted to speak, God Piccolo had already walked over. 3 guests have been found. The words of God Piccolo sounded. It's a little late, there is a high probability that it will not be published today. Starting tomorrow, there will be 1 sheet of 4,000 words each at midnight, noon, and 6 p.m. 68 Chapter 68 Jin, Raditz, Sun Gohan, Kakarot. 68. 3 guests, we have found them. The words of God Piccolo sounded. It immediately attracted the attention of the 3 people. You really found Kakarot? Raditz spoke with surprise, and his eyes involuntarily looked at God Piccolo. Really? Jin was also a little excited at this moment. He had not seen his youngest son for almost 2 years. When she heard the news, even she couldn't help but be excited. I don't know if the child is named Kakarot, but he was the only one who arrived on Earth between 1 year ago and 2 years ago. God Piccolo shook his head and spoke softly. Thank you, may I trouble you to show me the way? Zhang Chen nodded with a smile and spoke to God Piccolo. Okay. They are on Baizai Mountain in the east of the earth, in this direction. However, your child seems to have been adopted. Excuse me, may I ask you 3 not to hurt him? God Piccolo nodded and pointed in a direction. After he finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but add. Adopted. Jin was stunned for a moment, and Raditz was also a little surprised. Don't worry, I said we have no ill will towards this planet, and naturally we will not hurt others. Zhang Chen smiled and said. He naturally understood the concerns of God Piccolo. But it was obvious that God Piccolo thought too much. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, even Zhang Chen would stay on Earth for a long time in the future, and it was naturally impossible for him to destroy the Earth. Thank you. Thank you very much. God Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief and bowed quickly. To be honest, after just finding out, he actually thought about hiding it. But he chose to give up in the entanglement. The 3 people in front of him were too powerful, especially Zhang Chen and Raditz, who made him feel an unprecedented terror. Faced with this kind of terror, it was obvious that hiding was not a good choice. After all, once the other party found out, even if they didn't plan to do anything, the Earth would probably be in big trouble. We need to thank you, Lord God. Then we won't bother you for the time being, and we'll leave first. Zhang Chen smiled and said. Then his figure soared into the air. Behind him, Jin and Raditz also soared into the air. Okay, okay. God Piccolo nodded quickly. After he nodded, Zhang Chen and his 3 companions headed directly towards Baizai Mountain. Boom! The energy broke through the air, and in an instant the 3 figures disappeared from God Piccolo's sight. And until this moment, God Piccolo let out a long breath. The pressure was slightly relieved. But it was only slightly relieved. Zhang Chen and his companions did not leave, and for God Piccolo, it was like a thick dark cloud covering his heart. The only thing to be thankful for at this moment was that the 3 had not yet shown any intentions for the Earth. Of course, it was only fortunate at the moment that Zhang Chen and his companions were too powerful, and God Piccolo could not be sure what the other party was thinking. One after another, thoughts were constantly intertwined. And at this moment, Bobo's figure had returned. Seeing Bobo, especially looking at the rice cooker in Bobo's hand, God Piccolo suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Bobo, trouble. God Piccolo took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. God, are you really going to release him? Bobo was still a little hesitant at this moment. He knew very well the horror of the figure in the rice cooker. It took a lot of effort for God Piccolo to separate him, and the other party was sealed by humans because of fate. It was not a good option to release him at this moment. Wait a little longer. God Piccolo thought about it and finally shook his head. At present, it is still unclear what the purpose of Zhang Chen and his group is, and he is a little hesitant to release Demon Piccolo rashly. Of course, Zhang Chen didn't know this at the moment. Due to his understanding of Dragon Ball, he knew that Piccolo was split into 2. But he didn't expect that because of the shock of the 3 of them, the God Piccolo had even made plans to merge with the demon God Piccolo. He took Raditz and Jin and crossed the mountains of the earth. A few minutes later, the group arrived at Baizai Mountain. Is this Bayazai Mountain? Radais spoke, and his eyes looked around, looking for Cockroach's trace. Let's go, it should be over there. Zhang Chen felt it slightly, vaguely felt some breath, and pointed a direction to the two with his right hand. The two nodded. The three of them took off again and headed towards the mountain not far away. Soon the group saw a smoke rising slowly. Really? Radai's eyes lit up. At this moment, a figure came out of the house in the distance. It was an old man with a white beard. The figure was obviously very old, but obviously still very strong. Is that the man who adopted Cockroach? The three of them looked at each other, and Jine couldn't help but speak. It should be him, let's go over there. He should have discovered us. Zhang Chen spoke, then greeted the two and flew away. A moment later, the figures of the three fell from the air. Landed in front of the house. Three of you, what are you doing at Bayazai Mountain? Sun Gohan looked at the three with a hint of nervousness. Just a moment ago, Sun Gohan felt the terrifying aura of the three. At this moment, the three fell. Even as a martial arts master, Sun Gohan couldn't help but feel nervous. There was no way, the three people in front of him were too strong. Excuse me for disturbing you, it's like this. About 2 years ago, I had a younger brother who accidentally landed on Earth. I heard from the god that he was adopted by you, so we came to see him. Zhang Chen smiled and spoke. Are you Goku's family? Listening to Zhang Chen's words, Sun Gohan's expression was a little surprised. Goku. Radais was a little confused. Ha ha ha, I almost forgot to say that Goku is the new name I gave to that child. You guys go home first. Goku has gone to the forest to play. He should be back soon. Sun Gohan hurriedly explained, and his figure quickly invited the three people. Okay. That's troublesome. Zhang Chen nodded. Then the three followed Sun Gohan into the room. I didn't expect that Goku was not from Earth. No wonder he was so special at the beginning. Sun Gohan served tea to the three people and couldn't help but sigh. Oh, old man, can you tell me about Cockroach? By the way, let me introduce myself. I am the mother of that child. Because of some things that happened in my hometown, I had to send him to Earth. Thank you for taking care of him during this period of time. Jine spoke, looking at Sun Gohan. Is Cockroach the name of Goku? Of course. By the way, when I just picked up that child, he was very irritable. Ha ha ha. Sun Gohan laughed and spoke. He began to tell the three people about the scene when he picked up Sun Gohan. Jine listened carefully. Even Raditz didn't seem to interrupt. For a while, the situation in the room seemed particularly harmonious. Until most of the day passed. There was a noise outside the door. Then a childish voice came. Grandpa, I'm back. Look what I caught. The voice was excited. As the voice came, the eyes of several people in the room lit up. Goku is back. Gohan spoke. Jine also stood up quickly. Even Zhang Chen couldn't help but look forward to it. Cockroach Goku, the real protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. And unlike Naruto and Sasuke, Cockroach Goku is a real legend. Grandpa, who are they? The door opened quickly, and a small figure walked in, but soon the figure noticed the people in the room and looked at them curiously. Cockroach. Jine saw the familiar figure, rushed up and hugged him directly. The small figure subconsciously wanted to struggle, but for some reason, his body subconsciously relaxed. You are my mother. Cockroach muttered to himself, but his eyes were a little confused. The memory of the head collision in childhood did not recover, but the body reacted instinctively. Humph, only 5 points of combat power now. Raditz couldn't help but snorted coldly, and the corner of his mouth curled up. But he just said it. Zhang Chen smiled and said nothing. Raditz's ideas have obviously changed a lot during this period of time, so Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't force anything. He looked at Kakarot, who was hugged by Jinnah. It was almost the same as in his memory. It was just that Kakarot was younger at this moment, and was obviously the same as when he left planet Vegeta. The combat power was not too big a fluctuation. It only increased from 2 points to 5 points. But this is also normal. When Sun Wukong's strength really improved, it was when he became a disciple of Master Roshi. It's still too early now. It's the time for Sun Wuhan to lay the foundation for Sun Wukong. Thank you, old man, for taking care of Kakarot during this period. Thank you very much. Jin let go of Sun Wukong after a long time, and took Sun Wukong to Sun Wuhan to thank him. When she just learned that Sun Wukong had a head injury, Jin was still a little nervous. Now that she saw her son was fine, she was completely relieved, and even showed a touch of gratitude to Sun Wuhan. You are too kind. I like this child very much. Well, excuse me, are you going to take this child back? Sun Wuhan smiled and spoke, then seemed to think of something, and spoke with a hint of hesitation and reluctance. Old man, something happened to our home planet temporarily. It may be difficult to go back now. We should stay here. Before Jin could speak, Jiang Chen smiled and spoke. Is that so? Sun Gohan's eyes lit up and he breathed a sigh of relief. Aunt Jin, I see Kakarot seems to be very close to this old man. Why don't we stay here temporarily? We don't have anything else to do during this period of time. After speaking to Sun Gohan, Jiang Chen immediately looked at Jin and spoke with a smile. He didn't intend to disrupt the plot. Although the strength in the early stage was not obvious, Sun Wukong was able to get to where he is now step by step, and the early plot was indispensable. Okay. Jin hesitated slightly, looked at her youngest son who seemed to be really close to the figure in front of her, and then nodded and agreed. Raditz opened his mouth, but when Jin spoke, he still closed his mouth. Raditz, don't underestimate this old man. Although his fighting power may be a little weak, his practice of Qi is better than that of Namekian's. Looking at Raditz's expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile and speak. Just him. When Raditz heard Jiang Chen's words, he looked at Sun Gohan with suspicion and couldn't help but blurt out the words. For Namekian's, Raditz still had a good impression because of Zeno and the Great Elder. At this moment, Jiang Chen actually said that this weak human in front of him actually knew more about the practice of Qi than Namekian's. If Jiang Chen hadn't said it, Raditz would have wanted to throw a Qi bomb in his face. What kind of cosmic joke is this? What strength is Zeno, with more than 18,000 combat power points, and how much is this old man in front of him, at most more than 100 points, how is it possible? You're too flattering, I'm nothing. Sun Gohan smiled and spoke. This is not an exaggeration. Old sir, you are the martial arts master second only to Master Roshi on earth. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. He was not joking. Old Sun Gohan, although he has not been on the scene for long, is an absolute martial arts master and is well known throughout the earth. His reputation is even not inferior to Master Roshi, which is enough to show something. Martial arts are not measured by combat power. Master Roshi is not strong, and his combat power is only more than 100 points, but his martial arts level is one of the top existences even in the entire 7th universe, or even in the entire Omni King universe. Old Sun Gohan can be second only to Master Roshi, so his martial arts level is not too low. Jiang Chen's words again made Raditz's expression fluctuate. Raditz knew Jiang Chen very well during this period of time. Jiang Chen repeatedly emphasized that it was obviously not a joke. Then there is only one possibility, that the man in front of him is indeed very high in the practice of Qi. Raditz was filled with shock, and couldn't help but start looking at Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan smiled and touched his head. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything else. Then the three began to build a house next to Sun Gohan. With the power of science, house construction is naturally very simple. In just half a day, 2 houses of about the same size as Sun Gohan's room were built next to him. One is for Jinna's family, and the other is naturally for Zhang Chen. Martial arts level and combat power are not the same thing. In the Power Tournament comics, Son Goku realized the Ultra Instinct with the help of Master Roshi. Please give me a monthly ticket, please support me, I'm competing for the new book monthly ticket list. 69 Chapter 69 God of Martial Arts, Yajirobe is damned. 69. Just like that, Zhang Chen and his party temporarily stayed in Baizai Mountain. Zhang Chen did not rush to leave. Although he was going to Yadrit after sending Jinia and Raditz to Earth, it did not mean that he had nothing else to do on Earth. As one of the special planets in the universe. Although the Earth is just a low-level planet. But the magic of the Earth is not inferior to Namek and Yadrit. Not only does it have the existence of the so-called Senzu beans, but also the Spirit Time House and Dragon Ball. Even if these are put aside, Earth also has something worthy of his attention. Things. For example, martial arts training. With the help of Zeno on Namek, Zhang Chen has laid a good foundation for Qi. But it is only the foundation. Although the Qi training method on Namek is good, it is obviously inferior to that on Earth. This is not only the prototype of Master Roshi's Ultra Instinct, but also compared to the universe, most planets can only burst out their full strength, or even cannot burst out their full strength. The Earth can not only burst out its full strength, but can even burst out several times. Yes, several times. This is almost equivalent to a weakened version of the King Fist. It can be said to be incredible. For Zhang Chen, if he wants to go further in the future, mastering the martial arts training on Earth is a must. Otherwise, he will rely solely on the characteristics of the scions. He may have the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan, but it is almost impossible to continue and reach the level of Son Goku. Unless, he can get the guidance of the God of Destruction Beerus or the Angel Whis. Obviously, the former is easier than the latter. So after accompanying Jinia, Raditz, and Sun Wukong for a few days in Baizai Mountain, Zhang Chen took off and flew towards the ocean. Since he wanted to learn martial arts, naturally, there was no better place to find Master Roshi. Although Master Roshi's strength was not strong, his martial arts level was definitely the best in the entire Earth. The journey to find Master Roshi was not too difficult. At Zhang Chen's current speed, it would not take long to circle the entire Earth several times. Even if Master Roshi suppressed his breath to the point where it was almost unnoticeable, he was soon found by Zhang Chen. On an island. Zhang Chen stopped. Hey! He exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a smile appeared on his face. The figure fell directly. And when Zhang Chen fell, a figure had been waiting at the door. It was a figure of an old man with a white beard, amiable and active. He was wearing sunglasses, very fancy clothes, and carrying a huge turtle shell. "Guest, who are you?" Turtle Hermit spoke with a solemn expression, and sweat seeped from his forehead. With a strong sense of perception, he could clearly feel the terrifying power of this figure who looked like a child. "Teacher Wu Tian? I heard that you are the god of martial arts. I came to visit you to ask for some advice on martial arts practice." Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Guest, your strength may not require my guidance." Turtle Hermit was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said. At this moment, even though Turtle Hermit didn't know how strong Zhang Chen was, he could feel his terrifying oppression like the sun. "No, Teacher Wu Tian? You may have misunderstood. I didn't come here to practice how to improve my strength, but to practice martial arts." Zhang Chen shook his head and spoke with a serious look. "Martial arts?" Turtle Hermit raised his eyebrows with a hint of surprise. "Yes, you should be able to feel the powerful force in my body, but I don't have a perfect grasp of this force. I need a higher level of martial arts." I believe that no one is more suitable than you. This is a small gift from me, please accept it. Jiang Chen spoke solemnly, and then took out a package. He subconsciously exposed a section of the package. Puff! When Master Kame saw that section, blood spurted out of his nose. Ha ha ha, no problem. I just like such a sincere heart of martial arts. Master Kame hurriedly took the package and spoke with a smile. At this moment, his caution and vigilance disappeared completely. Looking at the person in front of him, Jiang Chen's mouth twitched a little. But he still shook his head. Nothing was said. After all, he knew very well that Master Kame was like this after reading the original book. In the following time, Jiang Chen began to practice with Master Kame. Of course, he did not become a disciple. Jiang Chen did not say anything, and Master Kame did not mention it. After all, Jiang Chen was too strong, and although Master Kame was not very good, he was not stupid. Naturally, Jiang Chen could not say anything on his own initiative. Time passed quietly. Master Kame was indeed a martial arts god. If it was just a guess before, then under Master Kame's teaching, Jiang Chen could be sure that Master Kame's martial arts level was indeed much higher than the martial arts practice on Namek. They were not even on the same level. In just 1 month, Jiang Chen could clearly feel that his control over the internal energy had reached a higher level. The most direct manifestation was that his original combat power of 32,000 points could now be compressed to 500 points. Although there was still a distance from complete suppression and concealment, this was obviously a great improvement. In addition, there were various martial arts techniques. These techniques were all abilities that could be perfected, or even surpass their own limit of explosive strength. Maybe it's not as scary as Kamehameha or 10,000 Nations shocking palm, but the use of his own energy has reached an incredible level. Of course Jiang Chen was delighted. Master Kame was shocked. He had never thought that Jiang Chen was not only extremely powerful, but also extremely gifted in martial arts. Among all his disciples, he even surpassed Sun Gohan. Feel your body, feel your movements. Let your body drive your consciousness. Your energy is too strong. It's not enough now. Yes, that's the feeling. On Turtle Island, Master Kame was teaching seriously. Jiang Chen was also listening seriously. Even though Master Kame's strength was far inferior to his, Jiang Chen still showed enough respect and seriousness. Master Kame did not hide anything. He was also very serious in teaching Jiang Chen. Another 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. In these 2 months, Jiang Chen's combat power has increased again from 32,000. Although it is not as high as before, with an increase of almost 2,000 points a month, his combat power has reached 35,000 points in 2 months. Such strength! Even in Frisia's army, he is considered a top elite. Only second to the Jinya force. Of course, compared to the improvement in combat power. In the past 3 months, Jiang Chen has achieved the most important training results, but his martial arts progress. At this moment, he can perfectly hide his breath. He can even release 1.5 times, which may not be as good as Master Roshi, but it has surpassed 99% of most cosmic people. With his combat power of 35,000, 1.5 times, that is, more than 50,000 explosive power, even if facing a few people in the Jinya force, there is a great possibility of victory. The strength is truly the most first-class combat power in the North Galaxy. Aspera, I have nothing to teach you about your martial arts training. I have to say that you are the most talented existence I have ever seen, even my disciple Sun Gohan is not as good as you. Master Roshi said with emotion. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Chen's strength is too strong. If he were a little weaker, he would have wanted to accept Jiang Chen. It's a pity that Jiang Chen is so strong that he can't worship him as his master. He can't bear it. Thank you for your teachings during this time. Jiang Chen bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Although it was only 3 months, only Zhang Chen knew how much he had gained in these 3 months. If the teachings of Zeno on Namek laid the foundation for him, then the teachings of Master Kame undoubtedly opened up the road of martial arts for him. It means something to him that is unimaginable. This is not comparable to an increase of 10,000 or 20,000 in combat power. No need to thank you. I should thank you. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful existence in the world. Master Kame said with emotion, his expression was complicated. As the god of martial arts, Master Kame thought he had reached the top of the world, but he didn't expect that there was such a powerful and almost unreasonable existence as Zhang Chen. The impact on him can be imagined. It also seemed to make him find the heart to continue exploring martial arts again. No matter what, I still have to thank you for your teaching. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head. Compared to Master Kame, he undoubtedly gained more. Then the two talked about some matters again. The next day, Zhang Chen said goodbye to Master Kame. The martial arts training was over. There was no need to stay any longer. He still had a lot of things to deal with. Leaving Master Kame, Zhang Chen then flew quickly to Kalin Tower. On the way, Zhang Chen directly bought 2 baskets of fresh fish. Then he continued to move. More than 10 minutes later, his figure rushed up from the bottom of Kalin Tower again. A few seconds later, his figure came to Master Kalin. Is it you? When Master Kalin saw Zhang Chen, he was shocked. He had not forgotten the 3 figures that rushed directly into the sky a few months ago. At this moment, he naturally recognized him instantly. Kalin Immortal, I heard that you have a magical thing here. How about I make a deal with you? Zhang Chen smiled. He didn't care that Kalin Immortal recognized him. Instead, he threw out 2 capsules. Bang! The mist rose, and the next moment 2 baskets of large fresh fish appeared on the Kalin Tower. Fish! Kalin Immortal's eyes lit up instantly, and the next moment his figure pounced directly on it. A moment later, he held 2 fish in his mouth, 1 in each hand, and looked at Zhang Chen, speaking vaguely. You want the super divine water, right? But even if you give the fish, you still have to pass my test. Kalin Immortal spoke vaguely. Kalin Immortal, you misunderstood. I heard that you have something called fairy beans here, and I want to exchange some. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head. He was not very interested in the super divine water. With the Great Elder's ability to develop potential, the effect was definitely stronger than the super divine water. In addition, Sun Wukong had an inexplicable heart disease in the original novel, so Zhang Chen had to think that it was a problem with the super divine water. He came here and brought 2 baskets of fish. The main purpose is of course the senzu beans. As the most magical product of the earth, senzu beans are simply bug-level existence. Especially matched with the characteristics of science. The effect is unimaginable. In the original work, in order to prevent senzu beans from being too buggy, they were eventually banned by Yajirobe Hoho. In this real world, if nothing unexpected happens, it will probably be the same. In order to avoid not getting many senzu beans in the later stage, Zhang Chen prepared to pack up a large part of it for him early in the morning. Senzu beans. In the jars on the right. Take whatever you want, just leave some for me. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Immortal Kalin was stunned for a moment, then pointed to several jars not far away and spoke. The figure plunged into the pile of fish again. Zhang Chen smiled, then walked to the place where Immortal Kalin pointed. Soon he found the place where the senzu beans were piled. When the jars were opened, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. As expected, it was before the original novel began. At this moment, there were 3 jars of senzu beans placed on the Karan Tower. Each jar probably had thousands of beans, and the 3 jars probably had no less than 3,000 beans. Sure enough, Yajirobe really deserved to die. After complaining, Jiang Chen immediately took out the capsules he had prepared long ago, and took away all the beans in the 2 jars, and half of the beans in the other jar. There were about 2,500 beans. Jiang Chen stopped. Put away the beans. Jiang Chen then said goodbye to the Karan immortal, and his figure took off again and headed towards the temple. At this moment, he couldn't help but smile. More than 2,500 senzu beans. This is undoubtedly a huge amount. With these, he doesn't need to worry about the subsequent battles at all. If he is bolder, he can even start brushing the Scion near-death skills. Not to mention that it can also provide relative guarantees for future actions. Boom! The figure broke through the air with a smile. Jiang Chen quickly rushed out of the clouds and arrived at the temple again. Facing Jiang Chen's return, the god of the temple, Piccolo, calmed down a little. He had been observing Jiang Chen and his party for a long time. What relieved him was that Jiang Chen and his party did not take any major actions from beginning to end. Instead, he settled down on earth. Although Jiang Chen and his party did not leave, he was still full of worries, but at least he was not as frightened as before. Lord God! Looking at Piccolo, Jiang Chen smiled and spoke. 70 Chapter 70 The Bug of Dragon Ball on Earth. 70. Lord God! Looking at Piccolo, Jiang Chen smiled and spoke. Guest from afar, do you need any service this time? Piccolo was still a little nervous. As he spoke, he looked at the child in front of him who was obviously only 8 or 9 years old. Lord God, I want to borrow the Dragon Ball, is that possible? Looking at the nervous god Piccolo, Jiang Chen smiled and said. Dragon Ball. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, God Piccolo's pupils shrank violently, his body couldn't help but tremble, and he couldn't help but retreat. Don't be nervous. Before going to Earth, I arrived at Namek and used the Dragon Ball there to fulfill several wishes. Lord God can become a god, so he must be a dragon among the Namekians. I think he should be able to make Dragon Balls. Looking at the nervous god Piccolo, Jiang Chen couldn't help but explain with a smile. Namek. Well, excuse me, my distant guest, the Namekians you are talking about, are they my home planet? God Piccolo was slightly stunned, and then he couldn't help but ask with some doubts. Yes, Lord God, you should have discovered that you are not the same as the people on Earth, right? If nothing unexpected happens, you should be a Namekian, a planet located in the western part of the northern Milky Way. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Hey! So that's it. Listening to Jiang Chen's words, God Piccolo couldn't help but let out a long breath. As a god, he naturally discovered something unusual, but he had never encountered aliens before, so God Piccolo didn't know much about these things. This is confirmed now. Namek. Muttering to himself, this term was deeply imprinted in God Piccolo's mind. Looking at the change in this person's expression, Jiang Chen did not interrupt. Instead, he waited for the other party's answer. After a while, God Piccolo took a deep breath, looked at Jiang Chen again, and his expression was solemn. Thank you, guest. But please forgive me for being so presumptuous. I want to know what kind of wish you need to fulfill. As soon as he spoke, his expression became nervous again. Since Jiang Chen said so, God Piccolo knew that the secret of Dragon Ball could not be concealed. So he thought about it and asked the key question. Even though he knew that he could not resist Jiang Chen, he had to shoulder the responsibility of the god. At worst, he would die, and then Dragon Ball would perish with him. It's like this, Lord God, you should have heard what I said to Mr. Son Gohan before. There were some accidents on our home planet. I wanted to use the Dragon Balls to revive some people. The Dragon Balls on Namek could not revive most people, so I thought of the Dragon Balls on Earth. Listening to the question of the God of Heaven, Jiang Chen smiled, and did not hide it but directly stated his purpose. Resurrect people. I understand. Please wait a moment. God Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief. Such a wish was acceptable to him. God Piccolo quickly called Popo and asked him to go to the lower world to collect Dragon Balls. For God Piccolo, it was naturally easy to collect Dragon Balls. After all, Dragon Balls were created by him. Watching Popo leave on the flying carpet, God Piccolo thought about it and came to Zhang Chen's side, asking with hesitation. "Dear guest from afar, I wonder if you can tell me about Namek." God Piccolo was a little entangled, but he couldn't help but speak at this moment. Namek. It is a planet on the western edge of the northern Milky Way. Its diameter is about 10 times that of the Earth. The galaxy where the planet exists is very special. There are 3 small stars orbiting around this planet, so there is never night. Namek used to be a planet with extremely advanced technology and civilization. It just experienced a great destruction, and the former civilization has long disappeared. Now Namek is a world composed of countless islands, isolated hills, and continents covered by strange puffball trees. The whole planet is interesting and rich. The characteristics of Namek people are low birth rate and long lifespan. They live in natural villages with about 100 people. Their buildings are low with round or bubble-shaped windows. The overall shape is a bit like an abalone or snail shell. The village is managed by the elders through their wisdom, not divine power. Zhang Chen opened his mouth slowly, telling the story of Namek to the god Piccolo. And the god Piccolo listened very seriously. Gradually, the old god sketched out the appearance of his hometown in his mind. It seems that I should be the survivor of the destruction of my home planet. I really hope to meet the great elder of my home planet and listen to his teachings. The god Piccolo couldn't help but sighed. At this moment, in Zhang Chen's narration, he couldn't help but be full of yearning for Namek. But as a god, the god Piccolo knew that it would be difficult for him to leave the earth for a long time, and a sense of loss appeared in his heart in his yearning. "Don't worry, there should be a chance." Zhang Chen smiled and said. "Are you serious?" God Piccolo's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but speak. "Of course, if I'm not wrong, you should have taken a spaceship when you arrived on Earth. As long as you find it, it won't be too troublesome to return to Namek." Zhang Chen smiled. He didn't forget that Namek's technology was extremely advanced. The distance from Earth to Namek is no more than 10 days. It only takes 20 days to go back and forth. Even for the gods on Earth, 20 days will not have much impact. "Thank you." God Piccolo's expression was happy, and he couldn't help but express his gratitude. He didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. It only takes a few days to go to Namek. It's just a piece of cake. Even if I don't say it, you should be able to find it. Zhang Chen smiled. But when he was about to continue speaking, his brows raised and his eyes looked into the distance. "It seems to have been completed." The voice was spoken again, and the figure stood up. Pico was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and looked over. Soon, a black shadow approached quickly. That was Popo. A moment later, Popo's flying carpet landed in the temple. 7 shining Dragon Balls appeared on it. Compared to the Namekian Dragon Balls, the Earth Dragon Balls are undoubtedly much smaller. It's not just a matter of size. The Earth Dragon Balls are much inferior in terms of ability. Not only is the limit of wishing lower, but more importantly, there is only one wish. Of course, compared to the Namekian Dragon Balls, the Earth Dragon Balls also have their own advantages. That is, the Earth Dragon Balls can blur the concept. I don't know if it's because Piccolo didn't receive systematic teaching of Dragon Balls, the Earth Dragon Balls actually have a lot of loopholes. Not only can it revive countless people at once, but it can also add prefixes. Guest, the Dragon Balls have been collected. Piccolo spoke. "Thank you, Lord God." Zhang Chen thanked him and stepped forward. "Come out, Shen Long." The words rang out. The next moment. Boom! Boom! The thick dark clouds instantly spread over the entire temple. At the same time, the 7 dragon balls emitted a rich golden light. Boom! 7 rays of light shot straight into the sky. In an instant, a huge blue dragon that stretched for an unknown number of meters appeared in the sky. Unlike the Namekian dragon, the Shenlong on earth was more like the Shenlong in the Chinese legend. The one who summoned this dragon, tell me your wish, any wish. A rumbling sound came from the mouth of the huge dragon. So weak. Zhang Chen felt it and shook his head. The dragon, which had not been strengthened yet, was undoubtedly very weak. At this moment, he could destroy the dragon almost instantly if he wanted to. Dragon, please help me revive everyone in Bardok's team except Bardok on a relatively stable planet. Zhang Chen opened his mouth and expressed his wish. He had already thought of this wish. The members of Bardok's team were all good to him, so Zhang Chen naturally could not forget it. It would be too complicated to use the Namek Dragon Balls to revive. It might even take 7 or 8 wishes to do it, so he was ready to use the Earth Dragon Balls from the beginning. Although the Earth Dragon Balls have not been strengthened at this moment, it is not a big problem to revive some people. After the words were finished, Zhang Chen began to wait. In the air, the huge dragon was silent. Just when Zhang Chen was slightly condensed, the rumbling sound of the dragon sounded again. This wish can be realized, but it will consume all the wishes in 3 years. Are you willing? The voice echoed, and the dragon looked at Zhang Chen. Yes. Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. He just thought it couldn't be realized, after all, he was prepared for it. First of all, he added a lot of prefixes to the resurrection. Plus it was outside the earth. With the current ability of the Earth Dragon, it might not be possible. He actually had a backup plan, and it turned out to be possible. As joy appeared on his face, red light flashed in the eyes of the Earth Dragon. The next moment in the distant starry sky, on a blue planet, 4 red lights lit up, and the next moment 4 figures appeared. Thomas, Celieba, Dodebo, and Pabuzin appeared intact. Where is this? Thomas spoke subconsciously with a hint of doubt in his expression. In his memory, wasn't he still in hell? In the blink of an eye, the surroundings changed. We are resurrected. Celieba muttered to herself, with a look of shock on her face. Her words immediately made the other 3 react. This is obviously not hell, and they seem to have bodies again. They seem to have really resurrected. Not good. Quick, destroy the detector. Suddenly, Thomas seemed to think of something and spoke quickly. He crushed the detector with his right hand. Others also reacted immediately. One by one, they also crushed the detector. What's going on? How did we resurrect? Weren't we killed by Dodoria? Dodbo spoke with confusion. Everyone was full of confusion and doubts. Never mind, we have to find a way to leave here and notify Planet Vegeta. I don't know what happened to Bardok. As Thomas spoke, his figure began to rise into the sky. Then several other people also rose into the sky. They began to check the planet. Of course, Zhang Chen didn't know this at the moment. Above the temple, the red light of the dragon's eyes disappeared. Your wish has come true, so see you next time. The dragon's voice sounded, and the dark clouds began to dissipate. The next moment, the dragon's body turned into 7 rays of light and flew directly to all parts of the world. Hey! Zhang Chen exhaled a turbid breath. The face of the god Piccolo changed at this moment. The sight instantly looked into the distance. What's wrong? Lord God! Looking at the changing face of the god Piccolo, Zhang Chen spoke with doubt. No, nothing. God Piccolo shook his head, but his face was still solemn. Just when the dragon disappeared, he felt that the evil aura of the demon Piccolo sealed in the rice cooker suddenly increased by several levels. Zhang Chen looked at God Piccolo suspiciously. However, since God Piccolo was unwilling to say it, Zhang Chen would not force it. Thank you, Lord God. Since the wish has been fulfilled, I will not disturb you any more. Jiang Chen said, and then said goodbye to God Piccolo. The matter has been completed, so it is natural to leave at this moment. As for the spirit time house in the Temple of the Gods, Jiang Chen naturally had no intention of entering it. The most important thing for him now is to practice. Strength improvement is not so important. God Piccolo nodded slightly. Jiang Chen then rushed directly downwards and watched Jiang Chen leave. God Piccolo couldn't wait to come to the other side of the temple. Lord God! Popo's dark face looked at the God Piccolo. God Piccolo looked at the rice cooker in front of him, his expression kept changing. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Popo, bury him again, preferably in the deep sea. God Piccolo spoke. Yes, God. Popo responded quickly. Soon, his figure moved again, leaving the temple of the gods with the rice cooker. I hope they really don't have any other ideas, right? God Piccolo sighed. After a few months of getting along, God Piccolo finally chose to trust Jiang Chen and others. After all, compared to Jiang Chen and his group who had not caused any harm, once Demon Piccolo was released, it would really harm the world. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't know this at the moment. His figure flew down the temple. Then he went to Baizai Mountain. A few months passed. He was going to go back to Baizai Mountain and say something to Heiji, and then he was ready to leave and go to Yadrit Star. Jiang Chen was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at Baizai Mountain. When Jiang Chen looked at the scene below, he was stunned. His expression was a bit strange. In the original work, there is a scene where two wishes are used to complete one wish. The author made it more reasonable, such as the bug of Earth Dragon Ball and the bug of Hillier Planet Dragon Ball. It can be understood that neither of them has received systematic dragon teaching from Namek Dragon Clan, so there are many bugs in the Dragon Balls, and the side effects are also great. For example, Earth Dragon Ball will produce evil energy, which is a reasonable adaptation. 71 Chapter 71 Target Yadrit Planet 71. On Baizai Mountain, Jiang Chen looked at the bottom with a strange face. At this moment, there were two figures practicing below. One was Kakarot Sun Wukong. That little figure was right, but the other figure was Raditz. Although Jiang Chen could see that Raditz's expression was extremely awkward, he was indeed practicing with Kakarot. No, no. Brother Raditz, Grandpa said that we should be calm. You are wrong. The little figure kept pointing, making Raditz look more and more awkward. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Shaking his head, the figure fell directly. As Jiang Chen fell, little Gaku was the first to find Jiang Chen. His eyes lit up. Brother Aspera. Little Gaku spoke with a smile. Aspera. Accompanying little Goku's voice, Raditz soon noticed Jiang Chen and looked a little shocked. He didn't even notice Jiang Chen's arrival. Here, little Gaku, I'll give you a small gift. Jiang Chen smiled and handed over a 4-star Dragon Ball. Of course, it is just a stone ball now. This is what he had locked on and found when he returned. It was just right for Gaku. What a round stone! Thank you. Goku's eyes lit up and he accepted it with surprise. Raditz, how about it, am I right? After handing the Dragon Ball to Gaku, Jiang Chen looked at Raditz with a smile, and a smiling voice sounded. Raditz opened his mouth, but was unable to refute for a while. In a few months, he had seen the level of chi practice of the old Son Gohan. Although he was still unconvinced on the surface, he was really convinced in his heart. Aspera, you are back. Come on, it's time to eat. And Gaku, Raditz, it's time to eat. Just as the two were talking, Jinna came out and saw Jiang Chen's eyes light up, and she quickly spoke. Okay, Aunt Jinna. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. It's time to eat. Little Wukong's eyes lit up, he cheered, and ran directly to the room. Jiang Chen smiled, and then he and Raditz also walked into the room. In the house, 3 tables of food have been prepared. Fortunately, Baizai Mountain is a primitive jungle that stretches for tens of thousands of miles, and the food in it is extremely rich. Otherwise, with the appetite of the Scions, I'm afraid they would have a problem eating. On the table, one figure after another ate heartily. After waiting for almost eating, Jiang Chen looked at Jinna. "Aunt Jinna, I'm going to the universe in a few days." Jiang Chen spoke. As he spoke, Jinna and Raditz couldn't help but stop. Going to the universe? Jine was a little surprised. Yes, Uncle Bardock, although nothing happened, after all, he traveled back to more than 1,000 years ago. I will try to bring him back. In addition, I also want to go to the universe for a trial and improve my strength. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Aspera, take me with you. I will go with you. Raditz spoke. Aspera, don't worry, as long as Bardock is fine. Jine couldn't help but speak. Auntie Jine, don't worry, nothing will happen, and I also need to improve my strength. Frisia will not let us go. Jiang Chen explained, and then looked at Raditz. Brother Raditz, you should stay on Earth. There are very advanced martial arts training methods here. You haven't mastered them yet. It's not too late to come out after you have mastered them. He spoke and directly rejected Raditz's request. Although Raditz's current strength is good, it is only good. After a few months, his current combat power is only 15,000 points, which is of no help to his next idea. And for Raditz, the most important thing now is to master the Earth's energy. Practice. Letting Raditz follow the path of Sun Wukong is the best choice for him. Listening to Jiang Chen's words, Raditz opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. This. And seeing Raditz silent, Jine didn't know what to say. Only little Wukong was still stuffing food into his mouth heartlessly. Aspera, I know you have always been very opinionated. But be careful. Jine sighed, then nodded and spoke. Don't worry, Aunt Jine. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Soon everyone finished eating. Jine cleaned up the house. Jiang Chen and the other 2 walked out. Raditz, you need to adjust your mind. This will greatly improve your strength. In a few years, you can take Gaku to Kame Island, where there is a top martial arts master. You and Gaku can learn a lot there. In addition, the servant of the god is also a very powerful existence. You can also try to ask for advice. Jiang Chen spoke and gave instructions to Raditz. Raditz listened carefully. Until Jiang Chen finished speaking. Raditz looked at Jiang Chen. Are you going to find Frisia? After a moment of silence, Raditz suddenly spoke. Listening to Raditz's words, Jiang Chen was a little surprised. Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia, right? Looking at Jiang Chen's surprised eyes, Raditz spoke softly. You know. Jiang Chen was a little weird, and his eyes fell on Raditz. Don't look at me like that, you bastard. I'm not stupid. Your words clearly indicate something. How could planet Vegeta be destroyed by a meteorite all of a sudden? Raditz gritted his teeth and spoke. Don't think about this for now. Just do as I say. Besides, I won't go looking for Frisia. We are not his opponents. Jiang Chen shook his head and didn't answer directly. Instead, he spoke slowly. How could it be? Your combat power should have exceeded 30,000. Isn't the tenfold giant ape still his opponent? Raditz widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen in shock. No. Also, don't think too much about the giant ape. That power is not real power. Even if you face an opponent who is far weaker than you may not be able to win, not to mention that Frisia is stronger. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed again. Stronger. Listening to Jiang Chen's words, Raditz didn't care too much about the front, but for the back, his pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. Zhang Chen's combat power exceeded 30,000, and the giant ape's combat power exceeded 300,000. Even so, Frisia was stronger. Even though he had faced Frisia in person, Raditz couldn't help but tremble violently at this moment. Yes, so practice with peace of mind. Zhang Chen nodded, and then touched Xiao Wukong's head. Brother Aspera, are you leaving? Xiao Wukong tilted his head and looked at Zhang Chen with curiosity. Yes, wait for your brother Aspera to come back and bring you a gift. Zhang Chen smiled and said. Okay, brother Aspera is the best. Xiao Wukong's eyes lit up and he said with a smile. In the next few days, Zhang Chen stayed in Baizai Mountain for almost 3 days. He taught Raditz and Xiao Wukong some training during the journey. It was not until 3 days later that he said goodbye to the Jin family and rushed into the sky. A moment later, he arrived at the spaceship where he had landed before. Enter the spaceship. Set the destination. Yadrit. After entering the spaceship, Zhang Chen began to operate it quickly. Boom! The next moment, the huge spaceship began to start slowly. In just a moment, the spaceship rushed into the space like a meteor. It disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. In the temple, God Piccolo, looking at the spaceship rushing into the sky, his expression was slightly relaxed. Although 3 aliens came to Earth, Zhang Chen's small figure gave him the greatest pressure. Now that the other party has left, the pressure on God Piccolo is much less after all. Even if the remaining 2 are not something he can deal with, it is still the same. God! Bobo whispered beside him. What's wrong, Popo? Several voices made the God Piccolo react. He looked at Popo subconsciously and asked with doubt. The seal has been replaced. Popo said softly. Okay, okay. Popo, you've worked hard. The god nodded quickly. In space. The huge spaceship quickly left the Earth and rushed out of the solar system. Compared to the distance between the Earth and Namek, the distance to Yadrit is undoubtedly farther. It is not only in the east of the North Galaxy, but also on the eastern edge of the North Galaxy. This is also the main reason why Frisia's army has not found anything so far. With Zhang Chen's spaceship speed, it would take nearly a year to reach Yadrit. This is undoubtedly a long journey. But fortunately, Zhang Chen is fully prepared for this trip. A year does not delay anything. Now there is still enough time before his 3rd login. This time he has been logged in for a full 10 years, and so far it has only consumed less than 2 years. Such a long time is enough for him to reach Yadrit. It is even enough for him to do something on the way. For example, see if he can find the scions of Bardak's team who were resurrected by him. Another example is fighting. Thinking of fighting, Zhang Chen couldn't help but look at the 2 capsules in his hand. These are the more than 2,500 senzu beans he got from Karin. With this thing, plus the ability to survive in space now, he can undoubtedly be more bold. After all, in his understanding, in addition to the great improvement of science through practice, fighting is also the best shortcut to great improvement. Especially now that he has completed the basic training, the next battle is undoubtedly one of the best choices. Frisia. With his eyes flashing, Zhang Chen's expression could not help but show a hint of expectation. In his understanding, there are many strong people in the entire Frisia Corps. Although Sabo and Dodoria are no longer his opponents at the moment, there is still the Jinya force. In terms of basic combat power, each member of the Jinya force can be said to be stronger than him, and they can undoubtedly become his best whetstone. The huge spaceship crossed the starry sky, rushed out of the Milky Way, and quickly headed towards the eastern part of the North Galaxy. In the spaceship, Zhang Chen began to practice as usual. With his strength exceeding 30,000 points. And after leaving planet Vegeta, Zhang Chen usually maintained a gravity of about 30 times his own. When practicing, under normal circumstances, he would even turn on 50 times the gravity. This is still considering the fact that Aspera's body is only 8 or 9 years old, otherwise he would like to try the feeling of 100 times gravity like Sun Wukong in the original book. Time slipped away quietly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Zhang Chen's spaceship directly crossed the galaxies and was about to enter the central area of the Northern Galaxy. And the central part of the Northern Galaxy is also the base camp of the entire Frisia Corps. The entire Northern Galaxy headquarters. In the past 10 years, most of them have been included in Frisia's jurisdiction. In a starry sky. A huge cosmic castle. A series of cosmic people passed through it. Countless people were busy in an orderly manner. This is the real headquarters of the Frisia Corps, located at the Northern Galaxy headquarters. As the nominal emperor of the universe today, Frisia's authority has become increasingly powerful in the past few years. Even his reputation has spread to the other 3 galaxies. Oh, my dear brother, this is not a happy news for him. Those wild monkeys disappeared in your territory. In front of the huge screen, Gula appeared. Looking at Gula, Frisia's voice sounded with a joke. Frisia, I remind you, I have no obligation to clean up your mess, and those wild monkeys may not be in my territory. Gula couldn't help but snorted coldly. My dear brother, this is not a good reason. But since you can't find them, forget it. After all, they are just a few wild monkeys. Frisia chuckled and didn't care too much about Gula's cold shout. He never cared about his brother. As the most powerful existence of the Frozen Demon clan, his combat power exceeded all the Frozen Demon clan at birth. In comparison, his brother's talent is far worse. He persisted in practicing and his combat power could not be compared with him. Really? Frisia, I remind you, but you will pay for your arrogance later. There is a legend about those wild monkeys. Gula snorted coldly. Legend, my dear brother, do you still believe in that legend? It's just a story made up by a group of wild monkeys. Frisia's voice sounded with mockery. Really? Gula said without comment, and then the communication was directly interrupted. What a stupid brother! Frisia chuckled and then ignored it. He might have worried about the scions, but now Frisia has long stopped considering these. Super Scion, what a joke of the universe! 72 Chapter 72 Zhang Chen's current strength. 72. At the headquarters of the Frisia Corps, the conversation between Frisia and Cooler. Zhang Chen did not know that his spaceship had passed through the western part of the Northern Galaxy and entered the central part of the Northern Galaxy. Just 1 week later, his whereabouts were directly exposed. Of course, this was not because the Frisia Corps had absolute control over the Northern Galaxy. It was not because Zhang Chen took the initiative to expose himself. It was because in an unexpected encounter, Zhang Chen's figure appeared in the Frisia Corps. Since he did not hide it deliberately, that eye-catching tale, his identity was exposed in an instant. With the destruction of planet Vegeta, most of the forces of the entire Frisia Corps were involved in the elimination of scions during this period. In less than 2 years, almost all scions in the vicinity of the entire Frisia Corps were cleared out. Now a scion suddenly appeared, naturally attracting the attention of all the Frisia Corps. Even many members of the Frisia Corps, their eyes lit up and attacked Zhang Chen. However, the result was also obviously doomed. At this moment, Zhang Chen's combat power has reached more than 30,000 points. Facing a group of cosmic people whose combat power has not reached 5,000 at most, it is naturally not too easy to solve. Just a face-to-face encounter. An elite warrior of the Frisia Corps was easily solved by Zhang Chen. In the end, the spaceship was also destroyed by Zhang Chen. However, it was precisely because of this move that his information was quickly transmitted to the Frisia headquarters. Frisia also got the news quickly. Oh wow, a scion wild monkey. There's actually a fish that slipped through the net. Looking at the news, Frisia's eyes were filled with surprise. Contact Sabo and Dodoria for me. King Frisia. The communication was connected, and soon two screens fell, and the figures of Sabo and Dodoria appeared. Even through the communication equipment, both of them knelt on one knee with respectful expressions. Mr. Sabo, Mr. Dodoria. A scion wild monkey appeared in the Zilli galaxy in the central part of the northern galaxy. Let's deal with it. Frisia's voice with a smile sounded. Yes, King Frisia. Understood, King Frisia. The two responded respectfully, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Soon, the two spaceships set off directly from the western part of the northern galaxy and moved rapidly towards Zhongchen. On the other side, after Zhongchen learned that Frisia was not nearby, he did not hide his whereabouts, but continued to move forward. He even eliminated two more bases of Frisia's army along the way. The strength of these two bases of Frisia's army was not weak, and the strongest even had a combat power of 12,000 points. Of course, this was not a big problem for Zhongchen. In order to avoid really attracting Frisia, Zhongchen's combat power from beginning to end was only about 15,000 points. Although such strength is good, it will not cause Frisia to make a big move. In fact, it is true. When Zhongchen cleared the third base, he got the latest news of Frisia's army. Sabo, who was sent to capture Raditz before, and Dodoria have come to deal with him now. Sabo, and Dodoria. It seems that the strength seems to be a little weak. Zhongchen whispered and shook his head. Of course, he just shook his head. Zhongchen knew very well that if he really showed 30,000 combat power, it might not be one or two Jinya Force members who came, but the entire Jinya Force, and even Frisia might come in person. Although Frisia didn't seem to care much about the legend of Super Saiyan, he just seemed to not care. In fact, he probably took it more seriously than anyone else. The risk factor of combat power exceeding 30,000 points is not something that ordinary people can handle. Even ordinary Jinya Force might be in danger. After all, Scions have the ability to transform into giant apes, even if there are big flaws. But no matter how big the flaws are, 300,000 combat power is enough to easily crush the absolute majority. Frisia can't be careless. And this is not the time for Frisia to be cautious. After all, with his current strength, even if he is a giant ape, he can't even beat Frisia in the first stage. Once Frisia comes in person, it will be a big joke. Thoughts flow. In the spaceship, Zhongchen continued to practice. Time was still passing. 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, Zhongchen had been destroying the bases of Frisia's army along the way. It even caused a lot of turmoil in the entire Frisia army. At the same time, Sabo and Dodoria were getting closer to Zhongchen. Planet Kentor. This is a planet located in the middle of the northern Milky Way. It is also the most important base of Frisia's army among the 4 or 5 galaxies around. Master Sabo, have you and Master Dodoria not arrived yet? Inside the Kentor planet, an octopus-like cosmic person walked back and forth in the command center, with a look of anxiety on his face. Master, in 3 days, at most 3 days, Master Sabo and Master Dodoria will arrive at the Kentor planet. There was a cosmic person next to him who was also nervous, but still reported respectfully. 3 days. It should be in time. The octopus alien nodded, feeling a little relieved. If it's 3 days, then the damned scion shouldn't be that fast. But it was only at the moment when he felt relieved. Alert, alert! An unknown spacecraft has been detected entering the atmosphere. Alert, alert report. Should we intercept? A piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the base. The octopus Cosmos's face changed. Not good. A cry of surprise sounded. However, only this one voice fell. Boom! The dazzling white light instantly covered the sky. Boom! Boom! The next moment, the terrifying explosion sound instantly spread over the entire Kentor planet. This base of the Frisia army almost instantly turned into an explosion that rushed into the sky. In the explosion, the octopus Cosmos flew out of the smoke and dust in a mess. His body was already broken. If he was not a very special race, he would have died in the terrifying explosion just now. But even if he survived, his condition was not too good at the moment. 15,000 combat power. Not bad strength. A chuckled voice opened, and the octopus alien subconsciously looked into the distance, where a small figure was looking at him with a smile. When he saw that figure, the octopus alien's pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. During this period of time, Zhang Chen's appearance had long been imprinted in the Frisia core, so he naturally recognized him instantly. And the moment he recognized him, he couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. For most people in the Frisia core, this scion has almost become a killing god in this period of time. More than 7 bases of the Frisia core were destroyed by him. The number of elite warriors who died is countless. It is said that even those with 17,000 combat power died in the hands of the scion in front of him. The octopus alien subconsciously wanted to speak. But before he could speak, Zhang Chen's eyes couldn't help but look into the distance. "Aren't you coming out yet? Haven't you been waiting for me for a long time?" A chuckled voice opened, and Zhang Chen looked down. With his current control of qi, he could sense the 2 powerful auras before arriving at the planet. "You are really sharp, wild monkey." A mocking voice sounded, and the next moment a figure rushed out. It was a figure with pink skin, thorns on the head and arms, and a fat body. It was obviously Dodoria, a cadre of Frisia's army. And the moment he rushed out, a figure also stepped forward. "It's really unfortunate, Scion, King Frisia is very angry because of your actions." Accompanied by the mocking voice, there was an elegant voice. At the same time, another figure appeared. It was a man with a green body, handsome appearance, and gentle appearance. It was Sabo, another cadre of Frisia's army. "It's an honor, Sabo. Dodoria is the right-hand man of the Universe Emperor Frisia in the legend." Zhang Chen chuckled, with a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. At this moment, his combat power has exceeded 35,000 points, reaching 36,000 points. "Sabo, although Dodoria's strength is not strong, one transformation is only 27,000 points of combat power, and one combat power is only 20,000 points. However, the 2 of them, plus the octopus alien, can barely serve as a whetstone for Zhang Chen." "Hehe, wild monkey, have you thought about how to die?" "I am very good at crushing heads." Dodoria's eyes were fierce and she spoke viciously. "Really? That depends on me. Maybe it's not me who has my head crushed." Zhang Chen chuckled. "You are looking for death." Dodoria's expression showed a hint of anger. The figure moved instantly. However, when he moved, Zhang Chen moved faster than him. Boom! Dodoria felt her pupils dilate and a sharp pain came from her abdomen. The figure flew backwards in an instant. Boom! The ground in the distance began to collapse rapidly. "What?" Sabo's face changed drastically. His calmness disappeared in an instant, and only shock remained. Dodoria's strength was 20,000. Zhang Chen estimated that it was only about 18,000 to 20,000. As a result, Dodoria, who was 20,000, was instantly knocked away. "Damn it, your combat power is more than 20,000. Sabo spoke. "I never said that I only have 20,000 combat power. Transform, you are not my opponent with your current strength." Zhang Chen chuckled and clapped his hands. "You." Sabo's face was ugly. But at this moment, he knew more clearly that Zhang Chen's strength far exceeded his previous expectations. No longer hesitating, the aura around him began to explode rapidly. The body began to swell. Boom! After a moment, a more violent breath swept out. Sabo's handsome appearance completely disappeared, and what appeared was a figure with abnormally developed limbs, abnormally ugly, huge mouth and sharp teeth, and pustules on the body gradually appeared. "Damn wild monkey, you made me look so ugly, you will pay the price for your behavior!" Sabo shouted coldly, his eyes were fierce. At this moment, Dodoria's figure below also soared into the sky. "Let's go together and solve him." Sabo opened mouth. Dodoria was in a state of great embarrassment, and nodded at this moment. The next moment, the two rushed directly towards Zhang Chen. On the other side, the octopus alien gritted his teeth, and also burst out his breath, killing Zhang Chen. 3 people, one with 15,000 points, one with 27,000 points, and one with 20,000 points. Such strength is undoubtedly terrifying, and it is considered the most first-class existence in the entire universe. With the revival of Majin Buu in ancient times, the great king god and the 3 king gods of the 4 king gods of the East, West, South, North, and North all died in battle. The development of the 7th universe has actually fallen into backwardness. Today, a combat power of over 10,000 is enough to be called a strong man in the universe. More than 20,000 is already the top among the top. Except for a few places, it is almost impossible to find a combat power of over 100,000. A combat power of over 20,000 and a combat power of 15,000 are no longer enough to sweep 1 or 2 planets, but enough to sweep a large galaxy. Unfortunately, they were facing Zhang Chen. At this moment, Zhang Chen's combat power was higher than 36,000. Even if they didn't consider anything else, they couldn't handle combat power alone. What's more, Zhang Chen's control over Qi was far better than theirs. Boom! Boom! 4 figures were constantly colliding in the air. The octopus alien was the first to be blown up. Then it was Dodoria. Boom! Sabo's figure flew backwards. The next moment, he didn't have time to react. Dodoria, who was also flying backwards in the distance, exploded directly and turned into fireworks all over the sky. Seeing this scene, Sabo's pupils showed a trace of fear. 3 people joined forces, but Zhang Chen killed 2 people in just a moment. At this moment, even Sabo was panicking. "Spare my life! Spare my life! I can join you in resisting King Frisia." "No, Frisia. We can definitely defeat Frisia together." Sabo spoke hastily. Tisk. Listening to Sabo's words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sneer. "You really think highly of yourself, Sabo? Are you worthy?" Zhang Chen sneered and spoke. Under Sabo's horrified eyes, an energy wave fell directly towards Sabo. "No." Sabo was horrified. The body desperately burst out with a breath. However, it was still not enough. How could 27,000 points of combat power resist the explosion of 36,000 points of combat power? Boom! Boom boom! A huge explosion occurred in the air. The terrifying energy shock wave directly caused a huge shock to the entire planet. I messed up the last one. My head was swollen yesterday. I forgot that it was 10 years since I logged in for the 3rd time. I am so embarrassed. I have changed it. 73 Chapter 73 What kind of cosmic joke is this? Is this Aspera? 73. Boom! The huge spaceship rushed into the sky in an instant and disappeared in the place where the planet Kentor was. The news swept out like a whirlwind. 1 day later. Bang! The objects in front of him were crushed directly in the huge spaceship headquarters. Frisia's face became particularly ugly in an instant. Does it mean that Sabo and Dodoria were killed by that wild monkey? A low voice came from Frisia's mouth, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes at this moment. Yes, yes. In addition. Bang! The cosmic man spoke with a stutter, but just as the words sounded, his body turned into blood mist and exploded in the next moment. This scene immediately frightened the remaining astronauts and made them tremble even more. One by one, the astronauts prostrated themselves on the ground. It's really a surprise to me. Notify the Jinyu force. Frisia spoke in a low voice. Yes. An astronaut spoke in a hurry. They began to connect quickly. Soon, a huge projection fell. King Frisia. Jinyu appeared, knelt on one knee, and spoke in a respectful voice. Jinyu, a wild monkey escaped from planet Vegeta and killed Sabo and Dodoria. Please send someone to deal with it. Frisia spoke in a low voice, and the smile on his face had completely disappeared at this moment. Yes, King Frisia. I'll send someone to deal with it immediately. Jinyu spoke respectfully. Oh, then I'll wait for your good news, Captain Jinyu. Frisia's smile reappeared after listening to Jinyu's words. Soon, in the distant southern part of the northern galaxy, among several spaceships, the members of the Jinyu squad were heading rapidly towards a planet. They were the super special forces selected by Frisia from the elite warriors in the universe, and they were also the real trump card force of the entire Frisia Corps, and one of the key forces for Frisia to sweep across the northern galaxy. In the past few years, the Jinyu special forces have swept across countless planets and destroyed countless civilizations. GIs, Bart. In a spaceship, Jinyu just finished a phone call and connected with two members of his team. Captain. Captain. GIs and Bart spoke respectfully. Just now, King Frisia sent a message that a fish escaped from planet Vegeta and killed Sabo and Dodoria. You go over there and deal with that wild monkey. Jinyu spoke and quickly issued an order. Wild monkeys from planet Vegeta. It's really unexpected that they can deal with Sabo and Dodoria. GIs and Bart spoke with surprise. Yes, the news from King Frisia is that the combat power should have reached 30,000. Jinyu nodded. Yes, Captain. We'll go right over there. GIs and Bart nodded and agreed directly. Both of them had excitement in their eyes. As members of the Jinyu Special Forces, they also enjoyed the battle. A being with 30,000 points is also a good opponent for them. Swoosh! The two spaceships quickly headed towards the middle of the North Galaxy. As the core of Frisia's army, the spaceships of the Jinyu Force are the top ones. Two streams of light cut through the starry sky. Of course, Zhang Chen didn't know this at the moment. The battles with Sabo and Dodoria seemed to have activated the psion cells in his body. During this period, Zhang Chen could clearly feel that his own qi was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After he broke through 30,000 points before, the improvement of his combat power was obviously weakened. Even now, his combat power is only 36,000, which is obviously much slower than the previous improvement. However, after a battle, even if it was not a fierce battle, his strength began to increase rapidly at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In just less than 10 days, his combat power increased from 36,000 points to 37,000 points, and it is still increasing. At the current speed, it is very likely to reach 40,000 points in a short time. Sure enough, scions must fight. Zhang Chen muttered to himself. Even though he had some knowledge before, he was undoubtedly more certain of this after this battle. Although scions need to practice to improve their S-cells, they also need to fight one battle after another to activate the scion genes in their bodies. Only in this way can their strength be continuously improved and they can continuously transform themselves. Just like Kakarot and Sun Wukong in the original work. Kakarot's uniqueness is not only the practice path from Sun Gohan to Master Roshi, to Master Karin, to God, to King Kai, but also the road of conquest along the way, from the Red Ribbon Army, to Tien Shinyan, to Piccolo, to Raditz, Vegeta, Jinyu Force, Frisia, Android, Bu, fighting all the way. It is precisely because of this that Kakarot, who was born with only 2 points of combat power, has been improved to the strongest among humans in the 7th universe. Similarly, if he wants to continuously improve his strength, the best way is to do the same as Kakarot and Sun Wukong. Sublimation in constant fighting and practice. Thoughts flowed. Zhang Chen's expression could not help but bring a hint of expectation. in the following time, while digesting this time's strength improvement. On the other hand, he paid close attention to Frisia's movements. Of course, in order to realize his idea, he destroyed several Frisia bases along the way. In this situation, time quietly passed another month. On a planet, the base of Frisia's army disappeared in a terrifying explosion. Zhang Chen stood in the sky, but his brows could not help but rise. Jinyu force, he said to himself, but his expression was not much surprised. After Sabo and Dodoria were dealt with by him, Frisia could only dispatch the Jinyu force except himself. Frisia's army has more than 10,000 soldiers, and even 20,000 or 30,000 soldiers may not be rare, but the only one who can defeat him is the Jinyu force. What Zhang Chen didn't expect was that not all the Jinyu force members were dispatched. Only 2 were dispatched. One is Gi's and the other is Bart. Zhang Chen still has some impression of these 2. Gi's and Bart are the second only to Jinyu in the Jinyu force. Both of them have a combat power of more than 40,000. Bart's combat power seems to be close to 50,000 in the original book. And the 2 can also burst out together, and their strength is undoubtedly stronger. Maybe it's just right. Murmuring to himself, feeling the heart that is almost burning in his body, Zhang Chen couldn't help but look forward to it. A battle with Sabo and Dodoria activated the psion cells in his body, and his strength quickly jumped to a level. If he can fight with Gi's and Bart, then his strength will undoubtedly be able to rise to another level. Especially now that Gi's and Bart are much stronger than him, it is even more so. Thinking of this, in the following time, Zhang Chen did not deliberately hide his whereabouts. But he was completely exposed to the Frisia army. After all, as long as Frisia himself does not come, there is basically no threat to him. Giant ape transformation, no matter how flawed it is a tenfold increase in combat power. Especially now that he can still maintain his sanity, with the tenfold increase, he is inferior to Frisia. The only thing he needs to worry about is Jinyu's ability to swap bodies. There is no need to worry about anything else. Zhang Chen is waiting. At this moment, the entire northern galaxy is in turmoil. Frisia has been the emperor of the universe and the actual ruler of the northern galaxy for more than 10 years. During these 10 years, it's not that no one has challenged Frisia's authority. However, so far, no one who challenges Frisia's authority is still alive. In recent years, no one has dared to challenge. But now it has appeared again. And it has destroyed more than a dozen space bases of Frisia's army in succession. This has directly caused countless forces in the entire northern galaxy to explode. That's Frisia. The Emperor of the Universe Frisia. There was actually someone provoking, and even destroyed more than a dozen space bases in a row, which was almost completely ignoring the Space Emperor Frisia. Planet Saddam. This is a trading planet located in the middle of the northern galaxy. Countless space merchants and space tourists will arrive here. The attack on Frisia's army undoubtedly spread in an instant in this kind of ups and downs. For a time, countless space people and space forces were shocked. Even many space people widened their eyes and suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. And in a trade center, several figures were in it. After a while, these figures gathered to one side. Planet Vegeta is indeed destroyed. Damn Frisia, it must be him who did it. Celeba's voice with an ugly face sounded. Celeba, we are not the only scions in this universe. Papzan spoke abruptly. The other 2 were silent immediately. During this period of time, they finally got out of that planet. They were ready to go to planet Vegeta. However, they soon received news that planet Vegeta had been destroyed by a huge meteorite. They naturally did not believe this news, so they immediately went to a nearby trading planet for exploration. But the result was unacceptable to them. Planet Vegeta was indeed destroyed. Damn it, what should we do now? Dodbo was a little irritable at this moment. However, no one answered his words. At this moment, they were also at a loss, and didn't know what to do for a while. Wait for Thomas to come back, he should be able to get more information. After a moment of silence, Saraba spoke. Damn Frisia! Dodbo couldn't help but speak again, but only once. As a former member of Frisia's army, even if they didn't know Frisia's exact strength, they knew Frisia's horror. With their strength, they couldn't do anything. The three of them waited. After a while, a figure came back. What's going on, Thomas? Are there any scions who survived? Seeing the figure coming back, Celieba couldn't help but speak. Yes, Thomas. Dodebo couldn't help but speak, and the three people's eyes focused on Thomas. Toma opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Really? Seeing Thomas nod, Celieba's eyes lit up. Yes, Prince Vegeta, and the kid from the Nappa family survived, and the captain's eldest son also seems to have survived. Toma nodded and spoke in a deep voice. Prince Vegeta is fine. And Raditz. Celieba's eyes lit up. They had actually made plans for the scions to be wiped out. But they didn't expect that there would be survivors. Not only was Prince Vegeta fine, but their captain's eldest son was also fine. What's wrong, Thomas? Saraba was so excited that she quickly noticed Thomas's expression and spoke with confusion. Toma, what happened? Pabzin couldn't help but speak. After a moment of silence, Thomas still manipulated the bracelet to project a projection. The picture appeared. It was a scene of a planet. A base of Frisia. Saraba was a little surprised. The same was true for the other people. But just as they were surprised. Boom! Boom! The entire base suddenly exploded violently. The base instantly turned into fireworks. And in the thick smoke, a small figure appeared. The most eye-catching thing was his swaying tail. Scion! Pabzin's eyes widened instantly, with a look of surprise. The other people were not much better, their pupils widened. And just as they widened their eyes, the next moment, a figure appeared in the thick smoke. When the familiar face appeared, several people present were stunned. Aspera! How could it be? This. The three people murmured to themselves, and at this moment their pupils were no longer widened, but almost popped out. What did they see? Aspera actually attacked a base of Frisia's army. That was the base of Frisia's army. As a former member of Frisia's army, they knew very well that the minimum combat power of each base of Frisia's army was 5,000 or 6,000, and most of them were over 10,000. Aspera actually attacked Frisia's army. They didn't even have time to be excited because Aspera was still alive. Instead, they were completely shocked. What a joke! Aspera was obviously just a low-level soldier. How could he have such a strong strength? Several people looked at each other, and for a moment they didn't know how to react. This is a joke. After a long time, Celieba spoke with a stutter, and her eyes could not help but look at Thomas. Some people say that I suppress the combat power. Don't you consider that the protagonist is only 8 or 9 years old now, and his combat power at birth is only 5 points? Kakarot and Sun Wukong only have 10 points of combat power when they are 8 or 9 years old. Growth requires a process. For example, the protagonist's training on Earth and fighting in the universe are all accumulating. Only when they accumulate to a certain extent will they explode. Now is the time to explode. How could it be possible to explode before? 74 Chapter 74 Aspera is a Super Scion? 74 This is a joke. After a long time, Celieba spoke with a stutter, and her eyes could not help but look at Thomas. Yes, how is this possible? Papzin couldn't help but look at Thomas. As for Dodbo, he hadn't reacted at this moment. I don't believe it either. But there is not just one video, but several, from different planets. Thomas smiled bitterly. He couldn't help but shake his head. To be honest, when he saw the news just now, he didn't believe it at first. However, there is more than one such video. More than 10 bases of the Frisia army were destroyed, and there are quite a few videos circulating among them. Gudong! How can Aspera be so strong? Dodbo finally reacted at this moment and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Others looked at each other, and for a moment they were deeply shocked. They were very familiar with Aspera. The combat power at birth was almost the second to last in the history of the entire Vegeta planet. Whether the combat power of adults could break 300 was a problem. Even among the lower-level soldiers, Aspera's combat power was the lowest. But what did they see at this moment? Aspera faced the base of the Frisia army and almost crushed it. How much strength can Aspera reach? 8,000, 9,000, or 10,000? Or even higher? The four people at this moment dare not imagine. Even though they have all come up from lower-level warriors, they are stronger than some mid-level warriors. Even because of a resurrection, their strength has been improved again, and the lowest combat power has exceeded 4,000. But the shock given to them by the scene in front of them is still too great. I'm afraid something happened. But this is not the important thing now. I heard a piece of news that Aspera's actions seem to have completely annoyed Frisia, and Frisia has already sent the Jinya force. I'm afraid Aspera is in big trouble. Thomas shook his head, then took a deep breath and spoke. What? The Jinya force is out. Hearing Thomas's words, the expressions of several people present could not remain calm. As a former member of Frisia's army, they all knew the horror of the Jinya force. It can even be said that the Jinya force is undoubtedly the most important key to why King Vegeta dared not act rashly. They are actually dispatched at this moment. Thomas, have you found out where Aspera is now? Tell him to stop immediately, otherwise it will be a big trouble. Saliba spoke anxiously. Yes, Thomas. We must contact Aspera as soon as possible. Pabzin also spoke quickly. It is not certain at present, but according to the trajectory of Aspera's actions, the next target is likely to be the base in the Delhi Galaxy. Thomas nodded and spoke in a deep voice. Duri Galaxy. That doesn't seem to be far. Pabzin's eyes lit up. Yes, it is a journey of at most 15 days from here. If Aspera arrives there, it should take more than 10 days. If we speed up, we should have a chance to arrive earlier. Thomas nodded. What are you talking about? Let's go. Don't let Aspera get into trouble. Saraba's eyes lit up and she spoke quickly. Yes, yes. Let's go. Jinya force that group of guys is not something Aspera can handle. Dodbo and Pabuzan spoke quickly. Okay. Thomas nodded. Soon the four began to act. A spaceship rushed directly into the starry sky and quickly headed for the Delhi Galaxy. On the other side, two small spaceships also cut through the sky and quickly headed for the Delhi Galaxy. Bart, don't do it this time, I'll take care of it. I haven't seen a wild monkey with 30,000 combat power. Gi's voice came from the communication, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Okay. But, give me the next chance. Bart's voice sounded. Okay. Gi's nodded. Boom. Two spaceships cut through the starry sky. 15 days later. Delhi planet. Boom. Boom. The huge explosion swept through, and the entire base almost turned into fireworks in an instant. Have they all escaped? Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows, but his expression was not much surprised. His actions were completely unrestrained, and the Frisia Corps was sure that his next place would not be too difficult. And facing him, knowing that they were defeated, there would not be many loyal subordinates under Frisia. It should be here soon. Whipping softly, Zhang Chen immediately looked at the starry sky again. Based on his understanding of the Frisia Corps during this period of time, the two members of the Jinyu Special Forces should arrive soon. He couldn't help but look forward to it. But just as he whispered, the next moment, his eyebrows couldn't help but rise. Because at this moment a spaceship landed directly on this planet. Originally, he thought that the members of the Jinyu Special Forces had arrived, but soon found out that it was not. The spaceship that landed was not 2 auras, but 4 auras, and these 4 auras are not very strong. The strongest one in the lead seems to have a combat power of only about 5,000, and most of the others are only over 4,000. It is obviously impossible to be the Jinyu force. After all, even the weakest one in the Jinyu force has a combat power far higher than this value. After taking a look, Zhang Chen prepared to fall down. Since the Jinyu force has not arrived, he thought about it and decided to wait on this planet. He had already explored this planet before. This is obviously a wild planet, which is the most suitable as his battlefield. But before he fell, his expression was stunned. These auras. Muttering to himself, Zhang Chen was somewhat puzzled. For some reason, he vaguely felt that these auras were somewhat familiar. And at the moment he paused. 4 chi forces broke through the air in the distance, and the figures of 4 people quickly flew over. When the sight converged, Zhang Chen could not help but be stunned. Because the people who came at this moment were none other than the 4 people in the Bardock team that he resurrected with the dragon. Aspera, is it really you? Zhang Chen, Selava, and others who flew over from the other side also saw Zhang Chen clearly at this moment. Even though they had already confirmed it, the 4 people at this moment could not help but be shocked. Zhang Chen came back to his senses and smiled and greeted him. Good boy, I thought there was something wrong with the previous video, but I didn't expect it to be a real one. Hearing the sound, the 4 people hurriedly flew over again, and Papsen couldn't help but speak with surprise. The other 3 people were not much better at this moment. Even though they had confirmed it before, the 4 of them couldn't help but be shaken violently when they saw Zhang Chen and the broken base below. This is the base of Frisia's army. Zhang Chen actually did it. And he did it. For a moment, the 4 of them looked at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen couldn't help but touch his head with a smile. Aunt Celieba, why are you here? As if he had thought of something, Zhang Chen looked at them curiously. He wanted to find their traces. Unexpectedly, they came before he took action. The North Galaxy is very big. Even if he made a lot of noise, it was incredible that Celieba and others could find him. Oh, I almost forgot. Aspera, you are too impulsive. Frisia has sent out the Jinyu force. Leave quickly. Once the Jinyu force arrives, you will be in big trouble. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, the 4 of them reacted, and Celieba spoke quickly. Yes, Aspera, you may not know that the Jinyu force is Frisia's trump card, almost equivalent to Frisia himself. Let's leave quickly. Toma also spoke quickly. They didn't care about anything else and spoke quickly. Listening to their words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. He didn't expect that they came here for this matter. You know, this is undoubtedly a huge risk. With the temperament of the Scions, it is almost impossible to do this. But the 4 of them did it. Don't worry, I should be able to handle it. Zhang Chen smiled and said. Aspera, don't joke. You know, even the weakest member of the Jinyu force is stronger than King Vegeta. This is not something you can handle. Yes, Aspera, let's leave quickly. With your talent, as long as you grow up, your strength will definitely surpass all Scions. Not to mention the Jinyu force, even Frisia, you may be able to deal with it. Toma and the others spoke, looking a little anxious. Don't worry, I should be able to handle it. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head. His words made several people stunned for a moment. Some people subconsciously wanted to speak. But some people seemed to react. Aspera, what is your strength now? Wait, let me see first. Thomas' heart moved, and he asked with curiosity. The right hand opened the detector. This is the detector they bought later. Although it is worse than that of Frisia's army, it can basically meet their needs. Ding! The value appeared. Aspera, now is not the time to be willful. Celiba frowned and couldn't help but speak. Just as he spoke, Thomas was stunned. Yes. Dodebo also spoke. And in the conversation between the two. 5 o'clock. Thomas' voice sounded in astonishment. What's wrong? Thomas. Celiba looked at Thomas in surprise. Aspera, your combat power. But Thomas didn't answer, but looked at Zhang Chen in shock. Combat power, what's wrong? Dodebo was at a loss, but he subconsciously turned on the detector. However, the value at the next moment made Dodebo stunned. What are you doing? Celiba and Papzan were a little puzzled. They also turned on the detector. However, at this moment, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. It's not that the combat power is too high. It's too low. Only 5 points of combat power were shown on the combat power detector. Just like when Aspera was just born. But how is this possible? With 5 points of combat power, let alone destroying more than 10 bases. Even facing the soldiers of Frisia's army, they would be killed instantly. Aspera, what are you doing? Thomas took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Chen with a hint of doubt. Uncle Thomas, do you want to know the combat power? Take another look. Looking at the reactions of several people, Zhang Chen naturally understood what was going on and couldn't help but smile and speak. At the same time, his suppressed energy was directly released by him. Ding! This time, the detectors of the 4 people began to jump rapidly. The pupils of Thomas and the other 4 could not help but shrink violently, and their mouths opened wide. 500. 1,000. 3,000. 5,000, 10,000. 30,000. 38,000, this. Looking at the final value, Thomas and the other 4 looked at each other, and at this moment, they could clearly see shock and disbelief in their eyes. 38,000. Aspera's combat power was as high as 38,000 points. This value, even if just looking at it, makes people feel a wave of scalp tingling. What's more, how old is Zhang Chen? He is not even 10 years old now. At this age, the combat power of 38,000 points has completely surpassed King Vegeta. Even Prince Vegeta is not worth mentioning compared to Zhang Chen. The impact at this moment is undoubtedly greater. Open, are you kidding me? How is it possible? Dodebo's voice was stuttering. The others were not much better. Gudong. Among the 4 people, some even swallowed their saliva. It was not that they were not calm, but the value in front of them really scared them. Even on the way here, they had already thought that Zhang Chen's strength was already very strong, but no matter how much they thought, they could not imagine that Zhang Chen's strength could reach such a level. 38,000 points. This is 38,000 points of combat power. Even if they just looked at it, they felt their scalps tingling. At this moment, the 4 did not know how to react. Aunt Celiba, Uncle Thomas, Uncle Dodebo, Uncle Pabuzan, how is it? Zhang Chen looked at the shocked 4 people and couldn't help but speak with a smile. Aspera, you. Celiba opened her mouth subconsciously, but she didn't know how to finish her words when she was halfway through. The other 3 were similar. Zhang Chen smiled, and he could understand the shock of the others. Vegeta's scions were different from those in the 6th universe. Because they followed Frisia, they were all extremely irritable. They had almost no S-cells in their bodies, and they had no way to practice. Their strength limit was almost 10,000 points, and it was difficult to improve. Only a few people could break through 10,000 points, which was already rare. But they just barely broke through, and no one reached 20,000, let alone 40,000. You can imagine how big the impact was on them at this moment. 75 Chapter 75 The Characteristics of Scions and the God of Scions 75 Accompanying the battles with Dodoria and Sabo, the psion cells in Zhang Chen's body were activated. Coupled with the long-term practice, his combat power has made a rapid leap in a short period of time, officially increasing from 36,000 points to 38,000 points, and there is no sign of stopping. Even if he does not fight again and just practices as usual, Zhang Chen feels that his strength can continue to leap forward, and there is absolutely no problem reaching 40,000 points. Of course, this is not an illusion. Psions are a very special race. As a fighting race, psions need a peaceful heart to make the S cells in their bodies grow significantly. Only a significant increase in S cells can enhance the potential of psions. However, being completely peaceful does not meet the limit of psions' strength improvement. Just like the psions in the 6th universe, even after a long time, their single combat power has been extremely exaggerated, but they still cannot cross the threshold of psions to super psions. One of the most important reasons is that the psions in the 6th universe may be too peaceful. This makes their S cells in their bodies sufficient, but the psion fighting gene is not much stimulated. He looked at the 4 people. Zhang Chen pondered slightly. Then he had an idea. Resurrecting the 4 people reminded him of the care they had given him on planet Vegeta. In fact, there was no other extra thought. But at this moment, the 4 people appeared again, which made him have an idea. If Zhang Chen remembered correctly, in order to become a super psion god, he must have 5 psions with a heart of justice. But now, it is probably difficult to find 5 psions with a heart of justice in the entire 7th universe. Originally, he had not thought so much. After all, he is not a super psion now, and it is too far to consider the super psion god. But now, he suddenly thought of one thing. That is, the super psion and the super psion god may have a superior subordinate relationship, but the super psion and the psion god do not seem to have a superior subordinate relationship. It is not necessary to transform into a super psion to become the psion god. In the end, all you need are 5 psions with a sense of justice. 5, for the previous universe 7, is undoubtedly a very troublesome thing. After all, there are only a few psions left in the entire universe 7, and it is simply a dream to gather 5 psions with a sense of justice. But now, there is a way. In the original work, Vegeta can become a psion with a sense of justice, so why can't the people in Bardock's team? Compared to Vegeta, the psions in Bardock's team are obviously much more kind. All you need is a reasonable guidance. Aspera, you really gave us a big surprise. If the captain knew your strength, he would be very happy. Saraba couldn't help but sigh. 38,000 points, tisk tisk, Aspera, how did you do that? Is there a problem with the birth test? Toma and the others also reacted. After being shocked, they were all replaced by excitement. 38,000 points of combat power. It has never appeared in the history of the entire Vegeta planet. But Aspera has it now. And Aspera is only less than 10 years old at the moment. They can't imagine how high Zhang Chen's future achievements will be. Isn't Aspera the one in the legend? As if he thought of something, Papzin couldn't help but speak. Which one? Dodbo subconsciously. Papzin, you are talking about the rumored one, the one that only appears once 1,000 years among the psions. As if he thought of something, Thomas subconsciously looked at Zhang Chen, then looked at Papzin and asked with shock. Yes, it's the rumored one. To be honest, I've never seen such a powerful psion. Aspera is less than 10 years old now, with 38,000 combat power. Papzin nodded, and then spoke in a low voice. Gudong. Then, isn't that a legend? Yes. Several people spoke, and at this moment, they couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. Looking at the expressions of several people, Zhang Chen opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but gave up after thinking about it. For several people at this moment, there is really no need to explain anything. After all, Super Saiyan is too far away from them. Aspera, you are so amazing. Celiba couldn't help but sighed. The other people also echoed. The Jinya force should arrive soon, and Celieba, you should leave here first. As several people sighed, Zhang Chen waited for a while, and then spoke. This. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, several people came back to their senses from the ups and downs and excitement. Aspera, let's leave first. Although you have 38,000 combat power, the Jinya force is Frisia's trump card after all. We can wait a few more years before settling accounts with Frisia. Yes, Aspera, since you are the super scion in the rumors, as long as we wait for a few years, we will definitely be able to defeat Frisia. Let's leave first. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Celiba and others hurriedly spoke. Don't worry, it's just geese, I should be able to deal with Bart. And scions also need to fight to improve their strength, this time is just right. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head. Maybe what they said was right, but as he said, what he needs most now is fighting. Only by fighting can he further cross this boundary and reach the next level. This. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Celiba and others became more anxious. You leave first, you can go find Antjan, and Raditz first, don't worry, I will be fine. Zhang Chen smiled and spoke. Is Sister Jin okay? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Celiba's eyes lit up and she spoke with excitement. The other people also showed a touch of surprise. Yes, they are on the earth now. And Celiba, I will pass the coordinates to you. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded, then operated the instrument and input a set of coordinates to Celiba. When Zhang Chen finished, the four of them looked at each other. But at this moment, two terrifying auras instantly appeared in space. No, they are coming. Thomas' face changed and he couldn't help but make a sound. Don't worry, I will be fine, you go first, otherwise I may not be able to leave later. Zhang Chen smiled and said. Let's go. Thomas took a deep breath and nodded. Aspera, be careful. Yes, be careful. If you can't beat them, go first. Celiba and the others also reacted and spoke up. With their strength, they were unable to participate in this kind of battle, and staying would not be a good result. After they finished speaking, they all took off and quickly headed for the spaceship. Zhang Chen floated in the air. He looked at the two landing spaceships in the distance quietly. There was a hint of expectation on his face. Now his combat power is 38,000 points. While Gi's combat power in the original book should be 49,000 points, and Bart's is 43,000 points. Now there is still some time before the plot starts, and he doesn't know how strong Gi's and Bart are. To what extent? But I think, even if there is a gap, it should not be too far. After all, they are already members of the Jinya force. And two beings with more than 40,000 combat power are undoubtedly the best whetstone for him. Even more suitable than Sabo and Dodoria. After all, the combined strength of those two is far inferior to his, and the two in front of him will definitely surpass him. Not to mention that it brings him a life and death challenge, but at least there is a sense of oppression. This kind is undoubtedly the best. Only with enough oppression can he ignite his blood as a scion. Boom! 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 The ground collapsed. Then, bang! Two spaceship doors flew out horizontally, and the figures of Gi's and Bart appeared on this planet. Are we finally here? That damn wild monkey should not have escaped. Otherwise, it will take us a lot of time. Gi's opened his mouth, and his figure floated up directly. Behind him, Bart also flew up. The moment the two flew, they also turned on the detector. Ding! The value kept jumping. 4,100 points. 4,500 points. 5,300 points. And another 4,200 points. Why are there so many garbage combat forces? Isn't this a wild planet? Gi said in surprise. Do you want me to get rid of them? Bart looked at G.I.'s and asked. Solved it. G.I.'s nodded. Bart was ready to act immediately. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of them. Who is it? 5 points. Ha 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 ha, there is such a low combat force. G.I.'s was startled at first, but soon saw the value on the detector, and he couldn't help laughing. G.I.'s, look, he seems to be a wild monkey from planet Vegeta. 5 points of combat power, there is such a rubbish among the wild monkeys of planet Vegeta. Bart spoke with a smile, and his eyes were fixed on Zhang Chen's swaying tail. Ha ha ha, Scion. Really? But it's really weak. G.I.'s was stunned for a moment, and soon noticed Zhang Chen's tail, and laughed. Really? You guys should take a closer look. Zhang Chen chuckled, and the next moment the hidden energy around him burst out instantly. Ding ding ding. The detector values? In G.I.'s and Bart's eyes began to jump rapidly. 5. 100. 1,000. 10,000. 30,000. 35,000. 38,000. When the value finally stopped, the smiles of G.I.'s and Bart instantly withered, their pupils widened, and their expressions were filled with shock. How could it be? Bart muttered to himself. No, is it you who destroyed King Frisia's base? Suddenly, G.I.'s seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes instantly looked at Zhang Chen, and his voice rang out. It seems that you are not very stupid. Zhang Chen chuckled, and the breath on his body burst out rapidly. The powerful energy swept the entire sky. At the same time, he held a senzu bean in his mouth. At the moment of contact, he had already sensed the breath of G.I.'s and Bart. It was indeed not as strong as in the original book. G.I.'s combat power was only 45,000 points, and Bart was only 40,000 points, which was a little less than the beginning of the original book. However, no matter how little, it was far beyond his strength. Even the weakest Bart was stronger than him. Relying on his control of Qi, he is likely to fight Bart, but he may not be a match for G.I.'s. This time is destined to be a difficult battle. He must be fully prepared. His eyes flickered, and his sight inadvertently glanced at the distance. There is his second layer of protection. Before the arrival of Bardock's team, he had already arranged the spacecraft to set up the projection. In order to avoid any eventuality. After all, he wanted to fight to improve himself and transform himself, but he did not intend to die. Even in this Dragon Ball world, death does not mean real death, and it is also possible to keep logging in. But Zhang Chen did not intend to take risks unless it was absolutely necessary. Boy, you are too arrogant. But it's just 38,000 combat power points. I might as well tell you that my combat power is as high as 45,000 points. Go to hell and repent. G.I. snorted coldly, his shock subsided, and he looked at Zhang Chen with fierce eyes. Really? It's not necessarily me who will go to hell. Zhang Chen chuckled, his aura rising again. At this moment, he did not hide at all, and released his own aura as much as possible. It seemed that because the battle was about to come, the cells in his body were cheering, and his combat power increased again at 38,000 points. And it was not just a little increase, but a continuous increase of hundreds of points. Looking for death. G.I.'s face changed, and the next moment his figure moved instantly. He rushed directly towards Zhang Chen. Fast, unimaginably fast. Although G.I.'s was not known as the fastest in the universe, his 45,000 points of strength still made him unimaginably fast. Zhang Chen's strength was not felt at all. However, not being able to feel it did not mean that the body had no reaction. Boom! Zhang Chen raised his hand almost instinctively. A powerful shock wave swept out instantly. Zhang Chen's arm collided directly with G.I.'s fist. G.I.'s was surprised. But the action did not stop. Boom! Boom! The battle broke out at this moment, and the powerful air swept away. The clouds in the sky and the earth were directly torn apart, and the distant ground collapsed instantly. You may not feel anything in the animation. But in the real world, the horror of 40,000 points of combat power has reached an unimaginable degree. Those people were resurrected to transform into the Scion God. 76 Chapter 76 The perfect match of Scions and Senzu beans, the power of explosion. 76. Tens of thousands of combat power can easily destroy a planet. 40,000 combat power, even if it is just a simple collision, is enough to make the weather of the entire planet change dramatically. Just like at this moment, Zhang Chen and Jis kept fighting, and the entire planet was shaken by a huge shock. The clouds in the sky were torn apart, and the vast land was collapsing. Boom! Boom! The huge roar continued to echo in the sky. In the air, two figures were constantly colliding. 45,000 points of combat power almost instantly put Zhang Chen in a disadvantageous position. In the world of Dragon Ball, at least in the original Dragon Ball world, a combat power higher than 20% is almost an insurmountable barrier. 45,000 points, although not 20% higher than 38,000 points, has reached more than 18%, which undoubtedly puts a huge pressure on Zhang Chen. Every time they collided, he felt the vibration of his internal organs. Boom! After another collision, Zhang Chen couldn't help but retreat in the air. A streak of blood even appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but smile. Ji's strength is very strong, completely beyond his strength. Even if he has absolute control over Qi, it is difficult to win. However, he is not as strong as he imagined. Although Ji's strength can suppress him, but it could only suppress him. It did not pose a fatal threat to him. Looking at Zhang Chen's smile, Jis couldn't help but show a hint of anger on his face. Isn't that guy over there going to take action? He can't take me down by himself. While Jis's face was ugly, Zhang Chen's chuckle sounded again, making Jis's face more embarrassed. Jis. Bart couldn't help but look at Jis in the distance. Take action. Jis's face was livid, but he knew that he couldn't beat Zhang Chen after fighting for a long time, so he still spoke at this moment. Hearing Jis's words, Bart's eyes lit up. The next moment, the figure disappeared directly on the spot. So fast! Zhang Chen's pupils couldn't help but shrink instantly, with a touch of shock in his eyes. Then, he almost raised his hand instinctively. Boom! The terrifying power burst out, and the next moment, his figure flew out in the air. Boom! Boom boom! A huge mountain in the distance was instantly smashed by Zhang Chen's flying figure. Until a moment later, his figure staggered and flew out. But at this moment, his face couldn't help but become pale again. The breath was obviously weaker. What a fast speed! Zhang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were solemn. Ha ha ha, wild monkey, go to hell to repent for your arrogance. I am the fastest in the universe. Bart's voice sounded ferociously. The best in the universe. You really think highly of yourself. Zhang Chen spoke with mockery. For him, Bart's speed was fast enough. But to call him the best in the universe was totally overthinking. Boy, you are a fool. Hearing Zhang Chen's mockery, Bart's expression was annoyed. Let's work together to get rid of this guy. Jis spoke. Okay. Bat nodded. The next moment, the two men moved. The battle broke out again. This time, with Bart joining in, Zhang Chen, who was originally at a disadvantage, was almost instantly in danger. Thanks to his long-term martial arts training, even though he had not yet realized the ultimate instinct, his body's instincts were still faster than his thinking. Boom! 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 A huge roar echoed. As the powerful aura spread, the surrounding terrain changed again on a large scale. Even in many places, the ground veins were directly broken, and deep gullies appeared. Not far away, because of the aura of the three people, the volcano that had been stable for who knows how many years began to erupt again. At this moment, with the battle between the three people, the planet seemed to be overwhelmed. And the three people fighting. Jiang Chen went from being almost crushed to being able to be supported gradually. The psion genes in his body seemed to be activated, and his strength was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. For Gis and Bart, the more they fought, the more frightened they were. Jiang Chen's injuries were getting worse and worse. However, his combat effectiveness was increasing. Such a result made them change their faces. Bart. Use that move. Gis shouted softly and looked at Bart. Okay. Bat nodded. The next moment, two rays of light, one red and one blue, instantly burst out from the two men. Boom! Boom! You damn wild monkey! It's over! A dazzling light lit up. Red and blue light balls attacked together. Red and blue light balls attacked together. The two voices rang out, and the next moment two rays of light directly swallowed Jiang Chen. The powerful aura gathered, and this power began to rise rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, the combat power exceeded 50,000 points, and it was still rising rapidly. As a joint skill of the two, it almost superimposed the strength of the two. Although it is impossible to truly superimpose the combat power, it can also burst out more than 60,000 points of strength. It is precisely because of this that Gis has the confidence to call himself the deputy captain. Facing the red and blue impact, Jiang Chen shouted lightly, and the next moment a powerful aura also burst out from him. In the 3 months of studying with Master Rashi, Jiang Chen not only completely mastered his own aura, but also was able to burst out beyond his own signs. At this moment, under the pressure of Gis and Bart, his combat power was already infinitely close to 40,000. At this moment, all the strength of the body was mobilized, and the threshold of 40,000 was instantly crossed. Hat! With a light shout, the next moment, a huge energy bomb rushed directly towards the red and blue in the sky. Boom! The red and blue impact collided directly with the energy bomb. The powerful force almost instantly made Jiang Chen, who was in mid-air, sink directly. You can't stop it. Wild monkeys from planet Vegeta. I might as well tell you that the combat power of this attack of me and Bart exceeds 60,000. Go to hell. Gis's voice sounded with excitement. The aura on his body was further strengthened. The powerful aura spread across the world, and the red and blue impact directly overwhelmed the energy bomb. Boom! Boom rumble! A huge explosion swept up. Jiang Chen's body was completely covered in it. A moment later, when the smoke and dust cleared, Gis and Bart were both panting. Solved! Gis spoke, with a smile on his face. Let's go, we should leave, the captain is still waiting for us. Bart spoke. As the two flew towards the spaceship, a powerful aura suddenly bloomed on the ground. What? Gis and Bart stopped their movements instantly, their pupils widened, and they looked down with disbelief. And as their eyes converged, a tattered figure floated up. It was Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was not only unscathed except for his clothes, but more importantly, the aura on Jiang Chen made them feel terrified. Ding! The value jumped rapidly. When a new value appeared, Gis and Bart couldn't help but widen their eyes. 50,000. Are you kidding? Gis said with a lost voice. Bart next to him was not much better. Because at this moment, the combat power in their detector was 50,000. No, there must be something wrong with the detector. Suddenly thinking of something, Gis couldn't help but speak. You two, it's my turn now. Looking at the two people who were horrified and unbelievable, Jiang Chen chuckled. At this moment, he could feel the unimaginable power all over his body. Just now, under the impact of red and blue, he was indeed on the verge of death. But he couldn't withstand the senzu bean that he had already put in his mouth. Under the magical power of the senzu bean, his injuries recovered almost instantly. And under the characteristics of the scion, his strength, which was originally infinitely close to 40,000 combat power, directly jumped to 50,000. This improvement is even more exaggerated than when Vegeta first triggered the scion near-death characteristic on Namek. Of course, this is also normal. After all, Zhang Chen's current strength has already surpassed Vegeta, who arrived on Namek in the original work. Even if it is potential, he may not be inferior to Vegeta in the continuous practice. Feeling the abundant power in his body at this time, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. The next moment when his words fell, his figure moved. Not good. Gi's and Bart's faces changed. Subconsciously, they wanted to react. However, Bart had time, but Gi's didn't. Boom! Instantly, Gi's figure arched up, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. At this moment, the bitter bile in his body seemed to be vomited out. Under the powerful force, all his internal organs felt like they were torn apart. However, before he could make any other movements, a palm appeared above his head. Head! With a light shout, Zhang Chen's powerful energy gathered instantly. An energy bomb instantly covered Gi's body. Boom! Boom! The terrifying explosion spread instantly, and Gi's figure was swallowed by the energy bomb almost in the blink of an eye. 50,000 combat power points, plus Zhang Chen's maximum burst of 1.5 times, that is 75,000 points. Facing Gi's with only 45,000 points. The battle was almost instantly declared over. Gi's energy dissipated. Gi's shattered figure fell from mid-air. There was a hint of fear in his wide eyes. Watching this scene, Bart couldn't help but make a sound. However, the moment he made a sound, Zhang Chen moved again. Bart dodged in a hurry. However, his terrifying speed, when facing Zhang Chen, was not as invincible as before. Although Zhang Chen was a little slower than him, he was enough to keep up with his speed. And this undoubtedly made him even more shocked. A trace of fear inevitably spread out. Escape. This was the first thought in Bart's mind. If he didn't escape, he would die. This was his second thought. Boom! The breath burst out, and his figure went directly to the distant spaceship quickly. Is it too late to leave now? Looking at this scene, Zhang Chen chuckled. The next moment, his breath burst out again. Going directly to Bart. Boom! Boom! The next moment, the explosion swept up directly, and an open space in the distance, 2 spaceships and a large area collapsed completely. Bart's figure appeared, his face was extremely ugly. Keep going! Zhang Chen chuckled. Bart could only grit his teeth and fight with Zhang Chen again. However, it was obvious that he had lost Jis and only had 40,000 points of his own combat power. Facing Zhang Chen, who had 50,000 points of combat power and perfectly mastered the Qi at this moment, the result was undoubtedly doomed. In less than a quarter of an hour. In the sky. Bart's eyes widened. The body was shattered and fell directly from the air. Half in the air. Hey! He exhaled a breath of foul air, and a smile appeared on his face as he watched this scene. A fierce battle. The benefits to him are undoubtedly huge. Not only did it trigger the Scion's near-death characteristics, but more importantly, after a fierce battle, he could feel that the Scion genes in his body were activated a lot. The desire to fight in his heart is constantly increasing. Under the current circumstances, as long as he can still maintain a peaceful mind, not to mention the combat power, the improvement of the S cells alone will show an explosive growth. Just like Sun Wukong in Namek. It's time to leave. With a whisper, Zhang Chen's thoughts flowed, and his eyes glanced at the broken planets around him. Then he quickly flew towards his spaceship. This time he made enough noise. He had to leave. Otherwise, next, either Jinyu or Frisia himself would be dispatched. No matter which one, he couldn't handle it at the moment. The former's ability to exchange bodies was too buggy. The latter's combat power of 530,000 in the first stage is beyond his reach now. Even if he transforms into a giant ape, his combat power is only 500,000 now. And it is 500,000 with great defects. Facing Frisia's first stage, the result is almost needless to say. And Frisia only suppresses his combat power by transformation, not only 530,000 combat power. It is not the same as the transformation of scions. The nature is completely different. A few minutes later. Boom! A huge spaceship rushed into the sky in an instant and disappeared directly in the sky. This time, Zhang Chen no longer exposed his whereabouts, but completely hid his whereabouts. Even for this reason, he changed spaceships several times in the middle. 77 Chapter 77 Great Universe Emperor 77. Boom! The huge spaceship rushed out of the Delhi galaxy. Zhang Chen changed his spaceship completely after several operations. When he appeared again, it was already a small and inconspicuous spaceship, and the purpose of the spaceship had also changed. When he swept across Frisia's base, Zhang Chen's direction was heading south, but now it has become east. It is also the location of the Udrit star shown by the coordinates. At this time, even if the Frisia Corps wanted to search for him with all their strength, it would be difficult to do so. Especially at this moment, he has perfectly mastered the ability to hide his energy. In today's northern galaxy, the existence of 40,000 or 50,000 combat power is undoubtedly very eye-catching, like a bright light in the dark night, but a combat power of 100 or 200 is like a fish in the sea, and it is still the vast sea of the universe. It is almost impossible to find it. Unless there is a dragon or a god. But this possibility is even lower. Not to mention that Frisia now does not know the existence of the dragon. Even if he knows, Frisia cannot use a wish to find him, a little shrimp. As for the gods, it was even more impossible. The figure crossed the starry sky and quickly headed towards the planet Udrit. On the other side, a planet not far from the planet Delhi. Celiba and others stared at the information obtained by Thomas in amazement. Aspera, he. Dodbo spoke subconsciously, but when he reached half of the words, he didn't know how to describe it. Although Zhang Chen had shown them more than 30,000 combat power before. But the challenge was ultimately the Jinyu force, Frisia's trump card force. In fact, several people were a little confused in their hearts. But in just a few days, the news that Gis and Bart were killed came out. Aspera not only won, but also killed Gis and Bart, the two trump cards of the Jinyu force. Celiba next to him couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Let's go to Earth first. Aspera, I'm afraid we can't intervene there. Thomas smiled bitterly. The others nodded silently. The strength Zhang Chen showed this time really shocked them. That was a member of the Jinyu force. An existence equivalent to half of Frisia was solved by Aspera, and they didn't even know how to react. And in their actions. In the distant central region of the Milky Way. In the huge spaceship. In the baby carriage, Frisia's face became particularly ugly at this moment. And at this moment, the entire spaceship was even more terribly quiet. Countless cosmic people trembled. Although King Frisia didn't speak, they felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. The wild monkeys on planet Vegeta really surprised me. A cold voice came out of Frisia's mouth, and the previous smile completely disappeared. Frisia didn't expect it either. Under the premise of the Jinyu force being dispatched, the wild monkey from planet Vegeta was not only not defeated, but also successfully killed two members of the Jinyu force. The impact this time was even greater than the impact of Sabo and Dodoria being killed. The Jinyu force was Frisia's trump card, the power he used to suppress the entire northern galaxy. In the past, as long as the Jinyu special forces were dispatched, no planet would have the slightest resistance. However, at this moment, this power was broken. Even if only Jis and Bart died, not Jinyu. But it was unimaginable for the prestige of the Frisia Corps. King Frisia. The communication equipment was turned on, and Jinyu's figure was projected. Captain Jinyu, unfortunately, Jis and Bart have died in battle. It seems that you are needed to go. Frisia looked at Jinyu and spoke calmly. Yes. Jinyu responded respectfully. There was no neglect. Jinyu, I don't want any more bad news. Frisia spoke slowly. Understood. King Frisia. A trace of sweat appeared on Jinyu's forehead, and he responded quickly. The communication ended. Jinyu quickly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Damn science! My perfect Jinyu force posture. Jinyu spoke with an angry voice. Thinking of the posture with two people missing in his mind, he felt his anger spreading. Then, he quickly took the other members and rushed directly into the sky. And when the Frisia Corps took action again, the entire universe became completely lively. For more than a decade, no one in the entire northern galaxy dared to challenge the authority of the Frisia Corps. But now it appeared. That figure not only destroyed more than a dozen bases of the Frisia Corps, but also killed 2 people in the legendary Jinyu force in one fell swoop. This caused a sensation. As mentioned before, it was much more serious than Zhang Chen killing Sabo and Dodoria. For a while, countless planets were discussing it. Even Zhang Chen's identity was soon discovered. And in the heated discussion, many people were even excited. Frisia calls himself the Emperor of the Universe and does his real estate business in the entire northern galaxy. Naturally, there are countless planets and countless forces that are extremely dissatisfied. However, there are not many powerful beings in the entire northern galaxy. Those who can resist Frisia have been wiped out by the Jinyu force in the past 10 years. Even if the remaining ones are dissatisfied, they can only hold it in. At this moment, someone finally stood up, which immediately made them excited. Some people even expected Zhang Chen to continue to fight against Frisia's army. Especially when the remaining members of the Jinyu force were all dispatched. Everyone was more excited. However, in this expectation and excitement, the entire northern galaxy fell into stability again in the next year. The only ones left were Frisia's army, searching for traces of Zhang Chen throughout the universe. However, Zhang Chen seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and no trace of him could be found at all. This undoubtedly made Frisia furious. However, anger was useless. The universe is so huge that even the northern galaxy, one of the 4 galaxies, is big enough. In this case, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find Zhang Chen. Especially since Zhang Chen completely concealed his scion characteristics and strength, it was even more difficult to find him. His figure traveled through the eastern part of the northern galaxy and quickly headed towards the Udrit star. Since this spaceship was not too advanced, the journey time, which was originally only about 1 year, had to be extended again. It would probably take 2 years to reach the Udrit star. However, Zhang Chen was not in a hurry about this. The battles with Gis and Bart completely activated the scion genes in his body. During this period, his strength was almost constantly improving in an orderly manner. In the 2nd month after leaving the Delhi Galaxy, his combat power reached 52,000 points, and in the next 3 months his combat power reached 55,000 points. A year later, his strength was already 58,000 points, and he was only 1 step away from 60,000 points. This is because he was unable to practice due to the replacement of a small personal spaceship. Otherwise, his strength would have exceeded 60,000 at this moment. Are there 9 months left? It should be about the same. We can change to a larger spaceship. Then let's go to this planet. Looking at the star map, Zhang Chen whispered and looked at a planet in the star map. 1 year. During his actions, Zhang Chen was basically sure that Frisia could not find him again. In this case, it is most important to find a better spaceship so that time will not be wasted on the subsequent journey. Swoosh! The spaceship cut through the starry sky. A week later, Zhang Chen arrived at the planet he had noticed before. Just arrived at the planet. But Zhang Chen was slightly stunned. Because on this planet, he actually got a piece of news that shocked him. Have you heard? What happened? Hey, you don't know this, do you? Tell me what happened. Frisia, you know. You know, the Emperor of the Universe Frisia, the one who killed the Jinya force before the invasion of the Scions. Tisk, of course not this happened a year ago, it's long outdated, I'm talking about something else. Frisia is the Emperor of the Universe, don't you know that a great Emperor of the Universe has appeared in the Northern Galaxy now? Hiss, the great Emperor of the Universe, is this true or not? Of course it's true. The great Emperor of the Universe, the Emperor of the Universe, this is going to be a good show. Who said it's not? A series of voices mixed together. Zhang Chen listened to these contents, and his expression couldn't help but show a strange color. The great Emperor of the Universe. Zhang Chen muttered to himself, and involuntarily thought of the appearance of a name Qian in his mind. If he remembered correctly, the great Emperor of the Universe seemed to be the name of Slug in the Dragon Ball movie. Like Piccolo, Slug is a name Qian. When Namek was facing destruction, he was sent to Slug's planet as an infant. He is a super Namekian with an evil heart, and King Kai estimates that his fighting power is stronger than Frisia and Super Saiyan. Of course, in reality, there is still a little difference. Slug has not reached the level of Frisia or Super Saiyan. But this is not the key. The key is the appearance of Slug. If that great cosmic emperor is really Slug, then it undoubtedly means that this Dragon Ball world may be more complicated than he imagined. It can't really be a hodgepodge fusion. Zhang Chen muttered to himself, with a strange expression and a hint of solemnity. The Dragon Ball world is an extremely strange world, and the complexity of the multidimensional world is even more exaggerated than Marvel. There is no way, there are too many Dragon Ball fan fiction. If it is really a hodgepodge fusion, the level of Dragon Ball may be even more powerful than he imagined. Zhang Chen muttered to himself. The following time undoubtedly proved this point. That great cosmic emperor was indeed a Namekian. This was almost 100% certain. This made Zhang Chen's mouth twitch. Of course he was shocked. At this moment, the entire Northern Galaxy was even more lively. The appearance of the great cosmic emperor had the most direct impact on the Frisia core. A cosmic emperor and a great cosmic emperor were destined to be at odds with each other. The struggle had been spreading since half a year ago. Compared to the dozen bases destroyed by Zhang Chen before, every time Slug and Frisia collided, dozens of bases were destroyed one after another. Even in the most serious conflict, all Frisia's bases in the western part of the Northern Galaxy were destroyed. For a while, Frisia's attention was completely attracted by Slug. As for Zhang Chen, he didn't care at all. After all, compared to Zhang Chen, a small shrimp, Slug was the one who had the greatest impact on his real estate business. A large number of Frisia Corps were constantly gathering. At the same time, Slug's army was also gathering. A terrifying war concerning the entire Northern Galaxy was about to begin. This terrifying war would completely determine the true overlord of the entire Northern Galaxy. For a time, the entire Northern Galaxy could not help but fall into tension. The middle of the Northern Galaxy. In the huge spaceship, Frisia was still riding in his baby carriage. King Frisia, 1/3 of the eastern region has been occupied, and the other 1/3 is being invaded. An astronaut reported with trembling. Oh, you are really arrogant, the great emperor of the universe. Frisia's eyes were cold, and his laughter resounded in the universe. The astronauts around him did not dare to raise their heads at all. As they had been following Frisia, they knew very well that Frisia was obviously in anger at the moment. Any stimulation from words could lead to their own destruction. Armani, notify all the armies in the east, north, and south to assemble. Also, tell my dear brother that I don't want that stupid great cosmic emperor to escape into his territory. As the cosmic people bowed their heads, Frisia's low voice sounded. Yes. King Frisia. A figure responded respectfully. Soon, the entire Frisia army took action instantly. A large number of fleets began to be mobilized. At the same time, in the west of the North Galaxy, in a huge spaceship, Slug sat on the throne. The powerful aura oppressed the entire surroundings. King Slug, Frisia has begun to gather strength. A large number of fleets are being mobilized in the east, north, and south of the North Galaxy. At this moment, an cosmic person respectfully reported to Slug. Ha 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 ha. Just right. I really want to see the strength of the Universe Emperor and see who is the real king of this universe. Slug laughed loudly, with a hint of excitement and expectation in his expression. 78 Chapter 78 Frisia. What is the strength of the Universe Emperor? 78. As the conflict between the great Universe Emperor Slug and the Universe Emperor Frisia began to break out, the entire Northern Galaxy was undoubtedly in great chaos during this period of time. The original order was destroyed, and the new order had not yet been born. Chaos, disorder, and fighting became the best portrayal of the entire Northern Galaxy at this moment. Especially the great Universe Emperor, who has been constantly encroaching on the power of the Universe Emperor Frisia in the past year. Let this chaos spread further. For a time, countless forces in the entire Northern Galaxy were in a panic. And they were in the center of the battle. In the eastern part of the Northern Galaxy, even in the past less than a year, more than a dozen planets have completely disappeared in the universe. However, even so, this is not a real conflict. Because neither the great Universe Emperor Slag nor the Universe Emperor Frisia has made a move. Only when these two people really made a move, that would be the real biggest conflict. With Frisia's order, a large number of space fleets quickly gathered towards the east from all directions of the Northern Galaxy. At the same time, Slag also gathered a large number of troops. For a time, the remaining planets in the eastern part of the Northern Galaxy, as long as they had the ability, could not wait to start interstellar migration. Everyone knew what would happen next. No one would be willing to get involved in this terrible war unless they were fools. Boom! Boom! One after another, huge spaceships broke through the air. Half a year later, a large number of fleets gathered in the eastern part of the Northern Galaxy. On one side was the Frisia Corps, which gathered most of the forces of the Northern Galaxy. On the other side was the huge demon army led by Slag. As the years passed, Slag's army was not much inferior to the Frisia Corps at this moment. The huge spaceship opened. Frisia floated out slowly in a baby carriage. Oh wow, what a spectacular power! I didn't expect that the Namekians also have the ability to open the passage to the demon world. But, Slug, do you want to rely on these low-level demons to deal with me? Frisia looked at the huge battleship in the distance with a joking voice. Frisia, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, and you will be the strongest in the entire Northern Galaxy except me. Slug's low voice sounded. At this moment, the huge spaceship on the opposite side also opened, and Slug's figure slowly walked out. His body is burly, even larger than Piccolo, and of course the most striking thing is the terrifying aura on the other side. Even if he just stood there, he gave everyone in the entire Frisia Corps an enormous pressure. Oh, you're not forcing me, but a mere Namekian wants me to surrender. Frisia's eyes were filled with ferocity, and a hint of anger appeared in his expression at this moment. Since he became the Emperor of the Universe, this was the first person he surrendered to. King Frisia, I'll go and deal with him. Jinyu spoke in a respectful voice. Captain Jinyu, you can't deal with him. Go and deal with those damn demons. Frisia spoke, and his figure stepped out. As he stepped, his figure changed rapidly at this moment. A majestic breath began to rise. The original combat power of 500,000 was rapidly increasing, and in just an instant the combat power broke through to 1 million. And this was not the end. Soon his figure began to expand. Then it collapsed. In just a moment, a blood-red eye, purple-black lips, 2 lines like blood and tears under the eyes, a purple shell on the body, and a pale skin appeared. With the display of this final form, an unprecedented sense of oppression instantly spread throughout the surroundings. Boom! The powerful breath swept. Frisia's smile reappeared. Slug, stupid Namek, I hope you won't let me down. Oh ho! Frisia's voice resounded throughout the space. Feeling the terrifying breath that erupted from Frisia at this moment, Slug's face changed slightly. The original confidence and complacency disappeared at this moment. King Slug. A demon next to him spoke cautiously. Leave Frisia to me, you deal with the rest of Frisia's army. Slug shouted softly, and the next moment he no longer hesitated, the powerful breath spread, and his body began to expand rapidly. In just a moment, Slug's figure turned into a huge giant. At the same time, his aura began to rise rapidly. Boom! Boom! 2 sounds of breaking through the air rose. The next moment, the 2 figures directly fought together. At this moment, Frisia used the final form. Even if he did not use 100% of his strength, it was almost 50%. His combat power officially reached 60 million, and Slug's strength also increased 5-fold to 50 million after his giantization. 2 people with more than 50 million fighting. If on a planet, it is enough to destroy the entire planet. The ball began to collapse instantly. However, the 2 were in space at this moment. Even so, the powerful aura still forced Frisia's army and Slug's demon army to retreat. The battle between the 2 continued to spread. They kept colliding in the entire starry sky. The 2 armies also began to enter the most tragic battle in the eastern part of the northern galaxy. Boom! Boom! Along the way, countless planets were instantly involved. Then the entire planet was completely destroyed. This was true for both the life planet and the dead planet. Frisia's army, at this moment, assembled elite armies, the weakest of which had a combat power of more than 1,000, and there were even many who reached tens of thousands. And Slug's demon army was also not weak. Tens of thousands of points were enough to destroy a planet, not to mention so many powerful combat forces. The result can be imagined. A terrible disaster swept across the entire eastern part of the northern galaxy. Countless spaceships were fleeing in panic. However, some planetary civilizations can escape. But some planetary civilizations can only fall into destruction. In the end, they can only watch their own civilizations, along with the entire planet, fall into destruction. In the starry sky, fireworks bloom everywhere. And the battle between Frisia and Slug is undoubtedly in full swing. Slug's gigantic strength has exceeded 50 million. Not to mention the current North Galaxy, even in all regions of the 4 galaxies, this is considered one of the top powerhouses. In the 2 southeastern galaxies, such strength even has the opportunity to become a hegemon. However, he is facing Frisia, the real Cosmic Emperor Frisia. Compared to Slug's self-proclaimed Great Cosmic Emperor, Frisia's Cosmic Emperor is recognized. Even if he has not mobilized 100% of his strength at present, his combat power is as high as 60 million. Boom! Ah! A huge roar spread with a scream. One of Slug's arms was directly torn apart by Frisia. The huge arm, like a mountain, was thrown away by Frisia with a light flick. What a stupid name, Kian! You don't think you can be my opponent with your ugly giantization? As stupid as the wild monkeys on planet Vegeta. Frisia sneered, looking at the giantized Slug with a playful expression. Asshole! Slug shouted angrily, and the next moment, he gritted his teeth, and the flesh on his right arm bulged. Puff! A brand new arm grew out. However, as the arm grew out, Slug's breath obviously decreased. Regeneration ability. It's a good ability, but you're too weak. Frisia sneered, and the next moment his figure moved instantly. Not good. Slug's face changed drastically. Subconsciously, he wanted to react. However, boom! Instantly, he felt a terrifying force acting on his body, and his huge body, like a mountain, flew backwards uncontrollably. But it was not the end yet. Frisia's figure disappeared again. Slug, who was flying backwards, turned around with difficulty. Boom! Boom! The huge roar shook the entire starry sky. Even the vacuum seemed unable to stop the terrifying power of the two. Slug was completely suppressed at this moment. Originally, his combat power was only 50 million, and at this moment, his aura began to decline, while Frisia's combat power was still over 60 million. No. Escape. Slug's confidence completely disappeared at this moment. All that was left was fear. Frisia's strength was far beyond his imagination. Originally, he thought he could easily crush him, but in fact, Frisia's strength was far higher than his. Even if he became giant, his strength was obviously not as good as Frisia's. If he continued to fight, Slug knew that he would die. However, even escaping was so difficult at this moment. Frisia's attacks continued. His body was constantly being attacked. The right arm was torn apart and then grew. Then the left arm, left leg, and right leg. Under the pouring of terrifying energy, Slug had gone from being a rival to being crushed. It's over. What a stupid guy. Frisia's teasing voice sounded. The next moment, he raised his right hand, and a huge planet-destroying bomb appeared in his hand. Go to hell! A light shout arose. The next moment, the huge planet-destroying bomb instantly pressed towards Slug's body. Boom! Ah! Boom! The huge planet-destroying bomb instantly engulfed Slug, and screams arose. Then it turned into fireworks all over the sky. What a boring clown! Frisia took a look, and then his body shape gradually changed, returning to his original appearance. His baby carriage also flew over. He sat on it again, waiting for Frisia to return to the universe when the ship was launched. The battle between Frisia's army and Slug's army had ended. With Slug's defeat, the Slug's demon army, which had been able to hold on, collapsed directly. The result of the collapse is naturally needless to say. A moment later, in the spaceship, King Frisia, the Slug's demon army has been defeated and is clearing out the remaining scattered enemies. Jinyu appeared and reported to Frisia respectfully. Oh, it was a good battle. Let's go, we should go back. The Qatar planet is still waiting for us. Frisia's voice with a smile sounded. Yes, King Frisia. Jinyu responded respectfully. Then the huge spaceship set off again and left the eastern part of the North Galaxy. At the same time, Frisia's army had completed the strangulation of the Slug's demon army in less than a month. Except for a few people, almost all of the Slug demon army was strangled. The result of this battle made the universe, which had just been noisy, feel as if it was strangled. Everyone lost their voices at once. Even the original riots were quelled at once. This time, the authority of the universe Emperor Frisia was indeed challenged. First, the Scions destroyed more than 10 bases of Frisia's army in succession, and then someone dared to openly call himself the Great Universe Emperor. At that time, Frisia's authority was indeed on the verge of collapse. Just like the arrow shot at Emperor Zhou. However, after a war, Frisia used his unparalleled terrifying strength to prove to the entire North Galaxy that he was still invincible. The broken eastern part of the North Galaxy and the disappearance of the Great Universe Emperor are enough to prove this. Especially when some forces arrived in the eastern part of the North Galaxy, they were undoubtedly more shocked by the terrifying battle. Even though a few months had passed, the entire eastern part of the northern galaxy was almost in ruins. A large area of galaxies fell into destruction. With such strength, it was impossible to even challenge it, let alone shake it. Many people gave up their efforts, and many fled in panic. And in the silence of the entire universe, in the eastern part of the northern galaxy, a stream of light wrapped ahead and flew quickly towards the distance. Damn it, Frisia, how could he be so strong? I am a super Namekian, I am the great universe emperor. Slug was roaring. Even at this moment, he was still a little unbelievable. He lost. And he lost so thoroughly. Frisia, the cosmic emperor who was originally looked down upon by him, actually possessed such terrifying strength. Even if he was gigantic, he was still no match. By the way, it must be that I am not young enough, I need a younger body. Frisia. In the stream of light, Slug seemed to have thought of something, and his roaring voice sounded. At this moment, there was only madness in his pupils. Frisia naturally didn't know about all this. He never thought that Slug could survive in his planet-destroying bomb. He had returned to his headquarters and continued to start his long-cherished space real estate business. After all, after a war, his real estate business seemed to be better. 79 Chapter 79 Yudrit, God's Skill. 79. Young, I need a younger body. Dragon Ball, if I find the Dragon Ball, I can realize my wish and get a permanently young body. Dragon Ball, I remember that those who were sent away were Kataz, Monet, and that damn guy. By the way, find that damn guy. He is the best dragon on Namek and must have the Dragon Ball. In the light, Slug's eyes were filled with madness. The tragic defeat in the battle with Frisia was simply unacceptable. He is the Emperor of the universe, a super Namekian. How can he lose? How can he lose? In the silent universe, the light wrapped around Slug quickly rushed out of the eastern part of the northern galaxy and plunged directly into the western part of the northern galaxy. And in the western part of the northern galaxy, two planets stood quietly. One is a green planet at the edge of the western part of the northern galaxy, and the other is a blue planet not too far away. Boom! The figure broke through the air. It was unknown whether Slug relied on the induction in the dark or luck. The direction of his figure was the direction of the Earth and Namek. However, no one knew whether he would fall to Namek or the Earth in the end. In the universe, Zhang Chen did not know that with his participation, time and space had quietly changed. Originally, Slug, who was supposed to arrive on Earth in more than 10 years, seemed to arrive ahead of time at this moment. In the starry sky, Zhang Chen's personal small spaceship had been replaced. It became a medium-sized spaceship. The practice that had been stopped was resumed. After a few months, his combat power officially exceeded 60,000 points. Today, his combat power has reached 63,000 points. And at this moment, he is only 9 years old. With a combat power of 63,000 points at the age of 9, not considering Broly, the pervert, his combat power is already unique in the entire Vegeta planet. You should know that the real improvement of Scion strength requires youth. For example, Vegeta and Sun Wukong are like this. With Zhang Chen's current high combat power, once he reaches adulthood, his combat power may easily exceed hundreds of thousands. Or even exceed 1 million. This is without considering any blessing. In fact, with the blessing of various prophets, Zhang Chen's combat power will only be stronger than originally expected. Boom! In the gravity room, Zhang Chen stopped. Wipe the sweat from his forehead, feel the surging breath in his body at this moment, and he can't help but smile. How far is it from Yudrit? Zhang Chen opened his mouth and asked the main control room. Hello, Master. We are currently in the Yodit Galaxy, and it will take a month to reach Yudrit. A mechanical voice came from the main control room. A month. Finally almost there. Jiang Chen whispered, with a hint of anticipation on his face. Compared to Earth and Namek, Ydrit is undoubtedly one of the planets he is most looking forward to. Like Earth and Namek, Ydrit has all kinds of incredible abilities. Even in a sense, Ydrit is more magical than Earth and Namek. Because the abilities Ydrit has are too incredible, such as teleportation. Ydrit's teleportation does not require any path or time to move from one place to another. In theory, as long as you can feel the opponent's aura, you can move to the opponent's position instantly. The instant teleportation of the King of the Kai can directly reach any planet in the lower world of the universe and travel back and forth at will. Although it does not require looking for air and has no space distance limit, it can also bring people, but it cannot accurately find a person. It is obvious that even compared with the instant teleportation of the King of the Kai, the instant teleportation of Ydrit has its advantages. Not to mention that the ability of Ydrit is not only instant teleportation. In the 52nd episode of the Dragon Ball Super comic, Vegeta came to Ydrit. Under the introduction of the Great Elder, people knew that the Ydrit people have three special skills, namely movement, division, and expansion. The movement is naturally instant teleportation, the division is the forced separation technique of Spirito, and the expansion is the value-added technique and the gigantic technique. Each of these is undoubtedly like a divine skill, not an ordinary skill. Divine skills are undoubtedly the fastest way to the gods. If the skills of Ydrit are really divine skills, it will be unimaginable for his subsequent practice. Swoosh! In space, the spacecraft is traveling rapidly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. 1 month later. Adrit. The spaceship crashed into the planet. 3 minutes later. The hatch of the spaceship opened. Jiang Chen walked out slowly, and couldn't help stretching. Finally here. Is this Adrit? Jiang Chen looked around, with a curious look on his face. While Jiang Chen was curious, the next moment, figures appeared in front of him. Welcome, guests from afar. The voice sounded, and the next moment, the figures around disappeared instantly, leaving only one figure. Disappeared. What is this? Jiang Chen was a little surprised, and looked at the figure that appeared. Our strength is very weak, so in order not to be underestimated, we usually increase the number of people. Actually, there is only one person here. Dear guests from afar, please follow me, the elder has been waiting for a long time. The figure spoke. Thank you very much. Hearing the figure speak, Jiang Chen's heart moved, and he immediately expressed his gratitude. Guest, please follow me. The Ydrit said, and then walked towards the building in the distance. Jiang Chen followed him. Soon, under the guidance of the Ydrit, Jiang Chen came to a house. When the door was knocked, a gentle voice came from the room. Come in. The voice was not loud, and the Ydrit who led Jiang Chen in gestured. Thank you. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, and then walked in. Soon, he saw an almost identical Ydrit. Dear guest from afar, welcome to your arrival. The Ydrit in front of him spoke with a smile. Great Elder, hello, sorry to bother you. Jiang Chen bowed slightly and apologized. You are too kind. Ydrit welcomes friends. The Great Elder of Ydrit spoke with a smile. Great Elder, sorry to bother you. I heard that there are some extremely magical skills on Ydrit. I wonder if I can learn from them. Jiang Chen looked at the Great Elder of Ydrit and hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. Learn abilities. Of course. We Ydrit people have mastered 3 secret skills, namely movement, division, and expansion. I wonder which one you would like to learn, my friend from afar. The elder of the Ydrit people did not seem surprised when he heard Jiang Chen's words, but continued to speak with a smile. I want to try all of them, is that possible? Jiang Chen was a little embarrassed, but still spoke. Although it is impossible to determine whether these 3 are all magical skills. However, One thing is certain, that is, these 3 abilities are extremely powerful. Needless to say, instant movement may not be a big deal in the hands of Yadrid people, but as long as his strength continues to improve in the future, this ability is almost a bug, and the second division is used to deal with Cell and Moro, which is even more invincible. As for gigantism, the ability is not small at all. If possible, Zhang Chen naturally wants to master all 3 abilities. Of course. But my friend from afar, these 3 abilities are extremely special. Not everyone can master them. They are abilities unique to us Yadrid people. I cannot guarantee that you can master them. The elder of Yadrid nodded, but still spoke after a slight hesitation. In the past, there were people who arrived at Yadrid, and there were also people who Yadrid people were willing to teach, but not many people could master them. Or to say, very few. This is just one ability. So far, only they, the Yadrid people, can perfectly master the 3 abilities. I understand. Thank you, Elder. Zhang Chen nodded and expressed his gratitude. He naturally understood that wanting to master is one thing, and whether you can master it is another. He would not think that as a world raider, he must be the protagonist of destiny and can learn everything. No need to thank me. Spyri, take the guests to the land of divine revelation. The elder spoke with a smile, and then spoke to the outside. Yes, great elder. The Yadrid who had led Zhang Chen here before walked in and responded respectfully. Thank you. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Guest, please follow me. Spyri smiled and led Zhang Chen out of the room. Half an hour later. Under Spyri's guidance, Zhang Chen came to a strange place. Where is this? Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows. The moment he stepped in, Zhang Chen clearly felt that there seemed to be an inexplicable aura surrounding the entire surroundings. But he couldn't detect what these auras were. He couldn't help but look around. This is an empty world with strange landforms on it. Guest, if you want to master moving, dividing, and expanding, then you first need to master the ability called Spirito. You see, it's like this. Spyri spoke and spoke. The next moment, his body disappeared. When he reappeared, his body expanded instantly and then split. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were full of Yadrid people again. Guest, I can feel that your Spirito is extremely unstable. With such an unstable Spirito, how can you have this ability? So, the first thing you need to do is to stabilize your Spirito. Let's do this first. Spyri spoke, and his figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he had already appeared on a small strange object. The body stood upright, sitting steadily like this, without the slightest shaking. Okay. Looking at this scene, Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Then his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared on another small object. Just when he appeared, his body was a little shaky, and he quickly used the air dance technique to fix himself on it. Guest, this won't work. You need to stabilize your Spirito instead of using them to support your body. Spyri spoke. Understood. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and nodded. However, it was obviously difficult to do this. As soon as his chi was withdrawn, his body would fall down in the next moment. Once. Twice. 3 times. Even if it was just a simple maintenance, it was difficult for him at this moment. It was easy to fly with chi, and even sitting on it was easy, but it was very difficult to do it without chi. It was not a problem of balance, but simply unable to do it. It seemed that there was a strange force on these pointed objects that would interfere with his body. In fact, it was true. But the more important thing was not the interference, but his chi was indeed not stable. I don't know if it was because of this period of time that his strength surged too much. Compared to leaving planet Vegeta, or even after leaving the Earth, his chi was obviously much more irritable. Because of this, it was difficult for him to even stabilize it. He couldn't do it, which made him feel a little irritated, and this irritation made him even more irritable. It seemed to form a dead loop. I don't know how long it took. I don't know how long it lasted. Falling down again and again. The Udrit people next to him were teaching him attentively. Time passed day by day. Failed on the first day, failed, and failed again. Failed on the second day. The third day. The 7th day, the 10th day. The 15th day. A month. For a month in a row, Jiang Chen spent his time in failure. And his inner restlessness became more and more intense. Guest, your spirito is becoming more and more unstable. If this goes on, you can't continue. Spiri said softly. Hey. I understand. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. On the 31st day, he did not continue to try. Then on the 32nd day, the 33rd day. For 7 consecutive days, Jiang Chen did not start to try, but immersed himself in his heart. Until the 38th day, Jiang Chen started again. This time, his mental restlessness had long disappeared, and compared with the past, this time he was much smoother. Although he was sitting upright, his figure was swaying, and the breath in his body was obviously a little unstable again, but at least he could sit up. Hey! After exhaling a breath of turbid air, Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a touch of joy in his expression. It works. He murmured to himself, but at this moment his emotions fluctuated, and his figure fell directly. 80 Chapter 80 Lord Orochimaru, do you want to know the truth of the world? 80. The practice on Udrit Star was not too boring. This kind of practice was more like a higher level of mastery of Qi. For Jiang Chen, it was also a deeper level of practice. It can be said that he was completely immersed in it. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. Compared to Sun Wukong's practice, Jiang Chen is undoubtedly much slower. On the one hand, it is a problem of talent. On the other hand, in terms of martial arts and Qi practice, Jiang Chen and Sun Wukong cannot compare. Sun Wukong's practice was completed in about 150 days. And he has only barely entered the door in 150 days. It may take twice as long or even longer to reach the level of Sun Wukong. However, Jiang Chen is not in a hurry. This time he has been logged in for a full 10 years, and only 3 years have passed so far, which means he still has a full 7 years. Jiang Chen does not believe that he cannot master it in these 7 years. And just as Jiang Chen is practicing hard. The world of Naruto. When Jiang Xi logged in, time and space also changed quietly. This is the second time Jiang Xi has logged in. Compared to the world of Dragon Ball, the world of Naruto has only been more than 2 years. There is still about half a year before the end of the second login. Compared to the first login, Jiang Xi's life will undoubtedly be simpler this second time. Due to the change in the plot, Orochimaru has not yet defected from the village, and Jiang Xi has been practicing with Orochimaru completely. Orochimaru is worthy of being the top teacher in the world of Naruto. Compared to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is nominally a ninjutsu doctor, the 3 ninjas have the highest teaching level in the ninja world. After all, the reason why the 3 ninjas grew up was mostly due to the 3 holy places, not Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under the guidance of Orochimaru, Jiang Xi's strength officially reached the level of a Jonin in just 2 years, which is not inferior to some elite Jonins. In the real world, he is already a second-level strongman. Of course, for Jiang Xi, the most important thing is not just the improvement of strength. What's more important is the improvement of the Byakugan. In the past time, Orochimaru has cultivated more than 1,000 pairs of Byakugan through cells. All these Byakugans have been fused, allowing Jiang Xi's Byakugan to improve again. Although it is not as exaggerated as the first improvement, the purity of the Byakugan seems to have reached an unimaginable level. According to Orochimaru's research, the purity of her Byakugan at this time is higher than that of the Byakugan of the Hyuga family patriarch, Hyuga Hayashi. The most direct manifestation is the ability to see far. Ordinary Byakugan can see things within a kilometer. Although it can be improved according to practice, it is only 3 to 5 kilometers at most. At this moment, Zhang Xi's eyes can see more than 20 kilometers, and it is still improving. With the higher degree of integration of her Byakugan, the distance she can see is undoubtedly farther. In addition, compared with the basic abilities of ordinary Byakugan, Zhang Xi's Byakugan has gradually developed some special abilities. For example, coercion. As long as she wants, she can release powerful coercion from her Byakugan, and those who are inferior to her will inevitably be affected. Another example is seeing through people's thoughts. Yes, Zhang Xi's Byakugan has the ability to see through people's thoughts. In the huge laboratory, Orochimaru is tinkering with the instrument in his hand. Zhang Xi is assisting Orochimaru in his actions. Xi, your eyes seem to have reached their limit. Don't you want to try Hashirama's power? You should know that it is a very magical power. Orochimaru did not stop the movement of his hands, and his eyes could not help but look at Zhang Xi, and spoke with a smile. That's not suitable for me, Lord Orochimaru. And Lord Orochimaru, it's taboo to rashly study the power of the first Hokage. And you, are you starting human experiments again? Lord Orochimaru, are you ready to leave? Zhang Xi smiled and looked at Orochimaru with his white eyes. He paused for a moment before speaking slowly. It's really a troublesome ability. Xi, it's a pity that the blood gene of your Hyuga clan doesn't seem to be complete. Your eyes can't seem to move forward. At the current level, they can't compare with the Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan. Looking at Zhang Xi's pure white eyes, Orochimaru licked his tongue and spoke with a smile. Really? That's not necessarily true. Zhang Xi smiled and didn't dwell on the previous topic. Oh, it seems that Xi has more news that I don't know. It's really exciting. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he licked his tongue. During this period of time, he no longer studied the Byakugan. The most important point is that although the Byakugan was extremely surprising after the improvement, it was just a surprise. Compared with the power of the Mangekyo and Senju Hashirama, it was still far inferior. But I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise at this moment. Over the past few years, he has personally witnessed Zhang Xi's magic. Although he didn't say anything at this moment, he still felt a little excited. Lord Orochimaru, I wonder how strong you are recently. Listening to Orochimaru's words, Zhang Xi suddenly spoke. Strength? It should be stronger than that old man. But it may take some time. Xi, are you going to act? Orochimaru's eyes lit up and spoke with excitement. How about a month? In a month, I can take you to see the truth of this world. This is the most core secret hidden in our Hyuga clan. Maybe by then, you will change your mind now. Zhang Xi said slowly. 1 month. Sure. Is this world a secret? I'm really looking forward to it. Orochimaru's eyes lit up and he nodded with a smile. A month passed in a flash. And during this month, a big thing happened in Konoha village. Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, was discovered by the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to be conducting inhumane human experiments in Konoha village. The 3rd generation took action personally and prepared to capture Orochimaru, but the capture failed. Orochimaru escaped from Konoha village, and followed Orochimaru to escape, and his student, Konoha Special Ninja Xi. Orochimaru was listed as an S-level rebel ninja in Konoha village, and Xi was listed as an A-level ninja in Konoha village. Rebellious ninja. This incident shocked the entire ninja world. It also made the already talent-depleted Konoha village even worse. For a while, the other 4 major ninja villages were ready to move. But fortunately, the war had long since subsided. The losses in the 3rd Ninja World War were too heavy. Except for the Hidden Cloud village, other ninja villages were not so relaxed. In addition, Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, returned to Konoha village. In the end, they were just ready to move, and there was no war. The border of the Land of Fire. Lord Orochimaru, you are really decisive. But Lord Jiraiya is chasing us, what are you going to do? Zhang Xi chuckled and looked at Orochimaru. Xi, don't underestimate me. I haven't done nothing in the past few years. You will know next. Orochimaru chuckled. A moment later, a figure caught up. Orochimaru. Jiraiya's angry voice sounded. Jiraiya, you are here as expected. But do you think you can stop me? Orochimaru licked his tongue and spoke with a smile. Why? Jiraiya stared at Orochimaru with anger and confusion. Konoha is too rotten. This old windmill can no longer give me the power to turn it again. Orochimaru chuckled. Asshole! Jiraiya became even more furious. The figure rushed over directly. Jiraiya, recklessness is not a qualified ninja. Also, you can't do anything as a slacker. Orochimaru chuckled and dealt with Jiraiya easily. Boom! Boom boom! A battle broke out in the jungle. Jiraiya didn't hold back at all this time, but he didn't have time to perform magic, and he was defeated in the end. Lord Orochimaru, you really didn't hold back. Lord Jiraiya, I'm afraid you'll have to stay in bed for several days. Zhang Xi's grinning voice sounded. If we don't defeat him, we won't be able to move forward. Xi, I've been looking forward to the truth of the world you've talked about for a long time, don't let me down. Orochimaru smiled and looked at Zhang Xi. Of course. Lord Orochimaru. Zhang Xi smiled and said. The two of them left quietly. As for Jiraiya, soon there was a Wudani's Anbu took Jiraiya back. 15 days later, Orochimaru and Zhang Xi came to another part of the border of the Land of Fire. Hey! Looking at the environment around her, that was exactly the same as what her brother had described. Zhang Xi couldn't help but let out a long breath. During these 15 days, she and Orochimaru searched most of the border of the Land of Fire. Just when Zhang Xi was a little suspicious, she finally found it. Such a strong spatial fluctuation. Arriving here, Orochimaru raised his eyebrows and spoke with a hint of surprise. Lord Orochimaru, this is the place leading to the truth of the world. How about going to see it together? Zhang Xi spoke with a smile. Then I'm really looking forward to it. Orochimaru's eyes lit up and he spoke with a smile. For Orochimaru, who is pursuing all the truths of the world, nothing is more attractive to him than this. Bang! After Orochimaru nodded, Zhang Xi directly used the shadow clone. Xi, you are really alert. But if you want to be safe, wouldn't it be better to learn my technique? Orochimaru looked at Zhang Xi's actions and couldn't help but speak with a smile. Lord Orochimaru, your technique should be left to others. I am not suitable for it. Zhang Xi chuckled, and then the shadow clone took Orochimaru directly into it. Just kidding, going to the moon. Even at this moment, there is a high probability that only Otsutsuki Tonari and his son have come to the moon. But that is also an absolutely terrifying existence. Orochimaru doesn't have to worry. But it's hard to say for her. Zhang Xi doesn't want this login to end. Even if her gains have exceeded her original expectations. She may get a better opportunity, but she doesn't want to miss it. Any caution is not too much. Clatter. The figure stepped in, and the next moment a layer of bubble-like space appeared in front of Orochimaru and Zhang Xi. This is a strange space, which is also full of quartz-like stones. However, the difference is that there is no other pool in the outside world, and there is a cave entrance that emits light. From the cave entrance, you can also see the sun in the sky. The two figures crossed these bubbles. When they came back to their senses again, they found that they were in a vast ocean, and there was a vast land in the ocean. Splash! The sea surface swept, and the figures of the two seemed to have crossed a certain limit in an instant. When they appeared again, they were already in a desolate area around them. What a magical space ability! Where is this? Orochimaru sighed, and then looked around with curiosity. And this look? Orochimaru's pupils shrank violently. The original curiosity and sigh disappeared instantly at this moment. As an existence who truly grasps the truth in the world of Naruto, Orochimaru naturally knows what the moon looks like. And the surrounding environment at this moment is exactly like the moon. How could he not be shocked by such a result? This is the moon. They crossed that space and arrived at the moon. Xi, you really gave me a big surprise. Is this the moon? Orochimaru said in surprise, and his eyes turned to Zhang Xi beside him. He looked at the blue planet in the distance. Lord Orochimaru, you guessed right. This is indeed the moon. Zhang Xi was also shocked, but he still smiled at this moment. It's really amazing. There is a road to the moon on the earth. But Xi, I think the truth of the world should not be this. Orochimaru smiled and looked at Zhang Xi with interest. At this moment, he was more and more interested in Zhang Xi. Zhang Xi seemed to know too much. It was just because of Zhang Xi's ability that he couldn't deal with it until now, so these thoughts could only be thoughts. Lord Orochimaru, I wonder if you have heard the story of the goddess of Mao. Zhang Xi smiled and spoke. Goddess of the rabbit, Xi, you won't tell me that this place is related to mythology. Orochimaru's interest became stronger and stronger. Congratulations on your guess, Lord Orochimaru. What if I say that the seal is that of the goddess of the rabbit? Looking at Orochimaru's interested expression, Zhang Xi's smile became stronger and stronger. However, the content he said made Orochimaru's pupils shrink violently. Xi, you really gave me a big surprise. After taking a deep breath, Orochimaru's expression showed a hint of solemnity for the first time, and his eyes looked deeply at Zhang Xi. 81 Chapter 81 Excited Orochimaru, The Power of the Reincarnation I. 81. Surprise. I think so too. After all, not many people in this world know the truth of the world now. It is not important to them. What matters is how to get more benefits. Zhang Xi spoke slowly, and his eyes looked into the distance. Xi, you are right. However, I am an exception. I am against those who oppose. I am not interested in them. In comparison, I am more interested in these things. For example, this goddess of the rabbit. Xi, do you mind telling me about it? Orochimaru smiled, his eyes also looked into the distance, and his tongue licked involuntarily. Of course, it is my honor to answer your questions. Lord Orochimaru. Zhang Xi smiled and nodded. The two of them then stepped forward. Orochimaru did not continue to speak. Zhang Xi sorted out his words and spoke slowly. The story of the goddess of the rabbit should be traced back to before the Six Paths Sage. In ancient times, a being named Kagaya Otsutsuki and his Heike Otsutsuki came to the earth. They brought the 10 tails and prepared to come to the earth to plant the sacred tree. However, the planting of the sacred tree not only requires the absorption of the natural energy of the planet, but also requires the sacrifice of an Otsutsuki. Only in this way can the sacred tree bloom and bear fruit, and grow something called the sacred tree fruit. Although the Otsutsuki after the sacrifice can also be resurrected through the existence called wedge, Otsutsuki Kagaya is obviously unwilling to be a living sacrifice, and wants to eat the fruit of the sacred tree. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki started a battle. In the end, Kagaya sacrificed the seriously injured Ishiki to the 10 tails, and gained powerful power by swallowing the sacred tree fruit. Using the power of the bloodline network to pacify the troubled times, she was revered as the goddess of Mao. With the blessings and prayers of the people, she gave birth to 2 heirs. The eldest son is Otsutsuki Hago Romo, and the second son is Otsutsuki Hamura. Zhang Xi's voice slowly spoke. Orochimaru's expression gradually took on a solemn look. First, the 10 tails and Otsutsuki made his pupils shrink, and then the fruit of the sacred tree made him lick his tongue. It's really a magical story, but there should be more than that, right? Orochimaru licked his tongue and looked at Zhang Xi with excitement. Of course. Lord Orochimaru, do you know the name of the six-path sage? Zhang Xi nodded, then looked at Orochimaru and spoke slowly. And this sentence immediately made Orochimaru's pupils shrink. Xi, you think the sage is Otsutsuki Hago Romo, or Otsutsuki Hamura, right? Orochimaru took a deep breath, suppressed the ups and downs in his heart, and spoke slowly. Congratulations, you guessed it right, Lord Orochimaru. Six-path sage Otsutsuki Hago Romo, the eldest son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, inherited his mother's Rinnegan instead of Otsutsuki Hamura, who inherited her mother's Byakugan. Zhang Xi nodded slowly. Byakugan, Rinnegan. Orochimaru's pupils couldn't help shrinking again. However, Zhang Xi didn't give Orochimaru time to continue to be shocked, and continued to speak. Although Kagaya Otsutsuki ate the fruit of the sacred tree, it was undoubtedly a betrayal to the Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya Otsutsuki was always thinking about how to resist the upcoming Otsutsuki clan, so she used the power of the sacred tree to make a large number of humans into weapons called White Zetsu, but Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura discovered the problem, and the mother and her 2 children had a great battle. In the end, Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura jointly sealed their mother, and Otsutsuki Hago Romo was also called the god of ninja because of the subsequent improvement of the earth and the establishment of the ninja sect. As for the 9-tailed beasts, the six-path sage separated from the 10 tails. Zhang Xi spoke slowly. Xi, this is really an amazing news. Is this the truth of the world? The goddess of Mao, the six-path sage, and the 9-tailed beasts. Orochimaru looked excited and looked at Zhang Xi again. He didn't expect that he would get such important news at this moment. As for the truth of what Zhang Xi said, Orochimaru didn't doubt it. In the past, Zhang Xi had proved the truth of his words countless times. And these news don't seem to be important. For most people, it's just a myth, but for Orochimaru, the value is unimaginable. It's even enough to make the direction of his research clear again. And in Orochimaru's eyes flashing with excitement, Zhang Xi stopped moving. Lord Orochimaru, you said that our Hyuga clan's genes are not perfect. Do you know why they are not perfect? For example, why can the power of the Senju clan be integrated with the power of the Uchiha clan? Zhang Xi looked at Orochimaru and spoke slowly. Would you like to hear more? Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and his attention was completely attracted. The six-path sage Otsutsuki Hago Romo has 2 sons. The eldest son is Indra, who was born with his grandmother's Sharingan, and the second son Ashura inherited his father's sage body. Indra became the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, and Ashura became the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. As for the Hyuga clan, Otsutsuki Kagaya's second son Otsutsuki Hamura, after sealing his mother, chose to go to the moon to guard the seal. In addition to the descendants who followed him to the moon, some stayed on Earth. Zhang Xi spoke slowly. I see. So Xi, you came here this time to get the genes of another tribe member on the moon, right? So, as long as your Byakugan can get the genes of that tribe member can evolve again. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and the smile on his face became more intense. Yes, but not entirely. Just like the power of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan can be integrated, but not everyone can evolve. And it just so happens that I know there is a perfect member of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. He was born without the Byakugan, but he perfectly inherited the immortal body of his ancestors. Lord Orochimaru, what I need is his genes. Zhang Xi shook his head and spoke slowly. So that's it. I understand. It seems that this trip will really not let me down. Orochimaru's eyes lit up and spoke with a smile. And while the two were talking, "Who?" a cold shout sounded. The next moment, puppets crawled out directly from the ground. "Lord Orochimaru, leave it to you. This one won't be easy to deal with." Zhang Xi spoke, and the figure retreated behind him. "It seems that I need to move around." Orochimaru chuckled, and the next moment his hands instantly formed seals. Summoning technique. "Orochimaru, why did you call me out again?" Many snakes rang out with an irritable voice. 100 sacrifices. Get rid of them." Orochimaru just smiled and said. "Humph." Many snakes snorted coldly, and the next moment they swept directly to the puppets around. "Xi, tell me the target." Orochimaru licked his tongue, looked into the distance, and the words rang out. "Otsutsuki Tonari, he should be only about 5 or 6 years old now. Of course, there should be only 2 Otsutsuki left on the moon at this moment." Zhang Xi spoke softly. "Otsutsuki Tonari. I know." Orochimaru chuckled, and the next moment he pressed his right hand directly on the head of the 10,000 snakes. The next moment, the dense group of snakes swarmed down directly. Swarmed in all directions. Boom! Boom! The 10,000 snakes were extremely large in size, and faced with the puppets, they were almost crushed. A moment later, a large number of puppets were wiped out. Swish! A figure appeared instantly. Pale skin and blue-white long hair. With slender willow leaf eyebrows, wearing white clothes, with a Megatama pattern on the neck, and surging chakra all over the body. Hyuga clan. When the figure appeared, he was stunned when he saw Zhang Xi. But it was only a moment. "Hyuga clan, this is not the place you should come to." The figure snorted coldly. "What a strange power, it can actually fly, is it a bloodline elimination?" Orochimaru looked at the figure in the sky with excitement. The figure directly controlled the 10,000 snakes to sweep over. "People on the ground, you are looking for death." Looking at the 10,000 snakes' tail falling down, the figure's face showed an anger. The next moment, a pale yellow light instantly rose from the figure. In the distance, a huge eyeball with a strong power quickly gathered towards the figure. The huge chakra spread over his body, and in just a moment, it completely wrapped his figure. At this moment, his body seemed to be burning with a thick layer of yellow flames. A strong sense of oppression spread directly up. Boom! A terrifying force exploded. The next moment, the figure of the 10,000 snakes flew out horizontally. Orochimaru! The 10,000 snakes sounded with anger, and then turned into white smoke and dissipated. Orochimaru and Zhang Xi's figures fell down. "Lord Orochimaru, be careful next time. This one has used the power of the ancestors." Zhang Xi's expression was solemn, and her eyes looked at Orochimaru. "What a terrifying power! Is this the power of Otsutsuki Hamura?" Orochimaru licked his tongue, but he was not afraid at all at this moment. He was only excited because he felt an unprecedented power from the figure in the sky. That majestic chakra was probably not much inferior to that of Senju Hashirama. I'm afraid nothing could make him more excited than this. Only those who have experienced that era know how strong Senju Hashirama is. Such power is enough to drive people crazy. Looking at the excited Orochimaru, Zhang Xi retreated again. Such a battle is not something she can participate in. And the moment she retreated, the battle broke out instantly. So fast. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly shrank, and the next moment his body twisted and flew backwards. Boom! 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 The huge roar echoed over the entire moon. The figure wrapped in the yellow fire shadow was so powerful that it was unbelievable. Orochimaru was crushed almost instantly. It's really powerful. Is this the power of the reincarnation eye that my brother mentioned? Looking at Orochimaru, who was beaten unilaterally, Zhang Xi was only excited at the moment. Even though she had never doubted Zhang Chen's words, she was shocked when she heard him, and seeing it for real are two completely different things. Orochimaru's strength is definitely strong enough, especially during this period of time, due to his research on the Hyuga clan and the Senju clan, plus his vast knowledge. Orochimaru's strength has undoubtedly reached a new level. But even so, facing the figure in the sky, he still has no resistance. Zhang Xi couldn't help but marvel. And in the distance, Orochimaru was also excited. Even though he was almost beaten and couldn't raise his head. The body was broken again and again, but the excitement became more and more intense. It's really a godlike power. But you don't seem to be able to master it. Orochimaru's voice with a smile sounded. You're looking for death. A trace of anger appeared on the figure's face, and the next moment his right hand was raised. One by one, the chakra beads gathered in his hand in an instant. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. A huge shock wave exploded, sweeping the entire surroundings in an instant. Boom! Boom! The terrifying shock wave spread instantly, and Orochimaru's body was completely torn apart in an instant. Even Zhang Xi's shadow clone in the distance was shattered out of control. Bang! The figure turned into white smoke. In the air, the yellow light faded, and the figure was panting, and his face was pale. However, at this moment, ah! A scream came from a distance. Not good. The figure's face changed, and he disappeared in an instant. In a few flashes, his figure came to the palace. Sharon! The figure rose with an anxious voice, but because he was too anxious, he did not notice that a white snake quietly left here. After he checked in a hurry, the figure was relieved. His son was fine, he seemed to be just frightened. Damn underground people! The world created by the Six-Path Sage is indeed a failure. The figure had an ugly face. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. But after looking around, he finally suppressed it. The mission of the ancestors is to protect this place, and they can't leave at this moment. No matter how angry they are, they can only endure it. The white snake quietly left here and quickly went to the original passage. Just a few minutes later, the white snake passed through the passage. Voila! The illusory space fluctuated. When the space crossed again, the white snake had already appeared in the outside world. Then the white snake became bigger, and a figure walked out with a pale face. Lord Orochimaru. Looking at the figure walking out, Zhang Xi's voice with a smile sounded. What a terrifying power! Orochimaru looked at Zhang Xi and couldn't help but smile as well, and there was even an unprecedented excitement in his smile. On the moon, he saw the power that truly surpassed everything. 82 Chapter 82 Samsara I, Naruto World Level 82. Lord Orochimaru, it seems you got something. Seeing Orochimaru's expression, Zhang Xi couldn't help but smile. To be honest, even if he had confidence in Orochimaru, the Otsutsuki described by his brother was too powerful, and even Zhang Xi had to worry a little. But fortunately, everything was not unexpected. Of course. It's really a wonderful power. Is that the power of Otsutsuki Hamura? Orochimaru said with emotion. If Zhang Xi had only told him myths before, then this experience on the moon was like a myth coming into reality. Let him have something more interesting besides the power of the Senju clan. Let's go, I can't wait. In excitement, Orochimaru smiled and spoke to Zhang Xi again. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Zhang Xi smiled and nodded. The two figures then quickly disappeared from this place. Located on the edge of Konoha, there is a place called Tianquo. As a small country, Tianquo did not have a ninja village. But a few years ago, a village called Sound Village suddenly appeared in Tianquo. However, unlike other ninja villages, Sound Village was not employed by Tianquo, but existed completely independently, and even the scope of Sound Village almost occupied the entire Tianquo. 3 days later, Orochimaru, with Zhang Xi, arrived at Sound Village in Tianquo. Lord Orochimaru! Lord Orochimaru! As the two arrived, the ninjas of Sound Village saluted respectfully. Are the things ready? Orochimaru looked at a figure wearing a forehead protector from Sound Village and spoke in a deep voice. The laboratory is ready. Lord Orochimaru, please follow me. The figure spoke respectfully. Then he led the two into the laboratory. After entering the Otogakur, Orochimaru began to experiment non-stop. This experiment made Orochimaru's eyes light up. The Otsutsuki cells made him feel incredible. Whether it was the activity or the chakra contained in it is the same, and the chakra contained in it is even higher in quality than that of Hashirama Senju's cells. What a wonderful cell! What a perfect body! Orochimaru was so excited that his eyes were wide open at this moment. He vaguely saw the most perfect body. This is a body that is more perfect than the Uchiha and Senju clans. If he can study it thoroughly, then he will never lack materials for his transformation. At this moment, Orochimaru was completely in a frenzy. A few days later, the first artificial human cloned entirely by Otsutsuki cells was created. However, it only lasted a few days before the body collapsed directly. But even so, Orochimaru still fell into a frenzy. The experiment began again. Another month passed. Orochimaru finally completed the basic research on Otsutsuki cells. Then he began to try the fusion of Byakugan and Otsutsuki cells. There is no rejection. Watching the interweaving of cells and Byakugan, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Unlike the fusion of Uchiha's Sharingan and Senju's cells, the fusion of Byakugan and Otsutsuki's cells did not show any rejection. You should know that Uchiha's Sharingan and Senju's cells also have rejection and even many conflicts. Shimura Danzo's hand was created by Orochimaru based on countless experiments and a special experimental subject. He had actually prepared for countless failures in the fusion of Byakugan and Otsutsuki cells. Anyway, he was not short of Byakugan now. As for Otsutsuki cells, he had obtained a lot during the cultivation during this period. He could take his time. However, he did not expect the situation to be smoother than he imagined. The next few experiments made him even more excited. The fusion of Otsutsuki cells with the Byakugan did increase the purity of the Byakugan rapidly. At the same time, the integration of the Byakugan also seemed to cause a certain transformation in the chakra level of the Otsutsuki cells. For Orochimaru, this was undoubtedly like discovering a new world. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye, and he was completely immersed in it. Until the 4th month. In the huge laboratory, the experiment on Zhang Xi finally began. A syringe of Otsutsuki cells was injected into Zhang Xi's body. Zhang Xi's chakra began to fluctuate rapidly. Even the Byakugan inevitably opened. But fortunately, Orochimaru had already made preparations. The spells spread rapidly, covering Zhang Xi's Byakugan in an instant. The eyes that were originally open closed again, and the Byakugan disappeared. Xi, the fusion has begun. But in the past few months, you may not be able to use the Byakugan, and it's best not to use your eyes. Orochimaru's voice with a smile sounded. I understand. Zhang Xi nodded slightly. At this moment, she couldn't help but look forward to it. Compared to Orochimaru, she undoubtedly knew more. For example, the upgrade of the Byakugan. From her brother's story, she knew that the Byakugan needed to go through 3 fetal movements to upgrade. Only after completing 3 fetal movements could it be upgraded to the Samsara Eye. Thinking of the memory of the shadow clone, Zhang Xi couldn't help but get excited. Even if it was just the tip of the iceberg, Zhang Xi could be sure that it was definitely the power of the 4th level. In other words, as long as she awakened the Samsara Eye, she would have the power of the 4th level. And unlike the Otsutsuki on the moon before, this 4th level power would belong entirely to her. In excitement, Time passed slowly. In less than 7 days, the first fetal movement came. The originally majestic chakra in the body instantly began to increase during this fetal movement. Not only the quantity, but also the quality of chakra also followed the transformation. When the first fetal movement ended, her chakra level was no less than that of an elite jonin. And this was just the beginning. 15 days later, the second fetal movement began. After this fetal movement, her chakra level was directly increased to the level of cage, and her perception began to spread. Even though she couldn't open her eyes, she could still clearly feel the range of several thousand meters. Then came the third fetal movement. This time it took a full month. After this time, Zhang Xi's chakra increased again, reaching a level that made her feel incredible. At the same time, a stream of enlightenment began to spread in her mind. The curse seals that were originally set on her eyes by Orochimaru instantly dissipated. Zhang Xi opened her eyes. A faint purple glow emanated from her white eyes like stars. He was moved. The next moment, Zhang Xi's figure slowly floated up. Subconsciously raised his hand. Bang! An object in the distance flew over directly as if it was out of control. Boom! Then his mind moved again, and a terrifying repulsive force burst out. The ground around him shattered in an instant. Orochimaru's face also changed, and his body quickly retreated. What a terrifying power! This is the power of Otsutsuki Hamura. It's really the power of God. Orochimaru, who was retreating, was full of excitement at this moment, and his eyes were fixed on Zhang Xi. Even though he had seen it in person, he was still deeply shocked when he faced Zhang Xi's awakened reincarnation eye. My power should have reached the limit of the third level. After feeling it for a while, Zhang Xi was thoughtful. The awakening of the reincarnation eye did make her soar to the sky in one step, but it was not as powerful as she imagined. Due to the problem of energy in her body, she did not directly reach the fourth level, but only the peak of the third level. Of course, even so, it was enough to make Zhang Xi excited. The peak of the third level. As long as the energy can be replenished, entering the fourth level is a sure thing. Even in the Daxia Academy, not everyone can reach the peak of the third level. And at this moment, she has only completed 2 logins, and her strength has jumped to the peak of the third level in one fell swoop. She is only 1 step away from entering the fourth level. How can she not be excited? However, Zhang Xi was just excited. Login completed. Returning. Please wait. Countdown. 1987. A familiar mechanical voice sounded in her mind. Then the golden characters flew, and then the entire surrounding time and space stopped. As the countdown ended. Buzz. A ripple spread. The next moment Zhang Xi's consciousness sank instantly. When she came back to her senses again, she was already in a white world. A quarter of an hour later. After completing the card fusion, her figure reappeared in Daxia Academy. Hey! Looking at the familiar environment around her, Zhang Xi couldn't help but let out a long breath. A touch of excitement appeared on her face. Open! She shouted softly, and the next moment her eyes instantly turned light purple. Then her body took off directly into the air. The sudden flight immediately caused exclamations from the center of the plane. Damn, second level! So fast! Who is that? That seems to be this year's special student. Hiss, is this true? The center of the plane was in an uproar, especially when they learned that Zhang Xi was this year's special student. They were even more shocked. It has only been a short time, and he has reached the second level. Of course, Zhang Xi didn't care about these at the moment. She flew directly to her mentor. You are the second level. Looking at Zhang Xi, Suxia was also shocked, and looked at Zhang Xi with wide eyes. Yes, mentor. Zhang Xi said with a smile. How could it be? Hearing Zhang Xi's words, Suxia was even more shocked. The Naruto world has been around for quite a while, and now many people have even completed 3 logins. As a mentor of Daxia Academy, Susya naturally knows what most people are like. The world of the ninja village is indeed very suitable for laying the foundation, especially the chakra system, which is considered a top power system in the 4th level world. However, it is not easy to improve after logging into the ninja village world. It may not be a big problem to enter the 1st level, but it is difficult for even some elite students to enter the 2nd level. Susya knows that her student is very talented. But no matter how talented she is, in her opinion, she needs to log in at least 3 times to enter the 2nd level. As a result, she has completed it after only the 2nd login. And for some reason, when Susya saw Zhang Xi's eyes, she felt a little palpitation. How is it? Teacher, am I awesome? Zhang Xi smiled and said with excitement. Hey! Indeed. Let's go, I'll take you to the Mengilyu first. Susya took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. Zhang Xi nodded quickly. The main purpose of her coming here was to take the test. Only after completing the test can one be designated as a federal superhuman. She remembered that the 2nd level superhuman had a subsidy of 5,000 star yuan every month. Susya nodded, and then took Zhang Xi to the Superhuman Association of Daxia Capital to take the test. The test for superhumans is very simple. Just have enough combat power. After all, whether facing a dimensional invasion or a dimensional advent, it ultimately needs to be solved by strength. During the test, Zhang Xi's strength shocked Susya. Xiao Xi, your character card abilities are not completely integrated, right? What level of character level have you logged in? After the test, Susya couldn't help but ask. Yes, it will take some time. In terms of level, it should be the peak of level 3. Zhang Xi nodded and spoke with excitement. Her words immediately made Susya take a deep breath again. Wow! Level 3 peak. She is only level 5, what level is her student, but she is already at the peak of level 3. And she has only completed 2 logins at this moment. The first world login has not been completed completely. How many worlds has she completed logins? A dozen, or 20? Or more, she can't remember clearly. But at least a dozen worlds. Among them, the worlds she experienced from level 3 to level 4 only after more than 3 did she completely complete the leap. And in shock, Susya suddenly thought of a key point. That is the world of the ninja village. In the previous preliminary test, the ninja village world should be only a world in the early stage of the 4th level, and it is even very difficult to enter the 4th level. In theory, although such a world can be promoted to the 3rd level, the 3rd level will be extremely difficult. She even made plans that her students could only reach the 2nd level at most. But in the end, Zhang Xi reached the peak of the 3rd level after only 2 logins. There seems to be a big problem with the detection of the world. The ninja village world is probably not just a world in the early stage of the 4th level. Even the ordinary world at the peak of the 4th level is probably difficult to have such a fast promotion speed. Only the 5th level world, or even the 6th level world, has this possibility. Could it be that the world is the 5th level? Susya muttered to herself, her heart couldn't help but fluctuate, and her eyes lit up at this moment. The 4th order world and the 5th order world seem to be only 1 level apart, but the actual difference is extremely huge, and the value is completely incomparable. End. Next chapter Dragon Ball. 83 Chapter 83 Practice on Yudrit Star, The Changes on Earth Now. 83. Zhang Xi's 2nd login has ended, and Zhang Chen, who is now in the Dragon Ball world, has only logged in for a third of the time. There are still nearly 7 years before the 3rd login, which is undoubtedly a long time. Even for the vast world of Dragon Ball, 10 years is not too short. After all, the key timeline of the entire Dragon Ball plot is only a few decades. Yardat Star. On a huge and strange small building, Zhang Chen is sitting cross-legged. Compared to the previous shaky, he is undoubtedly much more stable at this moment. At least he can barely stabilize his body. Of course, he can only barely stabilize his body. If he wants to be as stable as Spirey, he is still far away. However, Zhang Chen is not in a hurry. He still has enough time. He is not worried about not having enough time. After all, compared to time, consolidating one's foundation is the most important. As a familiar plotter, Zhang Chen knows very well that if he wants to go to a more distant level, the foundation is the most important. Otherwise, even if there is a shortcut, he will generally come down the same way he went up. In the long Dragon Ball world, there are countless ways to become stronger. Some people rely on making wishes, and some rely on fusion. No matter which method, it is obvious that they are not as strong and stable as themselves. Even if the apprentice Kai King used the Dragon Ball to obtain the body of Sun Wukong and obtain immortality, what will be the result? The figure sits upright. One after another, his thoughts are blocked. Even the invisible ripples seem to be unable to disturb his heart. The power of Spirito needs to be controlled by heart. Yes, guest, that's it. Calm your heart down. Spirito is teaching seriously. Time also passed quietly in this situation, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. It took Sun Wukong almost 150 days to learn teleportation, while Vegeta in the original book only took 1 day to master it. However, their levels are completely different. Needless to say, Sun Wukong had completed systematic training since childhood. And even Zhang Chen at this moment could not compare with Sun Wukong in the original book. As for Vegeta, when he started to learn teleportation, his level had already reached the level of gods, mastered Super Saiyan God, and even further mastered Super Saiyan Blue, which Zhang Chen could not compare with. So it took Zhang Chen almost 2 years to achieve perfect control of Spirito alone. Then came the learning of teleportation. Although the foundation had been laid, it took Zhang Chen almost half a year to successfully master teleportation. Staryadrit. On a plain. Zhang Chen closed his eyes. After a moment, the index and middle fingers of his right hand were placed on the center of his eyebrows. Swish! The next moment his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Not far away, Zhang Chen's figure instantly appeared beside Spirey. Congratulations, sir! You have completely mastered the technique of moving. Looking at Zhang Chen, Spirey smiled and said, "Thank you." Zhang Chen expressed his gratitude, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Teleportation. This is the magic skill in Dragon Ball, and he actually mastered it. Although his teleportation is not comparable to that of Sun Wukong. After all, whether teleportation is powerful or not depends on personal strength. Sun Wukong, who has perfected the first level of Super Saiyan, can teleport directly from Earth to Namek, but Sun Wukong, who has just broken through the Super Saiyan, cannot teleport from Namek to Earth. Although there is a distance reason, the more important thing is the strength problem. 3 years later, Zhang Chen's combat power officially broke through 100,000. It reached 120,000. But even with a combat power of 120,000, he cannot cross the entire galaxy. The limit that can be achieved is teleportation within the same galaxy. Move. It would be difficult for him to cross more than one star system. However, this is not a big problem. As long as his strength improves, his ability to teleport will be further improved. At that time, let alone different star systems, even different galaxies can be easily crossed. And after he mastered teleportation, Zhang Chen had a feeling that this move of teleportation could be further improved. Once he could step into a higher dimension, perhaps different dimensions and different universes could be crossed. Of course, it is just a feeling at present, and whether it can be done or not still needs to wait for the follow-up. Guest, you are too polite. You should learn the Spirey separation and expansion next, right? Spirey smiled and said. Thank you. Zhang Chen nodded. Please follow me. Spirey smiled and said, and his figure led Zhang Chen to another place. The entire Yudrit star is undoubtedly extremely magical. In addition to the strange place to learn teleportation, there are several other magical places. At this moment, under the guidance of Spirey, Zhang Chen came to a huge and dim space. Where is this? Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows, and now he could clearly feel the feeling of being on the tiny object before. Guest, this is where you learn spirito separation. Spread your Spirey and feel the surroundings carefully. Like me. After speaking, Spirey began to teach. Compared to teleportation, spirito separation is obviously relatively simpler. Of course, this is because Zhang Chen has mastered teleportation, and his control over spirito, or qi, has reached a very high level. Otherwise, if he starts from scratch like teleportation, the difficulty of spirito separation is undoubtedly greater. Time slipped away quietly. This time, Zhang Chen successfully mastered spirito separation in less than 100 days. Although he did not master it too skillfully. But he did master it. Then comes the expansion. Compared to the spirito separation technique, the expansion is undoubtedly more difficult. To expand, you need to control every breath in your body and expand your breath. It is similar to the kind of explosion. It is very similar to using Kamehameha. However, the difference is that you will not release it during the explosion. This is very difficult. Especially if this kind of explosion is not released, every breath in the body is still needed. It is even more difficult. If you don't do it well, your body will explode. Fortunately, Yudrit has magical abilities. Every time Zhang Chen's body was about to explode, it could be stopped forcibly. But it only prevented Zhang Chen from exploding, but could not help him practice. Everything depends on him. In this case, this time Zhang Chen's study was not so smooth. For 3 consecutive months, he could not achieve the real expansion. But with the previous experience, he was not in a hurry. There was still a lot of time. Even though more than 3 years have passed, there are still nearly 4 years left, enough for him to master it perfectly. Time passed quietly. Life on Yudrit is simple and fulfilling. At the same time, Earth. 3 years have passed. Earth does not seem to have changed because of the arrival of Raditz engine. The only difference is that old Son Gohan did not die because of Son Goku's transformation into a giant ape, but died a year ago. Of course, this did not have much impact. Son Goku's family still lives as usual. Bang bang bang. In the sky above Baizai Mountain, 2 figures are constantly colliding. Boom. Ouch. It hurts. Brother Raditz, you are too strong. Son Goku fell to the ground and couldn't help touching his head and speaking, but his body was full of excitement. More than 3 years, to be precise, it has been 4 years. These 4 years, Son Goku and Raditz don't just live in Baizai Mountain. 2 years ago, under the leadership of Raditz and according to the guidance of Son Gohan, the two went to Turtle Island to become apprentices. Facing the arrival of Son Goku and Raditz, Master Roshi was shocked. However, after pondering, he still accepted Son Goku and Raditz. With Son Gohan's experience, Raditz dared not underestimate Master Roshi. In fact, it was true. Under the guidance of Master Roshi, the strength of the 2 men improved by leaps and bounds. Especially Raditz, in just 3 years, his combat power increased from more than 10,000 to 20,000, and more importantly, his control of Qi has reached an extremely perfect level. With more than 20,000 combat power, he can even burst out combat power that is not inferior to 30,000. And Son Goku's improvement is also very obvious. Son Goku, who originally reached 400 to 500 combat power, has also increased his strength tenfold, reaching a combat power of more than 5,000. And now Son Goku is only 7 years old. A 7-year-old with a combat power of 5000 is no less than Prince Vegeta. What makes Raditz even more incredible is that his younger brother's strength growth rate seems to be even faster than before. At this rate, he may surpass himself in a few years. Every time he sees Sun Wukong, he can't help but think of Zhang Chen. Both of them were born with low combat power. One is 2 points, the other is 5 points. But the progress of both of them is extremely huge. This makes Raditz very skeptical about the combat power test of Planet Vegeta. If Planet Vegeta had not been destroyed now, Raditz would have wanted to ask. This is a low-level warrior. What are the high-level warriors and elite warriors? Kakarot. Now is not the time to rest. Today's 1-hour gravity chamber is not over yet. Thinking, Raditz's expression did not change much, but at this moment he snorted coldly. I know. Brother Raditz. Sun Wukong stuck out his tongue and turned over to get up. Okay, Raditz, Goku, it's time to eat, let's go. The training will start later. Tais, Bulma are coming today. Just as the two brothers were about to enter the gravity room, Jine's voice came from the room. Okay, Mom. Trouble. Sun Wukong responded, and Raditz couldn't help but say something. In the past few years, because the gravity bracelet had problems, and compared to the gravity room, the gravity bracelet was still a little worse, Raditz looked for many scientists on Earth in order to build a gravity room, and finally found Dr. Brief of the capsule company in Zidu. After a few times, the Sun family on Baizai Mountain came into contact with Dr. Brief's family. Especially Sun Wukong and Bulma. I don't know if it was fate. Even if they haven't experienced adventures yet. The relationship between the two quickly rose to the level of good friends. A quarter of an hour later, when Raditz and Sun Wukong finished cleaning, a spaceship landed on Baizai Mountain. Wukong, Wukong, come out. A girl jumped directly from the spaceship, and her voice sounded excitedly. Bulma. Hearing the voice, Sun Wukong and Raditz came out. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up and he said with a smile. Goku, come with me, I brought something fun today. Bulma said mysteriously, and pulled Sun Wukong to the other side. She started to mutter. On the other side, Tais looked at Raditz with a smile. Here, Raditz, the gravity chamber spaceship you asked me to prepare for you is ready. You said you would take me out with you, don't cheat. Tais handed a capsule to Raditz, and spoke excitedly. Got it. Troublesome woman. Raditz complained. But he still took the capsule. Hee, the universe, I really want to go out, there must be better materials there, but it's a pity that Jake came here last time and didn't take me away. What a bastard. Taisai complained. Raditz curled his lips, but didn't say anything in the end. Taisai, Bulma, Goku, Raditz is eating. At this moment, Jine's voice also sounded. Okay. Aunt Jine. Okay Mom. Several people responded. Just Bulma, who walked into the room, was still talking to Son Goku mysteriously. How is it? Goku, that is the Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wish. With this, we can definitely find the Dragon Ball. Bulma spoke in a low voice. Can it really fulfill any wish? Son Goku also asked in a low voice. Of course it's true. Goku, when have you ever lied to me? Bulma patted her chest and spoke. But you last time, and the time before that. Goku tilted his head and spoke with doubt. That was just an accident. Accident, it was really an accident, I didn't lie to you. Just tell me whether you're going or not. Bulma blushed, but her expression quickly changed at this moment, and she spoke with anger. Okay, I'll talk to Mom later. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Hee, I knew you would agree, Goku. Aunt Jin, I'll talk about it. Bulma's eyes lit up and she spoke quickly. 84 Chapter 84 Return to Earth, First Encounter with Vegeta. 84. Antjin, I want to invite Goku to my house, is that okay? At the dinner table, Bulma spoke in a low voice. Go to Zidu. Of course, Bulma. Jin was stunned for a moment, then smiled and spoke. Thank you, Antjin. Bulma quickly thanked him sweetly. What are you saying thank you for, kid? Goku needs your care. Goku, Sora, you must remember to listen to Bulma and don't make trouble. Jin smiled and said to Sun Wukong. After a while, Jin was very familiar with Bulma and naturally liked her very much. Yes, Mom. Sun Wukong nodded. Then, after lunch, Sun Wukong rode the somersault cloud and Bulma rode the spaceship to leave Baizai Mountain. Where are we going now? In midair, Sun Wukong looked at Bulma curiously. I'll go to the mountain on the right side of Baizai Mountain first. There seems to be a Dragon Ball there. Bulma turned on the Dragon Ball detector and said excitedly. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded, and then took Bulma on the cloud to the right side of Baizai Mountain. Just like the original, the two began their journey to find Dragon Ball. The only difference is that compared to the original, Sun Wukong is not yet 10 years old, and is only 9 years old now, 1 year earlier than the original. And the plot has also changed quietly. They did not meet Yamcha. Sun Wukong's strength is far greater than that in the original. Everything is naturally smoother. Yard Rat Star. In a strange space, a huge figure appeared. The huge body was as tall as 4 or 5 floors. At the same time, there was an extremely unstable and violent aura. After a while, the huge figure gradually shrank, and Zhang Chen's figure reappeared. A few years passed. His figure has hardly changed much. The Scion's body shape usually changes after the age of 16, and now he is still not much different from before. As for the height, there is no change. Hey! After exhaling a breath of foul air, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile. After several years, he finally completed this last step of practice. Even if the gigantism is not perfect at the moment, he can only expand his body by 10 times, and the increase in combat power is only 2 times. But no matter what, he finally learned how to expand Spirito. Guest, congratulations to you for successfully mastering the expansion. The next step is to further control Spirito. Only with sufficient control can we further expand. Spirito next to him spoke with a smile. Thank you. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, then bowed slightly to Spiri and expressed his gratitude. Being on Yudrit, his strength was not too exaggerated. His combat power had only reached 130,000. He had not even doubled it in a few years, but the gains were beyond his expectation. He not only mastered the magic skill of teleportation. He also mastered the Spirito separation technique and the Spirito expansion technique. The former is undoubtedly effective, enough for him to easily deal with many combined enemies. In theory, even Gogeta and Vegeto can be separated, not to mention Cell and Majin Buu. And it can not only be used in Dragon Ball, but also in the real world. He can also separate some combined beings in various dimensions. And the latter is even more effective. Scions can indeed transform into giant apes to gain a 10-fold combat power bonus. However, the defects of giant ape transformation are actually very large. On the one hand, it is impossible to control reason. Although he overcomes this through Shenlong's wish, he was convinced, but he couldn't overcome the Scion's tail. After all, no matter how strong it was, once the tail was cut, it would inevitably return to its original state, and it would become weak accordingly. Even without cutting the tail, it was possible to destroy the existence that released the bolt's light. No matter how strong it was, unless it killed the person as soon as it met, it was possible to capsize. And gigantism undoubtedly had no such flaws. Now his gigantism can only increase the combat power by 2 times. However, this is just the beginning. As long as he strengthens his control over Spirito, he can increase it by more than 2 times. 5 times, 10 times, and even higher are all possible. Theoretically, enlargement, like Kaioken, has almost no upper limit. The only upper limit is your control and whether your body can support it. After all, gigantism is only produced by expanding the chi. Without sufficient control over Spirito and a strong enough body, it is not gigantism, but self-explosion. Guest, you are too polite. Listening to Zhang Chen's thanks, Spiri hurriedly spoke. Anyway, I am very grateful. I don't know if the elder is free. I have been on Yadrid for quite some time. I am sorry to bother you any further. I want to say goodbye to the elder. Listening to Spiri's words, Zhang Chen smiled, and then his expression became more serious. Yes. Guest, please follow me. Spiri was stunned for a moment, then nodded and led Zhang Chen out of this space. After a while, under Spiri's guidance, Zhang Chen came to the elder's room again. Guest, are you leaving? The elder looking at the figure who came in, a gentle voice sounded. Yes, great elder, I have been disturbing you for quite some time. I have benefited a lot here, but I should leave now. Thank you for your care during this period of time. Zhang Chen bowed slightly and spoke. Guest, you are too polite. How about this, I will let Spiri help you prepare some supplies, and then set off tomorrow. The great elder nodded with a smile, and then looked at Zhang Chen with inquiry. Thank you very much, great elder. Zhang Chen was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he did not refuse, but agreed. A day passed quickly. One day later, under the eyes of the Yadrid people, Zhang Chen's spaceship rushed directly into the sky, driving away from Yadrid, quickly heading towards the Earth. Like Sun Wukong, who had just finished practicing, Zhang Chen's instant movement was also difficult to return directly from Yadrid to the Earth. So he could only use the spaceship. As for going to other places, he had considered going to Midamore before. As the source of Sun Wukong's fusion technique, mastering this thing would be very useful to him. But after thinking about it, he gave up. Fusion, although useful when possessing gigantism and separation, is not as useful as he originally imagined. Besides, he didn't know the location of Midamore. Unless he went to Namek to use the Dragon Ball. But this was still too troublesome. By comparison, it would be better to return to Earth. There is still the Spirit Time Room on Earth, as well as the place leading to King Kai. King Kai still has a lot of good things in his hands. For example, King Kai Fist, such as Spirit Bomb. For example, higher level martial arts training, these are extremely helpful to him. Of course, more importantly, he is going to go back to check the situation of the Scions on Earth. If it is appropriate, he is already considering the path of the Scions to become gods. After all, compared to the unreliable Super Scion, the Scion God is the fastest way to become stronger. It is also his biggest chance to defeat Frisia in a short time. Boom! The huge spaceship soared into the sky. It quickly headed towards the Earth. In the spaceship, Zhang Chen began his daily practice. It was different from before. He did not use the gravity room again, but tried his best to control the Spirito, that is, to control the Qi. Even though his control of Qi was already perfect at this moment. Even among the martial artists on Earth who could reach his level, it was estimated that only a few people such as Master Kame and Master Karan could reach this level. But for Zhang Chen, this was still not enough. His initial goal was to become gigantic and be able to complete 5 times the blessing. It would be even better if it could reach 10 times. This was what he needed. Space travel, practice. Days passed by. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Zhang Chen's spaceship directly passed through the entire eastern part of the northern galaxy and a large area in the central part of the northern galaxy, and it was less than a week's journey from the western part of the northern galaxy. Even if it was far from the Earth, it would only take about 3 months at most. Planet Nirma. In the spaceship, Zhang Chen, who had just completed his training, took a look at the star map and was stunned. Somewhat surprised. Because at this moment, there was a planet not far in front of him. And that planet seemed to be where he needed to perform the mission before. He was moved. Zhang Chen thought about it. And finally input the operation instructions to the spaceship. Since he had passed the planet Nirma, he was ready to take a look at this planet. Just to confirm his inner thoughts. The spaceship crossed the sky and quickly headed towards the planet Nirma. And at this moment, the planet Nirma. On a huge plain. Vegeta was panting, and his combat uniform was already tattered. Nappa's face also looked particularly ugly, and at the same time, one of his right arms had disappeared. Vegeta, retreat, those guys are not something we can deal with. Nappa spoke, looking at Vegeta. He had never expected that the combat power of this planet, which had just been rated as a high-level planet, would be so strong. Although there were not many Nirma people on Nirma, only 4,000 or 5,000 people, the combat power of more than 5,000 of them exceeded 1/10, and the combat power of the strongest among them was as high as 20,000. And the most terrifying thing was that these Nirma people also mastered the ability to merge. Let alone 4,000 or 5,000 Nirma people. Even if only 3 or 4 Nirma people merged, they couldn't hold on. At this moment, Nappa instinctively wanted to evacuate. Nappa, shut up. Vegeta looked ugly, and couldn't help but shout coldly. Instantly scared Nappa and dared not speak. Nappa, listen to me next. I will use that move. You turn into a giant ape to restrain that one. I will handle the others in a quarter of an hour at most. Vegeta gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. Vegeta, there are hundreds of Nilma people in the palace. Once they merge, even if I transform into a giant ape, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with it. Nappa gritted his teeth and spoke. During this period, although he had gone through constant near-death battles, his strength increased from 1,000 to almost 3,000. Don't say 3,000, even if it was 5,000, the combat power of the giant ape was only 50,000. The combat power of hundreds of Nirma people fused must exceed 50,000. Containment, that's simply a joke. You only have one choice, do it or not. Vegeta's eyes were filled with a fierce light, staring at Nappa. I understand, Vegeta. Nappa looked at Vegeta, his body shuddered, and he nodded quickly. He knew that Vegeta might not care much about him. Once he angered Vegeta, he would surely die. In contrast, he might not die facing the Nirma people. At worst, he would be seriously injured again. He couldn't help but think of Raditz in his mind. Nappa's heart was resolute again. 10 minutes later. Remember, hold those Nirma people in the palace for me. Vegeta glanced at Nappa and ordered. Yes. Nappa responded. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, Nappa and Vegeta began to act. A round of moon rose instantly. The next moment, Nappa's body expanded rapidly, and in just a moment, he turned into an extremely huge gorilla. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, a huge beam of energy shot out from the giant ape's mouth, covering the palace in an instant. Boom! Boom! The terrifying explosion spread instantly. Up to 50,000 combat power. It exploded in an instant, annihilating everything in an instant. In the palace, many strange creatures like slimes were swallowed up by the terrifying energy beam before they could react. But just at the moment when the beam swallowed everything. Asshole! A roar came from the palace. The next moment, a huge slime appeared, and a large number of slime-like beings began to merge into the huge figure. The breath began to rise. 10,000. 20,000. 30,000. Bang! The detector exploded directly, but that kind of horror made even Nappa, who had lost his mind, pause slightly. But it was just a pause. Roar! The giant ape roared deafeningly as if provoked. You deserve to die. Ugly monster! The giant slime made a human voice with anger. The next moment, the two behemoths instantly fought each other. Boom! Boom! The huge roar echoed, and the giant slime was obviously stronger than Nappa. Even the giant ape was completely suppressed in an instant. During the battle between the two, the ground collapsed layer by layer. On the other side, Vegeta's figure also rushed into another place and began to quickly harvest the slimes. This one is a little late. I had a quarrel with my wife. The next chapter will be on time at 6 o'clock. 85 Chapter 85 Vegeta, I am Speed? Vegeta. 85. A few years have passed, and Vegeta's strength has reached 16,000. It is only 2,000 points away from the 18,000 combat power of the Scions in the original work. There is no way. Under the stimulation of Raditz, Vegeta has been wandering on the edge of life and death in the past few years. His combat power is even crazier than Nappa after surviving desperate situations. The improvement in strength is naturally very obvious. Boom! Boom! The battle is spreading. A large number of Nilma people were strangled by Vegeta. However, no matter how many he killed, it was impossible to kill all the Nilma people at once. Some Nilma people were fused together. Although the combat power of these Nilma people alone is difficult to match Vegeta, when the number of fused people gradually increased, Vegeta could not bear it. Boom! A huge fist smashed down. Not good. Vegeta's face changed, and he subconsciously tried to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! The figure flew backwards, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. At the same time, the bones in his body and even his internal organs seemed to be shattered. Damn it, how could it be so fast? Vegeta's face changed drastically. At this moment, not far away, a huge Nilma star has walked over. Vegeta didn't care about anything else. He quickly looked at the moon in the sky. Even if he didn't plan to transform into a giant ape, Vegeta knew at this moment that if he didn't transform into a giant ape, he might really die here this time. His eyes received the bird's light, and Vegeta's body began to swell rapidly, and his pupils widened. In just a moment, Vegeta's figure also completed the giant ape transformation. The next moment, a huge giant ape appeared again. The powerful energy swept, and Vegeta's sight instantly locked on the huge Nilma star. As the Scion royal family of planet Vegeta, different from other Saiyans in this way, even the superior warriors, even the elite warriors, can hardly control their reason, but the royal family can. 16,000 combat power. At this moment, after the giant ape transformation, the combat power has been directly increased to 160,000. Roar! Boom! With a roar, the next moment, a huge beam of light instantly spit out from the giant ape mouth that Vegeta turned into, and instantly went towards the Nirma star in front. Boom! Boom boom! The terrifying explosion spread. The body of the Nirma star was directly blown away, falling to the distance. However, the next moment, where the Nirma star fell, one by one Nirma star began to gather quickly, and continued to fill the huge Nirma star. Gradually, the Nirma star began to expand again. At the same time, the energy on the body became more and more powerful. If the combat power of this Nirma star before was at most 40,000 or 50,000. At this moment, the combat power of this Nilma has expanded to 70,000 or 80,000, and it is still increasing rapidly. And what made Vegeta's face change was the palace in the distance. The huge movement has subsided, and another huge Nilma is gathering here at this moment. Once they get close, the consequences of the fusion of the two again are almost unimaginable. Now the Nilma in front of him has such a terrifying strength. Fuse with such a huge Nilma. How much combat power can be reached? 150,000, or 200,000. Even if you just think about it, Vegeta can't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. After all, even if he is a giant ape, his combat power is only 160,000 now, and it is only energy. Because of the violent energy of the giant ape, even if he is a royal family member who can control his body, the strength he can exert will not exceed 70%, which means that the strength he can really burst out now is probably just over 100,000. In fact, the cosmic people can't exert their full strength, and the giant apes are even more unable to do so. This is why most people in Frisia don't care much about Vegeta. After all, even if Vegeta's giant apes have 10 times the combat power, it is only a paper data, and there are too many ways to solve it. Vegeta's eyes were fierce, and his figure rumbled towards the huge Nilma. The battle started this time. Even if the strength of the Nilma was rapidly increasing, due to the problem of fusion, the Scions could not master the power of the giant ape, and the Nilma could not control it either. For a while, they were suppressed. However, this kind of suppression did not make Vegeta happy, but more anxious. At this moment, the huge Nilma in the distance was approaching rapidly. Damn, waste! Vegeta couldn't help but curse. The next moment he no longer hesitated. A majestic energy permeated his body. Compared to other Scions, the giant ape transformation cannot use any moves. The Scions of the royal family of planet Vegeta can not only control their reason, but also use their own moves. Although such a result will make the consumption huge. But at this moment, Vegeta can't care about these. If he doesn't deal with this Nilma star quickly, once the distant Nilma star approaches and merges, he will be in real danger. Galaxy Destroyer! With a light shout, the next moment the huge energy in the giant ape transformation body gathered at this moment. Boom! The huge energy shock wave rushed directly towards the huge Nilma star in front. And facing the Nilma star covered by the shock wave, he also felt the crisis. Opened his mouth. The same huge energy gathered towards the shock wave. Boom! Boom! Boom boom! The two energy shock waves collided in the air in an instant. The terrifying energy swept all around in an instant. The incomparable shock wave almost broke the surrounding ground layer by layer, and the thick clouds in the sky were torn apart in an instant. The atmosphere and environment of the entire planet began to be disturbed. This is no longer a few tens of thousands of points of power, but an output of more than 100,000 points of combat power. Fortunately, the collision occurred in mid-air. If it had been on the ground, I am afraid that the entire planet would have been destroyed instantly at this moment. Even if most of the energy was dispersed at this moment, the earth veins of the entire Nirma star had undergone tremendous changes. The core of the earth even shook. In mid-air, Vegeta's giant ape body couldn't help but gasp, but his sight was fixed on the distance. This was his full-strength attack. If this couldn't be solved, then he would have to consider escaping. But fortunately, he was relieved. After the huge explosion in front, the huge Nirma star in front disappeared. What remained were the Nirma star one by one. Obviously, his attack directly caused these Nirma people to fuse, and even destroyed many of them. It's over. Vegeta snorted coldly, and the next moment, his huge and ferocious mouth opened. Roar! A huge beast roar sounded, and the next moment, a terrifying blood-red energy impact instantly gathered in the mouth. Boom! The next moment, the energy shock instantly penetrated forward. Wanted to completely strangle all the Nirma people. However, crash! The bodies of the Nirma people melted quickly. That's right, they melted. These Nirma people melted just like that. They turned into balls of liquid and quickly gathered towards the Nirma people who were rushing towards them. Not just here. The bodies of the Nirma people on the entire Nirma planet began to dissolve at this moment. They turned into green liquid and gathered towards the huge Nirma people. In the distance, The Nirma people, who were already huge in size, began to expand further in size. At the same time, waves of more violent aura emerged from him. Originally, his combat power was only 70,000 or 80,000. It almost instantly increased to 100,000. And there was no intention of stopping at all. Because at this moment, not only those Nilma people who turned into liquid gathered towards it, even the Nilma people who had died before also turned into liquid and gathered towards the giant Nilma. A large amount of green liquid gathered. The body size almost doubled instantly. And there was no intention of stopping at all. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. With strange syllables coming, Vegeta only felt his consciousness suddenly sink. The next moment, before he could react, his huge body of the giant ape flew out directly. Boom! Boom! A huge mountain in the distance began to collapse directly. It was obvious that it could not bear Vegeta's terrifying body at all. And at this moment, Vegeta felt his hair stand up. With just one blow, he felt the horror of this Nilma person. That was a power far beyond his giant ape body. Damn it, how could it be? Vegeta roared. He struggled to get up. As he got up, the surrounding mountains collapsed again. But Vegeta couldn't care about these at the moment. Because at this moment, the rumbling sound was still echoing, and the Nilma star who had grown bigger again was already rushing towards him. Boom! 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 The battle broke out again. Even though Vegeta had already turned into a giant ape, facing the giant Nilma star that had merged all the Nilma stars, Vegeta's giant ape body could not support it at all, and was completely suppressed in almost an instant. No, not suppressed. It was a complete crushing. The giant Nilma star that had merged all the Nilma stars had reached a strength of 200,000. Even if it couldn't burst out all its strength, it was far more than Vegeta now. Fuck you, I'm Vegeta! Vegeta roared, and the aura around him was still rising. However, it was to no avail. In terms of size, even if he was a giant ape, he was no match for the Nilma people. In terms of energy, the current Nilma people were far superior to Vegeta's level. Vegeta was simply unable to resist. And what was even more terrifying was that the artificial moon was not a natural moon. Especially with his current ability, he could only last for 15 minutes, 30 minutes in the original book. Now the time was about to pass. Once he withdrew from the giant ape, he would only have 16,000 combat power and was seriously injured. Needless to say, the result was almost unspeakable. It seemed to be verifying his idea. In the sky, the full moon he created gradually dimmed. The strong beating on his body gradually began to show signs of calming down. Once the heartbeat calmed down, he would definitely retreat from the giant ape. Damn it! Asshole! Vegeta was roaring, but it was of no avail. Suppressed, he only felt the terrifying power in his body receding rapidly. Just when the moonlight completely dimmed, Vegeta's huge body began to shrink instantly. Bang! The figure fell directly to the ground. Vegeta staggered and climbed up, his face ugly. Go to hell! Damn monkey! The huge Nilma star looked at the shrunken Vegeta and roared. The next moment, a huge energy impact suddenly covered Vegeta. It's over. Vegeta was unwilling, but at this moment he could only close his eyes. But the pupils in his imagination did not spread. Boom! Boom! The huge explosion sounded, and then a terrifying air wave exploded from the sky. Vegeta subconsciously opened his eyes. And a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A figure that was somewhat familiar and somewhat unfamiliar. At first, he looked puzzled, but soon Vegeta noticed the tail swaying behind Zhang Chen. Scion! Vegeta was surprised, and his pupils shrank violently. Another monkey has come. You all deserve to die. The huge Nilma star became more and more irritable, and its energy even became uncontrollable and violent. The entire Nilma planet began to shake violently. It's really terrifying. Zhang Chen muttered to himself, looking a little surprised. He felt the terrifying energy before he arrived at this planet, so he moved here instantly. He didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying energy fluctuation as soon as he appeared. Just from the energy point of view, it is definitely more than 180,000, or even more than 200,000. Such a huge energy is extremely rare in the universe today. After all, the Jinya force has only a maximum of 100,000, and it can roam the entire northern galaxy, which is enough to explain a big problem. But he was only surprised for a moment, and soon Zhang Chen discovered the mixed breath of this monster. Obviously, this should be a monster produced by fusion, not a real single body that has reached such a terrifying level. And it's not just fusion. It's also violent. It has the terrifying energy now. Fusion? Let's try the spirito separation technique first. He muttered to himself, and the next moment Zhang Chen's figure disappeared instantly. So fast! Vegeta's pupils widened, with an expression of disbelief. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he looked into the distance in an instant. And the moment he looked, his pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. 86 Chapter 86 Vegeta's defense is broken, Nappa, take me. 86. Zhang Chen's combat power at this moment has reached more than 130,000, close to 140,000 points, and there is obviously still a big gap from the monster in front of him. However, it is completely different from the monster that has gone berserk. Zhang Chen has perfect control over his own power. The moment Vegeta disappeared, his figure appeared in front of the monster the next moment. Boom! One punch, and the next moment a powerful force burst out instantly. The air exploded directly at this moment. The huge monster, the body seemed to fly backwards out as if it was out of control. Boom! Boom boom! The huge body was carried out for thousands of meters, and turned into an extremely huge meatball and fell directly to the palace. Swish! Zhang Chen's figure disappeared again. When he reappeared, his figure had already appeared on the flying Nilma star. Boom! He punched out again. More than twice the power was instantly added to the fist. A huge roar echoed, and the next moment the huge body of the Nilma star fell directly downward. The entire ground began to collapse rapidly. First hundreds of meters, then thousands of meters. Finally, the land within a radius of 10,000 meters collapsed. Vegeta, who was watching this scene from a distance, had his pupils widened and his expression was full of horror. Vegeta, who had fought with this Nilma star in his giant ape form, knew very well how terrifying the other party was, but the familiar figure that had just appeared now was so easily crushed. That's right, it was so easily crushed. The terrifying Nilma star had almost no resistance in the hands of that guy. Damn it! Vegeta was shocked, his face looked even more ugly, and his hands could not help but clenched tightly. His eyes were fixed on the front. And the front. It's really troublesome. It seems that we have to calm down the violent breath in his body first. In the air, Zhang Chen couldn't help but frown. I don't know if his spirito separation technique is not perfect enough, or the Nilma star in front of him is already in a state of rage, and the spirito separation technique has not been successful several times. Muttering to himself, the next moment Zhang Chen's figure moved again. As Zhang Chen moved, the entire Nilma planet was shaking violently. Shock waves burst out one after another. The huge body of the Nilma star was hit back and forth like a ball. Almost no resistance. It made Vegeta's face even uglier. Finally, the huge body flew out again. Vegeta turned around and staggered towards the distance. Boom! A moment later, a small spaceship rushed into the sky. Zhang Chen, who was bombarding the Nilma, raised his eyebrows and looked at it involuntarily. But he only looked at it and didn't care much. Compared to Sun Wukong, Raditz, and Vegeta, Zhang Chen didn't care too much. After all, he and Vegeta were not familiar with each other. As for saving Vegeta just now, it was not his deliberate act. It was just that he happened to flash between the Nilma and Vegeta. Boom! Another punch hit down. Boom! Boom! The ground collapsed again. And this time, this huge Nilma finally collapsed, and the Nilma began to separate from it one by one. The breath began to drop rapidly. It's really troublesome. My separation technique is too bad. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhang Chen couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead and complained. Even though he knew that compared to the decent teleportation, his mastery of separation was as bad as gigantism. But when he really started to fight, he realized that it was so bad that he couldn't stand it. Good guy, if this is necessary, why would he need the separation technique? The separation technique was originally used to deal with some undefeated but fused monsters. Since he could beat them like this, there was no need for him to use the separation technique. Of course, he was just complaining. His separation technique was indeed not good now, but it did not mean that he would not be able to do it in the future. As he mastered the Qi, that is, the Spirito more and more deeply, his mastery of the separation technique would naturally improve further, and then it would not be like this. Looking at the Nilma people who were basically in a coma, Zhang Chen did not intend to destroy them. He glanced into the distance. He was ready to take off and leave this place. But just as he was about to leave, his eyebrows could not help but rise. The next moment, swish! His figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in a huge pit. And the figure that appeared in front of him at this moment was extremely familiar. Nappa. Zhang Chen's expression was a bit strange. He just felt a familiar breath, but he didn't expect it was Nappa. Looking at Nappa's current condition again, Zhang Chen couldn't help shaking his head. But after thinking about it, he took out a senzu bean from his arms and stuffed it into Nappa's mouth. In Nappa's condition, he was almost dead in the next second. Although Zhang Chen didn't like this guy, he was the only remaining scion after all. Since he met him, Zhang Chen was ready to save him. The senzu bean was stuffed into his mouth. Zhang Chen used his qi to make Nappa swallow it. Soon, Nappa's injuries disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a strong breath began to rise from his body. I'm not dead. Nappa was a little stunned, and the next moment his figure suddenly jumped up. Instantly looked around vigilantly. But soon he noticed Zhang Chen. Is it you? When Nappa saw Zhang Chen, he was confused at first, but soon he thought of something, his pupils widened, and his expression was unbelievable. It seems that it's okay. You are lucky. You are still alive. I'm leaving. Let's leave this planet as soon as possible. It won't be so easy to leave when those Nirma people wake up. Zhang Chen waved his hand and prepared to leave. He didn't plan to continue helping this guy. It was good enough to give him a senzu bean. Listening to Zhang Chen's words, Nappa quickly looked around. When the terrifying scene around him came into his eyes, his body trembled. Where is Vegeta? You saved me. Nappa was shocked. Seeing Zhang Chen was about to leave, he spoke quickly. He's gone. Zhang Chen stopped and nodded. Listening to Zhang Chen's words, Nappa's face changed and looked a little ugly. With his understanding of Vegeta, he naturally knew what was going on. He was probably abandoned. He even had no doubt that if Zhang Chen hadn't taken action, he would have died. Even though he had expected this day, when he really faced it, Nappa's face couldn't help but change. Aspera, where is Raditz? Nappa took a deep breath, looked at Zhang Chen, and spoke with hesitation. You want to find Raditz? Zhang Chen stopped again, and this time he even turned his head and looked at Nappa with surprise. Yes. Vegeta, that bastard, didn't treat me as a companion at all. Nappa gritted his teeth, and secretly looked at Zhang Chen with his peripheral vision. Unfortunately, Zhang Chen didn't have any expression. Really? If you want to see raidits, follow me. Zhang Chen nodded undeniably, and then his figure took off into the air. Watching Zhang Chen fly away, Nappa gritted his teeth and followed. After a while, Zhang Chen's figure landed at the place where the spaceship landed. Nappa followed him. But Nappa was a little embarrassed at this moment. The moment he woke up, he recognized the person in front of him. It was the figure who had been destroying the base of Frisia's army a few years ago. That person was obviously just a low-level soldier, but he killed Dodoria and Sabo in succession, and even killed Gis and Bart of the Jinyu Special Forces. Nappa didn't know how strong Aspera was. But one thing is certain, the other party is definitely more terrifying than Vegeta. Facing such a being, Nappa was extremely nervous at the moment. Even if Zhang Chen didn't say anything, it was the same. You just used the Scion characteristics. If you want to stabilize your combat power, go to the gravity room for training first. The gravity room is in the third room on the right. Zhang Chen glanced at Nappa, then thought about it and reminded him. After training on Earth and even on Yudrit, Zhang Chen could tell at a glance that Nappa's aura was extremely frivolous. This time, by resurrecting from the brink of death, his combat power was significantly improved, but it was extremely unstable. With such a result, let alone going further in the future, even the next brink of death might not be able to improve. Okay. Nappa nodded subconsciously. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that Zhang Chen ignored him. He could only suppress his thoughts and go to the room Zhang Chen pointed to. Zhang Chen took a look. Then he ignored him. He began to re-enter the command. Boom! The spaceship set sail again, rushed out of the planet Nirma with a bang, and continued to head towards the Earth. A trip to the planet Nirma undoubtedly proved his previous thoughts. Frisia had already made preparations. This is why the Scions were tens of thousands of people. And they fought on various planets, but everything was destroyed with Frisia's planet-destroying bomb. I'm afraid it's not just him. The Scions who simply participated in the mission, as long as they didn't return, basically had the same fate. As the Scion Data Management Center, it was not easy for Frisia to do this. It was enough to just swap the data. Low-level planets were replaced by medium-level planets, and medium-level planets were replaced by high-level planets. Scions basically went there without returning. The remaining Scions were also buried in the universe with the entire Vegeta planet under that planet-destroying bomb. His eyes flickered. Zhang Chen's thoughts were flowing. After a moment, Zhang Chen shook his head. His thoughts converged, and this matter was over after all. He was not interested in counting this. The figure stood up and came to the gravity room on the right. At this moment, Nappa was practicing in the gravity room. Zhang Chen took a look and then stepped into another room. There were still 3 months to the Earth. He didn't plan to waste time. In the next time, he would naturally continue to practice well. In the gravity room, Nappa watched Zhang Chen leave. At this moment, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Aspera. Radis. Nappa muttered to himself, and his heart couldn't help but shake. The strength that Raditz showed before was terrifying, and Aspera's strength later was even more shocking. This is also the main reason why he chose to follow Zhang Chen. It is obvious that following Zhang Chen is more promising than following Vegeta. Of course, Zhang Chen doesn't know what Nappa is thinking at this moment, but even if he knows, he won't care too much. Nappa now has only 4,000 combat power points. Let alone him, even the members of Bardock's team are far higher than him. He continues to practice. In the starry sky, a spaceship is sailing quickly. A month later, the spaceship landed on a planet with a bang. Quick, it's Lord Vegeta. Prepare the medical cabin. A hurried voice rose. Vegeta was seriously injured this time. His giant ape transformation was almost blown up. He fell into a coma after forcing his body to return to the spaceship. But fortunately, he flew to Frisia's base. He was soon transported to the medical cabin. Under treatment in the medical cabin, Vegeta's injuries slowly recovered. Just feeling the almost unimproved strength in his body, Vegeta's face couldn't help but look even uglier. Damn it, how could it be? My strength! Vegeta's angry voice sounded. With irritability. Boom! The medical cabin exploded instantly. Facing this scene, the cosmic people couldn't help but tremble. But at this moment, Vegeta couldn't care so much. The scenes of Zhang Chen fighting with the Nilma star appeared in his mind. His face became more and more livid. He finally surpassed Raditz in strength, but another scion appeared, whose strength was far greater than his. And he remembered who that scion was, the scion who killed Sabo, Dodoria, Geese, and Bart. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Vegeta's mind. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! I am the Suba Scion. Absolutely impossible. The Suba Scion can only be me. A roaring voice rose, and Vegeta's face became uglier and uglier. The next moment, continuous explosions swept the entire base. This Frisia base was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. Boom! A spaceship rushed into the sky, and inside the spaceship was Vegeta, who was full of anger and unwillingness. The appearance of Zhang Chen broke Vegeta's defense directly. The pride of the Scion Prince seemed to be trampled into the mud at this moment, making him full of anger and unwillingness. The glory of the Scions, that is his glory, the glory of Prince Vegeta. It can only be enjoyed by him. At least Vegeta thought so from beginning to end. However, this moment was broken. The spaceship crossed the starry sky. 87 Chapter 87 Return to Earth, Super Scion and Scion God. 87. Boom! The huge spaceship streaked across the starry sky. There was nothing to encounter on the rest of the journey. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhang Chen's spaceship also plunged into the solar system at the scheduled time. Hey! When he saw that bright star, when he saw the blue planet, Zhang Chen couldn't help but let out a long breath, and a smile appeared on his face. I don't know if it's because it's the same as the Earth, but Zhang Chen also feels an inexplicable feeling for the Earth in the Dragon Ball world. 10 minutes later. Earth. West Capital Plain. The huge spaceship landed slowly. Ka ka ka. As the heavy hatch opened, Zhang Chen and Nappa walked out slowly. Nappa was still a little nervous at this moment. In contrast, Zhang Chen was much more relaxed, and couldn't help stretching his waist at this moment. Let's go find Raditz first. Zhang Chen glanced at Nappa, then called out, and his figure took off directly and flew towards Bayazai Mountain. At this moment, he naturally felt the breath of Raditz, but this place was not far from Bayazai Mountain, and Zhang Chen was too lazy to use instant movement. Okay. Nappa nodded quickly, and his figure followed Zhang Chen into the air. A few minutes later, 2 figures crossed the sky and arrived at Bayazai Mountain. When he arrived at Bayazai Mountain, Zhang Chen was stunned. There was a huge spaceship docked on Bayazai Mountain. A figure of a blonde girl was busy. Looking at that figure, Zhang Chen's brows were raised, a little surprised. But it was only a surprise. His figure fell down with Nappa. When he landed, Raditz walked out of the room with dissatisfaction. Woman, how long will you take? Raditz's words sounded. At this moment, he was holding a pile of parts. Ah, it's almost done, it's almost done. It'll be done soon. The voice of the blonde girl came from the spaceship. Bang! A pile of parts was thrown aside by Raditz, and he was about to step forward. He saw Zhang Chen's figure. Aspera. Raditz was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. But soon, he noticed Nappa next to Zhang Chen. It's you, Nappa. Raditz spoke with surprise. Raditz. Nappa looked a little embarrassed, but still shouted. What are you doing? Zhang Chen nodded, and then looked at the scene in front of him curiously. This woman got a spaceship, and I'm going to go to the universe. It's just that this woman is too unreliable. Raditz explained. Go to the universe. Zhang Chen was a little surprised, but soon understood what was going on. Hey, Raditz, tell me clearly, who is unreliable? As if hearing Raditz's voice, the dusty blonde girl in the spaceship came out directly, put her hands on her hips, and spoke with great dissatisfaction. Of course it's you, troublesome woman. Raditz couldn't help but snort coldly. Raditz, do you still want to fix the spaceship? It's you who's tinkering with it, otherwise we would have set off long ago. The blonde girl said with even more dissatisfaction. Humph, it's just garbage. I haven't even unleashed all my strength yet. Hey, you better be careful when you talk. Looking at the two bickering, Zhang Chen's expression became more and more weird. Good guy, these two seem to be a little interesting. Of course, it's not just Zhang Chen who is weird at this moment, even Nappa next to him is a little surprised. It seems that he noticed the gazes of the two. Taisai and Raditz's words stopped abruptly. Taisai's face was a little red. Raditz couldn't help but shut his mouth. Aspera, when did you come back? Raditz's words were a little uncomfortable. I just returned. Nappa is left to you, you help him arrange it. Zhang Chen looked at Raditz with a smile, and when the other party was a little embarrassed, he slowly spoke. Okay. Raditz was stunned for a moment, then nodded and agreed. By the way, don't leave for the universe for now. I'll go find Aunt Celieba and the others first. After Raditz responded, Zhang Chen seemed to have thought of something and added another sentence. Okay. Raditz nodded directly. After telling Raditz to leave Nappa behind, he felt something in his heart, and the next moment his index finger and middle finger were instantly put together. Instantly, the perception spread to the entire earth. Found it! He shouted softly, and the next moment Zhang Chen's figure disappeared from the spot. Raditz, Tais, and Nappa all widened their eyes instantly. Disappeared, disappeared. Tais was startled and couldn't help hiding behind Raditz. Raditz's eyes were also filled with shock. Nappa next to him was the same. At the same time. Turtle Island. At this moment, the four figures were practicing hard. The four people were none other than the four people of Selava. The four people had arrived on Earth several years ago. At first, they did not care too much about the existence of this planet that was classified as a low-level planet by the Frisia army. After all, it was just a low-level planet. What's so special about the Earth? Let alone those who were resurrected from the dead. However, when they arrived on Earth, they found that the situation was completely different. First, Raditz, who was on Earth, directly showed a combat power of more than 20,000 points, which scared them all at once. Although Raditz was a senior warrior, his strength was too strong. King Vegeta only had 10,000 combat power, and their captain Bardock only had 10,000 points, but Raditz actually reached 20,000 points. However, this is not the end. If Raditz's 20,000 combat power is lower than Aspera's combat power of nearly 30,000 points, it can still be barely understood. Then the next situation was completely beyond their expectations. Kakarot, the youngest son of their captain, was detected as the scion with the least potential, but his combat power was as high as 5,000. And how old is Kakarot? Less than 10 years old. This made them gasp. This is not the end. More importantly, the cultivation method of Qi on Earth is extremely profound. Just like this old man now, he doesn't seem to be very strong, with only a few hundred points of combat power, but his control of Qi is almost perfect. A few hundred points of Qi can even double the explosion. Okay. Rest for an hour now, then take this thing and swim to the other side of the sea to deliver milk. Master Kame spoke. With his voice, Sariba and others collapsed to the ground at once. Several people even gasped for breath. Looking at them, Master Kame's eyes flickered. The successive figures shocked him. From the first child, to the children and teenagers behind, to the adults now. Master Kame has never seen martial arts talents higher than these people. Especially the child a few years ago, who made Master Kame feel amazed. Just when Master Kame was lost in thought, suddenly he seemed to feel something. Instantly looked at the empty space in the distance. At the moment when Master Kame looked over, swish! A figure appeared. When Master Kame saw the figure clearly, he was stunned for a moment. You! Master Kame said in surprise. His words instantly attracted Celieba and others. Everyone looked over, and when they saw the figure, Celieba and others were all delighted. Teacher Wu Tian? Long time no see. Zhang Chen smiled and greeted Master Kame, and his eyes turned to Celieba and others. When his eyes converged, Zhang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Compared to the 4 people he saw in the universe before, the aura of the 4 people at this moment was obviously much calmer, and their strength was obviously improved compared to before. The weakest Dodebo's strength exceeded 5,000, and the strongest reached about 7,000. Obviously, this should be the reason for Master Kame's teaching. Aspera. Seeing Zhang Chen looking over, several people spoke and quickly got up. Aunt Celieba, Uncle Thomas, Uncle Dodebo, Uncle Pabuzan. Zhang Chen shouted with a smile. Great, I knew you would be fine. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Celieba couldn't help but smile. The other people were the same. To be honest, after leaving that planet, they were a little worried about Aspera, and they even spent almost a year looking for Aspera, but unfortunately they couldn't find her at all. They could only follow Zhang Chen's words and come to Earth. Zhang Chen smiled. Then he talked with several people. Zhang Chen didn't stop until it was time for them to rest. Several people began to continue practicing, and Zhang Chen walked with Master Kame. Aspera, I heard that you went to the universe a few years ago. Are there many powerful martial artists in the universe? Master Kame said with a smile, with expectation. On Turtle Island. Zhang Chen talked with Turtle Hermit. They discussed martial arts with each other. With the training on Yadrit Star, he was now qualified to discuss martial arts with Turtle Hermit. Zhang Chen did not leave Turtle Island until dusk fell. It must be admitted that Turtle Hermit's understanding of martial arts has undoubtedly reached a very high level, and even Zhang Chen can gain a lot from discussing with him now. Simply speaking of martial arts, in the entire 7th universe, Turtle Hermit may be ranked in the top 10. Swish! The figure disappeared. Watching Zhang Chen leave. Getting stronger and stronger. Turtle Hermit sighed, and then turned into an excited look, and his eyes could not help but look at the small package left by Zhang Chen. Then the figure slowly pulled out a book in a very obscene manner. Then there were bursts of strange laughter from Turtle Hermit's house. Of course, Zhang Chen didn't know this at the moment. He left Turtle Hermit's house and came to where Sun Wukong was. Under dusk. Below, 2 figures were busy. Gaku, what are you doing? Hurry up and help. Bulma's voice sounded with dissatisfaction. Okay, I'll be there right away. Mixed with the voice of Son Goku. Looking at the joyful people below, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile at the scenes. Has it started yet? Dragon Ball's adventure story. After whispering, Zhang Chen couldn't help but glance at the package in the distance, which clattered, and then his figure disappeared again. He didn't intend to interfere with Sun Wukong's adventure. Although the current plot has almost completely changed. Even without a detector, with his sense of qi, Zhang Chen could sense that Sun Wukong's aura had exceeded 7,000 points. Compared to the original book, which only had a few dozen points of combat power, it was completely different. If it could barely be considered an adventure in the original book, then at most it was an outing for him at this moment. But this is normal. With the arrival of Raditz, with the addition of the gravity room, Sun Wukong's combat power will inevitably change. The figure disappeared quietly, and even Sun Wukong didn't notice anything. In the following time, Zhang Chen visited the cat immortal again, and exchanged 2 baskets of fish for a small can of senzu beans, which officially exceeded 4,000 senzu beans. With so many senzu beans, he basically has no worries except for viral heart disease. Bun Mountain. Zhang Chen's figure returned again. After eating a meal under the warm hospitality of Jinia, he returned to his room. The next step should be the God of Science, or the Super Scion. In the room, Zhang Chen muttered to himself, his expression was lost in contemplation. Being in the Dragon Ball world and being a Scion, other Scions are undoubtedly confused, but for Zhang Chen, the road ahead is very clear. But no matter how clear and understandable it is not so easy to take this road. If you want to transform into a Super Scion, you almost have to have a basic combat power of 3 million. After all, the reason why you can become a Super Scion is that you have enough S cells in your body. It is possible only when you have reached a certain level. If you want to reach a certain level, the external performance is combat power. If the basic combat power reaches 3 million, the S cells basically reach the threshold for transformation. On the contrary, if the S cells do not reach a certain level, it is impossible to reach a combat power of 3 million. It's just that his current combat power is only close to 150,000. If you want to reach 3 million, it is not something that can be completed by short-term training. It seems that you can only wait for time. He is only 16 years old now. It will take a few years for him to reach the youth time when Scions really explode. Even if you add the spirit time room, it may be difficult to quickly reach this level. You can only stay in the spirit time room for 2 days unless you have a Super 3 level. And the latter requires 5 Scions with a heart of justice. At present, I am afraid that only Kakarot and Sun Wukong can meet the requirements, and even Raditz is not enough. Maybe, I can give it a try. Thoughts flowed, and Zhang Chen couldn't help but think of the Scions he brought here. For other people, it is difficult to cultivate a sense of justice, but for Zhang Chen, who is familiar with the plot, it doesn't seem to be too difficult. And compared to the 3 million basic limit of Super Scions, the Scion God is the best choice he can achieve in a short time. Thoughts flowed, and the idea in Zhang Chen's mind gradually took shape. 88 Chapter 88 Everyone, feel the shock of the universe real estate tycoon. 88. The Scion God is the savior of the Scions and is called the God among the Scions. Its principle is to increase the Qi in the body and then sublimate to the realm of God, that is, the Qi of God. It is called a legendary existence. In the original work, only Shenlong knows the details of the existence of the Scion God. As Zhang Chen is familiar with Dragon Ball, he is naturally clear about the Super Scion God. He even knows the complete transformation process. Compared to Super Scion, Scion God is indeed the fastest way to transform. After all, Super Scion has the limitation of S cell, but Scion God does not. It only needs 5 Scions with a sense of justice besides him. The only problem is that it is not so easy to find 5 Scions with a sense of justice besides him among the Scions nowadays. Currently, the only one who can meet the standard is probably Son Goku, who has been living on Earth, and Raditz is not one of them. Although the elder of Namek said that Raditz's heart is moving towards justice, it is only moving towards justice, which does not mean that Raditz has a sense of justice at this moment. As for the remaining Scions, even if they are counted as one, they cannot meet this condition. Whether it is the 4 members of Bardock's team or Nappa, even Jin is not one of them. Although Jinna doesn't have any evil heart, it's impossible to say that Jinna has any sense of justice. This situation is almost a dead end for most people. After all, the sense of justice is not something that you want others to have. But it's not the case for Zhang Chen. With the example of Vegeta, the sense of justice is undoubtedly feasible. After all, if Vegeta can do it, there's no reason why Bardock's team can't do it, and Raditz can't do it. The only problem is how to do it. And this is not a big problem for him. A few days later, Zhang Chenhe found Raditz directly and brought him to the Kame house. Aspera, Raditz. Seeing the two coming, Celieba and the others looked a little surprised. Aunt Celieba, Uncle Thomas, Uncle Dodebo, Uncle Papuzen, how are you doing with your training? Zhang Chen smiled and said. It's almost done. Teacher Wu Tian said that we have basically completed our training. Next, we just need to slowly get familiar with our own strength. Celieba smiled and said. What's wrong, Aspera, why are you here? Toma nodded, and then looked at the two curiously. Dodebo and Papuzen behind him did the same. Everyone, let's go to Bayazai Mountain first. I have something to discuss with you. Zhang Chen looked at the few people and said after a slight pause. Okay. The few people looked at each other, a little confused, but they quickly nodded and agreed. Catch me. Zhang Chen said, and the moment the people caught him, teleportation started. Swish. The figures of the people disappeared instantly. Bayazai Mountain. Zhang Chen and his group appeared. Aspera, what's the matter? As the figure appeared, Raditz couldn't help but speak. The other people looked at Zhang Chen in unison. Aunt Celieba, I want to know if you have heard of the legend of Super Saiyan and Saiyan God. Zhang Chen looked at the people and spoke after a slight hesitation. Super Saiyan. Saiyan God. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the five people including Raditz were stunned. Aspera, do you want to say that you have become the legendary Super Saiyan? Toma couldn't help but speak, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Zhang Chen instantly, and the others were the same at this moment, they couldn't help but feel a little excited. Not yet. It's not that easy to become a Super Saiyan. Zhang Chen shook his head and spoke softly. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the excitement of several people calmed down a little. Aspera, I know the legend of Super Saiyan. According to legend, a super warrior appears every 1,000 years. He is the most powerful existence in our universe. What is the god of science? Is he the god of science? Saraba thought about it and couldn't help asking. Yes, we have heard of Super Science, but what is the god of science? Others spoke one after another, and their eyes were fixed on Zhang Chen. Several people were a little confused. Looking at their expressions. The Saiyan God can indeed be regarded as the Saiyan God. It is rumored that he was created by 6 Saiyans with a heart of justice. Compared with ordinary Saiyans and Super Saiyans, the Saiyan God is a more powerful existence. He is the place where Saiyans transform from humans to gods. Zhang Chen spoke slowly. The words he said made several people's eyes widen. Aspera, are you kidding? Yes, Aspera, the Saiyan God is more powerful than the Super Saiyan. Is this true? Several people's eyes widened instantly. They were all shocked. Most Saiyans actually regarded the Super Saiyan as a legend. It is undeniable that under this legend, everyone regarded the Super Saiyan as a belief. At this moment, Zhang Chen actually told them that the Saiyan God was more powerful than the Super Saiyan. How could they not be shocked? That's true. At least for the same transformation, the Saiyan God will be stronger than the Super Saiyan. Zhang Chen nodded. He was not kidding. The Super Saiyan has a maximum bonus of 50 times, while the Saiyan God is a qualitative change, which is completely different from the concept. Aspera, do you mean that both the Super Saiyan and the Saiyan God need to transform? In shock, Thomas was the first to discover the problem and asked with surprise. Yes. Ordinary Saiyans can transform. Super Saiyans only need to have a basic combat power of 3 million, plus enough anger. The Saiyan God requires 6 people with a heart of justice. Zhang Chen nodded slightly, and he had nothing to hide. Hiss! 3 million! Come on, are you kidding? Listening to Zhang Chen's words, the eyes of several people present lit up at first, but they were soon frightened by the data Zhang Chen said. Even Radit's pupils widened. It is true that his combat power has reached 30,000 at this moment. But that is only 30,000. It takes 3 million to transform into a Super Saiyan. This is completely different from the existence of the same level. Even whether this number can be achieved needs to be questioned. Even Raditz is like this. 30,000 combat power is indeed very high, and he has a lot of room for growth in the future. Raditz is confident that his combat power will exceed 100,000 before he is 50 years old, and even 200,000 is possible, but 3 million. Raditz feels that it is completely impossible for him. This is the case for Raditz. This is even more true for Celiba and others. Aspera, what do you need us to do? After taking a deep breath, Thomas spoke first. Others also reacted at this moment, and they all looked at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen asked them to come over, so it was impossible for him to say these things. And with the previous words, they vaguely guessed something. Everyone, I might as well tell you that Frisia's current combat power has reached 530,000. Do you know how much Frisia's real combat power is? Looking at the few people, Zhang Chen did not choose to answer, but slowly spoke again. The abrupt change of topic made several people stunned. But soon, they were attracted by Zhang Chen's words again. 530,000. Aspera, you are kidding. Dodbo couldn't help but speak. Others, including Raditz, couldn't help but stare at them instantly. Yes, that's 530,000. And this is the power after Frisia was sealed. Frisia is the most talented existence in the history of the Frozen Demon clan. In order to control his terrifying strength, he suppressed his own strength by transforming. Looking at the shocked expressions of several people, Zhang Chen spoke slowly. Transformed to suppress his own strength. Thomas spoke subconsciously, with a surprised look on his face. The others were similar. After all, in the vast universe, the Scions have seen many races that transform to enhance their own strength. This is the first time they have seen someone who transforms to suppress his own strength. Yes, Frisia has 3 stages of transformation to suppress his own strength. It can also be said that there are 3 stages of release. The first stage of release is a combat power of 1 million. Zhang Chen nodded, and then slowly spoke. 1 million. Several people suddenly began to breathe heavily. However, Zhang Chen's voice did not stop. The second stage is about 2 million. Of course, the most terrifying is the third stage. Once Frisia's original state is restored, his normal combat power exceeds 60 million, and it can reach 120 million when he uses 100% of his strength. Looking at the heavy breathing of several people, Zhang Chen continued to speak. But this time, when the last words fell, it made everyone present change their faces. Even Raditz was the same. If 530,000 combat power only moved Raditz, then 120 million was shocking, and even shock made his mind completely short-circuited. Even if he grew to the peak, at most 200,000, plus the giant ape transformation, it could reach 2 million, which was already the limit. 120 million, this is almost unimaginable. Are you kidding me? Aspera. How is this possible? 120 million. Saraba and the others opened their mouths wide, their words trembling. With only a few thousand combat power, they felt their scalps tingling and their hearts seemed to stop beating under this terrifying value. Horror! No, this is no longer terrifying. And they knew that planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia. After seeing Aspera, Raditz, and Son Goku's strength before, they actually had their fighting spirit ignited in their hearts. They believed that with the strength of Aspera, Raditz, and Kakarot, they were definitely capable of dealing with Frisia and avenging planet Vegeta. After Zhang Chen easily killed the Jinya force, they were not too worried about Frisia's threat. But now the data Zhang Chen said made them fall from the clouds into hell for a while. 120 million, this is something they dare not even think about. But at this moment, it is Frisia's combat power. At this moment, everyone's inner thoughts can almost be imagined. I'm not kidding, this is all Frisia's combat power. There are only two ways to defeat him, one is to transform into a Super Saiyan, and the other is to transform into the Saiyan God. Looking at everyone, Zhang Chen shook his head and spoke softly again. 120 million combat power is indeed too terrifying in the era when Dragon Ball has just been opened. This is almost a combat power that makes people completely despair. So far, the strongest Saiyan is only him, with a combat power of barely 150,000. Even if he transforms into a giant ape, and even with the possibility of becoming huge in theory, his combat power is at most more than 3 million. This is still the most. As for others, their combat power is even lower. Rades currently has only 30,000 combat power, and the giant ape has only 300,000 combat power. Saraba and others have not yet exceeded 10,000 combat power, and the giant ape has a combat power of less than 100,000 combat power. It goes without saying what the result will be when these powers face a 120 million combat power. This is also the main reason why he thought of the Saiyan God. Under the current situation, only the Saiyan God can fill this almost impossible gap. In the original description, the Saiyan God is different from other Super Saiyan forms. The degree of improvement in the strength of the Super Saiyan God far exceeds that of Super Saiyan 3, and it is the one with the largest increase, relative to the previous level, among the special forms of Saiyans. Although he is most likely to be the Saiyan God and it is difficult to be the Super Saiyan God, it is conceivable that the increase is definitely greater than that of the general Super Saiyan. People. With this thing, we can truly have enough capital in this universe today. Aspera, what do you need us to do? Amid the shock of the others, it was Celieba who reacted first, looked at Zhang Chen, took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Obviously, Zhang Chen suddenly found them, it was impossible for him to just say these things. Adding to the previous words, Celieba had vaguely guessed something. What made her a little confused was what Zhang Chen was going to do. Yes, Aspera, what do you need me to do? Hearing Celieba's words, the others also reacted, and their eyes couldn't help but look at Zhang Chen. With expectation, but also with a bit of nervousness. There was no way, at this moment they were really frightened by what Zhang Chen said about Frisia's fighting power. Even Dodbo, who had always been careless, was like this. Others were even more so. Aspera. As the others spoke, Raditz also looked at Zhang Chen. With a touch of expectation. 89 Chapter 89 Saiyan God Training Plan 10. 89. I don't know why, maybe Zhang Chen changed his life, maybe Zhang Chen gave him the opportunity to surpass elite warriors and even Prince Vegeta. Raditz has a deep confidence in Aspera. This time, even if he was deeply shocked by the data Zhang Chen said. But Raditz still thought of Zhang Chen first. Facing the gazes. Zhang Chen took a deep breath. Then he slowly spoke. Aunt Celieba, you now know how powerful Frisia is, and if you want to deal with Frisia, or have the qualifications to avenge planet Vegeta, there are only the two methods I mentioned before, one is to transform into a Super Saiyan, and the other is to become the Saiyan God. Zhang Chen spoke, and everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Chen. Aspera, can Super Saiyans and Saiyan Gods really deal with Frisia? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Thomas couldn't help but speak out. Others couldn't help themselves. It's not that they are not confident. If before knowing Frisia's combat power, they don't say they believe that the Saiyan God can deal with Frisia, but at least they firmly believe that the Super Saiyan can. But under Frisia's 120 million combat power, they have to hesitate. After all, Even if 3 million can transform into super scions, how many times can it be increased? 20 times, or 30 times? Even if it is 30 times, it is difficult to break through 100 million combat power, let alone deal with Frisia's 120 million combat power. Of course it can. Super Scion, even the initial stage is a 50-fold increase. As for the Scion God, his increase is even more qualitative. Looking at the expressions of several people, Zhang Chen smiled. It is undoubtedly doubtful for them, but not for Zhang Chen. 3 million combat power, even if it is just an early Super Scion, has a 50-fold increase. 50 times, that is 150 million, it is naturally not a big problem to deal with Frisia. As for the Scion God, it is even more so. Under this kind of qualitative change, it is not as simple as a simple increase in combat power. 50 times. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the 5 people present couldn't help but take a breath again. They thought of 20 times, 30 times, but never thought of 50 times. And it was 50 times at the beginning. Listening to Zhang Chen's words, this increase may be even greater. At this moment, the 5 people looked at each other, and while taking a breath, they couldn't help but feel a little excited. 3 million, 50 times, 150 million, these numbers almost filled their hearts at once. Until a moment, Celiba, Raditz, and others calmed down. After all, 3 million combat power, they can only think about it at present. It is impossible to reach it at all. It's not just the 3 million combat power of Super Scions. They don't seem to have the justice of the Scion God. The 5 people looked at each other. Finally, it was Celia who spoke. Aspera, 3 million combat power, I'm afraid we can't reach it, and the justice, we. Celia spoke, but the voice didn't continue, but the meaning was very clear. 3 million combat power, that's basically impossible. The justice, they also have some idea in their hearts, they destroyed countless planets, as the elite team of Vegeta's planet, the important thugs of Frisia's army, they naturally can't have it. And Celia, 3 million combat power, it's really difficult, it's impossible to reach it in a short time. But the justice, it's not necessarily the case. Zhang Chen shook his head. He called everyone over, and naturally he had a perfect idea. As mentioned before, he had no way to reach 3 million combat power. Even if he wanted to increase it to 3 million, it was not so easy, not to mention helping Celia and others to increase it to 3 million, that was even more difficult. But the heart of justice is not without solutions. The heart of justice, the human heart naturally wants to practice morality, which is similar to the human being's language, sex, music, and other. He has the same talent. Justice means fairness, integrity, and goodness, and comes from a strong sense of fairness, justice, and morality. Vegeta can have it in the later period, and there is no reason why Celia and others cannot have it. The only difference is the problem of environment. The reason why Vegeta has a sense of justice in the later period is that it is born from the environment of the Earth and the repeated guardian battles. In other words, as long as Celia and others experience the same thing, they can also give birth to a sense of justice. Even because Celia and others have richer emotions, it is even easier to give birth to a sense of justice. As for how to experience the same thing, Zhang Chen also has an idea. Or after seeing ties, his original idea has become more formalized. If Zhang Chen remembers correctly, in the setting of the Dragon Ball collection, there is a galaxy patrol in the 4 galaxies, that is, the setting of the Galaxy Guard. This is a space police force directly led by the King of the Galaxy to help maintain the order of the entire 7th universe. Although in the original work, the Galactic Patrol is in an extremely awkward situation because it is a character inserted later, it is undeniable that the Galactic Patrol is indeed an organization that fights criminals and maintains peace in the universe. If Scions want to have a sense of justice, they must first do righteous things to have the possibility of gathering a sense of justice. Now on Earth, there are too few events that can make scions gather a sense of justice. If you want to gather a sense of justice, it is probably more unreliable than growing his combat power to 3 million. In contrast, it is a good choice to let scions join the Galactic Patrol in a certain form and begin to cultivate a sense of justice. What is easier to cultivate a sense of justice than maintaining the order of the universe? And scions need to fight. It is actually difficult to improve their combat power when they have been on Earth. What scions need is not only a peaceful heart, but also a battle of life and death to keep moving forward. Otherwise, it is almost impossible to become a super scion. Of course, more importantly, Zhang Chen is full of expectations for the Galactic Patrol. If Zhang Chen remembered correctly, there was an apprentice angel in the Galactic Patrol. This was his only way to get in touch with angels. Although he was an apprentice angel, he was definitely not as good as an old angel like Whis, but he was still an angel. If he could get the guidance of that apprentice angel, it would be unimaginable for his practice. Just look at Son Goku and Vegeta. After the Bu arc, their strength had actually stagnated, but under Whis' guidance, they made rapid progress in just a few years. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, Ultra Instinct, Ultra Self Instinct. These were not things that could be surpassed by one's own practice. There was an opportunity to ascend to heaven in one step, and Zhang Chen didn't want to miss it. Listening to Zhang Chen's words, Selava and others looked at each other, their expressions even more puzzled. Let's do this, you get ready, we'll set off in 3 days. Looking at the puzzled eyes of several people, Zhang Chen didn't explain anything, but spoke softly. Okay. Although Celieba and the others were puzzled, they responded quickly. Soon the 4 of them left. Only Raditz was left on the open space. Raditz, can you contact Tais? Waiting for the others to leave, Zhang Chen looked at Raditz and asked. Sure, what does Aspera do? Raditz was a little puzzled. You contact her and ask her if she can contact Jack. Zhang Chen opened his mouth and gave Raditz instructions. Raditz was even more puzzled, but he still turned on the communication device and contacted Tais. Raditz, why are you looking for me? I'm still busy. Bulma refused to come back to help. After the communication was connected, Tais' complaining voice sounded. Tais, Aspera asked you if you can contact Jack. Raditz hesitated, but still spoke out. Jack. Tais was stunned for a moment. Miss Taisai, this is the case. I want to ask Jack, what are the requirements for joining the Galactic Patrol? Looking at the communication opening, Zhang Chen took over the topic. You want to join the Galactic Patrol? Tais was stunned for a moment and spoke with a strange tone. Yes, is it convenient? Zhang Chen smiled and nodded. Well, this is not inconvenient, but Jack doesn't seem to have a good impression of you, so he may not agree. Thinking of the Scion story that Jack told her before, Taisai couldn't help but hesitate. It's okay, just help contact them, and I'll tell you next. Zhang Chen smiled and spoke. He didn't care too much about Taisai's words. The Scions of the 7th universe are not the Scions of the 6th universe. Their reputation has long been stinking. But he was not worried about whether he could join. In the original work, Vegeta could join, so they could naturally. After all, this is not the 6th universe, and the Galactic Patrol has a serious shortage of combat power. The Galactic Patrol can control almost all areas, not much. The North Galaxy is ruled by the Cosmic Emperor Frisia, the West Galaxy is ruled by Gula, and the South Galaxy and the East Galaxy are also difficult for the Galactic Patrol to intervene. Although the Scions have a bad reputation, it is undeniable that the Scions are strong enough. With such strength, they are willing to join the Galaxy Guardians. As long as they are not holding evil purposes, the Galactic Patrol has almost no reason to refuse. Okay. I will contact them now. Tais was a little surprised, but she quickly nodded and agreed. Let's go, we'll go first. Zhang Chen spoke. Then he touched Raditz and his figure disappeared instantly. Baizai Mountain, where the spaceship is. Swish! Two figures suddenly appeared. Let Taisai and the figure on the open projection startled. Scared me to death. Why are you scions always like this? Tais complained. That. On the other side of the communication, cold sweat broke out on Jack's forehead. Hello, I'm Aspera, this is Raditz. Jack, I want to ask how to join the Galactic Patrol. Looking at the Ultraman-like figure on the other end of the communication, Zhang Chen smiled and greeted. Oh! Jack nodded quickly. But he reacted quickly and his pupils widened instantly. You, what did you say? Jack spoke in surprise. I want to ask how to join the Galactic Patrol. Zhang Chen smiled and repeated his words again. You want to join the Galactic Patrol? Jack stuttered a little, his expression was shocked and unbelievable. He even almost jumped up. Yes, Jack, you should know that planet Vegeta has been destroyed, and there are not many scions left. More importantly, you should know that we worked hard for Frisia and occupied the planet, but in return, Frisia destroyed the scions. So this time we are going to try a different approach. I heard that the Galactic Patrol is an organization that maintains peace in the universe, so we can give it a try. Zhang Chen spoke softly. He had naturally thought of the reasons for joining the Galactic Patrol. The destruction of the planet, the destruction of Frisia, joining the Galactic Patrol, revenge, or letting go, are all reasons. And they are enough to make people believe. Just like Jack at this moment. His expression was tangled. This. He spoke subconsciously, not knowing how to continue. Jack. You can ask the opinions of the upper echelons of the Galactic Patrol and then give an answer. We are not in a hurry. Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh at Jack's expression. Okay. Please wait. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Jack couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and quickly nodded his head in agreement. Soon the communication device was hung up. Just as the communication device was hung up, Tais looked at Zhang Chen curiously. What's wrong? Looking at Taisai, Zhang Chen said with a smile. Are you really going to join the Galactic Patrol? You don't have any bad intentions, do you? Tais was suspicious. Troublesome woman, what else do you say? Raditz couldn't help but speak. I didn't say anything. Didn't Jack say that you scions are the villains of the universe? Now you want to join the Galactic Patrol. Isn't it strange? Tais couldn't help but mutter. Nothing strange. You have to know that our planet has been destroyed, and the past has naturally disappeared. Zhang Chen stopped Raditz from continuing to speak, and his voice came out slowly. Can't help but bring a touch of emotion. Although he didn't have much emotion for planet Vegeta, he had lived there for several years, so he still had some feelings at this moment. Listening to Zhang Chen's words, Raditz couldn't help but fall silent. Looking at the expressions of the two, Tais also realized that she had said the wrong thing. Sorry. Tais apologized. It's okay. Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head, and his mood was restrained. At this moment, on the other side of the universe, Jack was already in a hurry. He quickly rushed to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Just kidding, this news is simply a big news, he dare not be negligent. 90 Chapter 90 Galactic Patrol, Mels and Silas. 90. Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Jack arrived in a hurry. Jack, what's wrong, so flustered? A Galactic Patrol along the way asked with surprise. However, Jack ignored him and rushed into the center of the Galactic Patrol. Jack's rush in stunned the elite Galactic Patrolmen who were discussing things. Jack. A figure frowned and looked at Jack who rushed in. Jack, what's wrong? What happened? On the other side, a figure with short green hair and purple skin couldn't help but speak. Something big happened. Jack couldn't help but speak with a breath. What's wrong? The figure who spoke before couldn't help but speak again. Others looked at Jack. That's right. Jack calmed down a little, then organized his words to repeat what Zhang Chen said. SHH. What did you say? Listening to Jack's words, the figures couldn't help but widen their eyes, and some even stood up directly, with a look of surprise. Jack, don't be ridiculous. The person who spoke before couldn't help but speak again. What did they hear? Jack actually said that the Scions were going to join the Galactic Patrol. This was simply a joke. Scions, what are they? They are a race born evil. Over the years, they have accompanied Frisia in conquering the universe. How many civilizations and planets have the Scions destroyed? They are the Galactic Patrol who maintain the justice of the universe. What kind of cosmic joke is it that the evil Scions join the Galactic Patrol? Labu, I'm not wrong. This is what the Scions on Earth told me. They said that planet Vegeta was destroyed, and there are not many Scions left. More importantly, they worked hard for Frisia and occupied the planet, but in return, Frisia destroyed the Scions. So this time they are going to try a different way. I heard that the Galactic Patrol is an organization that maintains peace in the universe, so it's a good opportunity to give it a try. Jack explained to everyone again. This. Listening to Jack's words, the figures present couldn't help but frowned. The reason Zhang Chen was looking for was indeed convincing enough. At least at this moment, in Jack's narration, everyone present was a little skeptical. Humph, they Scions have done so many evil things, and now they want to join the Galactic Patrol. I think they want to avoid Frisia's pursuit. Among the frowning figures, one figure couldn't help but speak. Just as his words fell, many of the Galactic Patrol looked over with a hint of surprise. Facing the gazes one by one, the Galactic Patrol who had just spoken suddenly reacted. It seems that they don't have the ability to avoid Frisia. But he reacted. He couldn't help but snorted coldly. Humph, even if they are not avoiding Frisia's pursuit, we Galactic Patrol can't want these evil beings. Who knows if they really intend to change or release those guys from the galactic prison. The words were not loud, but they were enough for everyone to hear. And with his words, the figures who had some ideas at the scene couldn't help but suppress them all at once. It's true that the Scions are too uncontrollable, and no one knows what the other party's purpose is. If you rashly let the other party join, once something unexpected happens, it will be a big joke. Especially in the galactic prison, there is a terrifying existence. Once it appears, the entire seventh universe will be doomed. Everyone, I think we can let the Scions join. After the destruction of planet Vegeta, they should have really changed. And if it's just the remaining Scions, I should be able to handle it, enough to ensure that everything is safe. In the silence of everyone, the figure with green hair and purple skin spoke. Mers, this is not a joke. The Scions are just crazy. Once they really have an idea, I'm afraid it will cause great chaos to the entire Galactic Patrol. One person couldn't help but speak. I don't think there is any problem. Recently, our Galactic Patrol is indeed short of a large number of manpower. It's just right to let those Scions join. If they have any ideas, I will personally take action. While everyone was talking, a Galactic Patrol on the far right spoke. Silas. When everyone looked over, when they found the person who spoke, everyone's brows couldn't help but jump, even Jack showed a hint of surprise. The person in front of them is the strongest person known to their Galactic Patrol. It is also the real power of their Galactic Patrol. Then let's do it. Jack, you are responsible for inviting them. After watching Silas speak, a figure at the top spoke after a moment of silence. Yes. Jack nodded. Soon he left. The meeting of the Galactic Patrol headquarters continued. About a day later, Zhang Chen received the news from Jack. Aspera, the Galactic Patrol headquarters has passed the Sister Qian Nani. How long will it take for you to reach the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Jack spoke carefully, looking at Zhang Chen through the communication equipment. 1 month. It should be possible to reach the Galactic Patrol headquarters in 1 month at the latest. Zhang Chen looked at the star map and gave an answer. Due to Frisia, the Galactic Patrol headquarters is located in the western part of the North Galaxy, not too far from the Earth. At the current speed of the spacecraft, it will take at most 1 month to reach the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As for teleportation, first, the distance was too far, and second, he could not sense any familiar aura among the Galactic Patrol, so he could not use them. 1 month. I understand. Please arrive as soon as possible, okay? Jack nodded, his voice still cautious. Although the person in front of him would soon become his colleague, he still did not dare to speak loudly because of the fear of Science. Thank you. Zhang Chen thanked him. Even he didn't expect that everything would go so smoothly. Originally, he had thought about the difficulties of joining the Galactic Patrol. He even made some full preparations. But he didn't expect that it would be completely useless. You're welcome. Jack spoke hurriedly. Even though he had some contact, he was still a little scared of the Science. Zhang Chen smiled. Then the communication was interrupted. Galactic Patrol, MERS. Muttering to himself, Zhang Chen's expression couldn't help but show a hint of expectation. Then, a few days later, under Zhang Chen's call, Rades, Celieba, Thomas, Dodbo, Papsen, Nappa, and Sun Goku were all gathered by him. In addition, there were Tais and Bulma who followed him. Originally, he didn't plan to bring Nappa and Sun Goku. However, after thinking about it again, he finally added the two. Since there is an opportunity, let's all act together. After all, let's not talk about the cultivation of justice, just fighting again and again is an existence that cannot be ignored for Science. On the Earth. Now Sun Wukong's strength has reached a certain level. If he wants to continue to move forward, he also needs to fight. This time is also an opportunity. 7 days later, a huge spaceship rushed into the sky, quickly headed towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. A month later, a group of people arrived at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. This is a quiet starry sky in the western part of the North Galaxy. A huge space building stands on it. The huge spaceship quickly drove in. Zhang Chen and his group also entered the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As soon as he entered the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Jack quickly came over to greet him. But when he saw the appearance of Zhang Chen and his group, Jack was stunned. At this moment, Zhang Chen, Raditz, and others all covered themselves with white robes, and did not reveal their scion appearance. Almost, Jack did not recognize them. What are you doing? Jack spoke subconsciously, somewhat curious. Jack, you should know that scions have a bad reputation. For a short time, it is better to hide. Zhang Chen explained with a smile. Is that so? Mr. Aspera, please follow me. Jack was even more surprised, but still extended his hand to invite. Thank you. Zhang Chen nodded. Then he led Raditz and others to follow Jack deeper into the Galactic Patrol. A moment later, the group arrived at the center. At this moment, many people had gathered. The King of the Galaxy will personally appoint you today. Just go to the center. Jack explained in a low voice. Zhang Chen nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Then he led Raditz and others to the front. He also saw the Galaxy King and the elite members of the Galaxy Patrol. However, Zhang Chen was a little disappointed that he did not see Mel's. I wonder if he went to perform some mission. Zhang Chen thought about it and did not ask anything in a hurry. After all, according to his memory, Mel's and Jack seemed to be very familiar with each other. He would know after asking Jack later. Everyone approached. Wow, what a big octopus! Sun Wukong's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but step forward to explore. Hey, don't be so familiar. Jack spoke hurriedly. I'm not an octopus. There were veins on the Galaxy King's forehead. It's not an octopus, why does it have so many tentacles? Sun Wukong was even more curious. Okay, Wukong, don't be rude. Looking at Sun Wukong's actions, Zhang Chen couldn't help but touch his forehead and couldn't help but speak. Oh. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Sun Wukong walked back reluctantly. Since you have all decided to join the Galactic Patrol, then I will announce the appointment. However, if it is discovered that you abuse your power during the process, your positions will be immediately terminated. The Galaxy King spoke and looked at the few people. Understood. But I won't join for the time being. Zhang Chen said with a smile. The purpose of letting Raditz and others join the Galactic Patrol is to cultivate a sense of justice. Zhang Chen doesn't need it, so he doesn't bother to join. Is that so? Then from today, Raditz, Celieba, Thomas, Dodbo, Papuzen, Kakarot, and Nappa are special members of the Galactic Patrol. The Galaxy King spoke and completed the appointment of several people. After the appointment was completed, the Galaxy King left. Aspera, aren't you joining? Waiting for the Galaxy King to leave, Jack asked Zhang Chen hesitantly. I still have some training to complete, so I won't consider joining in the short term. Zhang Chen explained with a smile. Is that so? Jack was a little disappointed. He was not as nervous as before. He knew Zhang Chen was very powerful. He destroyed more than a dozen space bases of Frisia and killed Frieza's right-hand men, Dodoria and Sabo, and Jinya forces Geese and Bart. In comparison, although the other scions were not weak, they were obviously much weaker than Zhang Chen. By the way, Jack, I heard that there is an extremely powerful elite warrior named Myers among the Galactic Patrol. I wonder if he is at the Galactic Patrol headquarters now. I would like to ask for advice. Zhang Chen's heart moved, and then he changed the subject and asked with curiosity. You are talking about Myers. He is one of the strongest members of our Galactic Patrol, and he is an absolute elite warrior responsible for 104 areas. But he went on a mission today. There seems to be an extremely evil aura in the western part of the North Galaxy, and Myers is tracking it down. Jack's eyes lit up and he spoke with pride. Then he seemed to think of something and quickly explained. An evil aura. Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, a little confused. During this period of time, he really couldn't remember what evil there could be in Dragon Ball. Of course, he was just confused for a moment. It soon calmed down. Now this Dragon Ball is obviously a hodgepodge, and no one knows what the situation is. Even if the plot has just begun, it is completely normal to encounter something. Yes, Aspera, if you want to find Mel's to spar, it may take some time. Jack nodded. I understand. Thank you. Zhang Chen nodded and then expressed his gratitude. No need. Aspera, you are too polite. Jack waved his hand quickly. Zhang Chen smiled, and then he wandered around the Galactic Patrol for a while, and then he left the Galactic Patrol and returned to the Earth. Things on the Scion side have been arranged. Then he should continue to complete his training next. As for Mel's, there is no hurry. With the Scion line, plus this time he arrived at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, it will be much easier to come at that time. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there is no need to be so anxious. The spaceship rushed out of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. A month later, Zhang Chen returned to Earth. He first went to find Master Roshi to further explore martial arts. It must be said that Master Roshi is worthy of being the #1 martial artist on Earth. Even if it was another discussion, Zhang Chen still gained a lot. 3 months later, his figure soared into the sky and headed towards the temple. A little slow, typos, post first and then check. 91 Chapter 91 The Cultivation Process of Earth, the Magical Earth. 91. As his figure rushed toward the sky, Zhang Chen's mind was full of thoughts. The god of science was undoubtedly the greatest guarantee he gave himself. As long as he could complete it, he was almost invincible in the early days when Beerus had not yet revived. However, this did not mean that he only had to wait for the birth of the god of science. This was just a guarantee. In addition, Zhang Chen would naturally not ignore his own improvement. Or to be more precise, if he wanted to go further, he himself was the most important existence. This is far more reliable than super science and scion gods. Just like why Sun Wukong in the space-time patrol is so powerful, it is not simply because of the 4 super scions. The most important reason is that Sun Wukong in the space-time patrol has extremely terrifying basic combat power. This is also the main reason why he quickly returned to Earth after learning that Myers was not in the Galactic Patrol headquarters. After all, compared to continuing to wait in the Galactic Patrol, it is better to return to Earth to continue practicing. Although the practice on Earth is definitely not as good as the guidance of an angel, even if it is only the guidance of an apprentice angel. But this does not mean that the practice on Earth is no longer important. Just like before, even now, he can gain a lot from the conversation with Master Rashi. Not to mention that there are still many things on Earth that can be developed. Swoosh! The figure broke through the air. In an instant, it crossed the sky. It landed at the temple. The gods Piccolo and Popo, who had already sensed it, hurried over. Lord God! Mr. Popo! Looking at the 2 people coming over, Zhang Chen smiled and greeted them. Mr. Aspera, what are you doing here this time? Pico asked curiously. After a few years, Piccolo had let down his guard against these scions. Lord God, it's like this. I heard that there are many magical beings in the temple. I want to come to the temple to practice for a while. What do you think? Listening to Piccolo's words, Zhang Chen did not beat around the bush, but asked directly with a hint of inquiry. Do you want to come to practice? Pico asked with inquiry. Yes, I wonder if it's convenient. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Of course it's convenient, but I don't know what kind of practice you want to do. Pico nodded and did not refuse. It's mainly about martial arts, such as the control of qi. Of course, if it can be further improved, the basic strength is also the best. God Piccolo did not refuse, and it was not beyond Zhang Chen's expectation. He directly told his plan at this moment. For him at this moment, both the basic combat power and the improvement of martial arts practice are extremely important. The former is related to when he can transform into a super scion, and the latter can determine the extent to which his strength limit can reach. As for the improvement of basic combat power, Mr. Aspera, it may be difficult for us to help you. I can feel the powerful aura hidden in your body, which is far beyond us. However, there is a place called the Spirit Time House in the temple. 1 day in the outside world is equivalent to 1 year, and the gravity is almost 10 times that of the outside world. If you go there to practice, it should be helpful to you. God Piccolo pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Is that so? Then I don't know, can Lord God give some advice on martial arts practice? Zhang Chen pondered for a moment, and then asked the second question. The Spirit Time House is indeed useful enough for him. But that is not what he needs to enter now. Before reaching Super 3, the Spirit Time House can only stay for 2 days. Once he misses it, he will have to enter after Super 3. For him at this moment, the benefits cannot be maximized. As for martial arts, Bobo should be able to give Mr. Aspera some guidance. In addition, there is a place in the temple that can project human consciousness into the past time and space, and experience the training guidance of a martial artist on Earth. These are helpful for the beauty of this cleansing. God Piccolo was a little surprised. He thought Zhang Chen would choose the Spirit Time House, but he actually jumped over it. Of course, although it was unexpected, God Piccolo still answered quickly. Then I wonder if I can trouble Mr. Popo. Zhang Chen looked at Bobo with a curious look. The most amazing person in the whole temple is undoubtedly Bobo. As a servant of the gods, his fighting ability has always been an unknown. The only thing that is certain is that Bobo is definitely stronger than the gods. More importantly, in the original work, whether it is Sun Wukong or Krillin, they theoretically accept Bobo's teachings, not the teachings of the gods. You're welcome, Bobo said. Sorry for the trouble. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded. Then, on the heavenly god temple, Zhang Chen began to practice with Popo. Popo, who had assisted the 3 generations of gods and worked hard, was indeed at a very high level in martial arts. Zhang Chen even felt that he was perhaps even higher than Master Rashi. Even with his current strength, while practicing with Popo, he could clearly feel his rapid progress in martial arts. Especially for the control of Qi. After practicing on Yadrit for several years, his control of Qi was already perfect. At least in his opinion, it was almost difficult to improve his control of Qi. Giant is so, the same is true for the Spirito separation technique. Under Bobo's guidance, Zhang Chen made rapid progress in both gigantism and Spirito separation technique. The most notable one is gigantism. Originally, his gigantism could only double. Once it exceeded double, his gigantism would be difficult to control. But in the practice with Bobo, he quickly improved his martial arts and further controlled his Qi, and his gigantism gradually reached 2.5 times. And compared to the beginning, his gigantism was also more stable. Qi is in every part of our body. Don't control it forcibly. Feel its existence. Yes, that's it. Popo's voice spoke, and the 2 continued their practice in the temple. Popo's instructions were just right. Even in terms of teaching alone, Popo was far better than the Yadrit people, even better than Master Rashi. So in just 3 months, Zhang Chen's practice almost went a step further. Mr. Aspera, Popo's practice has been completed. The next step depends on you. The practice of martial arts depends on the individual, not on others. Popo spoke softly. Thank you Mr. Popo for your teaching. Thank you for your hard work these days. Zhang Chen bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Although his improvement this time was not as great as before, he did improve a lot. You are too polite. Popo shook his head and spoke softly. Mr. Aspera, are you going to the God realm now, or take a rest for a while? God Piccolo appeared, looked at Zhang Chen, and asked. Take a few days off. Zhang Chen hesitated for a moment, then gave up and headed over immediately. He had gained a lot during this period, but he still needed to settle down for a while. Okay. Mr. Aspera, if you are ready, just let Bobo know at any time. God Piccolo nodded. I understand. Thank you, Lord God. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded. In the following days, Zhang Chen took a good rest for a while. At the same time, he absorbed the insights of this period of time. He found Bobo again. Mr. Bobo, I'm ready. Zhang Chen spoke. Okay, please follow me. Bobo nodded, and then led Zhang Chen to the depths of the temple. This time, under Bobo's guidance, the 2 walked a long way. The surrounding environment became increasingly dim. And Zhang Chen felt a strange feeling as if he was in the secret realms of Yadrit Star. What is this? Zhang Chen's eyebrows could not help but rise, with a look of doubt. Mr. Aspera, we will be there soon. Bobo whispered. Okay. Zhang Chen nodded. During the conversation, the 2 finally reached the bottom floor. Mr. Aspera, this is the spirit time room, and this is the time room. If you want to complete your training, you have to enter the time room. It will take you to the past eras, but you must remember not to burst out too much power, otherwise it will disrupt the entire time room. Popo spoke softly, reminding Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen nodded slightly, expressing his understanding. He looked even more curious. Traveling through time and space. Even in the Dragon Ball world, it seems that not many people can do it. Except for King Kai, it seems that only Bulma has done it. The temple can also do it. Mr. Popo, can it really travel to the past here? Jiang Chen thought about it, but couldn't help asking with curiosity. There is no way, traveling through time and space, this is traveling through time and space. A god of a planet doesn't look like an existence with this ability. Mr. Aspera, you misunderstood. This is not a true time travel. It just allows your spirit to be put into the past. Your power cannot be brought over. However, compared to ordinary mortals, your spiritual energy is also extremely strong, and it is possible to destroy the time house. Bobo was stunned for a moment, and then explained. I see. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, he suppressed them. At this moment, Bobo had already started to operate. Mr. Aspera, it's time to start. Get ready. Bobo's voice reminded. As Jiang Chen nodded, he felt his consciousness sink in the next moment. The surrounding scene had changed. The originally dark time house disappeared, and what came into view was a jungle full of birdsong and flowers. Where is this? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, with a touch of surprise in his expression. Even if he didn't notice it just now, the surroundings had changed. What surprised him even more was that at this moment he actually felt that his chi was much weaker than before. Before, his combat power reached 150,000, but now his chi was at most 200. Is this the spirit? Muttering to himself, Jiang Chen immediately began to look around. But at this moment, splash! A sound of falling into the water sounded, and the next moment, a burst of noise came. Run! Wu Tian? You bastard, it's you who caused this. A roaring voice came from a distance. Wu Tian? You two stop right there. You dared to peek at me taking a bath, you two are done. Along with the roaring voice, there was a woman's angry voice behind. The next moment, Jiang Chen stared in amazement at the two figures sweeping up the dust from a distance. The two kept pushing each other halfway. Then they were about to pass Jiang Chen in a flash. However, the next moment, bang! A figure fell from the sky. Two people staggered and fell to the ground. Then one hand lifted one and directly lifted the two figures back to the way they came. On the road, the two were still screaming. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Obviously, if nothing unexpected happened, these two people should be the young Kame Hermit and Crane Hermit. Was it Wu Taidu at the beginning? Muttering to himself, Jiang Chen was a little expectant. Jiang Chen didn't know how many powerful martial artists there were on Dragon Ball Earth. But one thing is certain, in addition to Kame Hermit and Crane Hermit, Wu Taidu is undoubtedly the most important one. Wu Taidu is the master of Kame Hermit and Crane Hermit. In the past, in order to stop Piccolo from endangering the world, he stepped forward and used his ultimate move, Mayfaha, to seal Piccolo in the rice cooker, but he also died of exhaustion. And Mayfaha is a terrifying existence that is not outdated even in Dragon Ball Super. Wu Taidu's understanding of martial arts is definitely not inferior to that of Kame Sensei, and may even be stronger. The fact that the first martial arts master chose Wu Taidu was also a great help to Jiang Chen. After thinking for a while, his figure soared into the air and headed towards the place where the three people left. A moment later, Jiang Chen quickly found the three people who left under his flight. And at this moment, he was already in the jungle, where a huge dojo was located. And at this moment, in the huge dojo, there was already a clear gathering of thousands of people. Looking at the scene below, Jiang Chen thought for a while and found a hidden place to land. After a while, he merged into the crowd. Following the crowd, he quickly entered the dojo. The dojo is very big. It is much bigger than it looks in the anime, enough to accommodate 5,000 or 6,000 people. Jiang Chen is not too conspicuous in it. There are not only teenagers like him around, but also many young people and even old people. Jiang Chen looked over and even felt that there were several auras with no less than hundreds of combat power. But at this moment, these people are all respectful. 92 Chapter 92 A growth path more suitable for science. 92. What is qi? It comes from life. The spiritual energy generated during breathing and exercise is qi. Everyone has their own unique qi, and they can improve their qi through practice. In battle, the amount of qi between people determines their strength and victory. Therefore, the fighters must master and control their own qi and perceive the opponent's qi. Only when the opponent's qi is perceived can they attack the opponent. On the dojo, Wu Taidu was talking about qi to martial artists one by one. However, not many of them could master qi. Most people were at a loss. Only a few people listened carefully. Jiang Chen was no exception. In the following time, he followed Wu Taidu in practice. At the same time, he was also feeling qi and martial arts. Wu Taidu is worthy of being the most powerful martial arts master before the entire Dragon Ball plot began. His martial arts level may not be much higher than that of the current Turtle Master, but Wu Taidu has a completely different understanding of martial arts. Especially for qi, Wu Taidu's level is higher than that of Turtle Master. For 3 months, while practicing with Wu Taidu, Jiang Chen clearly felt that his understanding of martial arts and qi was improving. 3 months later, Jiang Chen left this time and space. His spirit once again invested in a new time and space. The Earth was born billions of years ago, and humans were born for more than millions of years. On such a long timeline, due to the special nature of the Earth, 1 or 2, or even several extremely powerful martial arts masters will be born on the Earth in every era. These martial arts masters may not be too strong. Even the strongest Wu Taidu's combat power has not exceeded 200 points, but each martial arts master's understanding of martial arts and qi is far greater than most cosmic people. And these are the greatest help to Jiang Chen. Time is passing. Time and space are being experienced one by one. Outside world. The entire Dragon Ball world is also quietly changing. Although the main plot has not been greatly affected. However, with Raditz and others joining the Galactic Patrol, the situation has become completely different. The most direct manifestation is that the power of the Galactic Patrol has been strengthened by many times compared to the original work. In the original work, among the entire Galactic Patrol, only Silas and Myers can be called strong. But Myers is an apprentice angel, he cannot interfere too much in the universe. The role is actually limited. And Silas will soon be transferred to become a time and space patrolman. Without Silas, the Galactic Patrol is almost an empty shell. Not to mention what they can do, whether they can make their own voice is a big problem. But now it is completely different. Even if Silas also disappeared inexplicably. But with the addition of the Scions, the power of the entire Galactic Patrol has not weakened much, but has been further strengthened. Radi's strength exceeds 30,000 points. The strength of Celieba, Thomas, Dodbo, and Papuzen are all above 5,000 points. In addition, Nappa has also reached 4,000 points, and Sun Wukong has reached more than 7,000 points. More importantly, Scions are different from others. They can transform into giant apes. That is to say, the strength of the Galactic Patrol has directly increased by 300,000 combat power and several top fighters with tens of thousands combat power. Even if this power is not easily used under normal circumstances. But this power is also real. This is the early period of Dragon Ball. It is not the era of breaking 100 million and being worse than a dog in the later period. In this era, having a combat power of 10,000 is considered a first-class strongman in the entire universe. If you have a combat power of more than 100,000 like Jinyu, it is not a big problem to suppress a galaxy. With this additional power, the Galactic Patrol can do much more. The Frisia core of the North Galaxy and the Gura of the West Galaxy dare not provoke them for the time being. But it does not mean that they dare not make any moves in the South Galaxy and the East Galaxy. In just half a year, the Galactic Patrol directly started a series of operations in the entire Eastern Galaxy and the Southern Galaxy. Various crimes began to be cracked down. Various criminals began to be arrested. Even in the Northern Galaxy and the Western Galaxy, the Galactic Patrol began to try to take some actions. These actions were naturally participated in by Scions. In the beginning, Raditz and the others were a little uncomfortable. They were originally responsible for conquering planets and invading other civilizations, but now they have become responsible for maintaining peace and fighting crime. It seems a bit inconsistent. However, as time goes by, they have hunted down and solved the crimes one by one. Raditz and the others have gradually adapted to this kind of life. After all, in theory, this is not much different from invading planets and other civilizations. It is the same battle and defeating the opponent. The only difference is that the opponent is different. And compared with the former, the current life makes them more satisfied. Because compared with the past, most of them just destroyed the planetary civilization. This time, the only thing they need is to fight. Fighting is what the Scions need most. In this case, in just half a year, Raditz and the Scions have quietly undergone some changes. Some changes that they themselves did not even notice. In the South Galaxy, a huge planet is located. This is a planet called Saddam. This planet was originally inhabited by a group of extremely peace-loving races. However, decades ago, a group of pirates from the universe occupied it and transformed it into a base for space pirates. Since then, it has been called Saddam Planet. Decades have passed, and this place is full of filth and darkness. However, today, boom, boom, a huge explosion was heard in the center of the entire Saddam Planet, in the huge and magnificent palace, followed by the rapid collapse of the entire palace. Boom! A breath burst out, and a squid-like figure rushed out of the palace. Then came the strange cosmic people who followed behind him. Who is it? Damn it, you dare to attack us! The squid-like figure roared with anger. A terrifying breath burst out from him. This combat power is as high as more than 20,000 points. Saddam violated the galactic law. A calm voice sounded, and a figure walked out. It was Raditz at this moment. Galactic law, are you the Galactic Patrol? Hearing the voice, the squid cosmic man's face changed. But soon, his expression turned into anger. Humph, just a bunch of trash, arrest me, do you have the ability? The squid cosmic man made a sound, and at this moment a majestic breath burst out from his body. Resist arrest. Kill on the spot. Raditz spoke calmly, and the next moment his figure moved. The battle broke out instantly. In just a quarter of an hour, the squid cosmic man's body fell from the sky. Really rubbish. Raditz curled his lips. Then the figure fell and grabbed Saddam directly. But at the moment he grabbed Saddam, a trembling voice sounded. Thank you, sir. The voice was not loud, but Raditz heard it and looked over. He immediately found an alien crawling towards him to express his gratitude. When he looked over, in the ruins, an alien with the same name also came out and knelt down to him. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. You saved our Kaka planet. The voices were mixed together, and looking at the grateful eyes, Raditz's expression also showed a strange color. You, sister, these guys have been dealt with by me. Raditz opened his mouth and wanted to leave, but he still said, Thank you, sir. We understand. The cosmic man who spoke earlier nodded in response. But before he could continue speaking, Raditz had already rushed forward. Soon, a spaceship quickly left Saddam's planet. South Galaxy, where the Galactic Patrol branch is located. Raditz returned with Saddam. Looking at Saddam's body, the galactic patrolman exclaimed. "Oh my god, is that the space pirate Saddam? Oh my god, he actually killed Saddam. Yeah, so strong. By the way, this is the third level 2 criminal killed by this guy, right? More than that, this should be the fifth." Hiss. The voices were mixed together, and many people looked at Raditz with longing. This was a feeling Raditz had never experienced before. When he served in the Frisia Corps, most of the eyes were contempt, disgust, or fear. He had never seen such a look of longing. At first, Raditz was even a little uncomfortable. However, more than half a year later, Raditz actually found that this feeling was not bad. The figure threw Saddam to the Southern Galaxy branch of the Galactic Patrol. He then started to act again. During this period of time, Raditz was completely immersed in accepting missions and solving crimes. Not only did he enjoy one battle after another, it also gave him the power he had never had before. Some feelings. Time passed quietly. This scene was not only happening to Raditz. On the South Galaxy, it was happening in all 4 galaxies. Saraba, Toma, Dodbo, Papsan, Nappa, and Sun Wukong were traveling through the universe. One battle after another was going on. As their hearts changed with these battles, their strength was quietly improving. What scions need is a peaceful heart and a fighting heart. To maintain the stability of the galaxy, both can undoubtedly be satisfied. This is also the main reason why the scions of the 6th universe, even if they have not been able to transform into super scions, have surpassed the limits of scions in terms of their individual combat power. Now Raditz and others are similar. As long as this kind of life continues, even if they have not been able to transform into super scions, their strength will inevitably improve by leaps and bounds like the scions of the 6th universe. This is far more suitable for scions than invading planets. After all, invading a planet can only release the scions' violent factors, which cannot lead to the growth of S cells, and may even suppress the growth of S cells. Without the growth of S cells, the scions' combat power is directly stuck at 10,000 points, and even breaking through 10,000 points is extremely difficult. From the destruction of planet Vegeta, there are only 2 scions with combat power exceeding 10,000, which can be seen. Of course, Raditz and others have not experienced much at this moment. They are just immersed in this kind of life. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhang Chen's 3rd login is about to end. Zhang Chen is still in the time house practicing martial arts again and again. And in the western part of the North Galaxy, a figure wrapped in green light is moving forward rapidly. In a few years, it has crossed most of the North Galaxy and finally stepped into the border of the West Galaxy. I feel it, not far away. It's that damn breath, hurry up, hurry up. It must be in time. Slug's voice was roaring. At this moment his breath was extremely weak, and the light surrounding him was extremely dim. After several years of flying, even as a super Namekian, he has reached his limit. The words were roaring, and his expression became more and more anxious. But it seemed to be of no avail. The breath he sensed seemed to be still far away enough. It is almost impossible for him to reach it without a year. But the energy of his body would be difficult to support it even for 3 months, let alone a year. What is this? The roaring voice suddenly stopped, and in the green light, Slug's eyes widened instantly, and his sight instantly looked at a galaxy not far away. A breath that was obviously weaker appeared. The same breath of the same race. And it was much closer. In this direction, he should be able to reach the destination in 3 months at most. No. We can't reach the destination at this rate. Looking at the distant Namek, Slug gritted his teeth and turned around to rush into the distant starry sky. And there was the Earth. History always has unintentional corrections. Originally, Slug wanted to go to Namek, but he chose the Earth again because of the distance. Boom! The green light burst out, instantly piercing the starry sky and quickly heading towards the Earth. When the green light rushed towards the solar system, The Galactic Patrol headquarters soon noticed it. For a while, the entire Galactic Patrol headquarters was in chaos. After all, although the evil aura on Slug's body was not as good as Frisia's, it was far more than other evil people. And more importantly, Slug had a strong demon aura on his body. That was a demon. For the entire galaxy, even if its evil aura was not as good as Frisia's, its danger was even greater than Frisia's. This part of the story ends with Slug. Next, the main world will be completed, the dimension will descend, the Dragon Ball will grow further, and the main world will begin to descend to the 7th order world one after another. There is no need to worry about whether it will collapse. This part of the story is a bit bland, but it is impossible to keep moving forward. The protagonist is not Broly. Without a sufficient foundation, it is impossible to grow infinitely. These practices are actually paving the way for the future. As for the Dragon Ball, to be honest, it is okay to make other wishes using the Dragon Ball. But no one has had a good ending so far, no one, whether it is to become younger, immortal, or stronger, except for Piccolo in Dragon Ball Super, but that is just an exception. Piccolo himself is a Namekian, and it is uncertain for others. 93 Chapter 93 Slug descends on Earth, Raditz Swish. 93. The western part of the northern galaxy. The headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. At this moment, the elite members of the Galactic Patrol are gathering rapidly, and an emergency meeting is held in the center. Rabul, what happened? An elite team member couldn't help but speak, and his eyes looked at the initiator Rabul. Everyone, do you know Slag? Rabul spoke in a deep voice, looking at everyone present. Slag. Rabul, are you talking about the incident with Frisia's army a few years ago? Is it the great cosmic emperor who caused the war? One person seemed to have thought of something, and spoke with doubt, looking at Rabul. Yes, it's him. Just 10 days ago, Slug's aura appeared in the western part of the northern galaxy. He was originally heading towards Namek, but now he has changed his target and chosen the Earth. Rabul spoke in a low voice, with a solemn expression. Earth. This. Hearing Rabul's words, one figure after another stood up. Going to Namek, they, the Galactic Patrol, don't care too much. After all, Slug is a Namekian. Even if something happens, it is the Namekian's own business. But now Slug has gone to Earth, which makes everyone a little restless. Rabul, you are not kidding, why is Slug going to Earth? One person frowned and couldn't help but speak. As he spoke, eyes gathered on Rabul. It's still uncertain. The only certainty is that he no longer has the ability to fly to Namek. After the battle with Frisia, he was almost dying. I'm afraid that's why he chose Earth. Rabul hesitated for a moment before answering. He's seriously injured, Rabul, do we have a chance? As if he had thought of something, an elite team member couldn't help but speak. As he spoke, countless people couldn't help but feel excited. As a notorious criminal in the 4 galaxies, Slag is also wanted by the Galactic Patrol, and those who are eager for Slag are first-level criminals. In the past, the Galactic Patrol dared not do anything to those who had a strength of tens of millions and could burst out more than 50 million combat power. But now, Slag was seriously injured and might not even have the ability to fly to the Earth. This seems to be a huge opportunity. It is also very likely to be their only chance. At least at this moment, all the elites of the Galactic Patrol thought so. Looking at the excited colleagues, Rabul subconsciously wanted to speak. However, he was interrupted by other voices. Everyone was excitedly discussing this matter. Until a moment later, an elite team member seemed to have thought of something and looked at Rabul. That, Rabul, help notify those people. We need their strength. As soon as he spoke, everyone's eyes focused on Rabul again. Okay. Facing everyone's eyes at this moment, Rabul thought for a moment and nodded slightly to agree. Soon, under Rabul's operation, He quickly contacted Raditz and others. Now almost a year has passed. Raditz and others are scattered throughout the 4 galaxies. When the news reached Raditz and others, everyone was shocked. What? Earth? Are you sure? Okay, I know. At a planet in the southern galaxy, Raditz couldn't help but frown. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and drove the spaceship back to the northern galaxy. At the same time, after hesitation, the scions in other places in the 4 galaxies also returned to the northern galaxy. Only one figure did not choose to return to the northern galaxy after hesitating. Instead, he directly interrupted the communication. These guys must be crazy. That's a being that can fight Frisia. Nappa muttered to himself. At this moment, he drove the spaceship directly into the depths of the starry sky, and the connection with the Galactic Patrol was directly cut off by him. 2 months later, Raditz and others gathered at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. What's the situation? Raditz. Celiba couldn't help but look at Raditz. Look. Raditz took a deep breath, his expression solemn, and passed a document to the people present. By the way, where is Nappa? Isn't he in the North Galaxy? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Toma opened the document and spoke with doubt. I don't know. I lost contact with him a month ago. Raditz shook his head and spoke softly. Humph, the Nappa family has always been a bunch of bastards. Pabzin couldn't help but snorted. Raditz didn't say anything. Compared to this, he was more concerned about the information from the Galactic Patrol. Super Namek. Slug's strength is far stronger than they imagined. It is comparable to Frisia. To deal with such an existence, Raditz was still a little hesitant. And at this moment, after reading the information, Celiba and others couldn't help but tighten their expressions. Are you kidding? He can be comparable to Frisia. Dodbo couldn't help but speak. Others couldn't calm down at all. Raditz, what are you going to do? Take a deep breath. Thomas looked at Raditz. Raditz, I want to go back. Sun Wukong was very direct. I decided to follow the advice of the Galactic Patrol and intercept him. He has been seriously injured and his strength should not be that strong. We have a chance. Looking at the gazes that finally converged on his brother Kakarot, Raditz thought about it and spoke in a deep voice. If it were before, he might not have chosen this way. But after living with Aspera for a while and living on Earth for a while, Raditz has quietly changed. Okay. Facing Raditz's words, Celiba and others looked at each other, and then nodded in hesitation. Over the years, it was not only Raditz who changed, but also them. And the Scions made a decision. The action started soon. The Galactic Patrol was dispatched. A large number of elite team members began to move towards Slug's path. Half a month later, on a planet about 30 light-years away from the solar system, a battle broke out. On one side were most of the elite soldiers of the Galactic Patrol and Raditz and others, and on the other side was Slug. The Galactic Patrol was fully armed, while Slug was still seriously injured. However, even so, the result was still a disastrous defeat for the Galactic Patrol. Even if Slug's strength was only 1/10 of what it was still more than hundreds of thousands of combat power. It was not something the Galactic Patrol could handle. More than half of the elites of the Galactic Patrol were almost all killed. Raditz, Celiba and others were seriously injured, and although Slug was also severely injured again, his figure still escaped and continued to move towards the Earth. Faced with this situation, Raditz and others gritted their teeth, and after recovering, they hurried back to the Earth. Half a month later, due to the spaceship, Raditz and others arrived on the Earth first. West Capital Plane on the Earth. A group of people appeared. Raditz, what should we do now? Toma looked at Raditz. You guys get ready. I'll go to the temple first and look for Aspera. Raditz spoke. Okay. Several people looked at each other and nodded. After several people nodded, Raditz rushed into the sky. A few minutes later, his figure arrived at the temple. Mr. Raditz, did something happen? Looking at Raditz, who came to the earth in a hurry and flew over in a hurry, God Piccolo's expression tightened and he spoke with a hint of doubt. God, can you find Aspera? Raditz did not beat around the bush, but asked directly. Mr. Raditz, are you talking about Mr. Aspera? He is now practicing in the depths of the temple. God Piccolo was stunned for a moment, and then quickly answered. This. God, can Aspera come out? Raditz was also stunned for a moment, but then his expression became happy and he couldn't help but speak. This. Mr. Aspera has entered a special time and space. If he wants to get out, I'm afraid we can only wait for him to come out. Did something big happen? God Piccolo shook his head, and then couldn't help but speak again. A very scary guy is about to come to Earth. This is troublesome. Raditz explained casually, and then frowned. What? And listening to Raditz's words, God Piccolo was also shocked. He knew how powerful Raditz was, but Raditz actually said it was scary, even he couldn't help but get nervous. God, are you from Namek? Then are there Dragon Balls here too? Suddenly Raditz seemed to think of something, his eyes lit up, and his sight instantly looked at God Piccolo, and couldn't help asking. He hadn't thought about it so much before. But at this moment, Slug was originally heading for Namek, but now he was heading for Earth. Add to Slug's situation. He suddenly guessed this possibility. Yes, yes. Mr. Raditz, do you need the Dragon Ball? God Piccolo hesitated, but nodded quickly after thinking about it. Yes, God, collect the Dragon Balls quickly, otherwise it might be too late. That guy came here for the Dragon Balls. Raditz said quickly. Okay. I'll go right away. God Piccolo didn't dare to neglect it. Especially Raditz's words made him look even more shocked. God Piccolo flew down quickly. Because the Dragon Balls were created by him. It would be very easy for God Piccolo to find the Dragon Balls even without a Dragon Ball detector. In less than half a day, 7 Dragon Balls were collected by God. Summon the dragon. Raditz said. Okay, okay. God Piccolo nodded quickly. Accompanied by the spell. The next moment, thick dark clouds instantly covered the entire sky. A huge blue dragon appeared in front of them. The one who summoned this dragon, tell me your wish, any wish can be fulfilled. Shenlong's voice came out, and his pupils looked at the god. But the words were not finished yet. Shenlong's voice quickly changed. Lord God, it's you, Lord God, I wonder if there is anything I can do for you. Shenlong's voice was flattering. Please fulfill Raditz's wish. God Piccolo spoke, looking at Raditz. Shenlong, can you let us have the heart of justice to transform into the Scion God? Raditz spoke, looking at Shenlong, thought about it and said his wish. The heart of justice of the Scion God. This wish can be fulfilled. Your heart is moving towards justice. I can catalyze your heart of justice, but because it is a catalysis, your heart of justice is not complete. Even if you transform into the Scion God, the time will be shorter than normal, and the evil aura on you will be eliminated. Shenlong's voice sounded. Yes. Listening to Shenlong's words, Raditz's expression was delighted. He didn't think it would work. If there was any way to deal with Slug, he could only think of 2 ways, one was to transform into a Super Scion, and the other was the Scion God that Zhang Chen had talked about. Besides that, he couldn't think of any other way. He was also prepared to try using Shenlong, but he didn't expect it to work. Raditz looked happy. The next moment, red light appeared in Shenlong's eyes. The red light instantly shone on Raditz, as well as Celieba, Toma, Dodbo, and Papuzen who were on Earth. The dark aura was quickly driven away. At the same time, their mentality was quietly changing. And as they were changing, Sealed in the seabed. In that rice cooker, the evil aura suddenly rose. And the degree of this rise even exceeded Zhang Chen's wish before. At the same time, outside the material world, in an endless darkness. This is the void independent of the Omni King universe system. Here, in the Omni King universe, and even in all universes, there is a resounding name. Demon Realm. Under the dim land, several illusory figures gradually took shape. Evil and ominous auras are spreading. At the same time, a large amount of demonic energy is intertwined with them. It makes their aura more terrifying. Ha ha ha, another demon is born. It's actually a high-level demon. An excited voice sounded in the dim space. But at this moment, no one knows it for the time being. Raditz and others did not change much under the light of the dragon. Everything seems to be the same. Your wish has come true. Goodbye. The voice of the dragon sounded, and the next moment the dark clouds dissipated, and the huge dragon turned into 7 rays of light and rushed all over the world. First post, check for typos immediately. 94 Chapter 94 Demon God Piccolo resurrects, Slug Epic strengthens. 94. The dark clouds dissipated, and Raditz couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he watched the 7 dragon balls turn into streams of light and dissipate in the sky. On the one hand, he wanted to try using the dragon balls to fulfill his wishes. On the other hand, he wanted to solve the possibility of Slug using the dragon balls. Even if Slug was seriously injured, they were no match. Once Slug used the dragon balls to recover, it would be really dangerous. It would be better to use it directly. Next, even if Slug arrived on Earth and wanted to use the dragon balls, it would take a year to do so. This would undoubtedly reduce a lot of risks. Mr. Raditz. Next, do you need me to do anything? After Raditz breathed a sigh of relief, God Piccolo couldn't help but speak carefully. No thanks. God, thank you this time. Raditz glanced at God Piccolo and wanted to fly away directly, but after thinking about it, he still said. Then his figure dissipated and turned into a stream of light and flew away. Watching Raditz leave, God Piccolo couldn't help but be a little stunned. But it was obvious that Raditz didn't care about God Piccolo's thoughts at this moment. His figure flew downwards. Soon they arrived at Bayazai Mountain. At this moment, Celiba, Thomas, and others were here. Raditz had just arrived. Several people came over. Raditz, have you found Aspera? Thomas couldn't help but speak. Over the years, they instinctively wanted to rely on Zhang Chen, and this time was no exception. Facing the powerful Slag, their first reaction was to think of Zhang Chen. Compared to them, Zhang Chen's strength was stronger. With Slag's current condition, Zhang Chen might be able to deal with it if he turned into a giant ape. Aspera is in training and may not be able to come out for a short time. Raditz shook his head. This. Hearing Raditz's words, the faces of Celieba and the other 3 changed. Looking at the changing expressions of the others, Raditz was about to speak. Suddenly he felt something. His sight instantly turned to the distant starry sky. And the moment he looked, Sun Wukong also noticed it. Then came Celia, Thomas, Dodbo, and Papuzen. Oh no, he's coming. Celia's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but speak. Go! Raditz shouted softly, and the next moment his figure soared into the air. Then came Sun Wukong. Celia and the others looked at each other, but in the end the 4 of them gritted their teeth and soared into the air as well, flying quickly into the distance. At the same time, the northern region of the earth. A dim green light directly wrapped Slug's head and fell down with a bang. Here we are! Ha ha ha, Frisia, damn Frisia, you wait for me! Slug was crazy and excited. Boom! The huge impact force instantly exploded the sea surface. Slug's green figure smashed directly into the deep sea. But just at the moment he smashed into the deep sea, suddenly felt something, and his face changed. Damn, Those wild monkeys! Slug spoke with an angry voice. However, after thinking about it, Slug quickly restrained all the breath on his body. After another month of flying, the breath in his body has dropped to the lowest level. Those damn scions are not weak. Once discovered, his body may be severely injured again. This is not what he wants to see. Especially when he stepped into the earth, he felt the breath of Dragon Ball. That's even more so. Before, he planned to assimilate his people on this planet, let himself recover, and then go to Namek. But since he has Dragon Ball, his plan will undoubtedly change. The breath of the figure quickly converged. In the air, the figures of several people who were running around could not help but stop instantly. The breath disappeared. Sun Wukong's voice sounded with doubt. Others also frowned. Let's go to the Temple of Heaven. Raditz felt it again, then spoke, and turned his figure and flew up to the sky. At this moment, Slag's breath disappeared. The only explanation is that the other party discovered them and hid their breath. In this case, the chance of finding him is almost zero. But it is not possible not to find him in the current situation. After all, once Slag recovers, it will be a real disaster. At this time, if you want to find Slag, you have to rely on the gods. At the moment Raditz moved, the figures behind him also moved. And just when several people disappeared for a moment, somewhere in the deep sea, Slag's breath was completely restrained, but at this moment his eyes were more and more excited. Demons, this is the breath of demons. This planet actually has such a strong breath of demons. Slag muttered to himself, with a touch of excitement on his face, and his body quickly moved forward in the seabed, heading towards the place where the demon god Piccolo was sealed. A moment later, Slag arrived at the place where the demon god Piccolo was sealed. What is this? Looking at this strange rice cooker, Slag was a little surprised. But he didn't hesitate at all and shot an energy bomb directly. Temple of the God of Heaven. God Piccolo has been walking back and forth in the temple. Such a strong breath. Is this the terrifying existence that Raditz said? God Piccolo muttered to himself, staring at the bottom. However, at the moment of muttering, his face changed. Not good. God Piccolo panicked. Because at this moment, the existence that descended from space was heading towards the place where the demon god Piccolo was sealed. And what made his face change even more was that the figure was very similar to him. No, to be more precise, it was very similar to the evil part that he separated. Obviously, that person should also be the evil part of Namek. Thinking of the horror of demon god Piccolo couldn't help but shudder. But fortunately, at this moment, 6 figures have rushed up from below. Raditz, it's great that you're here. Something big has happened. The terrifying existence you mentioned before has descended, and the place where it descended is exactly where my evil other half is. I'm afraid something big will happen. Watching the few people fall, God Piccolo spoke quickly. Raditz was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed in an instant. Yes, in order to become a god, I cut off the evil side. Later, because he was a disaster to the earth, he was sealed by the earth's martial artists. In order to prevent him from breaking the seal, I let Popo put it deep in the sea. But now the descending existence has gone there, and his goal should be my evil side. God Piccolo nodded and gave a brief explanation. Not good. We have to stop him immediately. Raditz's face changed and he couldn't help but speak. He knew that Namekians had the assimilation property. Although it was only the evil side of God Piccolo, once assimilated, Slug's strength will definitely be able to rise to a higher level, and even surpass the previous level. After all, compared to Slug, although the strength of Demon God Piccolo is not too strong, since Piccolo is a natural dragon, Demon God Piccolo also has extremely powerful genes. Once fused, Slug's strength will inevitably be strengthened. They were difficult to deal with before, and Raditz couldn't imagine it if they were strengthened again. It's too late. He's already here. Although God Piccolo didn't know what was going on, his face changed instantly. And the moment he finished speaking, boom! In the distance, a dark beam of light instantly rushed into the sky, and dark clouds instantly covered the entire northern part of the earth. An extremely evil breath began to be released from the north. Then there was a wanton laugh. Ha ha ha, I finally came out. Damn God! Damn Wu Taidu! The wanton voice filled the sky, followed by an evil aura that was so thick that it was almost impossible to dissolve, and demonic energy. Yes, it was demonic energy. At this moment, the gates to the demon world seemed to be opened. A large amount of demonic energy poured into the area, and a large number of demons emerged at the same time. Really, it's really out. God Piccolo's face turned pale in an instant, and he couldn't help but speak with a trembling. Even if he was a part of it, God Piccolo still knew how powerful Demon God Piccolo was. If the two were not almost symbiotic, he might have died long ago. But at the moment when his face turned pale, Celebi and others all looked at Raditz in unison, waiting for his answer. It may be too late for us to go. And Namekians have the ability to assimilate. Different Namekians can merge with each other. Once merged, their strength will far exceed the previous situation. The evil side of the god may have begun to be assimilated. Raditz shook his head. He knew very well at this moment that it was too late to go there now. And if they were not careful, they would have to face Slug who had recovered. Even if Slug was seriously injured. But if the evil side of the god Piccolo was assimilated, no one knew how much it would improve. This. Listening to Raditz's words, the faces of the people present changed. God Piccolo, I need to use the venue. Raditz looked into the distance and then spoke to God Piccolo. Yes, yes. God Piccolo was still in a panic. Hearing Raditz's words, he was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted and nodded. Celebi, Thomas, Dodbo, Papuzen, Cockroach, let's try it first. See if we can transform. Raditz spoke. He immediately pulled everyone back to their senses. Okay. They looked at each other and nodded. In the temple, they quickly took action. And at this moment in the northern part of the earth, in the huge deep sea, the dark beam of light tore through the sky, and the figure of demon god Piccolo appeared, full of excitement at this moment. He finally came out. He was sealed for hundreds of years. He finally came out this time. And this time, he actually felt that he was stronger than ever before, even his aging body contained huge power. This was something he didn't have before he was sealed. You are honored to release my people. I will grant you the qualification to follow me. Demon God Piccolo laughed and looked at the front. You are such a weak tribesman. I didn't expect that such a weak person like you could have such pure demonic energy. In this case, you can become my power. Slag's voice sounded with surprise, and the next moment a ball of green light directly enveloped Demon God Piccolo. Ah! Damn it! What are you doing? Demon God Piccolo's excitement came to an abrupt end, and his expression turned into horror in an instant. However, it was meaningless. Demon God Piccolo was horrified to find that his body was actually melting, and his body inevitably merged with the existence in front of him that looked similar to him. Impossible! Damn it, who are you? I am the great Demon King Piccolo. Demon God Piccolo made a voice of horror and unwillingness. However, his power was too weak. Even with the negative energy superimposed by the 7 Dragon Balls, it was still a natural difference compared to Slag. He could only watch his body being completely absorbed. His last consciousness was devoured. Compared to ordinary Namekians, the dragons have special abilities, and the demons also have them. Ordinary Namekians need one party to be willing to use assimilation, but the demons do not need that, and can be forced to assimilate, just like this moment. Demon Piccolo was forcibly assimilated by Slug. As the power of Demon Piccolo merged into his body, Slug's broken body quickly recovered, and his breath began to rise rapidly. Demon Piccolo's combat power may not be high, but under assimilation, the bonus to Slug it was still extremely huge. If he was not in a seriously injured state, his strength would have exceeded his peak period. Split myself. How stupid. The next step is to find the Dragon Ball and that God Piccolo. As long as I use the Dragon Ball to recover and then devour that God Piccolo, my strength will definitely be stronger. Frisia, wait for me. Slag sorted out the memories of Demon God Piccolo in his mind and snorted coldly. At this moment, he was even more excited. The harvest of this planet was far greater than he had imagined. After all, with the Dragon Ball and the same race with such a powerful origin, he could feel some transformation in himself after only devouring half of it. Once he devoured it all, he couldn't imagine how strong he could be. By then, what would Frisia be? He was the real emperor of the universe. The real great emperor of the universe. Slag's eyes were filled with excitement. The next moment, the sea surface exploded directly, and his figure soared into the sky. A more evil aura spread over the entire earth, and it seemed that layers of thick dark clouds began to gather on the earth. The second update is here. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day to everyone. I wanted to take a vacation, but forget it. Seeing that the author is so diligent in typing on Chinese Valentine's Day, I will give you some monthly tickets. 95 Chapter 95, Gigantic Ape and Giantization, Zhang Chen vs Slag. 95. Boom! A majestic aura appeared in the temple. This is the Scion God, such a powerful aura. Celebi muttered to herself, looking at the terrifying aura emanating from Raditz, his heart was shaken. The other people also showed a shock in their expressions. Because at this moment, they could all feel a terrifying aura on Raditz. Kakarot, look, how much combat power do I have now? Raditz was also a little excited at this moment. He could feel that his body was filled with an aura that was about to explode at this moment. Okay. Raditz. Sun Wukong nodded and turned on the detector. Ding, the value jumps quickly. Soon a new value was fixed. Raditz, it's 130,000, you have 130,000 combat power. Awesome! Sun Wukong spoke excitedly. 130,000, only 130,000. Listening to Sun Wukong's excited words, Raditz, Celebi, and others were stunned. Only 130,000. Kakarot, are you sure? Raditz frowned and spoke. Yes, it's 130,000, what's wrong, Raditz? Sun Wukong was a little confused, subconsciously looked at the detector again, and then nodded again. That. Everyone, although I don't know what the Scion God is, since it is called a god, it should have the breath of God. I don't feel the breath of God in Raditz. The voice of the god Piccolo next to him sounded in a low voice. Isn't it? Raditz frowned. He looked a little confused. Before, Zhang Chen told him that if one possessed 5 hearts of justice, he could transform into a Super Saiyan. He should have met the conditions. But the result was that he didn't. This made him a little confused. Try again, let Kakarot do it this time. Raditz thought about it, then gritted his teeth and spoke to the others. Okay. Toma and the others nodded, not daring to be negligent at this moment. The others gathered together again. The action started again. Boom! 5 auras burst out. This time, Sun Wukong was standing in the center. The auras of the 5 people rushed towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's aura also began to increase rapidly. And the speed of increase was much faster than that of Raditz. Is it feasible? Raditz and the others' eyes lit up. Further increase the aura. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. You can't do this. That's just an increase in chi. The Scion God needs a sense of justice and mental strength. The voice was not loud, but it instantly made the 6 people happy. The action stopped instantly. Aspera. Saliba couldn't help but speak. Radis and others also looked over. At this moment, 2 figures just walked over one after the other. It was none other than Zhang Chen and Popo. At this moment, Zhang Chen's breath was calm, and he couldn't feel any breath, and his figure didn't change much. In contrast, there was a lot of sweat on Popo's forehead. After more than a year of continuous use of the time chamber, Popo's consumption was obviously extremely huge. Aspera, what is the mental strength you mentioned? Radis couldn't help but ask. Listening to Radit's words, Zhang Chen subconsciously prepared to answer. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a breath, and his eyes instantly looked into the distance, his face showing a solemn look. What's wrong with Raditz, this breath? Zhang Chen spoke. At this moment he even felt a breath on his body. The hairs on his body stood up. Horror, unbelievable horror. This was the most terrifying existence he had encountered so far. Even though they were still quite far apart, his heart almost stopped beating. Aspera is a super Namekian named Slug. He was defeated in the battle with Frisia and came to Earth. Now he may have merged with the evil side of the gods. He is very strong, second only to Frisia. We intercepted him at the Galactic Patrol before, but we couldn't stop him even though he was seriously injured. So I used the Dragon Ball to give us a heart of justice and wanted to transform into the god of science. Raditz quickly spoke and recounted the story. Listening to Raditz's story, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Slug, intercept. The dragon made a wish. Zhang Chen had never thought that so many things would happen in just over a year of his retreat. And the dragon could actually make the scions have a heart of justice. Aspera, we must hurry up, he should be coming this way. Why don't you go first? Celiba nodded, then seemed to think of something and spoke again. It's too late, he's already here. Slug was seriously injured before, right? How strong was he at that time? Zhang Chen shook his head, not caring about the accident, and quickly asked himself a question. It's definitely too late to transform into the Scion god at this moment. Slug is not the god of destruction, it's impossible to wait for him for so long. At his speed, he can reach the temple in at most 30 seconds. The strength exceeds ours, and it is likely that he has reached about 300,000 combat power. Radis spoke quickly. 300,000. I understand. Radis, go down now, find Master Rashi and tell him that Piccolo has revived, and bring him here quickly. Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and then spoke quickly. Okay. Although Raditz was puzzled, he nodded quickly. And Celieba, you guys protect the god. After Raditz left quickly, Zhang Chen spoke to the others. Yes. Celieba and the others responded quickly. Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying existence instantly landed on the temple of the god. Haha, it's here. What a surprise, Piccolo, help me find the Dragon Ball, or I'll kill everyone here. Slag's voice sounded, and his eyes looked directly at Piccolo. You. Piccolo's face changed. So arrogant. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and felt Slag's breath, and his face couldn't help but be solemn. Slag's breath was stronger than he had imagined. Even though he could clearly feel that Slag's breath was extremely unstable, this power was definitely more than 1 million. This was indeed the most powerful existence he had ever encountered. And there was no other. After all, whether it was Dodoria, Sabo, or Gis and Bart, their combat power did not even exceed 50,000, let alone 1 million. More importantly, Zhang Chen did not forget that Namekians can be gigantic. Slug's mastery of gigantism is much deeper than his. In other words, Slug's burst of strength is likely to exceed 3 times, or even 4 times. A combat power of 1 million is enough to surge to more than 3 or 4 million after gigantism. Even if he is a giant ape, his combat power is only more than 1.5 million now. As for the giant ape plus gigantism, he is not very sure at present. Arrogant. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you really think I am merciful. When Slug heard Zhang Chen's words, a cold light appeared in his eyes, and his figure moved in an instant. Zhang Chen's brows tightened. He was about to react. But it was too late at this moment. Boom! The terrifying power was released instantly, and the next moment his body flew out directly. The building of the temple in the distance collapsed directly. Zhang Chen's body almost smashed through the entire temple. Aspera! Several people exclaimed, and subconsciously wanted to step forward. Ahem! What a terrifying power! Don't worry, I'm fine. Zhang Chen's voice came out, and he flew up from the ground with blood. Not bad flesh, but it's still just a group of wild monkeys. If you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. Slag snorted coldly, with a look of disdain. Really? That's not necessarily true. Zhang Chen opened his mouth, and an artificial moon formed in his hand. The next moment he projected it directly into the sky without any hesitation. Roar! The moon flew into the sky, and in an instant Zhang Chen's figure began to expand rapidly. In just a moment, his body had transformed into an enormous brown gorilla. At the same time, a violent aura rose from his body. Not good, retreat! The faces of Celiba and others changed. He grabbed the god of heaven and Bobo, and they left the temple in an instant. Roar! With a loud roar, a huge beam of energy shot directly towards Slag. Slag's originally calm expression changed at this moment. The breath of Zhang Chen's giant ape transformation was even greater than his at the moment. Sure enough, you wild monkeys are trouble. Slag spoke with an angry voice, and his figure began to expand rapidly the next moment. Even though his breath was actually extremely turbulent at this moment, he couldn't care so much at this moment. In the blink of an eye, his body expanded to almost the same size as Zhang Chen. The breath also surged, and the original 1 million combat power of the breath directly surged to 3 million. But obviously due to the serious injury, even if he assimilated the demon god Piccolo, he could not fully enlarge. But even so, it was enough. 3 million combat power was far more than the 1.5 million combat power of Zhang Chen's giant ape transformation at the moment. Although Zhang Chen was still rational at this moment. But there is almost no big difference. After all, with reason, at most, he can only further exert his strength, but not double it. Now Slag's combat power is twice that of Zhang Chen. It is enough to crush him. Bang! The huge energy impact was almost shattered by Slag with just a wave of his hand. The next moment, the huge giant body suddenly smashed into the giant ape formed by Zhang Chen. Boom! This time, his body could not dodge at all, and the huge body smashed directly into the ground at this moment. Boom! Boom boom! The ground collapsed instantly. In just a moment, he fell into the bottomless underground, and even almost smashed directly into the underground magma. Fortunately, there was an invisible force that prevented Zhang Chen from going down. What a terrifying power! Zhang Chen whispered. Even though he understood how powerful Slag was at the moment, he still felt incredible. He now has a full 1.5 million combat power, but it is extremely difficult to resist. It seems that I have no choice but to use it. I hope my body can hold up. Zhang Chen whispered. Although he has ideas, the first thing he needs to do now is to be able to resist this force. Otherwise, there will be no follow-up. Now, if he wants to resist, it seems that there is only one way. That is to use gigantism. It is just gigantism under the giant ape, so he doesn't have much idea about using it in this way. Giant ape transformation is already a great burden on the body, and gigantism is also a great burden. If it is not done well, the body will collapse. It may even be like Sun Wukong who cannot control the qi. But now he can't care so much. At worst, he can rely on the magic beans to save his life. As for the inability to control the qi, he will find a way later. Now it is most important to get through this crisis. The body struggled to get up, and the next moment, a breath began to rise from his body, and the giant ape transformation, which was already extremely large, expanded again. That's right, it expanded again. Boom! The breath rose instantly, and in just a moment it became extremely unstable. Even though Zhang Chen had completed a series of training in the time house during this period of time, his mastery of both qi and martial arts had reached an incredible level. But it was still difficult to control. The moment it was about to explode, it was about to explode. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth, but at this moment he forced his consciousness to control the bursts of energy. Boom! Boom! The ground around him rumbled again. I don't know how long it took. Finally, Zhang Chen barely controlled the breath of his body that was almost about to explode, and his even larger body rushed directly from the ground to the sky. Slag, who had just shrunk and was panting, changed his face. The next moment, he almost didn't hesitate at all, and his body became larger again. However, this time, his huge body flew backwards. A powerful energy directly hit his huge body, and instantly his figure fell into the distant earth like a meteor. In the air, a larger giant ape appeared, and the breath on his body was extremely unstable. However, under this instability, there was a breath that was suffocating. With 1.5 million combat power and double the blessing, Zhang Chen's strength reached an unprecedented level at this moment. You deserve to die. A roaring voice sounded, and Slag's huge figure soared into the sky again in the blink of an eye. At this moment, above the sky, two huge beings began to collide rapidly. The battle fell into the most intense in almost an instant. 96 Chapter 96 The frustrated Slag, the magic seal wave, ended. 96. Boom! Boom boom! A huge roar echoed throughout the sky. Unimaginable impact force was spreading continuously. The two of them poured out more than 3 million points of combat power, and they could not completely restrain their pouring. If it were an ordinary planet, it would have been destroyed long ago. Annihilation. However, on the Earth, or in the depths of the Earth, a mysterious place. There is a mysterious pink dome here, and invisible ripples spread around the dome. These ripples spread to the planet, so that the entire Earth did not fall into destruction because of this impact. However, it only prevented the Earth from being destroyed. The impact of the 3 million combat forces was real. The whole Earth was surging. A terrifying gale was set off. On the sea, there was a tsunami as high as tens of thousands of meters. The whole world seemed to be in a doomsday disaster. Is this the strength of Aspera? Looking at the scene below, whether it was the gods or Celieba and others in the temple, they couldn't help but fall into deep shock. Even though they always knew that Zhang Chen was very strong, they never thought that the other party would be so strong. Every time they collided, they felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. Horror, unimaginable horror. Can Aspera win? In the midst of tension, Celieba couldn't help but speak. I don't know. Thomas smiled bitterly. Such a battle was no longer something they could participate in. Even if he turned into a giant ape, he might be killed instantly. They had no way of knowing the result. While they were talking, a stream of light had already rushed up to the sky. The sudden rush of the figure startled several people, but they soon found that it was Raditz with Master Kame. Master Kame quickly scanned the surroundings. Soon he noticed the god Piccolo. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. It's you, Piccolo. Master Kame's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but speak, and his figure instantly retreated to the back. He is not Piccolo, that's over there. Raditz shook his head and then pointed to the distance. No. Master Kame was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked forward. When he saw this, his pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. The huge body and terrifying demonic energy were even more terrifying than the great demon King Piccolo he encountered when he was young. No, this was not terrifying anymore. Even though they were so far apart, the battle between them still made layers of cold sweat seep out of Master Kame's forehead. And the moment Raditz brought Master Kame to the temple, Jiang Chen naturally felt it too. Roar! With a roar, the next moment, a huge beam of light directly penetrated the sky. You are really a wild monkey. Now you can't even hit the target. Slag spoke with a sneer. Although he had the upper hand in the battle with the giant ape, he was also seriously injured. At this moment, he saw the giant ape's energy impact directly deviated, and he couldn't help but mock. However, at the moment when he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's figure shrank instantly. The giant ape transformation gradually disappeared. At the same time, the giant transformation was also directly lifted by him. As the two were lifted, a feeling of weakness instantly spread over him. Jiang Chen did not dare to neglect and quickly swallowed a senzu bean. Instantly, his body, which was almost about to collapse, quickly recovered, but only his body recovered, and his breath was still shaking. But fortunately, the situation was not as bad as he imagined. I don't know if it was because he did not maintain it for a long time, or the burden was much lower than the Kaioken, he did not feel that his breath was out of control. Even if there was some discomfort, he recovered quickly under the effect of the senzu bean. You are really stupid. You smashed the moon you made yourself. Looking at this scene, Slag was stunned, but soon turned into wanton laughter. The mocking voice became more intense. At this moment, he was really excited. Originally, after Jiang Chen turned into a giant ape, he really felt it was difficult. The opponent's strength was not much inferior to his, and his condition was not very good. If it was delayed, the tribe member he forcibly assimilated might have problems. But no one expected that at this moment, Jiang Chen's attack was off target and destroyed his artificial moon. That thing turned out to be the key to the Scion's transformation into a giant ape. Looking at the excited slug, Jiang Chen didn't care. Swish! The index and middle fingers were placed between the eyebrows. The next moment, his figure disappeared directly from the spot. The temple. Jiang Chen's figure appeared instantly. Aspera, you! Looking at the sudden appearance of Jiang Chen, everyone was shocked, and Raditz couldn't help but speak. Others were also a little nervous at this moment. No one expected that Jiang Chen would suddenly destroy the artificial moon by himself. At this moment, everyone was nervous. Teacher Wu Tian? I will separate Piccolo later. Can you please seal him? Jiang Chen ignored the expressions of Raditz and others. He looked at Master Roshi and spoke in a deep voice. Okay. Turtle Hermit nodded, not daring to be negligent at this moment. And at the moment when Turtle Hermit responded, the next moment, a huge breath suddenly tore through the air. Chirag's figure appeared instantly. At this moment, he had shrunk from his giant form. Although his aura was also vibrating, he still retained more than half of his aura. Humph! Want to run now? Too late. Since you dare to provoke me, then you all die together. Slag's figure appeared, and instantly froze on Jiang Chen and others, and his angry voice sounded. Run! I don't think so. Teacher Wu Tian? Get ready! Jiang Chen chuckled, and the next moment his figure moved again. Humph! Do you have any other means? It's just a wild monkey. I'm a super Namekian, the Emperor of the Universe. Slag mocked, and at the moment Jiang Chen disappeared, he punched directly to the right. Swish! Jiang Chen's figure appeared, and in an instant, their fists collided with each other. Boom! The terrifying roar shook instantly. Then came Jiang Chen's flying figure. In midair, Jiang Chen felt that his internal organs were about to break, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. One strike, Just one strike. Even if Slag was not now huge, this force was not something he could contend with. The figure smashed directly out of tens of thousands of meters before stopping with difficulty. Zhang Chen did not hesitate at all and quickly bit a fairy bean that he had put in his mouth when he teleported to the temple. After swallowing the fairy bean again, his injuries recovered quickly and his strength increased further. Originally, his combat power was 150,000. When he swallowed the fairy bean before, his combat power had increased to 200,000. At this moment, with his body seriously injured, his combat power rose again after swallowing the fairy bean, and instantly broke through to 300,000. A more powerful aura burst out from his body. Swish! The figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, he appeared next to Slag again. What a difficult monkey! Since you want to die, then go and die. Feeling the familiar breath that suddenly appeared, Slag's expression could not help but show a hint of anger. Boom! He punched out with his right hand. At the moment of collision, a powerful energy shock instantly gathered in his hand and directly covered Zhang Chen. However, the energy shock wave had just covered. The next moment, Slag's aura began to vibrate rapidly. The originally condensed energy shock wave directly dissipated. What's going on? Slag's expression was stunned. However, he didn't have time to react. The next moment. Boom! Zhang Chen's punch was directly and firmly imprinted on his body. Then, bang bang bang! As Slag's aura vibrated, Zhang Chen bombarded him in circles. And in the bombardment of each punch, Slag's aura trembled even more. Damn it! How dare you devour me? I am the Great Piccolo. An old and angry voice came from Slug, countless black air surged, and an illusory figure gradually peeled off from Slug. Slug's breath was swaying. Damn it, you wild monkey, what did you do to me? Slug's angry voice sounded. His breath was spreading, trying to maintain the Piccolo he assimilated. Now his condition is not very good, the reason why he can still maintain it is because of Piccolo. Once Piccolo is separated, he will inevitably fall into a dying state in an instant. However, the Spirito separation technique is not a joke. He can even separate the existence swallowed by Moro. Naturally, the assimilation of Namek can also be done. Especially at this moment, Piccolo has not been completely assimilated by Slug, which makes it even easier. Slag could only watch in horror as Piccolo was separated. His breath began to weaken rapidly. Teacher Wu Tian! Zhang Chen shouted softly. Understood. Above the temple, the already prepared turtle hermit suddenly had his clothes burst open, and a huge breath began to rise from his body. Originally, Turtle Hermit had only 200 combat power points, but at this moment, his breath expanded more than 5 times. At the same time, the huge breath began to stir the entire surroundings. Magical ceiling wave. The roar came from Turtle Hermit's mouth. The next moment, a green whirlwind swept the entire surroundings. Instantly, it swept in Piccolo, who had just been separated. Damn it! It's this move! Wu Taidu! The angry Piccolo, who had just been separated, suddenly felt an extremely terrifying pulling force, and his face changed. However, it was of no use at all. At this moment, Master Rashi is much stronger than Master Wu. Even after a series of enhancements, Master Piccolo is much stronger than before. But this kind of enhancement is not as great as Master Rashi. The green light swept Master Piccolo, making him rush towards the rice cooker on the temple uncontrollably. And at the moment when Master Piccolo was about to be swept in, it seemed that Master Piccolo felt, what did he get? Damn it! Since you dare to devour me, then you will help me bear the demon ceiling wave. Piccolo madly spoke, following the feeling and thoughts in the dark. Originally, Slag, who was in shock, was caught off guard, and his broken body was directly pulled in front of Piccolo. Boom! The demon sealing wave swept, and in an instant, the broken body of Slag was directly rolled back. Ah! Slag's shrill voice echoed. The next moment, the huge green light swept his broken body and smashed into the rice cooker. Master Kame's face was pale. The body was shaking. And the whole rice cooker began to vibrate violently. There was even a green light that was about to rise to the sky. Quick, put this seal on. Master Kame spoke anxiously. Swish! Red eyes appeared instantly, took the seal and pressed it directly on the rice cooker. As the seal was pressed down, the whole rice cooker stabilized instantly. Seeing this, Master Kame sat down with his buttocks, and his breath dropped rapidly. Even his life breath began to weaken. Swish! Zhang Chen appeared. Thank you, Master Wu Tian. Eat this. Zhang Chen spoke and threw a senzu bean to Master Kame. Swallowed the senzu bean. Master Kame's breath quickly recovered. You kid, this time you really found a big thing for me, I almost lost my life. After a while, Master Kame stood up and said with a wry smile. Aspera, didn't you deal with that guy? While Master Kame was speaking, Raditz also came over, spoke with surprise, and looked into the distance. It doesn't matter. And there's no way to deal with that one. Once he's dealt with, God will probably disappear. Zhang Chen took a look, then shook his head and spoke. The main reason why he asked Master Rashi to come was that demon god Piccolo couldn't be destroyed. Although some changes happened at this moment, it was not demon god Piccolo that was sealed, but Slug, but it was almost the same. Anyway, it's hard for demon god Piccolo to cause a big trouble now. After all, the Earth now has more than 100 combatants. Whether it's him, or Raditz, Celieba and others now, they can easily deal with demon god Piccolo. Since that's the case, there's naturally nothing to worry about. Mr. Aspera, you don't have to worry about me. If he stays, he may bring disaster. Listening to Zhang Chen's words, God Piccolo couldn't help but speak. God, even if you destroy Piccolo, there will still be evil in this world, and it will never be solved. And Piccolo is a part of your evil, but that doesn't mean he is always evil. After all, isn't he still you? Zhang Chen shook his head and spoke softly. 97 Chapter 97 Becoming the Scion God. 97. Listening to Zhang Chen's words, Piccolo's expression froze. There was even a hint of trance. Zhang Chen ignored Piccolo's expression. After he finished speaking, he was ready to walk towards Raditz and others. But at this moment, Zhang Chen's brows could not help but rise. Really decisive, Zhang Chen said to himself. While he was whispering, the great demon king Piccolo, who had fled far away, was floating in the air, and all his strength began to gather towards his abdomen. Ugh! The next moment, a giant egg was spit out directly from Piccolo's mouth. Then it slowly flew away. Child, you will be the new Piccolo. My wish to rule the world is in your hands. Looking at the flying giant egg, Piccolo's eyes were filled with hope. The next moment, the vitality in his body, which was already shaky, quickly dissipated, and his body fell straight from the sky. After being sealed for more than 200 years, the vitality in his body had already reached its limit. If he was assimilated by Slug, even if he was separated by Zhang Chen, his body could no longer support it. More importantly, after seeing the strength of Zhang Chen and others when he merged into Slug's body, Piccolo knew very well that he might not have the opportunity to collect the Dragon Balls and recover himself. Instead of waiting for destruction, he chose to create his own new life at this moment. The body fell thousands of meters high. In just a moment, the whole body was torn into pieces. But at this moment, not many people noticed it. Only Zhang Chen and the gods in the temple felt it. Aspera. God Piccolo couldn't help but look at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen shook his head. God Piccolo opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say anything. After all, only Zhang Chen and others could do something to the demon god Piccolo, and God Piccolo didn't have the ability to do it. Above the temple, several scions gathered. Aspera, how much combat power do you have now? Saraba asked curiously, and couldn't help looking at Zhang Chen. Yes, Aspera, you are so powerful now? Toma also spoke. As the two spoke, all eyes focused on Zhang Chen. At this moment, everyone was full of curiosity. It should have exceeded 300,000 at present. If the combat power is quantified, it should be around 350,000. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment, and then explained. 350,000. This. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Celiba and others couldn't help but gasp. Even though they had expected it, they couldn't help but be shocked when Zhang Chen said this. More than 300,000 combat power, that was something they dared not even think about, and now Zhang Chen had already reached it. If I remember correctly, Aspera is only 17 years old this year. Dodbo couldn't help but speak as if he had thought of something. Yes, there are still several months before 18 years old. Pabzin nodded. And this made everyone gasp again. Scions are different from ordinary races. In addition to the fact that they mature at the age of 50 and their strength is almost stable when they mature, they also have another characteristic, that is, scions spend a long time in childhood, and the improvement of their combat power in childhood is not too obvious, even for elite warriors. The reason why Vegeta is called the most outstanding scion on planet Vegeta is that his combat power in childhood is no less than that of ordinary elite warriors, and he will definitely surpass King Vegeta in the future. But what about Aspera now? 17-year-old Aspera is barely in childhood, but his combat power is as high as 350,000. This has not yet reached the youth period of 18 to 50 years old. Everyone can't imagine how strong the scions can reach in their prime once Aspera reaches 30 years old. 1 million, 2 million, or even higher. Everyone couldn't help but think of the story of the Super Scion that Zhang Chen told them. The huge threshold of 3 million, they didn't think so much before. After all, that's 3 million. Even if you become a giant ape, you don't have the hope of reaching it, let alone normality. But now, Zhang Chen seems to have made it possible. At least there is great hope. Aspera, you are now 350,000. What about Super Scion? At this moment, Raditz couldn't help but speak, looking straight at Zhang Chen. Super Scion, that is the legend of their scions, the legendary first warrior in the universe. Everyone thought it was just a legend before, but at this moment it seems to be really possible. It should be possible. But didn't you rely on the dragon to make a wish before and temporarily gain the heart of justice? Try the Scion God first. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. He didn't doubt whether he could transform into a Super Scion. In comparison, he is more interested in the Scion God. He wants to know how big the bonus of the Scion can be compared to the Super Scion God, and whether it can really cross the threshold of 100 million. Yes. I almost forgot this. Aspera, come on, you will definitely succeed. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Celia and others suddenly reacted. Hurry up and speak. Yes. Aspera, come on. Toma and others also spoke. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Then he came to the 5 people. Aspera, what should we do? Waiting for Zhang Chen to walk to the center of the group, Raditz looked at Zhang Chen and asked. He didn't forget Zhang Chen's words before. Aunt Celia, Uncle Thomas, Uncle Dodbo, Uncle Papsen, Raditz, you 5, Xiao Wukong, you step back for the time being, remember to use your heart power, that is, the heart of you who are in the Galaxy Patrol to uphold justice, and transmit it to me with your heart power, not chi. Zhang Chen recalled the plot in the original book, and then slowly spoke. Heart power. The heart that upholds justice. Several people were thinking. Feel your previous mentality. Zhang Chen spoke softly, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. Time passed slowly. A few minutes passed in the blink of an eye. One after another, eyes converged on the 6 people. God Piccolo was like this. And so were little Gaku, Popo, and Master Roshi. Several people were a little curious. God, can you really become a god like this? Master Roshi looked at God Piccolo with some curiosity. Although he was still a little scared of this god who looked very similar to Piccolo, he couldn't help but ask curiously at this moment. Just now, he had already understood what was going on. These people seemed to be preparing to become gods. But is this really possible? He was full of doubts in his heart. I don't know. Scions are a very special race. I can feel the terrifying power hidden in their bodies. Maybe it's really possible. God Piccolo was also curious. He couldn't help but speak. As everyone's eyes converged, a golden light began to rise from the 5 people, first from Raditz, then from Celiba, Thomas, Dodbo, Pabuzan. Golden rays of light rose up, then linked together, and finally gathered towards Zhang Chen. The golden light gradually enveloped Zhang Chen's figure. At the same time, the 6 figures floated up unconsciously. While floating, the breath that Zhang Chen could vaguely feel before began to surround him. His eyes closed involuntarily. As Zhang Chen closed his eyes, the next moment, the sky above the entire temple. No, it should be said that at this moment, the sky above the entire planet was covered by a golden cloud. The rosy clouds filled the entire temple. The peaceful atmosphere continued to spread. The golden sea of clouds swept up. What a rich breath of God! Is it really possible? The god Piccolo murmured to himself, looking at the golden clouds that were spreading throughout the earth at this moment. His expression could not help but show a touch of shock. At the same time, above Kai King planet, the North Kai King, who was originally lying leisurely, stumbled and fell directly from the recliner. What is that? How can there be such a strong breath of God? A new high-level god was born in the North Galaxy. The North Kai King muttered to himself, and his figure quickly connected with the 2 tentacles on his head. After a while, Earth. The North Kai King was stunned for a moment, but he quickly connected with the Earth God. Earth God! Earth God, do you hear me? The North Kai King's voice sounded. Lord North Kai. God Piccolo was still in shock, but he quickly reacted and spoke respectfully. What's going on with you? Why do I feel the breath of a high-level god? The North Kai King's voice sounded. Lord North Kai, this is the situation. God Piccolo did not dare to neglect and quickly told the situation. Scions, become gods. Scion God. King Kai of the North looked stunned. He was even more confused. He could understand every word of Piccolo, but when they were put together, he felt that he couldn't understand it. Aren't Scions a group of bad guys under Frisia? These people only know how to destroy. Becoming gods is a joke. They are not Beerus, the god of destruction. Wait, let me see. Although King Kai of the North was shocked and confused, he still quickly cast his sights towards the earth. And this projection made his eyes widen again. The breath that permeated the entire planet was indeed the breath of God. And it was an extremely strong breath of God. And it was far more than the breath of God on ordinary planets. Is it really possible? Could it be that the ancestors of the Scions gave birth to gods? Muttering to himself, King Kai of the North was full of doubts. Of course, no matter what he thought at this moment. On the earth, the magical scene was still happening. The golden breath filled the entire planet, and the powerful breath rushed into the sky. The next moment, the golden clouds were torn apart, and the originally clear sky was directly covered with hail. At the same time, the strong wind swept and immediately began to appear in the entire sky. At this moment, the whole planet was shaking. Not only the entire planet, but the entire solar system. Even the entire northern galaxy, there was an inexplicable wave spreading out. Namek. This breath. Who is it? The expression of the great elder of Namek was a little surprised. Yard Rat. Finally felt that breath. But this doesn't seem to be the real power of God. The great elder of Yardrat was a little surprised, and his sight seemed to look through the endless void to the distant earth. The middle of the northern galaxy. Frisia headquarters. What's going on? Frisia's angry voice sounded, and for some reason, he felt a palpitation in his heart this time. But at this moment, he couldn't find the source of the palpitation at all. This made Frisia extremely furious. Several unlucky people along the way exploded directly. When the wave swept across the entire northern galaxy. On the Earth, the scene of the four seasons gradually faded, and the sky became clear again. In the air, Raditz and the other 5 had fallen. There was only a small figure left in the sky. There was not much change from before. The only change was that the originally black hair turned into a fiery red at this moment. Aspera. Where is Aspera's aura? Why can't I feel it? Suddenly, Raditz seemed to have noticed something, and couldn't help but widen his eyes and spoke with shock. Yes, I can't feel it either. Aspera's aura. Saraba and others also reacted quickly. At this moment, everyone was stunned and shocked. At this moment, Zhang Chen was in mid-air, feeling a completely different experience. He also had a sense of enlightenment in his heart. At this moment, he almost understood what Super Saiyan God was. This is to absorb the divine power engraved by the ancestors of the Scions in this universe and bless oneself. This is still a big gap from becoming a god. This kind of god has divine power for a short time. Unless he can master this divine power, the time he can use it is very limited. Just like now, the time he can use the divine power is at most 2 minutes. Yes, only 2 minutes. Even compared to the time he could use the task card when he first logged in, it is shorter. It is probably because the justice of the 5 people is not complete. Of course, this is not a big problem. He can feel this divine power. As long as he can master it, even without the 5 scions with justice, he can transform on his own. The only problem is that it is not so easy to feel this divine energy. It is completely different from the practice of breath. This is completely independent of the practice of breath. It is more like the feeling on Yudrit Star and in the depths of the Earth Temple. Yard Rat. Earth. Zhang Chen muttered to himself, glanced at the starry sky, and couldn't help but glance at the temple not far away, with a thoughtful look. New author account can't illustrate, sorry. 98 Chapter 98 Super Saiyan God's Amplification, the third login ends. 98. Of course, these are not important. Zhang Chen had expected this result when he transformed into the Saiyan God. After all, even Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the 2 recognized top geniuses in the universe in Dragon Ball, only truly mastered the level of Super Saiyan God after Whis taught them for a long time. If he wants to master it by himself, it is almost impossible to do it in a short time. But he doesn't need to master it in a short time. The Saiyan God is just a trump card he prepared for himself. For now, his biggest goal is still Super Saiyan. And the trump card, the most important thing is not whether he can master it perfectly, but how strong he is. Feeling the breath of God in his body, Zhang Chen closed his eyes slightly. Until a moment later. Hey! Zhang Chen exhaled a breath of foul air, and a smile appeared on his face. The blessing of the Saiyan God was even greater than he had imagined. From his current feeling, although the Saiyan God was a dimensional increase, Zhang Chen could vaguely sense the difference between this God's power and ordinary energy because he had completed a series of training on the planet Yudrit. If you want to calculate the value, it should have reached 1,000 times increase, which is greater than the increase of Super Saiyan 3. However, it is much weaker than the increase of Sun Wukong in the original work. But this is normal. Compared to the original work, when Sun Wukong transformed into the Super Saiyan God, his strength is far inferior to Sun Wukong. Raditz and others are not comparable to Sun Gohan and Vegeta at that time in terms of justice and strength, and may not even be comparable to Xiao Fang, who was not yet born. Even if Sun Gohan was useless, his body is still the strongest single body, and Xiao Fang's combat power after birth will only be more terrifying than Sun Goten. Sun Wukong can be called the Super Saiyan God, but he can only be regarded as the Saiyan God at best. However, Zhang Chen was very satisfied with this. Even with his current combat power of 350,000, his combat power exceeded 300 million after a 1,000-fold increase, which was truly higher than Frisia's level. After all, even if Frisia used 100% of his output, his combat power was only 120 million. He could go and kill Frisia directly now. Not to mention that the increase of the Saiyan God was not just a multiple, but a dimensional improvement, which was actually stronger than 1,000 times. In mid-air, Zhang Chen felt it again, and then his figure slowly fell down. Seeing Zhang Chen fall, Raditz and others surrounded him at once. Is this the Saiyan God? Aspera, how strong are you now? I can't seem to feel your breath at all. Yes, Aspera, how strong are you now? Do you have 100 million? Voices mixed together, Celieba, Thomas, Dodbo, Papsen, and even Raditz couldn't help asking at this moment. The breath of the gods cannot be felt by mortals. I am now wrapped in the breath of the gods, and I am so proud of you. As for strength, it should be stronger than Frisia now. Looking at the expectations and nervous expressions of the crowd, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile and speak. Hiss. Aspera, are you saying that you are stronger than Frisia now? Your combat power has exceeded 100 million. Listening to Zhang Chen's words, Celieba and others couldn't help but take a breath, and Thomas couldn't help but speak. Yes. If measured by qi, it should be no less than the combat power of over 100 million. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. The words he said immediately made everyone more excited. Even though Zhang Chen had told them before that the Saiyan God and the Super Saiyan could defeat Frisia, they had only heard about it. Now that they had seen it for real and heard it from Zhang Chen, they still couldn't help but be shocked. Everyone looked at each other, and the excitement in their hearts was hard to conceal. It was not until a moment later that Celie and others he suppressed his excitement. Zhang Chen also exited the state of the Saiyan God. Raditz, you may not be able to use it for a short time. The heart of justice that Shenlong made a wish for is not complete. After a slight pause, Zhang Chen spoke to the few people. At the moment of becoming a god, he felt more clearly. With the end of the god-making ceremony, the hearts of justice of the few people have dissipated. Although this does not mean that Raditz and others have turned into evil again, after all, the evil heart has been eliminated and it is difficult to produce it again. But it has indeed disappeared. If you want to continue to use the ceremony to become a god, you must recondense the heart of justice. As for the reason, it is likely that it was caused by Shenlong's wish. After all, this is not the real heart of justice, and it is a miracle to succeed. It is obviously impossible to maintain it. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the few people were stunned. Aspera, what do we need to do? After taking a deep breath, Thomas spoke again, looking at Zhang Chen with a question. You continue with the work of the Galactic Patrol, and from now on, you must gradually accept this job from the bottom of your heart. Zhang Chen nodded and spoke. I understand. Several people nodded slightly. They did not refuse. During this period of time, they also adapted to the life of the Galactic Patrol. Zhang Chen just asked them to continue. This was not a big problem. Aspera, you. After the conversation, Celieba opened her mouth and couldn't help but want to speak. But she didn't know how to speak when she reached halfway. And Celieba, do you have anything to say? Zhang Chen was a little surprised at Celieba's expression. Aspera, will you go to Frisia? Seeing Zhang Chen asking and the eyes gathered, Celieba gritted her teeth and said it. As he spoke, the whole temple fell silent. Celieba. Thomas couldn't help but speak. Aunt Celieba, I will deal with Frisia, but not now. The power of the Super Saiyan God is not perfect. I am afraid that I may not be able to solve it if I go there rashly. How about giving me a little more time? Looking at the eyes of several people, Zhang Chen naturally understood what everyone was thinking. After a slight hesitation, he still gave an explanation. Frisia must go to find the other party. He doesn't care too much about the destruction of planet Vegeta, but he has to care about the main task of conquering the world. But the problem is that although his current strength has surpassed Frisia, the time is too short, only 2 minutes, and a lot of it has just dissipated. The time available is even shorter, and it is easy to have accidents. If Frisia escapes, he hides and does a few more push-ups, then it will be a big trouble. Aspera, don't get me wrong, Celieba is just a little anxious. Thomas spoke quickly. Uncle Thomas, I know. Zhang Chen smiled and spoke. He naturally understood the psychology of these scions. Vegeta pleaded desperately with Son Goku on Namek. At that moment, Vegeta forgot the pride of the scions and the pride of his scion royal family. Even Vegeta was like this. Although Seely and the others had not said anything, they knew that they did not have that strength. Now that they knew that Zhang Chen had that strength, they could not hold back. After comforting a few people, Zhang Chen talked with Piccolo and Master Roshi again. Everyone left with excitement. Rades and the others returned to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Zhang Chen was still in the temple. After waiting for everyone to leave, he looked at Piccolo. Lord, I want to use the time chamber to practice again. Do you think it's okay? Zhang Chen asked with a hint of inquiry. Of course. Mr. Aspera, you can do whatever you want. Pop. Pico spoke quickly. Lord God. Mr. Aspera, please follow me. Popo stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Thank you. Zhang Chen nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Soon, his figure followed Popo and left here. After Zhang Chen left. God of Earth, you are awesome. Ha ha ha, a god was born. Is he really more powerful than Frisia? King Kai spoke with excitement, his eyes shining at this moment. As the King Kai of North, he can be said to be the most frustrated among the 4 kings. There is a Frisia in his territory. The entire North Galaxy is almost in chaos. At this moment, someone stronger than Frisia appeared. How can King Kai not be excited? Yes, Lord King Kai of North. God Piccolo was also a little excited. By the way, Earth God, tell him later to go to King Kai's planet. I'll teach him a few more moves, and he'll definitely be able to defeat Frisia. King Kai seemed to have thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he spoke quickly. After he finished speaking, King Kai even ran back and forth excitedly. Okay, King Kai. Lord Kai. Earth God, although he still couldn't understand too much, nodded and agreed when he heard the voice of North Kai. Remember, wait for him to come out and tell him that I'm waiting. North Kai couldn't help but remind him again. Yes. God Piccolo quickly responded. Zhang Chen didn't know about the conversation between North Kai and God Piccolo at this moment. Following Bobo, his figure soon came to the time house again. Mr. Aspera, are you going to use the time house to practice again? You may need to wait a while. When the two arrived at the bottom of the temple, Bobo spoke softly to Zhang Chen. It's okay. Bobo, I'm not in a hurry. Zhang Chen smiled and said, this time he was different from before. The reason why he came again was not to master the Qi and practice martial arts, but to feel the breath contained in the depths of the temple, which was like the breath in the secret realm of Yudrit Star. After transforming into the Scion God, Jiang Chen already understood what this breath was. The breath of God. And it was a very high-level breath of God. Although it was very thin. But it was indeed. Now that he had successfully transformed into the Scion God, if he wanted to truly master this power, he needed his own perception. Relying on the small amount of God's breath produced by the previous ceremony, it was very difficult for him to truly perceive it, so he thought directly of this place in the depths of the temple. Although it was a different breath of God, it seemed that as long as he could perceive it, he could naturally master the real Scion God. Time passed slowly. It took almost 2 days. Pabo restarted the time house. Jiang Chen's spirit once again projected into the past time and space. This time, he did not follow those martial artists to practice or discuss with his main goal, but carefully felt the projections again and again. Time also passed slowly and quietly. A period of time passed in a blink of an eye. During this period of time, he was completely in a stable state. The threat of slag disappeared, and the plot on Earth at this moment has just begun the first part, so there is naturally no crisis. And the universe is relatively stable. The only change is that the frequency of the appearance of the Galactic Patrol is gradually increasing. Radits and others are constantly dispatched to maintain the justice of the entire universe. Their true sense of justice is slowly condensing. In the deepest part of the temple, Jiang Chen's eyes are still closed. The faint silver-grey aura of God on his body gradually gathered. However, there is a huge gap between them, and the silver-grey aura of God did not merge into Jiang Chen. It's really hard to understand. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and shook his head and sighed. He felt and projected again and again, and personally touched the breath of God. But he didn't know if it was because the breath of God was too high, so his progress in feeling was almost zero. No, not almost. It was completely zero. The power of God could be felt, but he couldn't feel it at all, even if he guided it like the power of the Scion God. Even if he was mentally prepared for this. But the difficulty was too great. It made his mood fluctuate. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen calmed down after a while. Prepared to get up. But at this moment, the surrounding time and space were instantly solidified. The next moment, golden characters began to appear. At the same time, a mechanical voice rang in Jiang Chen's ears. The third login has ended. Returning. Please wait. Countdown. 1987. A familiar mechanical voice sounded in my mind. The countdown entered its final end. Buzz. A ray of light that only Jiang Chen could see fell from the sky at this moment, instantly penetrating the entire universe, the entire galaxy, and the Earth, and instantly wrapped his body in it. Jiang Chen felt his head sink, and then a sense of weightlessness came. After a moment, his eyes were dazed, and when he appeared again, he found that the surroundings had turned into a white world again. The third login is over. The third login is over, and the next step is the perfection of the world. As for the Super Scion God, the protagonist's Super Scion God level is obviously not as good as that of Sun Wukong, and it is normal to have a difference in the increase. 99 Chapter 99 The first 7th level in the main world, the second dimensional advent. 99. The third login is over. Data matching is in progress. Matching completed. You have obtained a temporary character card, please accept it. The mechanical voice sounded. The next moment, rays of light quickly gathered in front of Jiang Chen, and then a card with an illusion appeared. Name, Aspera. Identity, Scion. Combat power, 350,000 points. The information of the card was presented. The card appeared in front of him. Compared with the previous one, the card in front of him was undoubtedly much more exquisite. More importantly, the faint divine power emanating from the card aura, that was the aura of God when he became the god of science. Obviously, this card not only had the 350,000 combat power he logged in for the third time, but also his experience of becoming the god of science. Buzz. With his right hand subconsciously touching, a ripple instantly spread around him. Then, the card with a faint red light gradually merged into his body. And with the faint red light merging, the next moment, buzz. The ripples spread again, and a white light instantly illuminated Zhang Chen's figure, and then his figure quickly disappeared in the white world. And at the moment when Zhang Chen disappeared, the entire blue star, time and space were completely solidified at this moment. Countless golden characters began to jump up. The first level 7 person has been detected in the main plane. World matching has started again. Matching successful. The second round of dimensional advent begins. Countdown. 1987. 654321. The advent begins. The sound of the machine, accompanied by golden characters, appeared on the entire blue planet. The next moment, the golden characters shattered instantly. Boom! Boom boom! Above the entire blue planet, the wind and clouds surged instantly, and then the virtual worlds began to collide with the entire blue planet. At this moment, the solidified time and space were recovering rapidly. Everyone looked up in shock. On the entire blue planet, the faces of the federations changed drastically at this moment. They had experienced such a scene hundreds of years ago. And it was because of that time that the entire blue planet fell into a dark turmoil that lasted for hundreds of years. No one expected that after hundreds of years, the golden characters appeared again. All of a sudden, everyone couldn't calm down. Daxia capital. Boom! 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 Several figures broke through the air and instantly appeared in the air. Old Li, what's going on? One person couldn't help but speak, and his eyes looked at the figure in the center. The second coming, is the previous coming just the first time? As someone spoke, someone else couldn't help but speak out with horror. However, no one responded to the two people's words at this moment. Everyone looked up at the sky. As they were at the peak of the 6th level, they seemed to see the huge worlds approaching rapidly through the endless sky. No, not as if. At this moment, they did see it. And compared to the dimensional worlds that have descended in the past few hundred years, the dimensional world that appeared this time is much larger. And as the rulers of the Daxia Federation, they have mastered part of the authority of the main world, so they can feel that after this huge world, there are more worlds coming. The scale of the impact this time is probably no smaller than the first time the dimension descended. It may even be larger. And this is undoubtedly not a good thing. The dimension descended, bringing infinite hope, but also infinite crisis. Just like the dark era that lasted for hundreds of years a few hundred years ago. They were able to survive the first time, but no one had the confidence to survive the second time. Everyone looked at each other, and their expressions were filled with solemnity at this moment. Suddenly, it seemed that someone had thought of something. Did you see the words on it just now? It seems that the first 7th level strongman was born in the main world. The words suddenly spoke. And his voice immediately made everyone present stunned. Yes, I saw it too. In the main world, someone broke through the 7th level. After being stunned, the figures could not help but react, and their eyes widened. 7th level. That's the 7th level. As peak level 6, they were completely stuck at this level. For hundreds of years, they had imagined the existence of level 7 countless times. But level 7 seemed out of reach. It was simply untouchable. Even after hundreds of years, they still hadn't reached the threshold of level 7. Gradually, they had given up the idea of level 7. Many people even believed that level 7 didn't exist. After all, even level 7 worlds only appeared in rumors. In fact, they had never seen the real level 7 world. The strongest was only the peak level 6 world. But what did they see now? Someone broke through level 7. And it was because someone broke through level 7 that the second dimension came. Everyone couldn't help but feel the huge shock in their hearts. I will contact the other major federations immediately to see which federation gave birth to a level 7 expert. Others should get ready immediately. The scale of the second round of level 7 will probably be much larger than the first. The old man in the center took a deep breath and spoke quickly. Understood. Okay. Several people responded. At this moment, they dared not hear was no slight negligence. The people present had all experienced the turmoil during the Dark Age. They knew the horror of it. The order that had been established with great difficulty was not wanted to collapse again. Especially as they held some power in the main world, once the order collapsed, it would be fatal for them. The figures disappeared quickly. Just 1 hour later. Starting from Daxia capital, all major base cities directly activated the first-level combat readiness. A large number of city defense troops began to be mobilized. At the same time, in Daxia capital, various dimensional detection instruments were almost upgraded to the extreme. At the same time, the news of the major federations began to be urgently communicated. However, what surprised all the federations was that they did not find the 7th level login. He seemed to be completely non-existent. But the golden characters and the mechanical voice clearly told all the federations that the person really existed. Of course, their astonishment only lasted for a moment. Soon they could not continue. Because at this moment, with the advent of the second dimension, the login dimensions that were originally squeezed in the major federations suddenly exploded at this moment, and the dimensions in the major federations suddenly descended. Alarm! Alarm! A first-level descent is about to begin. Alarm! Alarm! A second-level descent is detected. The target point is being determined. The target point has been determined. Jiangnan Prefecture, the western urban area of Daxia Prefecture, Yangcheng of Northeast Prefecture, and Shaoxin City of Jiangnan Prefecture. The intensity of the descent is being evaluated. The evaluation is complete. The current descent level is generally second level, Daxia Prefecture and Jiangnan Prefecture are first level descents, and Shaoxin City of Jiangnan Prefecture and Yangcheng of Northeast Prefecture are second level descents. Contacting local garrisons. Alarm! Alarm! A first-level descent is about to begin. Alarm! Alarm! A second-level descent is detected. Daxia Prefecture, the center of the plain. The urgent sound of the alarm permeated the entire center, and figures were moving quickly. Many people ran directly. Swish! The figure of the old man appeared. How many dimensions have descended so far? The old man spoke in a low voice. There are already 35 dimensions detected so far, including 1 6th level descended, 3 5th level descended, 10 4th level descended, and 20 below 4th level descended. It is still increasing, and it is uncertain how many will be reached in the end. A middle-aged man spoke respectfully. How are the Suanwu army and Suzaku army? In addition, can the Qinglong army and the White Tiger army be deployed? Listening to the report of the middle-aged man, the old man frowned, took a deep breath and asked. The Suanwu army and the Suzaku army have already been dispatched. The Qinglong army and the White Tiger army may be difficult to be deployed. They are still guarding the 2 6th level world invasions. The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. Let the Ministry of Education mobilize the directly affiliated corps to fully guarantee the safety of the 10 major base cities. Subordinate base cities, start the migration. The old man pondered for a moment. Then spoke in a low voice. This. Hearing the old man's words, the middle-aged man couldn't help but widen his eyes. The current Daxia Federation is not what it used to be. In addition to the 10 major base cities, there are also various third-level base cities. Once you migrate, this is no joke. Do it now. The second coming has begun, so now is just a prelude. We don't have extra power to protect those third-level base cities. The old man sighed lightly, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yes. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but finally responded respectfully. Then the figure quickly retreated. At this moment, the old man's eyes were still fixed on the huge virtual screen. His brows were still tightly furrowed, without any relaxation. There was no way. This sudden change caught the whole of Daxia off guard. The balance that was finally maintained was broken in an instant at this moment. And what was even more terrifying was the unknown second coming. The first coming was so terrifying, so how terrible would the second coming be, and whether Blue Star could really cope with it, no one knew. Even the old man was not sure. Blue Star was indeed very special, and it survived the Dark Age. But how lucky it was at that time, only those who had experienced it knew it best. If it happened again, Blue Star might not be able to survive. Not to mention the second coming that might be even more exaggerated. Of course, no one knew the old man's worries at this moment. With the flashing of golden characters, the still time and space were restored. Countless beings on the entire Blue Star began to fall into heated discussions. Many people became nervous all of a sudden. Of course, there were also excited people in this kind of nervousness. The coming of the dimension was a crisis for everyone, but also a huge opportunity. Nowadays, all the top masters of the entire Daxia Federation were born during the first advent. Now the second advent has occurred. Does this mean that their chance has also come? At this moment, many world raiders thought so. However, just as they were excited in what they need to face first is not an opportunity. It is a crisis. There are 35 dimensional advents that have spread to the entire Daxia Federation, and the scale of the entire Blue Star dimensional advent is undoubtedly even larger. Daxia Prefecture. Nanhai Prefecture. Boom! The yellow sand swept across the sky, covering the entire world in an instant. Everything around turned into a desert in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha, I finally came out. Damn human! A sharp voice came from the mouth of a huge monster that was as tall as dozens of floors. Its body was completely made of yellow sand. The rich energy appeared on him, causing everything around him to quickly turn into sand. The so-called dream is nothing but a reality that only people with strength can talk about. The so-called weakness is a sin. What did I take away? Money, fame, trust, life, reign? What do you want me to give you back? I took away too much. In Jiangdong Prefecture, the yellow sand was also sweeping, and a burly man in a cloak slowly walked out of the sand. With a raise of his right hand, the sandstorm swept the entire surroundings. If you can't even protect the weak, what is justice? It's not surprising that you don't want justice if you are not desperate. Justice is not victory after all, and the winner finally gave it to me for justice. In Jiangbei Prefecture, a burly man also slowly emerged from nothingness. At this moment, not only the Great Xia Federation, but also the entire Blue Star, in the base cities, dimensions began to descend. A large number of conquered dimensions began to descend on Blue Star at this moment. The turmoil inevitably began to spread. Shaoxin City. Xiang Kuo's face became particularly solemn at this moment. Level 3. Damn it, how can there be a level 3? Xiang Kuo muttered to himself, and his body trembled at this moment. Just now, Daxia Capital received news that their Shaoxin base city is about to have a level 3 advent. Level 3, that's level 3. The entire Shaoxin base city has no power that can reach the level 3 advent. Even the initial level 3 advent, the result may cause Shaoxin base city to suffer heavy losses. Right. That one. Suddenly, Xiang Kuo seemed to think of something, and his figure stood up instantly. Shaoxin City did not have this ability before, but it may not be without it now. He has not forgotten the terrifying strength that Zhang Chen showed before. Quick, contact Shaoxin City No. 8 Middle School immediately. No, I'll come in person. Xiang Kuo opened his mouth, but he quickly changed his words when he was halfway through his words. Guess who these are, it's a little late, I'm still thinking about the development of the main world plot. 100 Chapter 100 The world with restrictions opened. 100. In the center of the plain, the rich light faded, and the next moment Zhang Chen's figure appeared. Along with the figure, a series of noisy voices immediately entered his ears. Chenzi, Chenzi, I succeeded. Ha ha ha, I have completed the practice of the first 3 styles of the Navy 6 styles this time. Yu Yang's voice sounded with excitement, and at this moment he was in a state of excitement. The Navy 6 styles, that is the Navy 6 styles, that is the physical skills to surpass the physical limit of human beings. It is rumored that it is extremely powerful. If you learn all of them, even the Devil Fruit ability users may not be opponents. Mastering the Navy 6 styles means that he has officially broken through the entry level and become a first-level strongman. Congratulations! Zhang Chen was not too surprised and spoke with a smile. Hehe, your information is still useful. I must thank Xioxi when I have time. There is such an important piece of information in the East China Sea. Yu Yang spoke softly, his eyes full of gratitude. Zhang Chen smiled, then nodded, without explaining anything. While the two were talking, the next moment, invisible ripples swept across the surroundings. Everyone's spirits tightened instantly. At the same time, the familiar voice of the school principal came from the loudspeaker in the center of the plane. Emergency! Emergency! Start the first level combat readiness state immediately, and all incoming students will gather at the east gate of the school within 10 minutes. Notify again. Emergency! Emergency! Start the first level combat readiness state immediately, and all incoming students will gather at the east gate of the school within 10 minutes. The voice sounded, and everyone's heart tightened immediately. The crowd was even more in an uproar. What's going on? What happened? Level 1 combat readiness. Oh my god, how long has it been since Shaoxin City activated the level 1 combat readiness? My father said the last time was 20 years ago. As soon as the broadcast sounded, the figures in the center of the plane suddenly exploded. Chenzi. Yu Yang was also a little surprised. Let's go, I'm afraid something big has happened. Zhang Chen spoke with a serious expression, and walked out of the classroom. Oh. Yu Yang nodded quickly, and the figure followed subconsciously. However, when the two walked to the door, several figures had already appeared here. Principal. One by one, the students saluted. Student Zhang Chen, wait a moment. Dean Zhang spoke. As he spoke, all eyes focused on Zhang Chen. Yu Yang also pulled Zhang Chen's sleeve. Principal. Is there something wrong? Zhang Chen was a little confused, but still spoke curiously. Student Zhang Chen, this is not a place to talk, please follow me. Dean Zhang spoke, and the figure soared directly into the air. Zhang Chen nodded slightly, and then said a few words to Yu Yang, and the figure also soared into the air. Seeing this scene, the students around couldn't help but exclaimed. Many people were even full of envy. However, fortunately, after this period of time, they also knew that there was a fierce man in their school. At this moment, they were just exclaiming. Neither Dean Zhang nor Zhang Chen paid any attention to these. The two of them took steps and soon arrived at an altitude of 700 or 800 meters. The moment they reached the altitude, Zhang Chen's brows could not help but gather, and his eyes could not help but look into the distance. Student Zhang Chen, did you feel it? A new advent has begun, and this time the scale is more terrifying than before, reaching the 3rd level. Dean Zhang noticed Zhang Chen's gaze, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. Dean Zhang, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Listening to Dean Zhang's words, Zhang Chen's heart moved, and he spoke with hesitation. Student Zhang Chen, you have just completed the 3rd login, you may not know that just now, the dimension has appeared the golden characters of the 2nd advent, just like the one that appeared hundreds of years ago. Academician Zhang spoke with a heavy expression. Second level advent. Zhang Chen looked surprised. Yes, it is the second coming. Because of this, the dimensional coming has suddenly become more frequent. At present, the number of dimensional comings in Jiangnan Prefecture alone has exceeded 7. And you should know that the Dark Era happened hundreds of years ago. The dimensional comings are just the beginning. It will soon be a dimensional invasion. It can even be predicted that this dimensional invasion will be more terrifying than the one hundreds of years ago. The Great Xia Federation has decided to relocate the major third-level base cities from today, leaving only the 10 first-level base cities including the Great Xia Prefecture and the Jiangnan Prefecture, as well as the 20 second-level base cities surrounding the 10 first-level base cities. Ding Zhang's leisurely words sounded, and his expression was complicated. He has also poured so much effort into this city, and Shaoxin City No. 8 Middle School is all his support. But at this moment, these have to be abandoned. It can be predicted that once the migration is completed, Shaoxin Base City will no longer exist, and the same will be true for Shaoxin No. 8 Middle School. And listening to Ding Zhang's words, even Zhang Chen couldn't help but frown. He had never expected that the situation would change so much after just the third login. The second advent has arrived. Shaoxin Base City is relocated. Each of these can be said to be a big deal. This is a huge base city, not just a few people, and it cannot be relocated just by saying so. More importantly, can the 10 major base cities including Jiangnan Prefecture and the 22nd level base cities really accommodate so many of them? In Zhang Chen's memory, although the main population of the entire Daxia Federation is in the first level base cities and the second level base cities, but the population in the third level base cities is not small. The minimum is 200,000 to 300,000 people, and the maximum is more than 1 million people. There are hundreds of third-level base cities distributed throughout the Daxia Federation. This is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Once relocated, the problems involved are even more unimaginable. When does it start? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chen looked at Ding Zhang and spoke in a deep voice. It has already started. What we need to do now is to prevent the destruction and loss caused by the dimensional advent before the migration is completed. Student Zhang Chen, if you can help us this time, I will help you get a special enrollment quota for Jiangnan higher education institutions. Shaoxin Base City will help you get a house in the core of Jiangnan Metropolis, and the base city will provide 2 million star yuan as support for you, student Zhang Chen, which is enough to ensure that you and your family have a good enough life in Jiangnan Metropolis. Ding Zhang spoke in a deep voice, and then looked at Zhang Chen again, and then spoke after a slight hesitation. This was the result of his discussion with Xiang Kuowu. Although Jiangnan Metropolis had already sent people, in order to avoid damage, it was necessary to get Zhang Chen's help. As for the price, they had also thought about it. Specially recruited students of Jiangnan Higher Education Institution, and a house in the core of Jiangnan Metropolis. Although the former may not be very attractive, after all, the other party is already at the third level, but the latter may not be. In the next turbulent era, even a third-level strongman may not be able to obtain a house in the core of Jiangnan Metropolis. They believe that it is enough to impress Zhang Chen. Okay. Zhang Chen smiled after a brief thought, he nodded in agreement. He didn't care too much about the conditions mentioned by Ding Zhang. But he had lived in Shaoxin City for quite a long time. If he could help, he wouldn't mind. Anyway, the loss wasn't that big for him. Although he hadn't reached the 7th level, his strength was definitely a strong existence in the main world. There was no need to worry about anything that couldn't be dealt with. Thank you. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, even though Ding Zhang had already been sure, he still bowed slightly. Principal, you're too polite. Can you tell me about the second dimensional advent? Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head, then he had an idea and spoke with curiosity. Okay. Ding Zhang nodded quickly. The two of them flew into the air and quickly headed for the dimensional advent. Just listening, Zhang Chen's expression couldn't help but look a little strange. Principal, are you saying that the second advent happened because a seventh-order strongman appeared in the main world? Zhang Chen spoke with surprise. Yes, I don't know which old monster in the Federation broke through. It's really amazing. This is the first seventh-order strongman in the main world. Dean Zhang said with emotion. By the way, Zhang Chen, don't think this is a huge crisis, but this is also a huge opportunity. Since it is the second-dimensional advent, the world of the second-dimensional advent will be 100% higher than the first-dimensional advent. There may even be seventh-order, or even higher-order world login opportunities. As long as you can enter the special enrollment of a higher education institution, with your current talent, there is a high probability that you can get a qualification. At that time, you will definitely have the opportunity to become a seventh-order strongman in the future. While speaking, Dean Zhang seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but speak again with envy. Login opportunity. Zhang Chen was thoughtful. Yes, as long as you survive the dimensional invasion, you will get the opportunity to log into the dimension. The top 10 higher education institutions will definitely be able to get a certain number of places. Dean Zhang nodded. So that's it. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. He also knew something about the previous history, so he naturally understood what was going on. When the first dimension descended, it was first a dimension invasion, and countless dimensional worlds, fragments of which descended into the main world. These dimensional fragments are parts of each dimensional world. If the main world can defeat these dimensional fragments, it can obtain some initial intelligence and some login permissions. This is how the main world developed in the beginning. If nothing unexpected happens, the second descent will most likely be the same. The only difference is that the second descent will probably have a large number of intermediate worlds of level 4, 5, and 6, or even a higher level world of level 7. Dean Zhang thought of this, and Zhang Chen naturally thought of it too. Even though Zhang Chen had the Dragon Ball, he couldn't help but have more interest in the worlds of level 7 and even above level 7. Unlike the people in this world, Zhang Chen, who swam in countless books in his previous life, knew very well that even the Dragon Ball was not the top one in the entire dimension of the heavens. Since the dimensions of the heavens are the evolution of various thoughts, then theoretically, thoughts are infinite, and the world levels will also be infinite. Thoughts flowed. Thoughts intertwined one after another. The two took a step and soon arrived at the place where the dimension descended. Student Zhang Chen. Seeing Zhang Chen's arrival, the nervous Xiang Kuowu and Dean Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even though they had just received the news that a guard team from Jiangnan capital had already set off and would arrive soon. However, it would take time after all. If the dimension descended suddenly before this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lord City Lord. Principal Li. Zhang Chen greeted him, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the scene in the distance. When his eyes converged, Zhang Chen's brows couldn't help but gather. In the void in the distance, an illusory picture has begun to interweave. A desolate area was faintly revealed. Unlike the previous dimensional advent, the scene of the void constantly interweaving seemed not to be on a planet of life, but a scene of potholes and dense craters. Of course, more importantly, on these desolate lands, there were extremely large monsters. These monsters were ferocious and terrifying, and they madly tore everything around them. This should be on the moon. The world is a third-level peak world. As for these monsters, they are monsters called Zerg in that third-level peak world. It is said that the race living on the planet Klandaf is an alien race similar to the arachnids with millions of years of evolution. It is rumored that they have wisdom but no selfishness, no fear, super reproductive ability, a perfect population social system and a better race than humans. Xiang Kuowu spoke in a low voice and slowly told the whole situation. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Listening to Xiang Kuowu's words, he was basically sure that these were indeed the Zerg in the Starship Troopers. This is not a very powerful race. The only trouble is that the number is too large. dense enough to cover everything. However, these are not a big problem for Zhang Chen. Even if the power of his character cards is still being integrated, it will take a few days to completely integrate, but it will not be too troublesome to solve. Student Zhang Chen, you don't have to be nervous, we just need to hold on. Jiangnan capital has sent people here, and it will take at most 3 hours to reach Shaoxan base city. Looking at Zhang Chen's expression, Xiang Kuowu couldn't help but add a sentence. There is no way, such a dense zerg, even he feels a tingling scalp, let alone others. Although Zhang Chen is very strong, Xiang Kuowu can't help but worry. Don't worry. I should be able to solve it. 101.